Near the stream, among the stone valley, there was a young man in black clothes. He was holding a black beetle that had a metallic sheen to it. It was a cross between a crab and a Hercules beetle. In his other hand, the young man had a dagger, with which he still continued to cut out the beetle's claws, exposing the white and tender meat. Almost without hesitation, the young man sucked the meat from his claws as if he were eating a real crab, and swallowed it along with larger pieces of tough meat. Out of more than 34 beetles, I received 0 gene points. It seems that I ate too much black beetle flesh, so I cannot evolve further. 0 points. When will I complete the first stage of evolution and be able to gain status? Han Sen looked upset. More than 100 years ago, science and technology were able to reach a very high level, and finally, people were able to master the technology of space teleportation. Amazingly, when they tried to teleport, they realized that they had not gone to the past, but they could not go to the future either. They couldn't even travel from one planet to another. At the other end of the teleport, there was a completely different world, a world that people couldn't even imagine. In this world, all scientific and technological means have lost their functions. In this world, a machine gun was considered not as useful as an ordinary steel knife. Missiles and nuclear weapons do not explode, becoming just like a pile of scrap metal. No mechanical or electrical equipment is working. All kinds of terrible creatures inhabited this world. People who used to be at the top of the food chain because of their wisdom and technology have found themselves at the bottom. But when people killed comparatively weak creatures and ate their flesh, they saw their bodies change and evolve. Science could not explain this process. What pleasantly surprised people in this world was that with the evolution of the body, their life expectancy increased. And this was amazing news for all mankind. Over the next century, more and more people entered this world, which was called the Sanctuary of God. They gradually became familiar with the rules of this world, hunted creatures, and watched as their bodies gradually developed. The higher the physical evolution, the longer life. Theoretically, if you were constantly evolving, you could live forever. In this world, science and technology have become completely useless. The only thing that could help people was the most primitive fighting skills. Ancient martial arts that were almost forgotten in the modern world had an unexpected effect here. All types of ancient martial arts were transformed, and after more than 100 years of development, new martial arts schools were formed, and they were quite successful. Along with the ancient martial arts, the God Sanctuary had another tool for human enhancement, the souls of beasts. By killing creatures in the Sanctuary of God, a person had a chance to obtain the soul of the beast. The souls of animals had different forms and manifestations. Some may have been summoned to fight humans, and some appeared in the form of armor or weapons. In addition, some animal souls could help people transform into terrifying monsters, magical birds that soared between heaven and earth, or insects that made holes underground. Neither martial arts nor beast souls had anything to do with Han Sen. Even in modern society, all advanced technology and science were in the hands of just a few people. When Han Sen turned 16, he received general compulsory education at the God Sanctuary. What he was able to learn at school was only the initial level of new martial arts, which everyone already knew. As for the beast souls, they were so expensive that Han Sen could not afford even the cheapest ones. Without good martial arts skills, without beast souls, and even without advanced weapon alloy, Han Sen could only kill some low-level creatures. He ate their flesh and tried to somehow develop. He had a difficult time in the Sanctuary of God. But the more he ate the flesh of low-level creatures, the less effect they had. He had been in the Sanctuary of God for 3 months already, but still could not complete his physical evolution. Once Han Sen tried to kill a stronger creature, but even such a weak creature as the creature with a copper tooth almost took his life, and after that he needed to rest for a month before he could return to the Sanctuary of God. By this time, Han Sen had eaten all the ordinary creatures that were near him and could no longer eat their flesh. If he had not ventured to hunt more advanced creatures, he would never have been able to evolve. Just as he was about to try to kill a stronger creature, a creature with copper teeth, he noticed something rising from the stream. At first he thought it was a black beetle, but then he realized that it was something else. All black beetles had black shells, but now the bright golden color caught his attention. Han Sen looked at the creature that was rising from the water. It was indeed a black beetle, but it was different from the others because it was bright golden in color, and it was as big as a basketball. He looked like a sculpture carved from gold. His eyes were crystal clear, like precious stones. If you didn't look closely, you would have thought that this was not a living creature. He had killed countless black beetles recently, so he knew everything about them. Their vision was poor, but their hearing was very sensitive. As long as he remained motionless, even if he was very close, he was unlikely to be noticed by the black beetle. Han Sen stared at the black beetle and suddenly reached out to him. When the golden black beetle crawled closer, Han Sen, without thinking, grabbed it by the shell with one hand and quickly cut its joints with a dagger with the other hand. He made 6 cuts vertically and horizontally to cut off all the beetle's legs. The golden black beetle began to struggle and turned over. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Han Sen immediately plunged his dagger into the white cross on his belly and turned it sharply. Han Sen was very shocked by the words he heard in his head, and he could hardly believe that it was true. A creature with sacred blood, a soul of a beast with sacred blood. Could this even be a reality? The creatures in the god sanctuary were divided into 4 groups: ordinary creatures, primitive creatures, mutant creatures, and creatures with sacred blood. By consuming the flesh of different creatures, one could count on different chances of receiving gene points. At that time, people knew the 4 phases in the sanctuary of God. After each completion of physical evolution, access to the next space appears. The more gene points used for evolution, the greater the chance of survival in the next space. The souls of beasts with sacred blood were considered the best among the souls of all other beasts. Any beast's soul with sacred blood can be sold for a very high price. When Han Sen finally realized what had happened, he trembled. Using a dagger, he opened the black beetle's shell. Putting the meat into his mouth, he felt that it was tender, like jelly. Black beetle's flesh is eaten, gained 1 sacred gene point. Han Sen began to feel energy appearing in his body, and when he heard the voice in his head, he almost burst into tears. He grabbed the black beetle's claw and quickly sucked the meat out of it. He felt waves of energy spread through his body and his blood began to boil. There was not much difference between eating a black beetle with sacred blood and eating a simple crab. After sucking out all the meat from the 6 claws, Han Sen began to pick the meat from the shell. The strange voice continued to sound in Han Sen's head, and hearing it, he felt at the height of bliss. When Han Sen was cutting the meat, his dagger hit something. The sound seemed to be something metal. Han Sen stopped. Black beetles and crabs are exactly the same. They look different, but under their shell they have boneless flesh. Where could something metal come from there? He took out a dagger, pushed aside the cut meat, and saw a corner of black metal. Han Sen began to cut out the rest of the meat, and soon the entire piece of black metal appeared. At first he thought it was metal, but when he pulled it out, he realized that it was a black crystal, the size of a pigeon egg. Han Sen took it in his hand and saw nothing unusual. The crystal was beautiful, with rounded edges like a pebble, but as he began to look more closely, he saw that millions of stars were shining inside, making him incredibly beautiful. Here is the easiest area in the entire god sanctuary, Han Sen thought. It is almost impossible to find primitive creatures here, let alone creatures with sacred blood. Where could a black beetle with sacred blood come from here? And I have never heard of a black beetle with sacred blood before. Ordinary black beetles live very little. And why is this black beetle with sacred blood so weak? Does his appearance have anything to do with the crystal? It was impossible to answer these questions, so she ate the remaining meat and finally felt full. In total, he received 7 sacred gene points. 7 sacred gene points. This was beyond his wildest hopes. Given his training, he took a great risk by killing a primitive creature, not to mention a creature with sacred blood. The shell of a creature with sacred blood was also considered a very precious material, so Han Sen collected its claws and put it in his pocket along with the upper and lower parts of the shell. The shell of ordinary black beetles had no value, but making black beetle's shell soup with sacred blood would probably give him 1 or 2 more sacred gene points. This was the first time Han Sen ate the flesh of the black beetle with sacred blood. Technically, he could get as many as 10 sacred gene points. 7 he got from the meat of this creature, and another 3 he could possibly get from the shell. If he can sell the shell, then he will have the opportunity to purchase a private jet from the Left Interstellar Alliance. On the way back to the steel armor castle, everyone pointed at him, gloating and laughing, but no one dared to approach him. Everyone in the God Sanctuary looked at him like he was a monster. It was quite normal for an ordinary person to go to the sanctuary of God, and despite the fact that he might be poor, or he might not have very good fighting skills, he would still find himself a companion, and they would go off to kill various creatures. And there was no one who was as pathetic as Han Sen. However, in the entire steel armor castle, no one wanted or had the courage to have any kind of relationship with Han Sen. Han Sen first entered the God Sanctuary 3 months ago. The moment he walked out of the steel armor castle, he saw a giant white wolf unicorn. He stood with his back to him at the corner of the rampart. Without hesitation, Han Senya grabbed his dagger and furiously struck the unicorn in the ass. Because of this blow, Han Sen and Qin Xuan became the biggest laughingstock in the entire steel armor castle. Yes, the white wolf unicorn was not a creature. It was an ordinary person, similar to Han Sen himself. He simply transformed using the soul of the beast. Qin Xuan was considered the most powerful woman in Steel Armor Castle. Most likely, she completed her first stage of evolution with the sacred gene points and moved on to the next stage of evolution. The new guy who pierced Qin Xuan's ass became the biggest laughingstock in Steel Armor Castle. Although no one dared to openly mention Qin Xuan's ass, everyone continued to laugh at this incident. Therefore, Han Sen got the nickname Bizarre Butt, which was known to everyone in the Steel Armor Castle. It was then that Qin Xuan announced that whoever deals with Han Sen will become her enemy. In the Steel Armor Castle, few people could dare to become Qin Xuan's enemy, but even those who could decide to do this wouldn't do it for the sake of some freaky ass. That's why Han Sen had a very difficult time, but he didn't blame Qin Xuan. After all, it was only his fault. When he first entered the God Sanctuary, he was very nervous, and he had never seen creatures or encountered transformation in his world before, so he made an unforgivable mistake. Han Sen was grateful that Qin Xuan did not kill him in anger. The only thing he was lucky in was that teleportation to the Sanctuary of God was always random, and there were no familiar faces in the Steel Armor Castle, so no one knew his real name. Han Sen returned to his room, lit a fire, and began to cook the claws and shell of the black beetle. Without any tools or know-how, he could only use the most primitive methods to process the shell to extract the gene extract. It took an hour or two to prepare the shell from the creature with the sacred blood, so Han Sen closed the lid and took out the black crystal to take a closer look. However, he could not find any information. Suddenly, Han Sen looked at the cage that was in the corner of his room. Inside it was a green, scaly beast that was the size of a civet, and he suddenly had an idea. Black beetles, like this green, scaly beast, were considered ordinary creatures. Han Sen would hunt them and then bring them home to cook them into food, thus earning his gene points. But over time, these green, scaly beasts stopped giving him gene points. That's why he decided not to eat the last green, scaly beast. He just left it and forgot about it. Surprisingly, he was still alive. He took the dying green, scaly beast out of its cage, intending to feed it the black crystal, but thought for a moment. To his surprise, upon seeing the crystal, this dying beast gathered all his remaining strength, stuck out his tongue, instantly sent the black crystal into his mouth and swallowed it. There is actually something magical about this black crystal. Han Sen was surprised and saw that after the beast swallowed the crystal, it became more animated. He began to scratch with his claws and turned his head, trying to bite Han Sen on the hand with which he was holding his neck. Han Sen threw the green scaly beast back into the cage and began to watch it. The animal, which had not been fed for several days, quickly regained its energy and began to squirm and scratch wildly at the cage, just as it had on the first day it was caught. Han Sen sat near the cage and watched the movements of the green scaly beast. He had some guess, and if it turned out to be correct, then perhaps he could get something very exciting, and it would be better than a creature with sacred blood. But Han Sen was afraid of making a mistake, so he anxiously looked at the beast, waiting to see the desired change. Han Sen watched very carefully and forgot that he was very hungry. He remembered this when he heard the smell of broth coming from the pot. Looking at his watch, he discovered that 2 hours had passed. He stood up to look at the black beetle's shell. When he approached, he saw that the shell had lost its color and the broth had turned golden. He smelled delicious, and his mouth watered. After pouring the soup into a bowl, Han Sen heard a strange sound as if an iron cage had been broken. Turning around instantly, he saw that the green, scaly beast had chewed out a piece of the cage and stuck out its head. From light green, the beast turned into dark green. His teeth seemed very sharp and his claws became like iron hooks. The beast was about to completely get out of the cage. Han Sen was pleasantly surprised and instantly pulled out a dagger from his belt. He ran up to the cage and plunged his dagger into the belly of the green, scaly beast. After he turned his dagger, the beast stopped moving. Primitive creature, green, scaly beast, killed. The soul of the beast did not appear. Eat the flesh of the green, scaly beast, and you will have the opportunity to gain 0 to 10 gene points. A strange voice sounded in Han Sen's head. Hearing him, he was dumbfounded. A primitive, green, scaly beast, a primitive creature. It seems that the crystal really mutates these creatures. Han Sen was very happy and did not know how to react to this. After quite a long time, he finally cut open the green, scaly beast and took out from it a crystal the size of a pigeon egg. Even though he was covered in blood, he kissed the crystal twice. Holding it in his hands, he looked at it as if it were a great treasure. It was the crystal that turned an ordinary black beetle into a creature with sacred blood. If the green scaly beast continued to grow, perhaps it would also become a creature with sacred blood. It was simply amazing, and Han Sen was afraid to even think about it. He was so excited that his hands began to shake. In order to understand whether this was all really real and not just a dream, he bit his tongue and cried out in pain. He couldn't calm down for a long time, but Han Sen finally put the crystal aside. By eating his broth, he gained another gene point. As a result, he was able to score as many as 8 gene points. Without any tools or means, using only the most primitive method, from the shell of a creature with sacred blood, he was able to extract just 1 sacred gene point. Han Sen remembered that he had obtained a sacred blood beast soul when he killed the golden black beetle, so he decided to take a look at his profile. Han Sen has not evolved. Status no. Lifespan 200 years. For evolution you need 100 gene points. Gene points received 79 gene points, 8 sacred gene points. Number of beast souls. Soul of the black beetle with sacred blood. Black beetle soul type with sacred blood. Armor. I wonder what the armor from the soul of the black beetle with sacred blood will look like. Han Sen didn't have time to think to the end, when suddenly a golden light flashed and the image of a golden black beetle appeared. The golden black beetle approached Han Sen and turned into a golden liquid and began to cover his entire body. In an instant, Han Sen's entire body, including his hair, was wrapped in this liquid. The golden armor was very comfortable. It looked powerful and durable. It looked like Gothic medieval armor, with improved aerodynamics. It looked like a real work of art. This armor gave Han Sen strength and energy, also making him more slender and majestic. His entire body seemed to be filled with explosive energy. It sparkled with incredible shine, looked magnificent, and had a solid structure. At first glance, the armor looked simply like the golden cloth that the gold saints wore. The difference between cloth and armor was that the armor covered the entire body and even the head. Only those places where the joints bent remained unprotected, and it was located in the same way on the black beetle, and these were the only vulnerable places. Han Sen tried to move in this armor, but he did not feel any heaviness or awkwardness. Instead, he felt that his body was filled with energy, and it seemed that it became even lighter. In fact, this armor is from the soul of a beast with sacred blood, much better than what could have come from any soul of a primitive creature that I have met quite often. Han Sen felt delighted. He had always envied people who had armor from the souls of primitive creatures, but he could not even imagine that he would one day receive armor from the soul of a beast with sacred blood. 1. The small civet or race belongs to the civet family, the order of carnivores. This civet is one of the smallest civets, which is true to its name. Its body length is no more than 55 centimeters, weight 2 kilograms. It is distinguished by a rather narrow head with wide ears. Its fur is hard gray-brown in color, with many dark brown spots, tail with numerous rings. A member of the presidential group, Zhao Yalong, completed the stage of the third evolution, entered the fourth god sanctuary, and became the 83rd person to reach the fourth god sanctuary. His lifespan is 500 years. He received the status demigod. A prodigy from the Ricota galaxy, Lang moved to the second god sanctuary with 100 mutant gene points. His life expectancy reached 300 years, received the status evolver. The Speaker of the House of Representatives, Hemingway, yesterday killed a semi-divine being, a star from the ocean, and was the first to accomplish such a feat. According to experts, in 10 years someone may complete the fourth evolution and advance to the fifth god sanctuary. Han Sen had just teleported out of Steel Armor Castle and saw the news on the virtual screen. Evolver, excellent, and demigod. With my black crystal I can also do all this and even go further. Han Sen threatened his fist, walked out of the teleport station and boarded the maglev train that was heading to his home. Even before Han Sen entered the courtyard, he heard a sharp female voice. Lu Sulan, do you want to take Hans's old house? This house belonged to our parents, so my two brothers and I have our own part here. Now my older brother is gone. We are not going to intimidate you, and since you are a widow, we will leave you your share. But if you want to take the whole house, then we will never agree to that. That's right, came the voice of a middle-aged man. The old house is an inheritance from our parents. We have a right to it, so you can't just keep it for yourself. Your family has already lived here for more than 20 years. This is no longer fair. The time has come to share the inheritance. As my brother said, the soft voice was heard again. You lived in this house for 20 years, and we did not ask for rent. But this old house is our inheritance, and it needs to be divided. One could clearly hear the voice of a young girl speaking. We have an appraisal from a lawyer, and now this old house is worth more than 3 million. There are only 3 of us families, so each can get 1 million. You can give us 1 million each and own it freely, or you can sell it and then split the money. We agree to any of these options. Yes, now that our elder brother is gone, we don't want to scare the widow and children. You can give the money or sell the house, choose, said another voice. Brother and sister, you don't need to force me. You know our situation. We don't have 2 million, the woman said sadly. Then we'll put the house up for sale, another woman answered sternly. Where will we live? Han Sen just graduated from school and Han Yan is still going to school, the woman answered. It's unreasonable. Do you think you're the only one with problems? Your Han Sen and Han Yan go to public school, and my Han Hao attends a private school. The cost of his education turns my hair gray every year. You're right, it's hard for all of us, and we all need money. Why don't we just sell the house? We will all get money, and you can pay for Han Yan's tuition, the woman said. One way or another, we either sell the house or you give us the money. The choice is yours, the young woman said coldly. While near the house, Han Sen began to get angry. He opened the door and saw his mother holding Sister Han Yan and crying. The 5-year-old girl was curled up in her mother's arms, fear visible in her eyes. Nearby were 2 men and 2 women who smiled, looking at them completely indifferently. How dare you come here and ask for part of the house? Han Sen turned to the plump woman and continued angrily. Aunt, you were an accountant and earned millions of debts. Didn't your father help you when you asked? Han Sen, what nonsense! What debts? Stop it! The thin guy shouted in a feminine voice, pointing at Han Sen. Uncle, you embezzled public funds from the company, and after your investment, you lost several million. Han Sen pointed to the skinny guy. Didn't you come to our house? And didn't kneel begging for my father's help? And you, uncle, you had such debts due to gambling that all you could do was commit suicide. Who helped you? Who saved your life when you were badly beaten? Han Sen pointed to a plump, middle-aged man. The Star Group wanted to take over our family business. If my father had not stood up for all of you and negotiated with the Star Group, would he have died in such a mysterious way? Han Sen gritted his teeth as he looked at them. But you missed my father's funeral, and immediately after his death, you sold everything to the Star Group. Did you share the money from the sale of the company with us? Also, who paid for your houses after your wedding? Did any of those houses cost less than this one? Have you ever taken care of your parents for one day while they were still alive? How dare you even come here and ask for a share of this old house? Stop it! Your father did what he wanted. The company belonged to our father and we all have shares in it. He couldn't decide for us. And naturally, we could easily spend the company's money, Uncle Hanlei answered brazenly. It's true, your father was a dictator and we want our money back. What you say doesn't matter. Give me the money or we'll meet you in court, Aunt Han Yume shouted. It's all your father's fault. They began to blame Han Sen's late father. Han Sen trembled with anger and felt terrible resentment for his father. When my father took over the company, it was a small business. Its value was equal to 1 or 2 million. He made great efforts to ensure that the company began to prosper and did not forget to take care of his family. Several times, the company was on the verge of bankruptcy due to liquidity problems. He even died because of the company. However, after his death, his relatives, whom he always helped, tried to mock his wife and children. When Han Sen's father was alive, he always said that they were a big family and there was no need to argue. So what happened now? If they really needed money, or had some difficulties, then Han Sen would agree to their terms. But their private jets cost more than $1 million. In addition, they received $10 million from the sale of the company and took all the money for themselves. Han Sen's family received nothing. It was absolutely impossible to believe that they did not have a single million left. After all this fuss in the house, Han Senya, Han Yume, and Han Lei issued an ultimatum. They must either give up the money or the house will be put up for sale in a month. Otherwise, they will file a lawsuit. I'm good for nothing. I can't even defend our home. Lu Sulan held Han Yan, her face covered in tears. Lu Sulan was a very gentle lady. When Han Sen's father was alive, he treated her like a princess. She didn't even know how to sweep the floor, let alone do other chores. Han Sen knew how hard it was for her to take care of him and his sister when their father passed away. Mom, don't worry. Even though my father is not here, I will not let them take our home. You rest for now, and I will consult with Uncle Jiang about this issue. Han Sen immediately called his father's friend, Mr. Jiang. He was a lawyer and worked as a legal consultant for their firm. Hello, Uncle Jiang. This is Sen. Is your back better yet? I have a question that is related to the law. I want to talk to you. So, Han Sen hung up the phone and turned very pale. He confirmed that his relatives have this right. And if they go to court, the decision will be exactly what they talked about. Either pay them the money or sell the house and split the money. Sen, what did Mr. Jiang say? Asked Lo Sulan, looking nervously at her son. Mom, don't worry. I talked to Uncle Jiang and he said there was some way out. So you take care of Yan and I will resolve this issue. No one will take our house away from us, Han Sen answered with a smile. This is good. This is excellent. Lu Sulan breathed a sigh of relief. Han Sen stayed at home that night, and in the morning he took the train to the teleportation station and entered the God Sanctuary. Han Sen teleported to his room in the steel armor castle. When a person teleports to God's sanctuary, he or she finds himself in a specific room that is only accessible to him or her. Others cannot enter there unless the owner himself allows it. Until he completes his first evolution and moves into the second God Sanctuary, this will remain his home in the God Sanctuary. Han Sen had neither power nor any influence. The only solution he had was to figure out where he could get $2 million in a month if he still wanted to keep his house. He felt that this was all very unfair, but without power, he had nothing more to do. $2 million was a huge amount for a young man who had just recently completed compulsory education. Han Sen could not earn such a sum in a year, not to mention the fact that it should have been in a month. But now, everything was different. In fact, if he had not prepared the black beetle shell with sacred blood, then its price would have been approximately 1 to 2 million. But now, even without this shell, he still had a black crystal that helped creatures evolve. While he has it, 2 million is nothing. He looked at the body of the green, scaly creature that was on the floor and thought for a moment before cutting it into pieces. He dried the meat, now it was jerky, and put it in his bag, which was located at his waist. First he needs to catch the creature, then feed the crystal and wait until it develops, and then he will be able to sell meat. Now that Han Sen had the armor from the soul of a creature with sacred blood, he could start his game and try to hunt primitive creatures instead of ordinary ones. A primitive creature cost little, and in order to transform an ordinary creature into a primitive one, it takes quite a lot of time. To get 2 million in such a short period, he should have sold at least mutant creatures. Primitive creatures were often encountered about a dozen kilometers away from the steel armor castle. Previously, Han Sen was hesitant to go that far, but now he had excellent armor. This time his goal was not the copper-toothed beasts, but now he wanted to find one of the weak, primitive creatures, the swift mantises, which were often found in the Valley of the Western Winds. A primitive creature, the swift mantis, had a fragile body, and it could be easily killed with an ordinary dagger, but only if it was hit in a weak spot. But Quick Mantis was very fast, and ordinary people could not compare with him. In addition, its paws could easily crush human bones. If he hits with his front paws, the person will either remain crippled or die. Therefore, very few people hunted these creatures. However, for Han Sen, Swift Mantis was the best option. After all, this is just a primitive creature, and he will not be able to easily break through the armor from the soul of a beast with sacred blood. If he gets hurt by Mantis, it will simply kill him. The most important thing is that the Swift Mantis, even with its wings and claws cut off, can live. Therefore, Han Sen could bring him to his room and use the black crystal to turn him into a mutant creature and then sell his flesh. Of course, if luck was on his side, he would be able to kill a few swift mantises and perhaps gain the soul of the beast. The soul of the swift mantis appeared in the form of a fast, jagged blade. It looked like a long dagger, and its type was similar to the weapon Han Sen was currently using. Even though the fast, jagged blade was from the soul of a primitive being, it was considered the sharpest of all the weapons that came from the souls of primitive beings. It could even be equated to a weapon from the souls of mutant beings. Due to the dangerous hunt for the swift mantis, few dared to travel to the Valley of the Western Winds, and even fewer were able to obtain the swift, jagged blade. If it is a rare weapon, then its price could easily reach 2 million. And so, if Han Sen could obtain the soul of Swift Mantis, then he would not need to sell the flesh of mutant creatures. The closer Han Sen came to the Valley of the Western Winds, the fewer people he encountered. Near the valley itself, no one was visible at all. Han Sen didn't dare to go too far, so he found a secluded place and summoned the sacred blood beast soul to dress himself in gold armor. Taking a deep breath, he set off for the Valley of the Western Winds. Han Sen was afraid to walk quickly. In the valley there were many trees and various grasses, which were as tall as a man. When the wind blew, the trees and grass swayed, and it was very difficult to see the swift mantises because they could easily hide. Even a moment's carelessness can result in broken bones from a blow from a praying mantis. Suddenly, Han Sen saw something green about a foot long. It was on the grass, and it looked like a leaf. If he hadn't looked closely, he would have thought it was just grass. The guy could never have imagined that the fast mantis looked like this, and even more so, he could not believe that he could break a human skull. Its pair of sickle-shaped, jagged front legs were longer than its entire torso. It was dark green in color and had a metallic sheen on its front legs that looked nothing like its frail body. The strength of the front paws could be compared to the most advanced alpha alloy. Han Sen was very lucky that he discovered Swift Mantis before he saw him. He was slowly approaching, and was already able to determine how far he could approach before the fast mantises noticed him. When Han Sen was 6 feet away, he couldn't decide to go any further. He was afraid that he might lose the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Han Sen grabbed his dagger tighter and, jumping out of the grass, rushed towards the swift mantis. But Han Sen was still unable to fully appreciate their speed and reaction. The mantis noticed him the moment he jumped out of the grass. The insect rose into the air and, spreading its wings, quickly rushed towards Han Sen. His front paws slammed into his head before he could even react. Han Sen, in shock, still retreated, but the mantis continued to hit him in the head. A metallic sound was heard from the blows, but Han Sen only felt a slight discomfort, as if he had been hit by a pebble. And on the armor, from the soul of a creature with sacred blood, not a single scratch appeared. Han Sen was filled with delight. He took advantage of the opportunity and struck the enemy in the belly with his dagger with all his might. The swift mantis was cut into 2 pieces, and green blood gushed out of it, splattering everything around. Han Sen didn't pay attention to this. He listened carefully to the voice that sounded in his head. A primitive creature, the swift mantis, has been killed, soul not found. Eat the flesh of the swift mantis, and you will have the opportunity to gain 0 to 10 gene points. Han Sen touched his helmet, touching the place where the mantis struck. He was happy to notice that there was no damage on it. Han Sen thought excitedly, "Ha ha! Armor is everything! With my armor I can kill whoever I want and no one can hurt me. I don't even have to be afraid of mutant creatures." Han Sen gained courage and stopped hiding. He went deep into the Valley of the Western Winds and was periodically attacked by swift mantises, but could not harm him because he was protected by armor. Han Sen took advantage of his advantage and killed them with 1 blow. The voice in his head was constantly heard, adding sharpness to his sensations. He made his way through the valley and killed more than 20 swift mantises in a row. Su Xiaoqiao was also heading towards the Valley of the Western Winds, thinking about his failure. His parents were considered the owners of an interstellar conglomerate. They were quite famous and were considered aristocrats. However, he accidentally ended up in the Castle of Steel Armor, where he had no friends or even acquaintances. To become an aristocrat, Su Xiaoqiao only had to follow Qin Xuan to get as many gene points as possible from mutant creatures and go through evolution. There were 2 titles in the Left Interstellar Alliance. The first is Honored. As soon as someone became better than the rest, he could be called Honored. The second is Aristocrat. If you evolved using gene points from mutant creatures or creatures with sacred blood, you could receive the title of Aristocrat. Any of these titles provided great advantages in the Alliance, and most importantly, they were a symbol of social status. People became more and more snobs. People from the upper class did not even talk to those who did not have titles, even when doing business. Such advanced titles as Holy Blood Aristocrat were beyond Su Xiaoqiao's dreams. All he wanted was to obtain the title of a simple aristocrat using gene points from mutant creatures and complete his evolution. However, it was quite difficult for him to obtain gene points from mutant creatures. He brought a lot of money to the Castle of Steel Armor, but with it he was only able to buy the flesh of ordinary or primitive creatures, because very few people wanted to sell the flesh of mutant creatures. Only those people who wanted to complete their evolution using gene points only from creatures with divine blood could sometimes sell the flesh of mutant creatures. One of them was Qin Xuan. But she didn't want money for it. She wanted to receive devoted service in payment. Su Xiaoqiao was carrying out an assignment for Qin Xuan. He needed to explore places that were little known to people and find traces of mutant creatures and creatures with sacred blood. Then, using this information, she would gather a group of people to kill the creatures found, and they would receive the flesh of the mutant creatures. Su Xiaoqiao had been trying to find something for a month now. But he didn't even meet mutant creatures, not to mention creatures with sacred blood. Having used up all his supplies, he needed to return to the Steel Armor Castle. When he passed by the Valley of the Western Winds, he thought that there might be mutant creatures here because there were very few people here. After he entered the valley, he began to feel something strange. He didn't see a single swift mantis. For a mile ahead, he saw only signs of battle on the ground. Looks like someone destroyed all the swift mantises. Fist guy or son of heaven. Although no, even though there are footprints here, there would be more marks left from the group. Very surprised, Su Xiaoqiao walked further into the valley, thinking about what happened here. As he had expected, there were a lot of swift mantis bloodstains along the way. He followed the bloodstains and turned the corner. What he saw there made him stop, and tears came to his eyes. A golden figure stood next to the stacked corpses of the swift mantises. In the sun, it seemed like a golden robot. "Brother, were you the one who killed all those swift mantises?" Su Xiaoqiao didn't see anyone else except this guy in golden armor. The dead swift mantises were still leaking blood, which meant they had only recently been killed. Su Xiaoqiao couldn't believe that one person could kill so many mantises in such a short period of time. Although the swift mantis was considered just a primitive creature, but given the strength of its paws and speed, even those who hunted gene points from primitive creatures did not dare to provoke it. Still, the person had a lot of weak points, so no one wanted to risk their lives or receive serious damage from the quick mantis. There were approximately 30 dead swift mantises on the ground. Even Qin Xuan would need help to kill that much. Su Xiaoqiao didn't believe that anyone could do this alone. "Do you want some? How about 1,000 leftist dollars each?" Han Sen just stood and looked at all the killed mantises. He had no idea what to do with them. He was terrified and understood that he simply could not eat so much. But even if he overpowered and ate them all, only the first ones could bring him gene points. 1,000 each? You are sure? Su Xiaoqiao looked at him in surprise. Despite the fact that many hunted primitive creatures, such as swift mantises, were considered a real shortage. Still, people's energy had a limit, and there was only a certain number of creatures that could be eaten and get gene points for them. It was necessary to eat the flesh of different creatures, and only in this way could one collect gene points. Those with enough money were willing to pay to get creatures they had not yet eaten and collect gene points. Therefore, primitive creatures that could be easily found and killed were only worth a few hundred, while those that were in short supply could be sold for 2,000 or 3,000 each. Su Xiaoqiao quickly calculated everything and came to the conclusion that he could double the amount if he got these fast mantises. "Yes, for each $1,000 left," Han Sen nodded. In fact, Han Sen knew very well how much they could cost. But the problem was that without any tools, he simply would not be able to convey them all. And if he goes to get tools, then these bodies can easily be stolen. Moreover, Han Sen did not want to waste any time or energy on this. "Of course, I'll take them all. How many are there in total?" Su Xiaoqiao was very happy. Fast mantises could bring much more than just money. Primitive creatures that ordinary people could not kill were considered a very great gift. No one would refuse them, especially if they developed using gene points from primitive creatures. "There are only 43 of them, but I can give you a discount and ask for 40,000 for all of them." Han Sen simply said this, but he did not imagine that this guy was so rich that he could buy them all. Su Xiaoqiao took out his wallet and pulled out 10,000 bills each. "Brother, I'll give you 50,000 for these quick mantises, and 50,000 as an advance for any necessary things that you may have in the future. I will always pay you well, and I will pay you even more if you can get the flesh of mutant creatures." 100,000 was not a big amount for Su Xiaoqiao. He could spend so much money even on some unusual dinner. This man was strange. If he could kill such primitive creatures himself, then it was likely that he would hunt mutant creatures as well. If he has the opportunity to buy the flesh of mutant creatures, then a few million will be nothing to him. "I couldn't even think that you were so rich." Han Sen took the money and looked at Saint Xiaoqiao a little surprised. "To be honest, money is all I have. If you have the flesh of a mutant creature and you want to sell it, then let me know. The price will not be a problem." Su Xiaoqiao said this because he was afraid that he might miss this opportunity. "Great. What is your name and what is your address? I will definitely find you if I have anything." Han Senya appreciated Su Xiaoqiao's generosity and decided that he would be an excellent buyer. After all, he was going to use the black crystal to create mutant creatures. But the black crystal had to remain his secret. Selling flesh to one person was much easier than selling it in the market for everyone to see. He wouldn't even need to think about the price because Su Xiaoqiao was very rich. "Brother, my name is Su Xiaoqiao, and that's my real name. My room number in the Steel Armor Castle is 1046. What about you? What is your name and where do you live?" Su Xiaoqiao said. "Dollar, this is the only thing I need. Prepare the money and I will come to you when I have something." Han Sen hid the money in his pocket, waved goodbye to Su Xiaoqiao, and left the Valley of the Western Winds. Having survived the death of his father, Han Sen did not want to communicate closely with anyone. He only wanted to take care of his mother and sister and do his job. Neither other people nor things could influence him. "Brother, I will wait for you. You must come. Remember, price is not a problem," Su Xiaoqiao shouted, waving his hand in Han Sen's direction. When Han Sen left, Su Xiaoqiao couldn't help but wonder, "How can I pick them up?" After thinking for a while, Su Xiaoqiao took some into his bag and decided to go for help. Fortunately, There were almost no people in the Valley of the Western Winds. When Su Xiaoqiao returned, all the swift mantises were there. Su Xiaoqiao, is it true that Dollar himself killed all these creatures? Su Xiaoqiao's friends had their eyes wide open when they saw a whole bunch of killed primitive creatures. Certainly. Although I didn't see how he killed them, but then there was no one else in the Valley of the Western Winds, and blood continued to flow from the creatures because they had recently been killed. Who else could do this? Su Xiaoqiao replied. I think a whole group killed them, and he was left alone while the rest of the corpses were carried away. I don't believe that one person could kill so many swift mantises. Most likely he just decided to show off. He was definitely bragging. None of Su Xiaoqiao's friends believed that Han Sen killed them all alone. Han Sen did not return to Steel Armor Castle after leaving the Valley of the Western Winds. In the blink of an eye, in a frenzy, he killed all the swift mantises so that there were none left. Okay, I'll just go hunting for the copper-teeth beast. There are many of them at the foot of the Steel Armor Castle, and there is a high chance of catching a mutant copper-teeth beast, so it won't be too suspicious when I create a mutant using the crystal. Han Sen found the habitat of animals with copper teeth and wanted to catch one of them. As soon as he found a small group of copper-toothed beasts, Han Sen went forward and single-handedly killed them all, taking advantage of the protection of his strong armor. Han Sen's eyes widened in surprise. The 43 fast mantids and thousands of ordinary creatures he had killed had not yielded a single beast soul. Now he killed only 2 beasts with copper teeth and got one. It takes luck to get the soul of a beast. Han Sen was filled with joy. Although this was a common occurrence, the soul of a copper-toothed beast was not a bad acquisition. Copper-toothed beasts were among the weakest among all primitive creatures, but their souls were quite popular. Han Sen summoned a new beast soul, and the shadow of the beast with copper teeth turned into a bronze spear with a sickle tip, which fell into his hand. The spear had a bronze sheen, and its tip was curved in the shape of a crescent. Han Sen played with the spear for a while, looking quite fierce. He was taught basic spear skills at school. Han Sen was interested in all types of weapons, so he was a diligent student. Han Sen hid his spear before grabbing a live beast with copper teeth and heading to the castle. On the way back, he found a secluded spot to remove his armor. Having become himself again, Han Sen returned to the Steel Armor Castle, carrying an unconscious and tightly bound copper-toothed beast on his shoulder. Coming out of the castle gates was a group of 12 people, all riding on various high-level animal souls, led by a man wearing steel armor and carrying a blood-red sword on his back. The man rode on the soul of a triceratops-like beast, looking powerful and majestic, attracting envious glances from all sides. In the Castle of Steel Armor, there are 3 outstanding people who sought to complete evolution using the sacred gene points. This man, the Son of Heaven, was one of them. Han Sen didn't know his real name and identity, but he was definitely the king of Steel Armor Castle. Carrying his copper-toothed beast, Han Sen stepped aside to let this group pass. However, the Son of Heaven stopped his mount when he caught up with him. Crack! The Son of Heaven looked at Han Sen and hit him on the shoulder with a leather whip. The copper-toothed beast fell to the ground, and Han Sen's clothes were torn. The wound began to swell on his shoulder and back. Who had the audacity to sell you this primitive creature? The Son of Heaven asked in a cold tone, looking at him condescendingly. In the Steel Armor Castle, everyone knew that the Son of Heaven was courting Qin Xuan. Fancy Butt, who stabbed Qin Xuan from behind, naturally became his enemy. He was also one of the reasons why Han Sen was so unhappy. After learning exactly how Qin Xuan suffered, the Son of Heaven not only beat Han Sen, but also made it clear to everyone that whoever dared to do business with that ass would become his enemy for life. I hunted myself. Han Sen looked back coldly, his fists clenched, but he remained motionless. The Son of Heaven not only gained many gene points, but he also collected many beast souls. Since he had received help from his group, Han Sen would not be able to touch the guy even if he tried his best. Even with his sacred blood armor, he would be beaten to death before he could get close to the Son of Heaven. The sanctuary of God differed from the Alliance in that there was no law at all. Strength was everything. Han Sen would only die in vain. Additionally, the Son of Heaven was known for his distinguished lineage within the Alliance. Even if Han Sen was killed by him in the Alliance, the Son of Heaven might not be punished. Han Sen was not afraid of death. But if he dies, what will happen to his mother and sister? If I find out that someone dares to trade with you, rest assured that you will both die in terrible suffering. The Son of Heaven looked around and drove off. Fancy ass, don't cause trouble. Otherwise, I won't mind teaching you another lesson. Luo Qianyang grinned at Han Sen before following the group on a wildebeest. Luo Qianyang was a henchman, an old acquaintance of the Son of Heaven in the Alliance, one of those whom he sent to have fun with Han Sen. Han Sen watched the gang leave, watching them go with the flames of madness burning in him. He quietly picked up the copper-toothed beast and headed towards the steel armor castle, everyone looking at him with mockery. Stronger, I need to become stronger. With a burning anger in his chest, Han Sen realized that he was too weak to fight this gang on his own. The black crystal was his best opportunity. Son of Heaven, just get rid of him forever, Luo Qianyang said coldly. The Son of Heaven smiled and said, Qinxuan is a stubborn girl. She doesn't like people to interfere in her affairs. Since she didn't kill Han Sen, she might be upset if I did. What an unreasonable woman! Another henchman of the Son of Heaven, Peerless Sword, said, She should be honored that you, brother, give her a chance. She should ride to heaven. If it weren't for you, I would have killed her long ago. Don't touch Qinxuan. She is special both in the Alliance and in the Sanctuary of God. If the girl becomes mine, it will be very beneficial for me, the Son of Heaven said gloomily. Enough discussions. We need to get to Sunny Slope before Fist Guy's group. This creature with sacred blood must be ours. Returning to his room, Han Sen tied the creature to a cage and placed a black crystal in front of it. The creature greedily swallowed the black crystal. A day later, Han Sen noticed a change. Its fur was originally gray-black, like a boar's, and its tusks were bronze in color. But now the fur also began to gleam bronze, and the fangs became much brighter. However, he did not turn into a real mutant creature. If this happened, he would look like a bronze statue. And despite the fact that his color changed a little, he acquired a bronze tint, but he was still very different from the mutant creature. It seems that the evolution of a primitive creature into a mutant creature is much more difficult than the transformation of an ordinary creature into a primitive one. Most likely it will take more than one day, Han Sen thought. After a few days, the color became more and more bronze, but still he was still far from complete transformation. Han Sen needed to wait until the creature evolved naturally. Therefore, during this time, he killed several more primitive creatures and sold them for money. In addition, he hoped to gain a few more gene points. Even if the gene points from primitive creatures will not be used for evolution, the more points you have from primitive creatures, the stronger you will be. This also applied to gene points from normal or mutant creatures. If you could collect the maximum number of gene points from normal, primitive, and mutant creatures, then you would be far beyond the average level, even without evolution. Even with the black crystal, it was not easy for Han Sen to do this. For now, he wanted to concentrate on the 3 species, and then move on to the creatures with sacred blood. Han Sen left his room and walked around the castle, feeling a little different. It seemed to him that the streets were more deserted than usual. What's happening? Han Sen reached the square and saw that there were much fewer stalls there than usual. All the people were whispering about something. Han Sen listened to their words for a while, and slowly began to understand what had happened. A few days ago, someone noticed a creature with sacred blood near the Sunny Slope. Upon learning of this, many from the steel armor castle went there, but everything ended simply horribly. After the creature with sacred blood killed many people, it simply ran away. Today, Qinxuan, Son of Heaven and Fist Guy, agreed that they would hunt together the creature with the sacred blood. They had gathered many single people in small groups and had become the largest group in Steel Armor Castle in recent years. United, the 3 largest gangs were determined to kill this creature with sacred blood. Han Sen suddenly had an idea, and he quickly turned around and ran out of the city. Looking around and not seeing anyone, the guy quickly summoned the soul of the Black Beetle and donned golden armor. 2 hours later, he reached the western part of the Sunny Slope. Finally, having climbed to the top, he looked around. There were many people fighting and screaming, and among them, he saw a monster with the head of a cow, the body of a man, and the lower part of a horse. He had a two-handed golden axe with which he made his way through the crowd. No one could withstand the terrifying blow of his axe. Han Sen saw the monster begin to swing its axe near the Son of Heaven. Even though he had a blood-red sword, he did not dare to block the blow of the golden axe. He just stepped back and made a few jumps to the side. The double-sided golden axe hit the Triceratops' riding mount and cut it in half. This greatly touched the heart of the Son of Heaven. The soul of a mutant creature was very rare. Its value was equal to that of a small interstellar spaceship. Why is this creature with sacred blood so powerful? Han Sen was shocked. This creature, in the blink of an eye, was able to kill 1,000 people, and no one had time to escape. Even such strong ones as Qin Xuan, Son of Heaven, and Guy Fist did not dare to fight him. Despite the fact that this monster was attacked by all kinds of weapons made of different alloys, there was not a single scratch on it. When he started swinging his axe, no one dared even get close to him. Such a powerful being was not what Han Sen imagined him to be. The black beetle with sacred blood that he killed was very weak compared to this monster. It was a little stronger than a regular black beetle, but in no way resembled a real creature with sacred blood. People were going to get a creature with sacred blood, but their plans were ruined after they killed the riding mount of the Son of Heaven. The creature looked insane, constantly swinging its axe and killing people. There was blood, limbs, and non-stop screams everywhere. It took the monster only a minute to escape from the encirclement. At the foot of the mountain, he turned around, stood on his hind legs, growled something like a cow, and went up the mountain. "Crap! He's going to run away!" roared the Son of Heaven. He immediately summoned the soul of the creature in the form of an eagle, but which immediately turned into a green iron bow in his hand. Then he summoned the soul of the creature in the form of a huge six-winged wasp. It was supposed to become his arrow. Seeing the arrow, Qin Xuan and Guy Fist exclaimed, "The soul of a creature with sacred blood in the form of a six-winged wasp." They joined the Son of Heaven. He had to be the one to deal the final blow. No one knew that he was so lucky, and he was once able to obtain the soul of a creature with sacred blood. In the steel armor castle, there were less than 10 souls from beings with sacred blood, and most of them were abandoned by those who had already undergone evolution and moved to the second sanctuary of God. "Son of Heaven, stop it! This soul can only be used once, and if you fail to kill the monster—" Luo Tanyang tried to stop him, but it was already too late. The Son of Heaven had already released an arrow. It looked like red lightning rushing towards the creature with sacred blood. "Bun!" The creature with sacred blood sensed danger and immediately turned around. The tip of the arrow hit the monster directly in the chest and exploded, tearing the monster's flesh. The creature fell lifelessly to the ground, its organs and blood scattered to the sides. "How dare you kill my mount! After this I will not leave you alive!" The Son of Heaven shouted arrogantly. He stood like a knight, and everyone around him was in shock. Proud of the fact that he was able to defeat the entire crowd, including Qin Xuan, the Son of Heaven saw a green shadow rush from the sky towards the monster and finally end his life. Immediately, a golden figure ran down the hill and approached the creature with the sacred blood. Grabbing the two-handed golden axe, the figure immediately ran back. "Dollar!" Su Xiaoqiao screamed. He immediately recognized Han Sen's golden armor. Han Sen was hiding on a stone hill just as the creature with the sacred blood ran towards him. While he was wondering what to do, he saw the Son of Heaven defeat the monster. Han Sen was filled with anger and he immediately rushed down the slope, taking out a bronze spear as he went. He threw a spear at the monster and hit the torn chest, and this finally killed the dying creature. The voice in his head made Han Sen very happy. He had just received another soul from a being with sacred blood. He could hardly believe his luck. However, Han Sen did not have time to rejoice over this. The creature's body was very huge. He could not take it away. The only thing left was the giant golden axe. The beings in God's sanctuary could give certain treasures through special means. People called these treasures belongings. Although they were like solid objects and could not be summoned as souls, they could serve just as well if they were obtained from advanced beings. The bloody killer was incomparable. His golden axe could easily destroy a weapon from the soul of an ordinary creature, and even a mount from the soul of a creature. Therefore, it was simply a superior accessory obtained from a being with sacred blood. Han Sen had only one goal: to get the blood killer's golden axe, and the fact that he received the soul of a creature with sacred blood was completely unexpected for him. Everyone was shocked and simply watched Han Sen run up the mountain with the golden axe. Crap! The Son of Heaven let out a heartbreaking cry when he finally realized what had happened. He summoned the black wildebeest and rushed after Han Sen. Everyone else who was on the mount followed him, chasing Han Sen. They roared and reproached him. Han Sen didn't expect the golden axe to be so heavy. He became much stronger when he received 8 sacred gene points, but he was still weak. It was difficult for him to even walk with such an axe, not to mention the fact that he had to run quickly. When Bloody Killer had the axe, it looked very light. How could I think that I could escape with such an axe? When Han Sen looked back, he saw the Son of Heaven and the entire crowd, which was half a mile away from him. Even though it was terribly heavy, Han Sen would never dare to leave such a weapon to a being with sacred blood. Suddenly he remembered the soul of the bloody killer he had recently received, and looking at it, he cheered up. Without thinking, Han Sen summoned the soul of the bloody killer, and a shadow appeared in front of him. It was exactly the same as the monster itself, only without the golden axe. The soul of the creature with sacred blood quickly approached Han Sen and immediately connected with him. He took on his blood killer form, and his golden armor also changed shape, completely covering his new body. Still, the armor from the souls of creatures was not as rigid as artificial ones, so it could easily change depending on the shape of the body. After this change, Han Sen felt a surge of great energy, and the axe became less heavy. Now he could run on 4 hooves, which made him move incredibly fast. Han Sen instantly reached the top of the mountain and disappeared, leaving the entire crowd behind. People were silent because everything happened incredibly quickly. Many began to smile as they watched the Son of Heaven and the others continue to pursue Han Sen. Crap! Who is this guy? Where did he come from? And how did he manage to take the axe? Plus, in addition to the weapon, he received the soul of the bloody killer. Can you imagine how much this could cost? Do you think that you can buy the soul of a creature with sacred blood for money? Ha ha ha! Son of Heaven, are you that crazy? The soul of a creature with sacred blood. You could have had it, but it was stolen. The arrow he used was from the soul of a creature with sacred blood, and what did he get in return? Nothing. I'm afraid that the Son of Heaven will go mad. I didn't think that it would be possible to receive a soul from a creature with sacred blood. Lucky this guy. He would never be able to kill the bloody killer himself. And even from a dozen creatures with sacred blood, it was not always possible to get a soul. And he managed to get everything. Who is this guy anyway? Is he really from the Steel Armor Castle? I heard someone called him Doll, but I'm not sure. Doll, interesting nickname. A little less than an hour later, the Son of Heaven returned with his group. But everyone already knew that it was very difficult to find someone on these winding mountain paths. The Son of Heaven, as soon as he returned, immediately turned to Su Xiaoqiao. It was his mistake that he shouted, "Dollar!" Su Xiaoqiao had no choice but to tell how he met Han Sen. But this information was not very useful, because he knew nothing except that his name was Dollar. The Son of Heaven didn't quite believe Su Xiaoqiao, but he couldn't do anything to him because he was on Qin Xuan's team. He returned with his group to the Steel Armor Castle with bitterness, and locking himself in the room, he swore that he would find Dollar and cut him into pieces. Many people didn't hear that his name was Dollar, so they started calling him Doll. For some time, the most popular theme in the Castle of Steel Armor was the Doll, the Son of Heaven, a being with sacred blood and his soul. Han Sen quickly dug a hole at the foot of the mountain. He was going to hide the golden axe there. Even though he was able to escape the Son of Heaven's pursuit by using body change, he didn't know how long he could last in this form. The soul of a creature with sacred blood could change the human body so much, but being in such a state was unbearable for those people who had few gene points. The stronger the creature from which you received the soul, the more gene points you should have. For the souls of primitive creatures, the number of minutes a person could last was equal to the number of primitive gene points. In addition, one gene point from a mutant creature made it possible to survive for 10 minutes using the soul of a primitive creature and vice versa. 10 primitive gene points made it possible to survive for 1 minute with the soul from a mutant creature. Han Sen currently had 8 sacred gene points, which gave him 8 minutes to hold out like this. Even if you counted all the gene points he was able to get, he could still last less than 10 minutes. This was enough to escape from a group of pursuers. But if he had to fight, he could kill 1 or 2 people before his time was up. If the soul of a creature with sacred blood is not summoned, then no one will be able to see it. But with the axe, everything was different. He had personally offended the Son of Heaven, but since 3 gangs were fighting together, the benefits of this golden axe had to be shared among everyone. Consequently, Han Sen had angered them all, and the only thing he could do was bury the axe here. If I could sell this giant golden axe, I would definitely earn at least 2 million. After Han Sen buried the axe, he was still in an excited state. An item from a creature with sacred blood was as valuable as the soul of a creature with sacred blood, although such items could be said to be priceless. If he could sell it, the price of 2 million would be considered small. As for the soul of a creature with sacred blood, Han Sen didn't even think about selling it. She was to be his foundation in surviving and succeeding in the sanctuary of God. If he sold it, it would be like killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Returning to the steel armor castle, he saw that the gate was guarded by Luo Tanyang and several other people. They interrogated everyone who wanted to enter the castle. "How can you see what kind of creature souls I have?" Han Sen has already stopped being afraid because he hid the golden axe. The young man stopped Han Sen and was about to search him, but Luo Tanyang quickly said, "Why waste time on this bastard? It's not possible that he could be $1. "Fuck you!" The young man pushed Han Sen and turned away, continuing to search other people. Han Sen looked at Luo Tanyang with a grin and went to his room. Everyone on the street was talking about what happened on Sunny Slope. Hearing people call him Doll, Han Sen thought, "Damn, Su Xiaoqiao, who let you call me Doll?" Having learned that the Son of Heaven was furious, he became happy and returned to his room. In the other room, Su Xiaoqiao stood in front of Qin Xuan with tears in his eyes. "Xuan, you have to believe me. I told you everything I know. I really don't know Dollar. I only met him once in the Valley of the Western Winds. Then I bought swift mantises from him and gave them to my brothers as a gift. If you don't believe me, ask them. They even helped me bring mantis from the valley here. I do not blame you. I just want you to contact Dollar. Say that I am ready to buy from him the soul of a creature with sacred blood and golden equipment and ask how much he wants for it." Qin Xuan answered quietly. "But I really don't know where to find him," Su Xiaoqiao answered sadly. "You have to go and find it, but don't tell anyone about this. Look for him secretly. If you complete this task, I will give you a reward." After her words, Qin Xuan pointed Su Xiaoqiao to the exit, without even waiting for his answer. After he left, Qin Xuan frowned. Who could this Dollar be? Could it be someone from Fist Guy's group? Or was it all organized by the Son of Heaven? If he is still on his own, can he lure him to my side? Even if I fail, I must buy he has a soul and a weapon. Almost at the same time, Guy Fist sent his people in search of the Dollar. He also decided to buy from him the soul of a creature with sacred blood and weapons. Even though this battle was fought jointly, the only one who suffered losses was the Son of Heaven. In order to kill the bloody killer, he fired an arrow from the soul of a creature with sacred blood. But this meant nothing to Qin Xuan and Fist Guy. But they shared the creature's flesh with the sacred blood, which was pretty good. However, the Son of Heaven lost the soul of a creature with sacred blood, and in return could not receive either a new soul of a creature with sacred blood or its weapon. Anyone in his place would have been angry. The entire steel armor castle was looking for Dollar, but no one could connect him to Fancy Butt. The Son of Heaven had placed a bounty on his head, and was willing to pay for any information related to the Dollar. The price was so high that Han Sen wanted to give himself away. Han Sen sat in the bushes looking at the pond and tried to chew the meat of a primitive creature. At this point, he already had 91 regular gene points, 26 primitive 0 points from mutant creatures, and 8 sacred gene points. The copper-tooth creature was still evolving, so Han Sen went out to hunt primitive creatures, trying to obtain gene points from their flesh. Since his armor from the soul of the black beetle with the sacred blood could easily attract attention, he had to go high into the mountain where there were no people. He was very afraid that the Son of Heaven would find him. Fortunately, the God Sanctuary was very large, and there were many places where people never went, so it was not difficult for Han Sen to hide. He was looking at the deep pond, and suddenly hearing a man's voice, he tensed. Soon, Han Sen saw a young man walking towards the pond. His clothes were all torn. "Friend, there are crocodiles with iron teeth in the pond!" Han Sen shouted and came out of his hiding place. He really wanted to warn the man, and besides, he didn't want anyone else but him to hunt crocodiles. This young man looked very tired, and he was seriously injured. If he had gone to the pond and tried to drink the water, he might have been attacked by an iron-toothed crocodile that was hiding under the water. Seeing Han Sen, the young man was very happy. "What kind of place is it? And how do I get to the Vault of Glory?" He looked intently at Han Sen. "Refuge of Glory?" Han Sen began to hesitate and looked at the young man strangely. "We are in the Tequis Mountains, north of the Castle of Steel Armor. I don't know where the Sanctuary of Glory you speak of is." "Have I really come this far and am now in the territory of another shelter?" the young man whispered quietly. He raised his head and, looking at Han Sen, said in an almost commanding tone, "Take me to your hideout." Han Sen frowned because the young man's tone was not very polite, and quietly answered, "Go south from here. If you don't walk too slowly, you'll reach the shelter before dark. I need to hunt, so I won't be able to accompany you." Han Sen had already turned around and was about to hide in the grass again. He never expected this young man to stab him in the back. Han Sen lost his balance, fell, and hit his head on a stone. The wound began to bleed. "What are you doing?" Han Sen touched the wound and looked at the young man. "All I want is for you to obey me, not contradict me. Take me to the shelter." The young man looked at Han Sen coldly. "Fuck you!" Han Sen summoned a soul in the form of a bronze spear and pointed at it. Poor spear skills were taught in the initial stages of education. Even though I lost all my creature souls along the way, a bastard like you can't compare with me. The young man looked at Han Sen with contempt and raised his palm to smash his spear. The young man's hands did not look like those of an ordinary person. It looked like they were made of white jade, emitting incredible shine. The spear was cut in half as easily as a steel knife could cut through wood. Gina's super art. Han Sen was terrified and continued to hold half of his spear in his hand. Science and technology were absolutely useless in the God Sanctuary, but ancient martial arts played an important role. By gaining a lot of gene points, people could practice some mythical ancient martial arts in the real world. Even though it was not the so-called qi, but with the power of the gene, it became possible to use ancient martial arts. Thus, the more gene points, the more effective the ancient martial arts. Research has proven that ancient martial arts can find potential and stimulate genes, giving extraordinary strength to humanity. A new type of martial arts called Super Gen art was developed. Gen super art was deeply embedded in the ancient martial arts. There were many secrets that science could not explain. This practice was used mainly by the upper classes. The most advanced super arts were difficult to obtain. For those who completed general compulsory education, such as Han Sen, the super art could never become accessible. Only improved schools could teach such arts. If the extraction of gene points could be compared to the transformation of dirt into steel, then it was beyond art to decide whether this steel would be transformed into cannons or scabbards, or would simply remain a piece of metal. Collecting gene points was necessary in order to go through evolution. It's just collecting materials. And Gen super art taught how to effectively use these materials. "You know very well that you are a bastard." The young man looked at Han Sen indifferently. "You have one last chance. Either you trick me or you die." At this moment, he raised his jade palm as if he were an executioner and was ready to do his job. If Han Sen had not obeyed, he would have simply cut off his head. "Kiss my ass!" Han Sen summoned the soul of the black beetle with sacred blood and covered himself with armor while kicking the young man. "You asked for it yourself!" The young man's face darkened. His jade-like palm rushed towards Han Sen's leg. Ding! It caught Han Sen's leg, and a white dent was visible on the golden armor. Surprised, the young man was forced to retreat. He looked at Han Sen's armor greedily. "It didn't break from my jade-skinned palm." It looks like this is armor from the soul of a creature with sacred blood. For a bastard like you, this thing is a great gift given by heaven. Give me your armor and I will let you live." Hansen turned around and hit the young man again. The young man grabbed Hansen's leg and turned it over, laying it on his back, pressing it with his knee. "Ah!" Hansen groaned loudly. He felt his spine crunching. "A bastard always remains a bastard, even with the armor from the soul of a creature with sacred blood." A young man named Shui Longyan continuously struck Hansen, hitting his head on a stone. He screamed fiercely, "Give up the soul of a creature with sacred blood. It is not for a bastard like you." "Jerk!" Hansen's blood was boiling. Suddenly, he raised his head and punched Shui Longyang in the face. Blood began to flow from his nose. He grabbed his nose and was forced to retreat. Hansen gained freedom, and without wasting any time, summoned the soul of the bloody killer. As soon as he turned into a monster, he rushed towards Shui Longyang. Shui Longyan continued to strike Hansen, but now Hansen did not pay attention to them. He held him tightly and hit his head with his cow head. "Who the hell is the bastard?" Hansen struck him without interruption. While Shui Longyan struggled to escape Hansen's grasp, Hansen ignored all his attempts and slammed the cow's head into his enemy's face. It didn't take long before Shui Longyan's body went limp. When Hansen finally calmed down, he was already dead, and his face was so badly smashed that it resembled a piece of meat. With the body of a blood killer and the armor from the soul of a being with sacred blood, even those who possessed the Super Gen art could not withstand such brutal attacks. Hansen let go of the body, and Shui Longyan fell to the ground like a piece of dirt. After deactivating the creature's souls, Hansen felt intense pain. In several places he was in so much pain that it even seemed as if his bones were broken. Hansen was scared to even think what could have happened if he didn't have the armor. Despite his armor, he was still badly wounded. The Super Gen art that Shui Longyan possessed was truly something incredible. If he had the souls of creatures, then Hansen would not be able to deal with him. Hansen looked at the dead body and, after hesitating a little, began to search it. He found a wallet, but there was no cash in it. But there were several credit cards. Their limit was luxurious. He also found a memory chip. After thinking a little, he decided to destroy the wallet and cards, and threw everything along with the corpse into the pond. He kept only the memory chip for himself. Several crocodiles with iron teeth emerged from the water and began to eat the body. Soon even the bones disappeared. Hansen felt relieved and turned away. He was wounded and could not continue hunting. Therefore Hansen, enduring pain, went to the Steel Armor Castle. The Son of Heaven's group was still looking for Dollar. He even raised the reward. Luckily, no one could connect Dollar to Hansen, so no one knew that Dollar was Fancy Butt. On the street, people continued to talk about the Dollar. Hansen returned to his room and checked his beast. It was almost completely bronze, but the shade was still lighter than that of a real mutant creature. It seems that it will take more time for the evolution to be fully completed. Teleporting from the God Sanctuary, Hansen went to the doctor. He was diagnosed with multiple bone fractures, and it took the doctor a long time to put them back together. Fortunately, Hansen still had the money that Su Xiaochao paid him. Otherwise, he would not have had enough money to pay his medical bills. Returning home, Hansen closed the door behind him and inserted a memory chip into the gadget. He wanted to find out more about Shui Longyang. If Shui Longyan had not been injured and lost his creature souls, he would have been a very strong opponent because he was able to overcome the mountains and swamps and almost reach the Steel Armor Castle. In addition, he possessed the Super Gene art. The gadget displayed the contents of Shui Longyang's chip. Hansen looked through the information for quite a long time, and finally lit up with joy. "Super Gen art! This is a textbook on Super Gen art!" Hansen almost laughed. The hologram, which was stored in the chip, appeared in the form of a woman who made strange movements and cast spells. She gave explanations for every movement. Even though the woman was very beautiful, Hansen was only attracted by what she said and did. He had no other thoughts. Jade skin. Isn't this the skill that Shui Longyan used? Hansen saw the power of jade skin when Shui Longyan used it. He became even happier. Hansen stayed in the room for 48 hours. He memorized everything that was on the chip and destroyed it so that it would not cause problems in the future. When Han Sen looked through the Jade Skin textbook, he felt that Shuo Long Yan was a very important person. While Han Sen was recovering, he began to practice the Jade Skin skill. He was already thinking about buying a textbook on the Super Gen art after he earned some money. But the ones that could be purchased were ordinary ones, while the Jade Skin textbook could be considered premium. Han Sen was well aware that his study of Jade Skin could expose him, but if he doesn't study it, then he will never have the opportunity to learn the Super Gen art again. After practicing for a few days, Han Sen felt that his body temperature had dropped. She was 35 degrees Fahrenheit below normal. It did not cause discomfort, but rather gave a refreshing feeling. Han Sen felt much better. His body seemed to be filled with energy. His body temperature did not change, and he continued to practice. Han Sen became more fit, and his skin became smoother. Han Sen, what have you been doing lately? We haven't met for a long time. Let's have fun? A hologram of a smiling, handsome young man appeared, who was about the same age as Han Sen. Where will we go? Han Sen was happy to see the guy with long hair, Zhang Danfeng. They grew up together, and he was the son of lawyer Zhang. First, let's go out. Han Hao and Xueshi are also with me, and we are almost there, Zhang Danfeng replied. Fine. Han Sen nodded and left. On the street, he saw a small private plane from the pilot seat of which Zhang Danfeng was waving to him. Han Sen walked in and saw a guy and a girl talking in the back seats. The girl named Xueshi was beautiful and gentle, and the guy Han Hao was the son of his fat aunt. Han Sen's aunt was a very dominant woman, so Han Hoa inherited her surname. These four young people grew up together. However, after the accident with Han Sen's father, he had to go to a public primary school, while the rest studied in private ones. Han Sen nodded to Han Hao and Xueshi and sat down in the co-pilot's seat. Han Hao only glanced at him and, ignoring his greeting, continued his conversation with Xueshi. Xueshi, you should have seen this. The dollar turned into a monster with the head of a cow, the torso of a man, and the legs of a horse. The Son of Heaven and his group couldn't do anything, they just watched him run away. Han Sen was a little surprised by Han Hao's reaction. He didn't know that Han Hao had also been teleported to Steel Armor Castle. Han Hao was 3 months younger than Han Sen, and it was only on his birthday that he gained access to the God Sanctuary. For unknown reasons, those who teleported before their 16th birthday could suffer permanent damage. Therefore, according to the rules of the Alliance, only those who were 16 years old could teleport to the Sanctuary of God, regardless of their social status. Hey madman, where are we going? Han Sen asked Zhang Danfeng. Zhang Danfeng was a very handsome young man, but whenever he fought, he became simply crazy, hence his nickname. Zhang Danfeng's face lit up. To the Star War Hall, my idol will be there. He was elected last year. His broadsword skills are very brutal. Zhang Danfeng was a little sad. In this era of evolution, people no longer admired talents such as singing, acting, sports. Everyone admired martial skills. In the God Sanctuary, a battle hall is opened in every sanctuary every year, and those in the top 100 can enter their names into the sacred stele in the battle hall. Champions from each vault will have the opportunity to fight each other. This applied to all 4 stages in the Sanctuary of God. The top 10 people from each stage also received the opportunity to be included in the lists, and they could receive the title Chosen One. And the 10 chosen ones will be considered the biggest stars of the year. In recent years, Qin Xuan had always been the champion of Steel Armor Castle, but her name had never appeared on the sacred stele, and accordingly, she had never been in the top 10 of the first God Sanctuary. Last year, Tang Zhenliu was 5th due to his brutal sword skills. He was very popular among young people and was loved even more than the first 4 people. For any demonstration performances, he was paid $10 million by the left. Knowing his popularity, Han Sen was still shocked when he saw the sold-out Star Wars Hall, which held over 100,000 people. Many crazy fans held signs and shouted Tang Zhenliu's name. When he appeared, some girl fainted from excitement. If someday in my life I can inscribe my name on the sacred stele, I will know that I did not live my life in vain, Zhang Danfeng said admiringly. You are a madman. Han Sen said as he watched the people who were going crazy at Tang Zhenlu's appearance. It is very difficult. I've been going to God's sanctuary for 3 months now. Even though I was able to buy the flesh of a primitive creature and the soul of a primitive creature, I still find it difficult to hunt mutant creatures. If I could buy the soul of a mutant creature, things would become much easier. But even if I had money, people would hardly sell the souls of mutant creatures. Zhang Danfeng shook his head and smiled wryly. Han Sen thought regretfully. The only thing that can be taken from the sanctuary of God into the real world is the soul of a creature. It can be used, but cannot be sold here. Otherwise, I could create mutant creatures, get their soul, and give it to the madman. They would help him. Ha! Ha! It seems like I was lucky. I just recently went to the God Sanctuary and was already able to obtain the soul of a mutant creature. It's a pity that you are not in the castle of steel armor. Then we could hunt together, and I would help you, Han Hao said proudly. Have you already received the soul of a mutant creature? Tell me honestly, did you hunt it yourself, or did you buy it for money? Zhang Danfeng shouted, and looked at Han Hao. Of course I hunted her myself, Han Hao answered loudly. Han Sen laughed. Since Han Hao was still a child, every time he lied, he would raise his voice. Most likely, his parents bought him the soul of a mutant creature, paying a lot of money. The cheapest soul of a mutant creature cost about $1 million, and good ones cost tens of millions. Most likely, this is why his relatives fought so hard for the old house. It was a lot of money for them. Even though the company brought them a lot of money, they most likely have already spent it all. Tang Zhenlu was truly amazing. Even though it was only an exhibition fight, his skills with the broadsword were so fast and brutal that the broadsword was practically invisible while moving. The soul of a creature with the sacred blood of a furious demon. I would do anything for such a soul. Zhang Danfeng stared at Tang Zhenlu, who had turned into a monster with a mouth dripping with saliva. It's nothing. His soul from a creature with sacred blood is no different from that of the dollar. Han Hao praised the dollar as if it were him. That was a very frank statement. Tang Zhenlu was Zhang Danfeng's idol, so he was upset when he heard this. I don't know how good the soul of a creature with sacred blood is from dollar, but he stole it from others, and it was not a chivalrous act. Even if he has such a powerful being soul, he still cannot be compared to Zhenlu. Han Sen blushed with shame and thought, Oh, madman, you don't know how hard it is for me, and I just couldn't miss this chance. Needless to say, the Son of Heaven was my enemy. Han Sen could not bring himself to tell them that he was the dollar, and in the end, he decided that it was better to remain silent about it. In the end, it won't do them any good. Han Sen continued to practice the jade skin skill and gradually recovered after returning home. Every 2 days he visited the sanctuary of God to check his being. Half a month had already passed since the creature swallowed the crystal. Its color already matched the mutant creature, but its size was the same as that of ordinary creatures with copper teeth. The ones Han Sen saw were twice this size. Moreover, in terms of strength, he was not even close to the mutant creature. Han Sen took out his dagger and decided to cut the creature's neck a little, but he couldn't. Instead, his dagger was damaged. So he is still different from an ordinary creature. Han Sen transformed into a bloody killer and struck him hard in the neck. The voice in his head made Han Sen happy. He didn't look like a normal mutant creature with copper teeth, but the beautiful thing was that he still became a mutant creature. Now he began to wonder how to sell the flesh of this mutant creature. He really needed the money, otherwise he would have simply eaten this flesh and received mutant gene points. Now it has become too dangerous to sell it because the whole castle is looking for Dolara. But if I use my real body, it won't be very pleasant. Han Sen, after hesitating a little, finally decided to use Dolara's name. Su Xiaoqiao was in a depressed state these days. Qin Xuan asked him to find Dollar, but he had the same information as her. He didn't know what to do. Early in the morning, Su Xiaoqiao tripped over something and, unable to maintain his balance, fell face down on the floor. What kind of bastard put a stone in front of my door? I'll kill you if I find you. Su Xiaoqiao became even more depressed, but unexpectedly, he saw something under the stone. He came closer and found a note that said, The goods for 50,000 have been delivered. We are settled. If you want more, then come to the Valley of the Western Winds tomorrow, cash only. Despite the fact that there was no signature, there was a coin drawn in the lower left corner, and he immediately knew who it was from. Dollar! Su Xiao Chao was very excited, but this time he didn't make a sound. He looked around, and not seeing anyone, he grabbed the bag and slammed the door. Su Xiao Chao carefully opened the package and saw the meat. There were 2 or 3 pieces. Su Xiao Chao quickly chewed and swallowed the meat. The voice that sounded in Su Xiao Chao's head surprised him. Flesh of a mutant creature with copper teeth. Was it hunted by Dollar? Looks like he has more, and that's why he asked to bring him money to the Valley of the Western Winds. Thinking about this, Su Xiao Chao became even more worried. Now he could simultaneously inform Qin Xuan about the Dollar and buy the flesh of a mutant creature for himself. Early in the morning, Su Xiao Chao went to the Valley of the Western Winds. He waited until noon but still did not see the Dollar. Damn! Looks like he tricked me! Su Xiao Chao was very upset and was about to leave when he heard a voice. Did you bring money? Shocked, Su Xiao Chao turned around and saw the golden-armored Dollar rising from the ground. Brother, have you been hiding all morning? Su Xiao Chao asked Han Sen. I've been hiding here since the night. You know what's going on now, so I have to be very careful, Han Sen replied casually. Dollar, I admire you, but you really shouldn't worry. I am very grateful that you sell me the flesh of a mutant creature, and I will never betray you. Su Xiao Chao folded his fingers as a sign of promise. The fact that Han Sen spent the whole night and half a day on the ground was incredible and probably very uncomfortable. Fine. Did you bring money? Han Sen took out another package from the hole where he was hiding and placed it in front of Su Xiao Chao. Su Xiao Chao looked into the bag. It was full of the same meat that he ate yesterday. It looks like more than 5 feet. He asked excitedly, Dollar, is this all from a mutant creature with copper teeth? Yes, it's all from a mutant creature with copper teeth. I want 2 million and no haggling, Han Sen replied. Well, 2 million is a normal price. Su Xiao Chao gave Dollar the money. He still doubted whether the whole beast was really here. It seemed to him that there should be more meat. Han Sen noticed his doubt and took the money and said, This meat is created in a special way, so there is a little less of it. You can be sure that the whole being is here. Han Sen himself cut the mutant creature with copper teeth into pieces, so that no one would question why he was so small. Of course I believe you. Su Xiao Chao paused and added, Dollar, you should know that I work with Qin Xuan. She has an offer for you. She wants to buy the soul of a creature with sacred blood and the golden axe that you recently received. She is ready to pay well. Oh, and how much? Han Sen wanted to sell the golden axe because it was difficult to bring to his place. He couldn't find a way to use it, so it was still buried. You'll have to negotiate with her yourself. I'm just a messenger, Su Xiao Chao answered and shrugged. When you meet Qin Xuan, then tell her that if she really wants to buy a golden axe, then let her name the price and transfer the money through you, Han Sen said calmly. It was too risky to meet Qin Xuan himself. Han Sen hid the armor from the soul of the creature with the sacred blood and went to the steel armor castle. When he entered the gate, he met an acquaintance. Sen? Han Hao was very surprised when he saw him. Han Hao, are you familiar with Fancy Butt? Han Hao's friends recognized Han Sen and looked at Han Hao in surprise. No, this is the wrong guy. Went! Han Hao answered embarrassedly. He walked past Han Sen without greeting him. Han Hao didn't expect that he could meet Han Sen here and that he was Fancy Butt. If someone found out that Han Hao was Han Sen's cousin, he couldn't even imagine what Son of Heaven and Qin Xuan would do to him. Han Sen smiled wryly and did not betray Han Hao. If Han Hao didn't want to have anything to do with him, then why create trouble for him? With the 2 million that Han Sen received, he left the God Sanctuary and returned home. He asked Mr. Zhang to help him with legal documents that related to the old house. He didn't want any disputes to arise with his relatives. After that, Han Sen relaxed a little. Now, everything should be fine and their lives should be better. When he earns more money, Han Yan can go to a private school and get a much better education than him. In some elite schools, she could learn the Super Gen art and become much better. However, in order to enter the elite school, their family had to be considered aristocrats. Therefore, Han Sen needs to complete the first evolution and obtain the title. This will be a tasty piece of pie for me. Perhaps I will be able to obtain the title of aristocrat with sacred blood. Han Sen's spirit was at its best. "Brother, are you here?" Han Yan, wearing floral pajamas and holding a doll in her hands, looked into Han Sen's room. Seeing Han Sen sitting on the bed, Yan ran up to him and hugged him with the doll. "Naughty girl, why aren't you sleeping yet?" Han Sen pressed her nose. "Yan wants to listen to the story. You always told me interesting stories, and I really missed you while you were away." Han Yan looked at Han Sen with tears in her eyes. The guy sighed quietly. First he studied, then he went to God's sanctuary, and he had no time for his little sister. He felt guilty. "Yan, I'll tell the story right now." Han Sen put his sister on his lap, opened the book, and began to read. Once upon a time, after Han Sen returned to the God sanctuary again, he decided to capture a primitive creature so that it would become a mutant creature in half a month. But Han Sen became very curious about how long it would take to get a creature with sacred blood, which he really needed. It was quite easy to hunt mutant creatures, but creatures with sacred blood were almost impossible to track down. Take the Bloody Killer, for example. He was almost impossible to kill unless the Son of Heaven seriously injured him. The moment Han Sen left the room, someone followed him. Han Sen turned around and saw Han Hao, who dragged him to a quiet place. After making sure that there was no one around, Han Hao asked, "How could you get into such a situation? Despite the fact that you have only been here for a short time, you have already managed to negatively incite the gangs of the Son of Heaven and Qin Xuan towards you." "I didn't want that," Han Sen answered casually. "I don't care. You yourself are responsible for your stupid actions, but I forbid you to say in front of anyone that I am your cousin or even that you know me. I just got here, I have a bright future ahead, and I don't want to be trampled like you," Han Hao said, looking intently at Han Sen. "Of course I won't say anything." Han Sen knew very well that his brother was looking down on him. It started after Han Sen went to general education school. Therefore, there is no reason why he would support it, although he is not obliged to do this. Then, we decided everything. "You don't know me," Han Hao said to Han Sen and hurried away so that no one would see them. Han Sen left Steel Armor Castle and went to the mountains. He no longer intended to hunt primitive creatures with copper teeth. He already had enough meat, and he wouldn't be able to get any more gene points from it. He went after another primitive creature, but had not yet decided to eat it or simply take it in to develop it. This time, Han Sen chose a place called Abyss Cave. It was a remote cave in the mountains where quartz scorpios lived. The Abyss Cave was very dark, so even with special equipment it was not always possible to see the quartz scorpions that were hiding in the mountain tunnels. If such a scorpion stung someone, then after 3-5 minutes the person would die, even if he had the maximum number of primitive gene points. This is why very few people decided to hunt quartz scorpios. But with the armor from the black beetle with sacred blood, Han Sen was not at much risk. Scorpio would hardly be able to reach him. His choice fell on quartz scorpios, firstly because here it was easy for him to hide from other people. Secondly, the quartz scorpion was the size of a fist and was much easier to carry into the room compared to larger creatures. Thirdly, if he can get the soul of quartz scorpio, then that will be great. Because it was shaped like a fighting knife, which was very sharp and could be sold for a high price. Even though it was the soul of a primitive creature, the price for it was almost the same as for the soul of a mutant creature. Before entering the cave, Han Sen made sure that there was no one nearby and donned golden armor. Then, he entered the Abyss Cave. Since modern lighting equipment did not work in the God Sanctuary, Han Sen took a homemade torch with him. But the light from it was dim, and he could only see a few feet in front of him. The mica that was in the rocks reflected the light a little, and he had difficulty distinguishing the quartz scorpions. Han Sen felt a blow to his leg. He looked down and saw a dark blue scorpion the size of a fist trying to sting him with its tail. "Yan, I'll tell the story right now." Han Sen put his sister on his lap, opened the book, and began to read. Once upon a time, a cyborg killer was born on the moon, and it so happened that he ended up on Earth and many old friends died. Fortunately, Han Sen's legs were also armored, so the scorpion's tail could not penetrate through it. Han Sen stepped on the quartz scorpion and crushed it. The primitive creature quartz scorpio is killed. The creature's soul is not obtained. Eat the flesh of the quartz scorpion, and you will have the opportunity to gain 0 to 10 primitive gene points. Hansen picked up the scorpion, put it in a special bag, and throwing it over his shoulder, he went further through the abyss cave. Protected by the armor of a creature with sacred blood, Hansen killed all the scorpions that crossed his path, and after just an hour, there were already about 100 quartz scorpions in his bag. Georgie Porgy, Pudding and Pie, kissed the girls and made them scream. When the boys went out to play, Georgie Porgy ran away. Hansen hummed the baby's liver and collected scorpions. In order to support the family, his mother had to work hard, and he took care of Hanyan, so he often sang songs like this to her. Dollar? Hansen suddenly heard his invented name. Shocked, he looked in the direction where the voice came from. A woman was sitting in the cave, leaning against the stalagmites, looking at him in surprise. She was about 20 years old. "Qin Xuan!" Hansen exclaimed. He didn't expect to see her here. He quickly turned around, preparing to run away. Once he struck her, and he was afraid to remember it. "Don't go. I don't care that there is animosity between you and the Son of Heaven." "I don't want any trouble," Qin Xuan said quickly. Hansen stopped and looked at Qin Xuan. Her ankle was injured and was already very swollen. He realized that she had been stung by the quartz scorpio. Hansen suddenly had an epiphany. Qin Xuan must have many treasures. She had been in the steel armor castle for many years, and she wanted to evolve using only the sacred gene points. She should also have many souls of creatures with sacred blood and many souls of mutant creatures. Now she was injured, and it seemed very serious. Considering that she had so many sacred gene points, the scorpion's venom would most likely not be able to kill her. But with such damage, she would definitely not be able to fight. She could not even move her injured leg. Despite the fact that then, I was the first to hit her, she also hit me, and I have been suffering from this for so long. If I start blackmailing her now, perhaps this will somehow be able to compensate for my suffering, which has been going on for so long months. Hansen thought about this and looked askance at Qin Xuan. It seemed that she heard his thoughts. She immediately summoned the soul of a creature in the form of a purple butterfly, which instantly turned into a purple dagger. "Do you know the name of this dagger?" Qin Xuan asked with a smile. "No." Hansen saw the shine of the dagger, but she would not summon it just to show how beautiful it is. Most likely this is the soul of a mutant creature or even a creature with sacred blood. "This dagger is the soul of an evil butterfly, and it contains poison. Do you think your armor can protect against this?" Qin Xuan continued to smile. Qin Xuan couldn't see Hansen's face turning red because he was covered in armor. "You're very nervous. You and I just met, and there are no serious differences between us. Why do you think I want to hurt you? Perhaps the armor from the soul of a creature with sacred blood would not be able to block the blow of a dagger that was also the soul of a creature with sacred blood. Hansen couldn't risk it. Moreover, they were not enemies. Qin Xuan did not do anything in particular except maybe threaten him a little. Only the Son of Heaven and his gang constantly bullied him. Qin Xuan hid her dagger. "I cannot move. If you help me get to the exit, I'll pay you well." "Why did you come here alone?" Hansen asked. He did not yet dare to agree to help her. He wondered how Qin Xuan could have gone so far since he had not encountered a single scorpion killed. "Initially, I wanted to kill the mutant quartz scorpion, but he turned out to be more cunning than I thought. He began to attack me, and brought many other scorpions with him. When my incense went out, they were no longer afraid of me, and I could not simply leave the cave. I managed to fight them off, but was stung by a mutant quartz scorpion. So now I can't leave here." Qin Xuan looked at Hansen and added, "Didn't you sell Su Xiaochao's flesh for money? Take me out and I'll pay you well." "Were you stung by a mutant quartz scorpio?" Hansen looked at her in horror. "If I were stung by an ordinary primitive scorpion, I would not forgive you for help," Qin Xuan replied casually. Hansen learned that incense can repel quartz scorpios, but she believed that he also used it to get here. She couldn't even imagine that he had killed all the quartz scorpions at the entrance to the cave. If she had known about this, she could have gotten out on her own. "Didn't you kill the mutant quartz scorpion?" Hansen asked the question again. "Yes, but I didn't get his soul, and I couldn't take the flesh because there are so many other scorpions there," Qin Xuan answered. I will help you if you give me not money, but the soul of a mutant creature. You're very greedy, Qin glanced at him. Miss Quinn, for you the soul of a mutant creature is nothing. Is your life worth less? Han Sen said. Okay. Qin looked at Han Sen seriously. Perfect. We agreed, miss, Han Sen said and went deeper into the cave. What are you doing? Qin frowned. I will guide you, but only after I take the mutant quartz scorpion that you killed. Saying this, Han Sen did not stop moving away from her. There are a lot of scorpions there. Don't you need incense? Qin looked at Han Sen with puzzlement. Why do you think that men need incense too? Han Sen has returned. In his hands was a blue scorpion. It was about 1 foot long. Qin looked him over from head to toe and sighed quietly. You lied to me. You've already killed all the quartz scorpions, right? You're a smart girl. Han Sen took his bag and poured out all the killed quartz scorpions onto the ground. Although Qin understood everything, she was very surprised when she saw such a huge pile of scorpions. Was it really he who killed so many? Han Sen first stuffed the mutant quartz scorpion into his bag, and then began stuffing the rest of the primitive scorpions. There were a few creatures left that no longer fit in the bag. Han Sen, without hesitation, decided to eat all the remaining ones. The flesh of the primitive quartz scorpion is eaten, gained 4 primitive gene points. I haven't met anyone who eats such disgusting things like you. Qin has never met people with such equipment who would greedily gobble up such things. Let's go! Han Sen sat down next to her and wanted to take her on his back. Since there are no more quartz scorpios, I can easily go out on my own, Qin said. You promised me the soul of a mutant creature, so you can't refuse so easily. Maybe you can still use my help, because your leg is seriously injured, Han Sen answered. You are right, why not? Qin carefully stood up and climbed onto Han Sen's back. With such armor, Han Sen did not feel heavy. He carried Qin on his back and his large bag in his hand. She weighed about 100 pounds and seemed very light, considering that he already had quite a lot of gene points. Where should I take you? Han Sen asked. I want to go back to the shelter, Qin replied. Han Sen silently carried her towards the steel armor castle. An hour later, he lowered her. We're not too far from the shelter anymore. People often walk here. Wait a little and ask someone to help. Han Sen extended his hand to Qin. Now give me the soul of a mutant creature. I asked Su Xiaoqiao to convey my proposal to you. Will you sell me the soul and weapon of a creature with sacred blood? Qin asked before she handed over the soul of a mutant creature in the form of a black cat to Han Sen. How much are you willing to pay for a golden axe? Han Sen asked. 2 million. But this is part of a creature with sacred blood, and for 2 million you won't even be able to buy the soul of a mutant creature. Han Sen frowned. A weapon from a creature with sacred blood is a good thing, but unlike souls, no one can take it to the real world, and souls can be safely taken out of the sanctuary of God. That's why the price is this way. If you agree to sell the soul of a creature with sacred blood, I can pay 20 million, Qin explained. The soul of a mutant creature plus 2 million, Han Sen said. There can be no question of the soul of a mutant creature. I'm ready to pay 5 million. The flesh of 2 mutant creatures and 2 million. You want too much. The final price is 6 million. After all, you still can't even carry it on the streets, Qin said. Okay, prepare the money. I'll tell Su Xiaoqiao where and when we will make the exchange, Han Sen said and walked away, taking his bag. Are you sure you don't want to sell the soul of a creature with sacred blood? 20 million is just the starting price. We could slander her, Qin shouted at the back of the departing Han Sen. No way, Han Sen replied without even stopping. Qin watched him leave and thought. His armor was more powerful than the pitiful quartz scorpions. Most likely it came from the soul of a being with sacred blood. Who is he? He doesn't look like a soldier. There were no guesses. Han Sen returned to his normal appearance and returned to the hideout carrying a bag with him. There was no one else guarding the gate. They looked for the dollar for a very long time but never found it. All they could do was give up. By the way, Han Sen encountered Han Hao and his friends again. Good to see you again, freaky butt. Your bag is full. How many mutant creatures have you killed? The young man laughed at him. 1, Han Sen answered calmly. Ha, funny. Can you even hunt primitive creatures? It looks like you're only full of black beetles there, the young man said, and everyone started laughing. No one believed that Han Sen could kill the mutant creature. Han Hao, I hope you don't know him. If you knew him, you would become the same loser. The young man patted Han Hao on the shoulder. I don't know Fancy Butt at all. Han Hao was embarrassed. Han Sen ignored this and carried his bag to his room. He kept the mutant quartz scorpion, and Su Xiao Chao decided to sell everyone else. Although he could raise mutant creatures from primitive ones, after half a month, he decided to use the black crystal only to create creatures with sacred blood. In the middle of the night, Han Sen placed a bag containing the corpses of quartz scorpions in front of Su Xiao Chao's door. He inserted the note and knocked. Hiding around the corner, the guy made sure that Su Xiao Chao had taken the bag and looked inside. He got a good deal. Han Sen received the 6 million that Qin Xuan promised, and Su Xiao Chao paid 80,000 for the quartz scorpions. When he returned to his room with the cash, he nearly jumped for joy. Even when his father was alive, he had never seen such a large amount at once. Han Sen took the money and left the god sanctuary. The only thing he wanted now was to share his joy with his sister and mother. He wanted to make them happy that their troubles were over. The 2 million he earned earlier went entirely to solving the issue of buying a house. But now he had 6 million, and this money was only his. He had completely different sensations. Although for the rich this was a small amount. You couldn't even buy a plane for that kind of money. But for Han Sen, this was the largest amount. He had never had such money. Mom, Yan, I want to show you something. Han Sen dragged them into his room and threw his cash on the bed. Where did you get so much money? Lu Sulan was scared. She thought her son had done something bad. Mom, I was just lucky and was able to kill the mutant creature, and then sold it for money. Han Sen couldn't tell the truth. He was afraid that Lu Sulan would be very nervous. He did not dare to say anything about the black crystal, because this stone could put the innocent owner in prison. If anyone finds out about him, his entire family could be destroyed. Lu Sulan said regretfully, Sen, you shouldn't have sold it. It could be useful for you too, and we can always… Mom, don't worry. I ate some mutant creature flesh and gained mutant gene points. So now it will be much easier for me to hunt, and our situation will improve. But Lu Sulan still felt bad because she knew that killing a mutant creature was not very easy. For ordinary people, killing such a creature could be compared to winning the lottery. There may simply be no second chance. Yan needs to go to school soon, and I won't allow her to go to a public school like me, Han Sen said. Lu Sulan looked at her children with tears in her eyes. It's all my fault. I can't take good care of you. Mom, you are a wonderful woman. You raised us well. Now let me help you a little. Han Sen picked up Han Yan. Yan, let's go eat. Today you can choose whatever you want. Han Yan's face lit up. I want to eat sapphire ice cream. Of course, let's go eat ice cream. Han Sen tugged Han Yan's small nose. Sapphire ice cream is too expensive. It's not worth spending so much money. Save them and buy meat. We are one time. Han Sen walked out holding Lu Sulan's hand. Don't tell anyone that you hunted a mutant creature and then sold its soul. I don't want anything bad to happen to you, Lu Sulan asked her son. After her father had an accident, Lu Sulan changed a lot. She didn't want her son to be responsible for anything. She just wanted him to be completely safe. Mom, relax. I won't tell anyone anything. You have the money and it's up to you to decide what to do with it. Han Sen left the house, holding his little sister in one arm and holding Lu Sulan's hand in the other. Sapphire ice cream was famous throughout the alliance, and everyone knew that it was very expensive. Even the cheapest type cost more than 10,000. Their neighbors' children always had this ice cream, and Han Sen tried it several times when he was younger. However, when Han Yan was born, their family had already gone bankrupt, and they could no longer afford such luxury. Everyone said that this ice cream was delicious, but Han Sen no longer remembered its taste. When they got to the cafe, all the seats were taken and there was a huge line for ice cream. Let's go upstairs. As they approached, Han Sen saw that the second floor was practically empty. So he decided that the ladies could sit at the table while he stood in line. The waiter stopped them on the stairs. Sorry, but you can't go up there, said the waiter. Why, are there really no places upstairs? Han Sen frowned. The waiter pointed contemptuously and impatiently at the sign on the wall. You should have known our rules, even if you had never eaten our ice cream. Han Sen looked at the sign that said, "Only famous and aristocrats." He understood what the waiter was talking about. The second floor was for people who had high status, and ordinary people were not allowed to go there. Not surprisingly, the second floor was much more beautiful, but it was very empty. "We don't have to sit down, we'll wait here and you go get some ice cream," Lu Sulan said and tried to calm Han Sen down. "I soon!" Han Sen smiled and went to the end of the line. It seemed that he didn't care, but he unexpectedly rushed towards something. "What is so special about these famous and aristocrats? Soon I will be like that too, even much better. Soon a stupid sign will not be able to block my path." When Han Sen's turn came, there were no empty seats, so he had to order takeout. Before leaving, he looked at the sign again. The next morning, Han Sen took the train and went to the teleportation station. Many passengers were also heading there. A lot of people could not afford to have an individual teleport. Therefore, to enter the God Sanctuary, they used the public teleportation station. It looks like the driver was in a bad mood today. Just as Han Sen was deep in thought about what he would do in the God Sanctuary, the train suddenly stopped and the people who were standing were almost all caught. Because Han Sen was in thought, he also tripped and fell on something soft. Subconsciously, he tried to grab onto something so as not to completely fall. But when he grabbed something, he felt that it was very soft and tender. Then he realized that he was grabbing a woman in a military uniform. His hands were on her chest. "Bastard!" The woman frowned and nudged him with her elbow. If she were lucky, she would have punched Han Sen in the face, but he managed to raise his hand, and her fist hit it. From the blow, Han Sen took several steps back. The woman turned around and glared at Han Sen. She exclaimed, "You're an ass." "Jin Xuan!" Han Sen shouted, not allowing her to finish. This uniformed woman was the one who gave him the nickname Fancy Butt. Han Sen didn't expect Qin Xuan to be on Planet Doom, and it seemed like she was in military service. The fact that she was in military service was not considered something unusual in the Alliance. All law-abiding residents were required to serve a minimum of 5 years after they turned 20. When Han Sen turns 20, he will also have to become a soldier, unless he has some serious reason why he cannot do so. Qin Xuan recognized Han Sen, but did not continue the conflict. She simply looked at him with a cold look of slight disgust. Han Sen thought regretfully, "Most likely she thinks I'm a pervert, but I can't blame her. I hit her then, and now. If I were in her place, I would think so too. There are so many planets in the Alliance, why did she end up here? And in general, what is the likelihood that we could meet?" Han Sen continued to think with regret. There is no other choice. He should have resolved this situation. In the Alliance, it was forbidden to harm others. Qin Xuan didn't want to continue the scandal, so she stood still and was angry with him. Her gaze gave Han Sen goosebumps. Therefore, as soon as the train stopped near the teleportation station, he quickly got out of the car. But to his surprise, Qin Xuan followed him. "Dogs can't get rid of food. I thought you did this by accident back then, but you are a disgusting person in life," Qin Xuan said fiercely. "You saw what happened there. The train is to blame for everything. Other people got caught too. It's just a coincidence." Han Sen smiled. "Would you believe this if you were in my place?" Qin Xuan asked coldly. "What do you want?" Qin Xuan thought he was a bastard, so she didn't want any explanation. "You are really impudent. You don't even repent of what you did, and this is not the first time you have done something like this." Qin Xuan saw that Han Sen was not going to apologize, so she was very angry. "Do you think I'll hand you over to the police? No. I can't do anything to you here, but in God's sanctuary things are different. I'll wait until you get there." Qin Xuan turned away and left. Seeing her, the soldiers began to greet her. "Good morning, station manager." Han Sen stumbled. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. He almost cried. All teleports were under military command. Each station had its own garrison, and the head of the garrison was the head of the entire station. Han Sen heard that the old station master was to be replaced. But even in his wildest dreams, he could not imagine that Qin Xuan would become the new boss. Having learned all this, Han Sen felt uneasy. As the station master, Qin Xuan knew very well where he was. He had no way to use another teleportation station. There were only 3 public teleportation stations on Planet Doom, but the other 2 were very far away, and Han Sen could not spend that much time to get there. It would have taken him 2 days to travel. As Qin Xuan went to her office, Han Sen entered the god sanctuary. He decided that he would wait until she left the shelter, and only then would he teleport home. Han Sen did not leave any chance for Qin Xuan to intercept him. After taking some meat from the mutant quartz scorpion, Han Sen left the steel armor castle. Did I use up all my luck when I found the black crystal? Han Sen thought. He was very depressed. But before he had time to go far, he saw the Son of Heaven and his gang. Han Sen didn't want to meet them, so he turned the other way. However, Luo Tanyan called out to him, "Fancy butt, come here." With great reluctance and bewilderment, Han Sen turned to Luo Tanyang. "I'm calling you, come here, maybe luck will smile on you." Luo Tanyan waved at him, smiling evilly. "Why do you need me? I am weak and can only hunt ordinary creatures. I cannot even hunt primitive creatures. I'm afraid I can't help you." Han Sen knew that if Luo Tanyang was calling him, then this would not end well. "Should I hit you? Do you want us to beat you up?" "I told you to come." Luo Tanyang looked at Han Sen with a very gloomy expression on his face. In addition to Han Sen, the Son of Heaven and his gang were joined by a couple more thugs whom they paid. The entire group left the castle of steel armor and went to the mountains. Even though they did not expect to be able to achieve the desired goal, everyone was still willing to take the risk for such a big reward. In the past, when Han Sen was not pressured by Qin Xuan and the Son of Heaven, he would also take risks for such a reward. Now Han Sen had no reason to take any risks, but it was clear that the Son of Heaven and Luo Tanyang wanted to use him as bait, and he wanted to kill them for this. Han Sen calmly followed them, guessing what they were planning to do. When they assembled the group, they said that they wanted to catch a mutant creature, but since there were many other primitive creatures out there, they simply needed more hands. Han Sen didn't take it seriously. To kill the mutant creature, their gang was already enough. Dozens of people who were with the Son of Heaven could kill the mutant creature on their own, not to mention the Son of Heaven himself. They absolutely did not need additional hands to carry out the plan they announced. Luo Tanyang and his men killed the creatures that happened to cross their path and gave the flesh to the people they hired. Everyone was happy about it. Their group had been walking for 6 or 7 days, and it looked like they had no intention of stopping. On the 8th day, they stopped at a mountain pass. They were too far from the shelter, so there were no people visible. Along the way, they met many primitive creatures. They saved some meat as food. "Looks like we're there. I wonder what they're up to." Han Sen couldn't hear their words, but judging by their serious expressions, it seemed that this operation was not easy. They made a halt for the whole day, and only the next morning they crossed the pass. After walking a dozen miles, they saw a gap in the canyon, but it was so deep and dark that no one could see its bottom. Everyone lit torches. The mercenaries were sent ahead, and the main gang followed them. All the mercenaries knew that it was their time to put their lives on the line. "Why are you so slow? Don't you want to receive the rest of the money?" Luo Tanyan shouted and pushed people from behind. The thugs could only start moving faster. Han Sen was among them. The descent was not difficult, and nothing unusual happened along the way, but that was until they reached the bottom. The thugs relaxed and began chatting and laughing again. It was very dark at the bottom, and the whole group relied only on their torches. There they discovered a huge space where an underground river flowed. "Cross the river and go through the cave on the other side," Luo Tanyan pointed to the other side. "Lo, I don't know how to swim, and this river is very wide," said one of the hired young men. "Who told you that you need to swim? We have inflatable boats." Luo Tanyan opened the bag, and there were indeed inflatable boats. Once inflated, each could seat 4 or 5 people. People climbed into the boats and began to row. The current was not too fast, so it did not pose a danger to them. Very soon the 2 boats found themselves in the center of the river. Suddenly there was a splash, and a black creature appeared from the water, half exposing the body of a python. Its body was very wide, covered with shiny black scales. The creature's mouth was so large that a whole cow could fit inside it. But this creature did not swallow a cow, but someone from a boat. Then it hit the boat, and people fell into the water. Everyone was in shock. They tried to turn their boats around as quickly as possible and get to the shore. Those who had not yet managed to get into the boats simply abandoned everything and began to run away. The edged weapon flashed, and Luo Tanyang attacked those who were the first to flee. Luo Tanyan pointed a bloody knife at the others and shouted, "There is only one monster here. So the one who can reach the opposite shore will remain alive. And I will kill those who took the money and are now trying to escape. Live or die is your choice." Everyone was very frightened by Luo Tanyang's behavior and began to row in the opposite direction. "Assholes, you just want to feed people to this monster?" Han Sen thought to himself. Those who fell into the water tried with all their might to row to the opposite shore, but something pulled them under the water. It was very dark and no one could see what really happened to them. But the smell of blood was clearly audible, so one could easily guess the fate that befell them. The hired guys were hesitant to move forward, but Luo Tanyan took out his knife again and threatened them. They didn't want to stay in the river, so they started rowing hard. While others rowed, Han Sen held his torch. If a monster appeared, he was ready to immediately summon armor from the soul of a creature with sacred blood in order to save his life. The monster fell onto the boat again and terrible screams were heard. But after a little time, all that remained of all the sounds was the splash of water. "Faster if you want to survive!" Han Sen shouted at the two people who were with him on the boat. They were shocked and started rowing as hard as they could. "Damn you heartless bastards!" he cursed quietly. The two men came to their senses a little from Han Sen's scream. Screams and splashing were heard from time to time. Countless people were swallowed up by this snake. There was no doubt that this giant snake was a creature with sacred blood. Creatures that lived in water were already very difficult to kill, not to mention a creature with sacred blood. The Son of Heaven and his group did not dare to try to kill her on their own. They gathered a huge group just to get themselves safely to the other side. The boat with Han Sen gradually moved while he looked at the other shore. After they crossed the middle of the river, his torch could already illuminate the opposite bank a little. Ever since Han Sen began practicing jade skin learning, his physical condition had improved, and along with it, his vision. Now, it seems, he has begun to see well in the dark. He clearly saw a cave that was in the rock, measuring from 6 to 9 feet. It seems that this is the cave that the gang of the Son of Heaven wanted to reach. Han Sen was looking at the cave when he heard a loud splash of water. His heart sank as he saw this giant snake emerge from the water about 6 feet from their boat. Its mouth was approaching them. Without thinking, Han Sen dove into the water and summoned his armor from the creature with sacred blood. He, like a fish, tried to quickly get to the shore. The situation when crossing the river ended very tragically. It was completely unclear whether the black snake was so insatiable or whether it simply wanted to kill all people. Only 2 boats were able to reach the opposite shore, and only 7 people survived. The rest were in the water and most likely already dead. The snake did not appear again. Son of Heaven, despite the fact that this snake is a creature with sacred blood, it is not very smart. Now she is full, and I think we will no longer be exposed to such a risk, Luo Tanyan said, smiling. "Get in!" shouted the Son of Heaven, and all his people got into 3 boats. As they expected, the snake did not appear again, and they reached the other shore safely. "Forward!" Luo Tanyan urged the surviving 7 people, and they were forced to go first into the cave. Everyone was trembling with fear. They already regretted their decision to earn extra money. Why do they need money if they die here? But on their way, they did not meet any more creatures. After half an hour, they reached the end of the cave. At the end of the cave, there was a pond, and next to it, there was a gravel nest 30 feet wide. In the middle of the nest lay 2 eggs. Black stripes were visible on them, and they were the size of ostrich eggs. The Son of Heaven was terribly happy. "Ha, they are amazing. These are the eggs of a creature with sacred blood, and there are already 2 of them. Now my sacred gene points can exceed 80. Despite this, he remained cautious and winked at Luo Tanyan, who was also very excited. The latter understood everything and forced the surviving people to take these eggs. Trembling, she climbed into the nest and took the eggs. However, before they could leave the nest, it began to bubble and bang. The snake's head appeared, and with its dark red eyes it stared at the thieves who were trying to take the eggs. "Crap! Drop the eggs!" shouted the Son of Heaven. But they were so scared of the snake that they did not react. "Useless creatures!" The Son of Heaven began to swear, and calling on his red sword, he ran forward. The whole gang summoned their weapons and moved after him. The Son of Heaven grabbed the eggs and rushed to the exit of the cave. The snake guarded only its eggs, and when it saw that the Son of Heaven had grabbed them, It rushed after them in a rage. "Block her!" shouted the Son of Heaven without stopping. Luo Tanyang was ruthless. He grabbed the two people who survived the river and threw them to the ground. The snake grabbed them and swallowed them without chewing. The rest of the gang began to do the same. They threw the surviving people, using them as shields that would distract the snake at least a little. While doing this, they pulled away a little. The Son of Heaven ran very quickly, holding eggs in his hands. He didn't have enough time to get to the exit of the cave. A golden fist flashed in front of him and hit him in the face. He did not expect that someone might be hiding near the cave, so he was not prepared for an attack. Blood poured from his nose. He recoiled and covered his face. 2 snake eggs fell from his hands. The golden figure jumped, caught the eggs, and rushed to the river. "Dollar!" The Son of Heaven fell to the ground, covering his face. But he was able to get up instantly, and when he saw the golden figure, he immediately knew who it was. After Han Sen got out of the river, instead of going further into the cave, he hid behind a boulder and waited for the whole gang to pass by. Then he went after them, carefully looking around. When he saw the Son of Heaven running with 2 eggs in his hands, Han Sen hit him hard and took the eggs. Han Sen was very sorry that his bronze spear was destroyed by Shui Longyan. With it, he would definitely be able to kill the Son of Heaven. Han Sen reached the river and saw strong waves raging there. A huge black snake appeared from the river. "Crap! Another one?" Han Sen turned around and saw that the second snake continued to pursue the gang of the Son of Heaven. "Dollar, you cretin!" The Son of Heaven hated Dollar, and when he saw that the snake stopped him, he was very happy. The moment the snake stared at Han Sen, he had an idea. He threw 1 egg to the Son of Heaven. "Catch! We each have 1 egg. Let's deal with the snakes first and then we'll talk. Who can agree to this? I'll get 2 eggs and kill you." Han Sen was scared. The Son of Heaven caught the egg, but it broke and spilled onto him. The Son of Heaven was dumbfounded. The giant snake made a loud sound and madly rushed toward the Son of Heaven, who was covered in egg. She left Han Sen alone. Han Sen quickly turned and ran, holding 1 egg in his hand. Jumping onto the inflatable boat, he began to row desperately, trying to quickly get to the shore. He did not dare to look back. He also had 1 egg, and if the snakes went after it, it wouldn't be much fun. "Dollar, motherfucker!" The voice of the Son of Heaven reached Han Sen, and then the voices of other people and the roar of snakes were heard. Han Sen reached the shore, jumped out of the boat, and rushed to the exit of the cave. Having got out, he ran non-stop to the shelter. After a while, Han Sen became overcome with anxiety. He thought that if the Son of Heaven and his gang managed to escape, they would go after him, and he would not be able to defeat them all. Han Sen decided to take a detour and go into the forest so as not to give them a chance to catch him. They had been in the shelter for many years, so they were all strong and had many creature souls. Despite the fact that they were weaker than the snakes, one of them would definitely be able to escape, so it's better to be careful. That night, Han Sen found a secluded place where he could shelter from the wind and light a fire. Covering the snake egg with a layer of mud, he placed it on the fire. While Han Sen was cooking, he muttered to himself, "Immaculate life, before you see this dirty world, let me rid you of your sin and send you to heaven." The young volcanic dragon is killed. The soul was not received. Eat the flesh and you will have the opportunity to gain 0 to 10 sacred gene points. As Han Sen spoke his words, he heard a voice in his head. It turns out it wasn't a snake. "Unfortunately, I didn't receive the soul of a creature with sacred blood," Han Sen said sadly. Very soon the egg was cooked and Han Senya pulled it out of the fire with a stick. Having broken off all the baked earth, he saw a protein that looked very tasty. Han Sen took a bite. It tasted better than a chicken egg. Han Sen ate the entire egg. He was so full that he could not move. He received a total of 5 sacred gene points. If you add them to the 8 sacred gene points that Han Sen already had, he now had a whopping 13 sacred gene points. It took Han Sen 8 or 9 days to return to Steel Armor Castle. The Son of Heaven and his gang returned 2 days before him. There were only 8 people left in their gang, and they were all wounded. Some of the Son of Heaven's subordinates died. Son of Heaven didn't say anything about what they were doing, so neither Qin Xuan nor Guy Fist were able to find out. Even a few thugs were able to get out of the water and return to the castle, and it was from them that Qin Xuan and Guy Fist were able to find out what really happened. But they didn't know what happened after they fell into the water, so they decided to lie and said that the other participants were also injured by the snake. Their guess was not entirely correct, because Han Sen's throwing of the egg resulted in the entire gang being stranded. After all, they would not have had to fight the dragon if Han Sen had not done so. The Son of Heaven did not talk about what happened. He was afraid that they would laugh at him. In secret, he began searching for the dollar again. It's a pity that the Son of Heaven and Luo Tanyang didn't die. Han Sen found out what happened and breathed a sigh of relief. Han Sen was afraid that the Son of Heaven might become suspicious when he saw that he had returned alone. Now that he saw that there were still people alive, he had nothing to worry about. On his way back, he caught a primitive creature with copper teeth. If the Son of Heaven and his gang decide to interrogate him, he will say that he was lucky and just went with the flow. Han Sen thought about this a lot, but the Son of Heaven did not have time for him and did not try to talk to him at all. He spent a little more than half a month on this entire campaign. Han Sen decided to visit his mother and sister and teleported out of the God Sanctuary. But Qin Xuan stood at the gate of the teleport station, looking at him coldly. "Were you sure you could hide from me? More than half a month has passed since our last meeting. Do you think I will spare you the punishment you deserve?" "Miss Quinn, what do you want?" Han Sen looked at her in a depressed state. Qin Xuan was now the station master and there was no way to bypass her. "It's simple, take this and come with me." Qin Xuan threw him a combat suit. "You still won't kill me," thought Han Sen. And taking a combat suit, he followed her. They did not teleport to the God Sanctuary but went to the battle room. Han Sen put on his suit and entered the room. Qin Xuan was already there, wearing a red suit with black stripes. The battle suit was not ordinary clothing. It was a high-tech product that could be like armor. It had built-in sensors that recorded everything that happened during combat: heart rate, breathing, impact speed, and impact. This allowed them to be aware of their physical condition and determine their future methods. "If you win, I will leave you behind forever," Qin Xuan beckoned him with her finger, which meant that Han Sen should start attacking. "You are going to go through evolution using only sacred gene points. Also, you have many souls of creatures. I just recently graduated from school, while you have been in military service for a long time. Why can't you just say you want to kill me?" If Han Sen could defeat her, then he would be forced to reveal that he was the dollar, and he did not want that. And even then, he was not sure of the result of their fight. "No creature souls. Everything will be clear if you can stand it after 50 movements," Qin Xuan said casually. "Agreed." Han Sen thought that he could withstand these 50 movements if he completely focused on defense. Qin Xuan decided to teach Han Sen's ass a lesson. When he hit her the first time, she might have thought that it was due to his ignorance, but when it happened the second time on the train, it could no longer be a mere coincidence. Dove realized that Han Sen was just a pervert and a bastard in her eyes. Qin Xuan walked up to him with an angry look and said, Han Sen hit her in the face. Qin Xuan grabbed her nose and retreated. She couldn't believe what just happened. Han Sen was unlike any man she had ever seen. She allowed him to start first, and he immediately hit her. It was beyond her understanding. That's why she wasn't ready for this. They were standing very close to each other, so he hit her on the nose. In her opinion, in order to start a fight, two opponents must first come to the middle. And before her, men were always gentlemen. Even if they were weaker than her, they still tried to show their courage. No one was like Han Sen, who stabbed her right in the face, in a place where she had no defense. Sorry. Haven't we started yet?" Han Sen began to apologize many times. He thought that she wanted to release all her anger and he wished that it would end quickly. He himself did not expect that he would be able to hit her in the nose, which was already very red. Qin Xuan wanted to say something else, but when he heard the word continue, he hit her on the nose again. She was in so much pain that she squatted down. "You said let's continue, so I thought—" Han Sen tried to explain his action. "I will kill you!" Qin Xuan jumped up and, no longer thinking about the rules, began to beat Han Sen. While resisting Qin Xuan's attack, Han Sen realized that his skills were much worse. He couldn't even block her blows. He barely withstood a dozen blows and was already badly beaten. "We have not yet reached the appointed 50 strikes. But see you next time," Qin Xuan turned away, leaving Han Sen, who had injuries all over his body. Han Sen stood up, a wry smile on his face. He was not seriously injured due to his combat suit. Even though he felt pain everywhere, he could cope with it. The worst thing was that he seemed to anger Qin Xuan even more. After Han Sen left the station, he went home. At this time, Qin Xuan was about to take a shower and delete the video and data of their battle. She was the station master and the strongest woman in Steel Armor Castle. Therefore, no one should have seen their fight, where Fancy Butt was able to break her nose. Before deleting the recording, Qin Xuan decided to watch the video again. She believed that Han Sen was only able to hit her because she was not ready for it. After watching the video several times, Qin Xuan realized that even though this was the main reason, she couldn't really explain how he was able to hit her. What the? Qin Xuan thought as she carefully studied the moment of impact and compared the data in the battlesuit. It turns out that his martial arts skills are completely consistent with a primary school graduate, but his movements are very hot-tempered and unexpected. Qin Xuan continued to mutter while studying the data. There's something about him. He's like a killer. Until he made a move, I couldn't predict his actions, so I wasn't prepared. When he struck, his emotions didn't change at all, even when he struck a strong blow. Such behavior, which does not affect emotions, can only be found in an excellent killer. A fatal blow is covered with an ordinary cover. No, he only recently graduated from school and could not become a killer. Moreover, his movements are very bad. This is not what he looks like. Killer. It turns out that his behavior is just an innate talent. Qin Xuan could only assume this. What she didn't know for sure was that Han Sen was truly poor when he entered the God Sanctuary and offended Qin Xuan and the Son of Heaven. No one dared to be friends with him or even just trade. Therefore, a recent graduate without any experience began to hunt creatures using only a dagger made of an ordinary alloy. Even ordinary creatures posed a great threat to newcomers, not to mention the fact that they always walked in groups. Han Sen could only kill the creature if he managed to attack it unexpectedly. To minimize the risk, Han Sen had to sit in ambush and only then attack. It was quite difficult because the creatures had sharper senses than ordinary people. In the first months, Han Sen improved these skills. He experienced failure after failure, so he gradually learned to hide his emotions and intentions. Now, as he approached, the creatures did not sense any danger. It seemed like some kind of dirty game, but then it was the only way for him to survive. Later, he had to practice and improve his skills to kill primitive creatures, and gradually it became part of his instinct. Although Han Sen's fighting skills were not very good, overall, he was no worse than a great assassin. Like an assassin, his skills were for life or death, the only difference being that he killed creatures rather than people. It looks like he has great strength, speed, and impulsiveness. Most likely he has a lot of gene points. He even practices super gene art. Qin Xuan looked at some of the data, but did not pay much attention to it. Han Sen's numbers were above average, but such numbers could be seen quite often among people from the shelter. What was unexpected was that such data belonged to Han Sen. Talented but vulgar and despicable. Next time I will teach him a good lesson, Qin Xuan thought bitterly. Because of Han Sen's actions, she called him despicable again. Most people couldn't imagine that Han Sen had sneak attack skills. The reason why Han Sen managed to get into the Son of Heaven's face was precisely because of his surprise attack skills. No one like him would be able to do this because the Son of Heaven had many gene points and was proficient in the super gen art. Han Sen returned home and had lunch with his mother and Han Yan. The next day, he did not go to the God Sanctuary. Instead, he took the train and went to the battle hall. Previously, Han Sen only studied the basics of martial arts, which were designed for those people who did not have gene points. When a person received gene points in the Sanctuary of God, he became stronger. Considering that he practiced the super gen art, his body became more unique. This difference allowed people like him to begin practicing new types of martial arts that were not available to ordinary people. Such martial arts were available for study in martial arts halls and in modern colleges, and the martial artists who worked in the battle halls did it for survival. Unlike ancient times, these masters did not rely on their inherited fame. Their only goal is to make a profit. It turned out that the more money a student paid, the better martial arts he was taught. All martial arts required a certain amount of physical training. If she did not meet the requirements, then training was impossible. Previously, Han Sen had no money, and his physical condition was not very suitable. Now he had 30 sacred gene points and many other gene points. He became much stronger. Practicing jade skin also helped him a lot. Now his physical condition was one of the best among his peers. The battle hall was quite famous on Planet Doom. The training was very expensive, but the martial artists were excellent. The owner of the battle hall was a veteran, but he gained his fame while he was still serving. After being seriously wounded, he returned to Roku and opened the battle hall. Everyone called this veteran Old Devil. If you pay enough, he will teach you something, and those skills can be quite good. Young man, do you want to learn something? We have elementary, intermediate, advanced, and special classes. Here, you can learn fist fighting, learn to master weapons, or even learn the Super Gen art. In elementary school, you will learn martial arts, which I call elementary, and it will cost $10,000. In middle classes, they study intermediate-level martial arts. It costs $100,000. For advanced classes, the cost is $1 million for each type of martial art, and for special classes, $10 million for each. For this amount, I guarantee you excellent training. Looks like your future will be bright. Do you want to select only special classes? If so, then for the 12 types of martial arts, you must pay $50 million. The old devil looked at Han Sen with a greedy smile, like a dragon looks at gold. I would like to enroll in the advanced class to learn ghost lure. Han Sen came here precisely for this. Once upon a time, his father learned from the old devil that there was a great martial art called ghost decoy. Unfortunately, his father's physical condition was not at the required level, so he could not study it. He regretted this very much, and always told Han Sen that he should learn this when he grows up. Han Sen had also heard from his father that ghost lure was very effective against women. Han Sen has insulted Qin Xuan again, and it looks like she won't let him go so easily next time. He was scared, so he remembered his father's words about the old devil and the ghost decoy and decided to give it a try. Now for him, $1 million was just a piece of the pie. Even though ghost lure is a simple advanced type, the requirements for mastering it are greater than those of special types. You must have the maximum number of mutant gene points. The old devil looked at Han Sen in surprise. No one chose ghost lure because of its high requirements. You can test me and find out if I meet your requirements. Han Sen was not sure if he would fit. Technically, with his 13 sacred gene points, he should have been an even better match than those who had the maximum number of mutant gene points. 10,000 for a physical test. Old devil placed the card reader in front of Han Sen. Han Sen took out his credit card and paid 10,000. Old devil was satisfied. After scanning and testing with many tools, the result was still not shown, which surprised the old devil. Your physical fitness is very good. You must have a maximum of regular, primitive, and mutant gene points. Can I study ghost lure? Han Sen asked a question without answering the old devil's assumption. Because his mutant gene points were less than 10, and his physical condition was due to his jade skin practice and the possession of sacred gene points. Yes, 1 million. The old devil did not ask anything else and took out a terminal for calculation. Han Sen was a little upset that he had to pay such a sum, which was very difficult for him, but he still paid. Young man, we have good things for you. Follow me. First, you need to familiarize yourself with the phantom lure. The old devil took Han Sen into the room, and turning on the hologram, left him alone. The old devil himself practiced ghost lure through a hologram. After staring for a while, Han Sen's eyes widened. Wow, that's what you meant when you talked about being especially effective against women, Dad. The phantom decoy could actually be called a shell within a shell, because all of its movements were aimed at only one target. It was only supposed to restrain the opponent. Turning, blocking, turning, all types of movement forced the body to wriggle like a snake and thus lure the enemy into a trap, while the enemy did not have a single chance to attack. If the opponent were a woman, then when using the phantom lure, you would have to touch her in all places. If this were a normal woman, then after a few movements, she would already feel awkward. If I had used phantom lure during the battle with Qin Xuan, she would definitely have started to think that I was even more of a pervert. Han Sen regretted choosing this art form, but payment has been made and is non-refundable. Okay, first I'll study everything, and then we'll see. Han Sen calmed down a little and began to carefully monitor and memorize the phantom lure. When Han Sen began to look more closely, he realized that this art was not as disgusting as it initially seemed. There were indeed a lot of advanced skills, especially during close combat. Many actions were practical and could save lives at critical moments. Learning this art did require good physical abilities, especially flexibility. Even for those who have collected the maximum mutant gene points, this would be difficult to accomplish. The reason why Han Sen met these requirements, besides having the sacred gene points, was due to his study of jade skin, which greatly increased his flexibility. Old Devil's teaching method was simple. To begin with, you could study all the movements from the hologram, and after that, he would correct you in those places where you made mistakes, and also point out those moments where you should have been more careful. You could also contact him through Comling, 1, and he would give detailed answers. Even though he kept you busy, his teaching was good. With his strong body, Han Sen was able to start practicing these skills after half a month. But what he started was not enough. Martial arts that required such close combat were the most dangerous. If he were not a master, he would have been easily killed during the battle. Until Han Sen fully learned ghost lure, he would not attempt to hunt creatures or fight people in the God Sanctuary. Qin Xuan, if you leave me alone, I will retreat. But if you make my life difficult, then I will be forced to practice my ghost decoy skills on you, Han Sen thought. When Han Sen arrived at the teleport station, he really didn't want to see Qin Xuan again. He looked back periodically, but without seeing her, he entered the Sanctuary of God. In his room in the steel armor castle, the primitive creature with copper teeth had already turned into a mutant creature. Han Sen decided to wait until it evolved into a creature with sacred blood. The gang of the Son of Heaven was no longer on duty at the gates of the refuge. Half a month had passed since Han Sen left the God Sanctuary, and accordingly, Dollar was no longer seen anywhere. The gang wasn't very patient, so they just left. In fact, the Son of Heaven understood that guarding the gate was completely useless, because no one knew what the Dollar actually looked like. So even if he walked right in front of them, they still wouldn't be able to recognize him. Han Sen left the shelter and went to the mountains to find a place to hunt. After he went deep into the forest, there were practically no human traces to be seen. Han Sen summoned his armor and walked further into the mountains. The guy no longer thought about hunting ordinary creatures. He only pursued them or simply ignored them. He was only looking for rare primitive creatures to eat their flesh. At the moment, Han Sen had the maximum number of ordinary gene points and more than 80 primitive gene points, so he simply no longer needed ordinary creatures. Now he needed primitive creatures and creatures with sacred blood. Han Sen wanted to complete the evolution with the maximum number of all 4 gene points. If he only used his black crystal, he would gain them very slowly. To kill primitive creatures, I don't even need to hunt myself. The soul of the mutant creature that Qin Xuan gave me had the form of a pet. If summoned, it can kill several primitive creatures. Han Sen looked at the soul in the form of a black cat, which he obtained through blackmail. Han Sen summoned a mutant cat with 3 eyes, but a small black kitten the size of his palm appeared. It rubbed against Han Sen's leg and looked like an ordinary house cat with a small body and big eyes. Will such a small animal be able to kill these creatures? Han Senya took him in his arms. He could not believe that such a small creature could have great power. But then he thought that size doesn't always matter. Since this is the soul of a mutant creature, it should be able to hunt primitive creatures. Seeing a 3-sided primitive creature nearby, he decided to tell the cat, "Go and kill this creature." The small creature squealed and went towards the primitive creature, starting to bite its tail. The 3-sided creature stopped and looked at the cat. With a flick of its tail, it sent the cat flying as if it were a basketball. The mutant cat squealed and, trembling, hid behind Han Sen's legs. She deceived me. No wonder she gave it to me so easily. This is a completely useless soul of a creature. Han Sen looked at the cat who hid behind him. Han Sen decided to try again, but the cat turned out to be useless. He could not defeat even the weakest primitive creature with copper teeth. He caught up with him and ran away, which is why he didn't seem at all like a mutant creature. Suddenly, Han Sen thought about this mutant creature's soul type. All he knew was that the souls of the creatures that were summoned to fight on their own were either fighters or mounts. But he knew nothing about the souls of creatures with the pet type. What the hell is this pet soul? It's not just for fun, right? Or was I really deceived by Qin Xuan? What should I do about it? Han Sen became sad and destroyed the creature with copper teeth that was chasing the cat. When he wanted to pick up the cat, it began to meow and spin around the body of the killed creature. Forward. Han Sen looked at the mutant cat with 3 eyes. Typically, the souls of creatures that were transformed into warriors or mounts did not eat, and if they were injured, they recovered in a vacuum. Hearing Han Sen's approval, the cat rushed at the creature's flesh, gnawing with all its might, but its teeth and claws were not enough to tear even the skin. Seeing this, Han Senya became even more sad. He took out a dagger, cut out pieces of meat, and fed the cat. The creature with copper teeth was twice the size of the cat, and the pet was able to eat it all. The cat was lying on the ground with a full belly. He couldn't even move. Han Sen was a little worried about this. Helplessly shaking his head, the young man picked up the cat. He decided that he needed to find out at least something about the souls of creatures with the pet type. He planned to do this when he returned home. Mutant creatures were not easy to find. Han Sen had been in the mountains for more than half a month, but he had not encountered a single mutant creature. But he managed to find primitive creatures that he had not yet seen. So he managed to increase his primitive gene points to 90. Hunting alone in the mountains was very boring. Therefore, while resting, Han Sen would summon his cat, play with it, and feed it the flesh of slain creatures. The armor from the soul of the black beetle with sacred blood protected him perfectly, so while hunting primitive creatures, Han Sen began to practice his ghost lure. Despite the fact that the young man still had little understanding of this art, during the struggle he was able to notice its strengths. These methods were very simple to use, but when executed correctly, they instantly incapacitated the enemy. However, close combat was quite dangerous, and several times when he performed the wrong actions without his armor, the creatures could easily kill Han Sen at that moment. Having stayed in the mountains for about a month, he never found a single mutant creature. But at the same time, Han Sen had made great progress in using ghost lure. After a little time, Han Sen stopped completely relying on his golden armor. He could already kill primitive creatures on his own. One of his biggest achievements was that he was able to achieve the maximum number of primitive gene points. Han Sen was in a very good mood, thinking that just a few months ago, he was struggling to collect ordinary gene points. He started to light a fire to cook some meat for himself. While Han Sen was preparing meat with his mutant cat, whom he named Mius, he heard, "Help! Help!" And raising his head, he saw a guy running towards him and screaming. His clothes were torn. Han Sen stood up and looked in the direction from which the guy was running. The young man instantly threw the meat on the ground, grabbed Mius, and ran. "Buddy, help me! I'll pay whatever you ask," the guy shouted and continued to run. "You can keep the money for yourself," Han Sen shouted without stopping running. First, you had to survive to start spending money. About 100 creatures were chasing him. Despite the fact that they were only primitive creatures, each of them weighed a dozen tons, and they had the toughest skin. If even one hit him, such a blow would damage his internal organs, even despite his golden armor, and there were a lot of them there. Under such circumstances, even if Qin Xuan, Son of Heaven, and Fist Guy were here, they would also start to run away. "Buddy, don't be in such a hurry! Give me your hand and I will be very grateful to you," shouted the man behind Han Sen. He was already out of breath from running so hard. "Now I'm also in great danger. Just pray." After running a little, Han Sen saw in front of him a cliff that was covered with vines. He grabbed the vine and began to quickly climb up. In this situation, he fully felt that he had a lot of gene points, and that he was training bizarre lure. Han Sen climbed up a little, saw a stone platform, and jumped onto it. Seeing that Han Sen was climbing the rock, the guy rushed after him. This man was either too weak or simply very tired, so after several attempts, he simply hung on the vine. "Buddy, help!" the guy shouted, and the creatures were already 30 feet away from him. "Wait!" Han Sen grabbed the vine on which the guy was hanging and began to pull it. With Han Sen's help, he managed to reach the site. He climbed on all fours and was very happy. The guy was about 30 feet up and heard the creatures crashing into the rock. Han Sen and the person he saved felt that even the rock itself was trembling a little from their blows. Finally, The guy got to the site. When the guy found himself on the site, he seemed to be paralyzed. He could not utter a word. "Friend, what did you do to them?" Han Sen looked down at the creatures that were jumping at each other. It looked like they were not going to leave, but just continued to rhubarb while looking at the site. They couldn't get up because they were very big, even bigger than elephants. "Don't mention it. This is the worst thing that could happen." The guy calmed down a little and pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, set one on fire, and offered it to Han Sen. "You saved my life, and I, Lin Beifeng, will always remember that. After returning to the shelter, I will thank you." Cash is best. Han Sen looked at the pack of cigarettes and realized that this man was rich. A pack of Black Forest cigarettes cost more than 10,000, so he decided not to be modest with such a rich guy. Han Sen caught the lighter and lit a cigarette. The tobacco from which the Black Forest made cigarettes was harmless and even a little refreshing. For those who risked their lives in the sanctuary of God, it seemed that Black Forest cigarettes were sent from heaven. "Senya, believe me, when we return to the shelter, you will have as much money as you want. Problems that can be solved with money are not real problems for me at all." After talking for a while, Han Sen finally realized who this guy was. Lin Beifeng was not just rich, he was super rich. He was also lucky that he ended up in a shelter where there were many of his friends. As a result, he was able to buy a lot of souls of mutant creatures, armor, weapons, mounts, warriors, etc. He even hired a group of people to hunt with him. He was looking for creatures with sacred blood. They were lucky, and they actually caught a creature with sacred blood. But what happened next? No one could have imagined this. The people he hired either died or simply ran away, and he also decided to hide in the mountains. After everything he had been through, he was able to survive, but he lost all the souls of the mutant creatures that he had bought. If it weren't for Han Sen, he would definitely have been killed by these creatures. Memo. "How far is it from here to our Vault of Glory?" asked Lin Beifeng. "This is your refuge of glory," Han Sen laughed. Lin Beifeng was surprised. "Sen, are you kidding me? I came from the Castle of Steel Armor, and it will take me 2 weeks to get back there." "Crap! I really ended up in the territory of another shelter." Lin Beifeng was very depressed. He had many friends in the Vault of Glory, and so he could easily buy the flesh and souls of creatures. But in the other shelter, most likely, no one has heard of him, and despite his money, it will be very difficult for him to buy good souls of creatures and their flesh. "Hey, what did you do to the Mamo creatures? They are so persistent." Han Sen looked down again. The Mamo were there. They continued to roar, standing on their hind legs in an attempt to get to the stone platform. I was walking and got hungry. I saw a young Mamo grazing and..." Lin Beifeng answered sadly. "It all ended unsuccessfully. It seems like you and I are trapped for a while. We won't be able to get out until they leave, so let's try to get along." Han Sen laughed. "I agree, let's try." Lin Beifei walked up to Han Sen. "Sen, I'm very thirsty. Can I take it from you?" 10,000 for a cup. Han Sen narrowed his eyes. "Crap! Where have the good people gone?" Lin Beifeng shouted. "You pay, I sell, is not it so?" "But your water is very expensive. It is even more expensive than water on planet Snowsprin. You can buy 2 bottles of even this kind of water for 10,000, but you can't have water from planet Snowsprin," Lin Beifeng said and glanced at Han Sen's water flask. "Despite the fact that this water is just from a reservoir, we don't know how long we'll stay here. In this situation, water is life. Without it, we will die in a week. And you think it's not worth that much?" Han Sen smiled. "It's standing, but I lost my wallet on the way. Can you lend me a loan? And when we get to the shelter, I'll pay you double the amount?" asked Lin Beifeng. "But we don't know each other. You already owe me for saving your life. And you want me to lend you water too. You are forcing me to make difficult choices." Han Sen looked hesitant. 3 times more. No, 4. "Agreed." Han Sen took out his cup and poured water for Lin Beifeng. Lin Beifeng emptied the cup in 3 sips and held it out, asking for more. "That's all for today. I don't have much water. I need to save money. We still don't know when these creatures will leave." Han Sen hid the flask of water, and Lin Beifeng asked the question again. "Sen, you are so strong, brave, and impressive that you are able to hunt alone in the mountains. What do you want?" Han Sen rolled his eyes. Lin Bei Feng walked up to Han Sen and said, "Sen, I lost all the souls of the creatures along the way, and now I feel very insecure without them. Tell me, do you have any soul that you could sell to me?" If we talk about the souls of creatures, Han Sen has killed a lot of primitive creatures recently, but has not received a single soul. Maybe all his luck ran out after he received 2 souls of creatures with sacred blood? I don't have such souls. But maybe you want some of the flesh of a primitive creature. Yes, of course I want. 10,000 apiece. Sen, but this is a very small piece. They had been on the stone platform for 8 days and were not at all sure that these Mamo would ever leave. We can't wait any longer. We need to look for some way out, Han Sen proudly told Ling Bei Feng. We still have water and food. Let's wait. Maybe they will leave after all. Lin Bei Feng still has not lost his fear of these creatures. Yes, we still have food and water as well as physical strength, but if we run out of all this, then we will not be able to do anything, answered Han Sen. But what can we do if there is such a herd here? Lin Bei Feng asked bitterly. We'll have to go up, Han Sen pointed to the top of the cliff. Lin Bei Feng looked at the rock that was shrouded in clouds and shuddering asked, Will we really be able to do this? We have to try. These creatures seem to be waiting for us to die. We'll try to climb higher, and if we can find ledges, we'll move to the other side of the mountain and go down there, Han Sen replied. Sen, I agree, Lin Bei Feng quickly replied. Let's start climbing, and for now we'll use the vine. Han Sen grabbed the vine and, making sure that it was strong enough, began to climb up. Sen, you are so strong! It looks like you have a lot of mutant gene points. Lin Bei Feng stopped climbing because his arms were very tired, but Han Sen still continued to climb. Stay where you are. There is a ledge not far from you, and we can stop and rest, Han Sen replied, and looked at Lin Bei Feng. Sen, I can't. Maybe it's better to just go back down. Stay here, I'll go first, and then I'll pull you out on the vine. Han Sen continued to rise. He moved so fast that it seemed as if he was walking on flat ground, which greatly surprised Lin Bei Feng. It didn't take long for Han Sen to reach the ledge and pull Lin Bei Feng out. The ledge was the size of a table. They sat close to each other and looked around. The rock was very steep, and if not for the vine, they would not have been able to climb. But it only covered part of the mountain. Sen, let's stay here for 2 days. Perhaps the Mamos will leave if they don't see us. The rock is very steep, and I'm not as dexterous as you. I really won't be able to climb, Lin Bei Feng said anxiously. Well, then you rest here. I'll go see if there's any chance. If I find something, I'll come back for you. If nothing happens, then we'll wait together until the Mamo leave, Han Sen said, and stood up to continue climbing up. Senya, are you sure you won't leave me here? Lin Bei Feng grabbed Han Sen by the clothes. He looked like a little girl. Don't worry. How can I leave you if you owe me a lot of money? Han Sen patted Lin Bei Feng on the shoulder and climbed up. Since Han Sen practiced fancy lure, he became good at climbing, and he also became much stronger, so it was not difficult for him. Han Sen climbed several hundred feet, but he couldn't see anything except the rock. The vine also continued to climb, and he wondered where its roots were. Han Sen already felt tired and wanted to go down, but he saw a hanging stone that was not far from him. I'll go upstairs and see what's there. If there's nothing there, I'll just go back and eat and drink water. Maybe we'll still be able to escape from the Mamo, Han Sen decided for himself and climbed up. The stone turned out to be further and larger than Han Sen had expected. It was the size of half a basketball court. When he climbed onto the stone, Han Sen's eyes widened at what he saw. On the rock was a nest made of branches and vines. It looked like a swallow's nest, but it occupied almost half of the huge stone. There was an egg in the nest, at least 3 feet high. Wow, such a huge egg! How big is the creature it belongs to? Han Sen shuddered. Now the creature was not there, but he could not even imagine what would happen if it returned. Just because a creature was big didn't necessarily mean it was strong. For example, the Memo were huge but all just primitive creatures. However, the fact that this creature was able to make a nest so high on the rock already meant that it was not an ordinary one. Most likely, it was a creature with sacred blood. If the egg really belonged to a being with sacred blood, then Han Sen didn't want to let it go. After thinking for a while, Han Sen walked up to the egg and lightly pierced it with his dagger. He pulled a straw out of his pocket, stuck it into the hole, and began to suck out the contents. Suddenly, sweet juice filled Han Sen's mouth. Although he did not receive the sacred gene points, the fact that it actually belonged to a being with sacred blood made Han Sen very happy. The egg was huge and should have had about 10 sacred gene points in it. The fact that Han Sen didn't get any from one mouthful did not upset him at all. And considering that he already had the sacred gene points, he couldn't get all 10. If he was lucky, he would get 6 or 7 points. But the sacred gene points were very difficult to obtain. Han Sen continued to drink through a straw. He drank water through this straw so that he would not be noticed when he was tracking down the creatures. He didn't expect her to be useful for this juice. The egg was very huge, and when he finally heard the voice that he had received 1 sacred gene point, Han Sen was already so full that he could not continue drinking. He pulled out the straw and covered the hole with mud. Having hidden the straw, he began to climb down the vine. "Sen, why are you taking so long? Have you found a way out?" Lin Bei Feng immediately questioned when he saw Han Sen. He spoke very quietly so as not to be heard by the Mamo who were still downstairs. "No, the rock is steep like a mirror. We have nowhere to go." Han Sen shook his head. "Then we have no other choice. We can only wait for the herd to leave," Lin Bei Feng said sadly. "Everything is fine. We still have food and water in stock." Han Sen was no longer in a hurry. He won't be able to finish the egg anytime soon. So until he does that, he won't leave. They curled up on a rock to spend the night. The next morning, Han Sen went to the egg again. Before inserting the straw again, he made sure that the creature was nowhere to be seen. "Sen, why did you go up there again?" Lin Bei Feng was surprised when he saw Han Sen coming down. "Above there is something from a creature with sacred blood. I arranged a feast for myself. If you want, we can go up together," Han Sen laughed. "This can't be." Lin Bei Feng looked at him and didn't believe a single word he said. Even if there was a creature with sacred blood, Han Sen would most likely become food for him. Han Sen went up to the nest every day to drink some juice, but never met the creature to whom the egg belonged. Han Sen guessed that the egg's parents were constantly hunting. But still, after he drank a little from the egg, he did not stay in the nest, but returned to Lin Bei Feng. Lin Bei Feng believed that Han Sen was still trying to find a way out. They waited 2 or 3 days. Lin Bei Feng decided to look down, but because of the fog, he couldn't tell with certainty whether the memo had left or not. "Sen, what do you think about going down a little and seeing if the mamo have left or not?" Lin Bei Feng had a very hard time coping with the terrible heat during the day and the cold at night. "Let's wait 2 more days to better protect ourselves. If they see us now, they will stay for another week, and we are already running out of food." Han Sen had more gene points, so he was able to hear that the memo had left last night. But he didn't want to leave now because he hadn't finished the egg yet. Lin Bei Feng agreed that Han Sen was right and also decided to wait. However, 2 days later, Lin Bei Feng saw that Han Sen continued to rise somewhere upward. The vine did not cover the entire mountain. If Han Sen was looking for a way out, then he should have explored everything a long time ago, so why does he keep going up there? What could this mean? Lin Bei Feng was surprised, but could not believe that there were creatures with sacred blood here. "Sen, why do you go there every day?" Lin Bei Feng decided to ask. "I told you that there is a creature with sacred blood there, and I go there to refresh myself," answered Han Sen. "Can you take me with you?" Lin Bei Feng didn't believe Han Sen's words, but he became very curious. "Okay." Han Sen smiled and grabbed the vine and climbed up. Lin Bei Feng followed him, but he was so weak that he stopped halfway and said, "Sen, I have to stop. Where are you going?" "We are almost there. Wait, I'll help you." Han Sen climbed like a real gecko. Soon Lin Bei Feng saw the vine that Han Sen threw to him. After he tied it around himself, Han Sen pulled him out. When Lin Bei Feng fully climbed onto the rock and saw the size of the egg, he was stunned by its size. "God, such a huge egg. Are these creatures with sacred blood?" "Yes, this is the egg of a creature with sacred blood," Han Sen nodded. "This is definitely an egg with sacred blood. Han Sen, you are amazing." Lin Bei Feng was shocked. He punched the egg with his fist and wanted to drink it. Lin Bei Feng stuck out his tongue, expecting the liquid to pour out, but without even waiting for a drop, he made an even larger hole in the eggshell. "Where is the egg juice?" Lin Bei Feng peered thoughtfully at the empty egg. "I drank it." Han Sen blinked. "Have you drunk everything?" Lin Bei Feng stared at Han Sen. "A few days ago, I told you about him and invited you to join." I decided that you just don't want to. Han Sen spread his hands. Lin Beifeng was very sorry for his behavior and was ready to kill himself for it. Sen, I didn't believe that you were telling the truth. Who could have imagined that on this rock there would be an egg from a creature with sacred blood? If I had known this, I would have climbed even if I had to break all my limbs. Beifeng, don't worry. If I find another egg of a creature with sacred blood, I will definitely tell you. Han Sen smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Sen, if this ever happens, you must remember something. Money is not a problem, and I promise that now I will always trust you. Lin Beifeng was upset. I promise. Han Sen made a lot of efforts to drag him here. He did all this just to hear these words. People like Lin Beifeng were excellent clients for him. Lin Beifeng broke the shell and took it with him. He wanted to try cooking it, and maybe he could get some sacred gene points from the brew. Not in 100 years, Han Sen smiled. When they came down from the cliff, they saw that the memo had already left. Therefore, they calmly returned to the steel armor castle. Just before entering, Han Sen decided to say something to Lin Beifeng. Beifeng, I have a bad reputation here, so I can't go with you. See you. Lin Beifeng quickly responded. Sen, why are you doing this to me? You and I have been through death, and I will kill anyone who disrespects you. Everything is fine, I just don't want any problems, so go yourself. Han Sen has never seen anyone with such a pale face. He waved his hand and entered the shelter. The swift bird egg added 5 more sacred gene points. It was certainly less than he expected, but still they were a big surprise for him. Han Sen now had 18 sacred gene points. It was a shame that he couldn't obtain the creature's soul. But this was considered quite common. You could kill even 10 creatures and not receive a single soul. Han Sen was already lucky. Han Sen happily returned to his room and teleported out of the god sanctuary. Just before he was about to leave the teleport station, a thin figure blocked his way. Station manager, what a coincidence! Han Sen groaned. He completely forgot about the misunderstanding with Qin Xuan. Come with me! Qin Xuan said coldly and went to the battle hall. She was upset that Han Sen was able to hit her last time, and he really wanted to kick her before they reached the hall. Is Qin Xuan a resentful girl or the author's secret agent? No one has yet answered this question, and no one will answer, since these statements are fundamentally incorrect. There is evidence from no less authoritative source than the author that this passion fell in love with the main character. After the stormy emotions that surged through the poor girl's mind and body, at that fateful moment, those fateful actions of the bizarre ass in the sanctuary, I can't take it anymore. Can I leave? Choking with tears, the authoritative source looked at Corner. You don't have to say anything, we're not holding you back. A sarcastic voice became the answer. I'll just fight with her, she's just one of the women, Han Sen whispered. Han Sen knew that Qin Xuan would not leave him alone no matter how he behaved, so he decided not to restrain himself any longer. He had almost completely mastered the bizarre lure, and it would be nice to try this art on her. When Han Sen stood in front of Qin Xuan in his battle suit, she immediately kicked his leg without sparing any effort. Han Sen was only prepared to launch surprise attacks, but now he did not have such a chance, so he was doomed to defeat. That's why Qin Xuan struck Han Sen first and didn't give him any chance. But she made a mistake again because she still did not take Han Sen seriously and did not consider him a worthy opponent. All she wanted to do was hit his ass. That's why she fought with less than half her strength. In her opinion, he was still a quirky ass, a newbie who could be bullied by anyone in their hideout. In fact, Qin Xuan did not want to harm Han Sen, so she did not hit him too hard. But what she didn't know was that Han Sen already had 18 sacred gene points and practiced Jade Skin frequently. Despite the fact that he was not yet as good as her, the gap between them had narrowed significantly. Seeing her raising her leg, Han Sen quickly dodged and grabbed her leg with both hands. Qin Xuan immediately lost her balance and fell. Han Sen leaned towards her and crushed her limbs. Qin Xuan did not expect Han Sen to be so clever, but when she realized her mistake, she was already trapped and could not break free. She felt angry and ashamed and tried with all her might to break free, but she felt the skillful techniques of the phantom lure. If she started to jerk with all her might, she would either dislocate her arms or even break them. She was captured by Han Sen, causing her to turn red and still unable to believe that Han Sen himself caught her in just one move. She wanted to teach him a lesson, but things didn't go according to her plan. "Station Master, did I win?" Han Sen was secretly happy. "I didn't expect that the old devil's lessons would give such a result. I was able to defeat even Qin Xuan." "You will never win!" Qin Xuan continued to rage and refused to admit defeat. If it had been someone else, there would have been no problem. But she just couldn't bow her head to fancy butt. Qin Xuan roared and transformed into a golden lion that was taller than a human. Han Sen instantly released her, and the lion pounced on him. "Foul! We agreed not to use the souls of creatures!" Han Sen quickly shouted. Qin Xuan stopped just as she was about to hit him with her left paw. Last time, she actually promised that there would be no creature souls, but finding herself in such a situation, she simply forgot about it. "Fine! No creature souls!" Qin Xuan blushed, recalled the beast soul, and began to attack with her fists. Han Sen had not yet fully mastered the ghost decoy, and he had much less experience in battles than Qin Xuan. He was able to dodge 20 of her strikes, but the rest of the strikes reached him. Qin Xuan turned away without saying anything. But in reality, she was ashamed. If she had not summoned the soul of the creature, she would not have been able to free herself from Han Sen's grip. It turns out that it was at that moment that she lost. "I'm still not strong enough. My gene points and combat skills are not even close to hers." Han Sen understood that in such a short time, he simply could not catch up with the strongest in the steel armor castle. He was a little upset because he couldn't block at least 30 of her attacks. After taking a shower, Qin Xuan was still red. She was very confused about the situation with Fancy Butt. "There's something wrong here. Even though his skills are quite good, he still couldn't twist me so easily, unless he has excellent physical training. How was he able to get so many gene points?" Qin Xuan thought. She quickly opened the data that was recorded using Han Sen's battlesuit. Qin Xuan pursed her lips and cursed. "That bastard! It looks like he already collected the maximum mutant gene points and only pretended to be weak so that I couldn't really appreciate him. Freaky ass, there will never be peace between us." From then on, every time Han Sen found himself at the teleport station, Qin Xuan dragged him to the battle hall. Han Sen was even happy about this. Getting good at bizarre lure really took practice, and it required a partner. Qin Xuan was the right candidate for this. A little pain was nothing compared to the benefits of such fights. If it weren't for Qin Xuan, then Han Sen would only have to risk his life to train, and that was much more dangerous than fighting her. Of course, Han Sen acted carefully so that she would not suspect that he was using her for his own purposes. Every time he made her nervous, so that she continued to call him to the battle room. Every time, Qin Xuan struck him, but could not completely defeat him, which made her even angrier, and she had a strong desire to beat him. It almost became her habit. The creature with copper teeth that Han Sen was feeding turned purple and increased in size. 2 months have already passed since this creature turned into a mutant creature. Whether I can increase my status in the world depends only on you. Please become a being with sacred blood." Han Sen looked at the color of the creature's skin and decided that it seemed like the time had already come. Judging by the current situation, it takes about 3 months for a mutant creature to become a being with sacred blood. This period was neither too long nor too short. For most people, catching a creature with sacred blood within 3 months is simply impossible. Perhaps even Qin Xuan would not be able to catch a creature with sacred blood within a year. But now, with the black crystal, Han Sen could obtain a creature with sacred blood every 3 months. This was incredible. "Give me time, and I can evolve with the maximum number of gene points of all 4 species. And then I will receive the title of Holy Blood Aristocrat." Han Sen was very excited. On the way home at the teleport station, Han Sen did not meet Qin Xuan. Perhaps she was tired of their game or was simply busy with something. Outside the station, he saw a girl standing near the road and stopped. It was Shuo Shi, the girl who grew up with him in Zhang Danfeng. Shuo Shi came from a broken family. She was raised only by her mother, who worked in Han Sen's father's company. If there was no one to leave her with, then her mother would bring her to work, and she would play with Han Sen and Zhang Danfeng. After some time, Han Sen heard that her father was alive and found her and her mother. After the tragedy happened to his father, Han Sen was no longer interested in their family. but he heard that she was an illegitimate daughter, and her father took her only after the death of his wife. "Senya!" Shui Shi shouted when she saw Han Sen. "Why are you here?" Han Sen asked puzzledly. "Sen, I have turned 16 years old, and now I can enter the sanctuary of God," Shui Shi answered and smiled. So fast? Han Sen still considered her a little girl, but she could already enter the God sanctuary. "I'm only a few months younger than you." "You shouldn't consider me a child," Shui Shi answered displeasedly. "Really, how quickly time flies!" Han Sen looked at her figure and smiled. She was no longer a little girl. As Han Sen looked at her, Shui Shi blushed. She wanted to say something, but at that moment they heard the roar of an engine, and they saw a well-dressed young man descending from a plane parked on the side of the road. The young man was about 20 years old, and his private jet cost more than 10 million. "Sister, I told you that we should only use the private teleport. We might meet some annoying people at this station." The young man didn't even look at Han Sen and walked straight to Shui Shi. "Brother, this is my childhood friend," Shui Shi quickly began to explain. "Well, we should go back." The young man ignored her words and took her hand and led her to the plane. "Sen, I'll be back," Shui Shi quietly said to Han Sen and left. The young man returned to Han Sen and said, "People like you don't deserve to be her friends. Leave her alone or you will regret it." "Are you telling me this?" Han Sen looked at him. "You don't believe my words?" The young man approached Han Sen and hit him in the lower abdomen with his knee. He was very close to Han Sen and acted with lightning speed, but Han Sen stopped his knee. Han Sen looked calm but smiled to himself. "Ghost decoy is the best way to fight. Even Qin Xuan can't completely defeat me." Dodging his knee, Han Sen twisted his leg and squeezed his neck. Bang! The young man lost his balance and fell to the ground. The young man lay on the ground and looked at Han Sen. He didn't expect that he would miss, and he couldn't believe that Han Sen himself could take him down. "Sen, what happened?" Seeing that something was wrong, Shui Shi ran away from the plane and began to help the young man get up. "Nothing, it's just a ritual between men. It's late, I have to go. Let's have lunch together sometime." Han Sen smiled, waved his hand, and went to the station. "Brother, are you okay?" Shui Shi asked the young man. "Interesting, really interesting." The young man watched Han Sen leave, a strange smile on his lips. Seeing the young man smiling, Shui Shi became worried. "Brother, don't pay attention. He didn't mean anything bad. He knocked me down, and that's okay. What if he wanted to do something?" "I'm an experienced Fang Jing Qi," the young man answered, narrowing his eyes. "Brother, that's not what I meant." Seiyu Shi began to panic, not knowing what to say. "Sister, don't worry so much. According to him, this is just a ritual between men." Fang Jing Qi looked after Han Sen with despair. "Invite him to dinner in a few days." "What?" Shui Shi looked at Fang Jing Qi and couldn't believe her ears. These days, Han Sen did not go far to hunt. He was alone, so he could not get ahead of the gangs of the Son of Heaven, Qin Xuan or Fist Guy, and searching for mutant creatures or creatures with sacred blood. Han Sen went to Skynet and entered a forum called Polar Night. Its members, who were currently fighting in the God Sanctuary, were from different planets. Here, people from the same shelter could exchange information and needs. Even though the Alliance had a similar official website, it was easier for people to log into Polar Night because all you had to do was create a username. And on the official website, you had to register using only your real data. Han Sen didn't want anyone to recognize him, so he went to that part of the steel armor castle where there were a lot of posts. There were about 1,000 or even more per day. He went through the posts where most people wanted to sell or buy something, and came across information about hiring people. For example, the rich were willing to spend money and hired people to protect or help their child. Luck seemed to have turned against Han Sen. He couldn't find mutant creatures or creatures with sacred blood, and didn't even obtain any creature soul anymore. So he decided to work for money. Han Sen looked at the advertisements for a while. He noticed a published vacancy with good pay. Han Sen was very surprised when he saw that it was published by Lin Bei Feng. He hasn't seen him since their last meeting. It was also unexpected that he posted a request to the Steel Armor Castle. Lin Bei Feng not only wanted to hire good people, but also made proposals regarding the purchase of the souls of the creatures and the flesh of the mutant creature. He wanted only good things and was ready to pay well for it. The people who responded to his suggestions were most often just observers. In the end, He wanted to buy the souls of creatures and flesh, but no one would sell them so easily. Han Sen began looking through other offers, and soon found one that satisfied him. Several young people who had just entered the god sanctuary wanted to hire an experienced hunter to help them kill the primitive creatures. They required that a person could simultaneously monitor 10 primitive creatures and at the same time protect them. In a word, it was a job for a nanny. It was necessary to watch how the newcomers fought with primitive creatures, and in case of danger, to protect them. This work was not difficult, but quite troublesome. To be honest, none of the people who had much experience would do such work. But the young people offered good payment. 10,000 for protection every day. One contract was designed for half a month. Han Sen sent a text message to the number provided. He did not leave a voicemail or an image of himself. He didn't want his personal information to be found out, because that's why he chose Polar Night. He could go to the official one, where everything was regulated and protected by law, but then he had to sign a contract using his real data. After some time, he received a response saying that before hiring him, they should see how he can fight. This was not a problem for Han Sen, so they agreed to meet at a certain time and place in the steel armor castle. After they agreed on everything, Han Sen did not close the chat window. He continued browsing the shopping section. After his bronze crescent-tipped spear was destroyed, he expected to receive the soul of a creature, which would be transformed into a weapon. But luck turned against him. He did not receive a single soul of the creature at all. Han Sen didn't intend to buy the creature's soul in the form of a weapon. He needed an artificial alloy bow and arrows. An alpha alloy weapon could easily kill a primitive creature, but it couldn't handle a mutant creature. They were not cheap. Often they cost more than even the souls of ordinary creatures. Han Sen could use a variety of weapons. But even before he entered the Sanctuary of God, he paid a lot of attention to archery, because he was going to hunt alone and from afar. But he didn't take something into account. He couldn't afford a good bow and arrow, and ordinary ones couldn't even penetrate the skin of an ordinary creature. Now he was able to earn some money and wanted to buy a bow and arrows made of good alloy. He really wanted to start hunting with a bow. Still, it was a safer and quite effective way of hunting. In God's sanctuary, the most important thing was that whoever struck the final blow to a creature would have a chance to obtain the creature's soul, and archery is one of the 3 best methods during emergency situations. Due to the fact that archery required good training, most people chose swords and knives. Therefore, there weren't many reports of bows and arrows being sold. Han Sen wanted to save money, so he decided to buy the necessary goods second-hand. Alpha alloy weapons cost more than $1 million. It was very expensive for the guy. The whole point was that the demand for onions was very small, so there were not so many competitors in sales. Han Sen noticed the message that was written 7 days ago. Someone was moving to the second sanctuary of God, so he decided to sell everything he had. Everything had already been sold except the bow and 6 arrows. The hardest alloy was not required to make the weapon, because if a very hard alloy was used, the edges of the weapon could break off. However, it required an alloy that was hard enough so that it would not wear out easily. Bow and arrows were no exception. 3 types of alloy were used for Black Vader's bow. 2 of them were of a mixed type. This guaranteed flexibility and strength. They were used to create the bow itself. And the 3rd alloy, which was intended for the bowstring, was even more special. Its production methods were monopolized by a few interstellar metal production companies. The Black Vader series was a classic for alloy bows, and the prices were amazing. The cheapest Wanderer's bow cost $2 million, and the price did not include arrows and a quiver. The bow that was sold was called Doomsday from the Black Vader series. In the store it cost $6,680,000. It could shoot out to about 2,400 feet. Combined with this bow, Saber Series arrows could pierce the steel armor and skin of primitive creatures from a distance of over 900 feet. However, in order to use the Doomsday bow, you must have a strength rating of 7.0. Typically, only those who were able to collect the maximum number of mutant gene points could have a power of 7.0 points, and this was only required for you to be able to shoot a bow. If you couldn't kill creatures on the first shot, then you needed a power level of 8.0. As a rule, If you were able to collect the maximum number of regular, primitive, and mutant gene points, then your power rating should reach 10.0 points. But many preferred to complete their evolution and move to the second god sanctuary, even before they reached the 8.0 rating. It's no surprise that no one bought this bow. Those who have enough power will not try to save money and therefore will not buy the bow second-hand. Those who can use it will simply not want to buy it. Han Sen sent a message. He offered only 1 million for the bow and arrows, although in the Emu store it would cost at least 7 million. After selling the golden axe, out of 6 million, he only had 2 left. Sen gave the rest to his mother. He paid 1 million for training, and now Han Sen was not sure whether he could buy a bow and arrow for 1 million. There was no answer. Maybe the person was offline, or maybe he was simply not satisfied with the price and decided not to respond. Han Sen waited for half an hour and had already lost hope. He looked through the rest of the offers but didn't find anything. Well, I can buy some cheap materials. Maybe in a few days I will still be able to get the soul of the creature. Han Sen calmed down a little and went to the shower. When he returned and looked at the screen, he saw the answer. The message contained a web page from a well-known trading site where one price was listed, $1 million. Han Sen almost jumped for joy. After confirming their transaction, he sent the money. The goods were supposed to be shipped soon, and the very next day they were supposed to arrive on planet Doom. The Sanctuary of God was used as a transfer station when transporting goods produced by the Alliance. Therefore, many transactions between different planets were carried out in this way. This method was much faster than using spaceships. The next morning, Han Sen was handed a package by a robot postman. After signing for receipt, Han Sen couldn't wait to open it. The black and purple metal bow had a string that looked like a silver thread. Taking it in his hands, Han Sen instantly felt strong. The bow was in very good condition with only one small scratch. The 6 new arrows from Saber sparkled with a cold shine. To Han Sen's surprise, the arrows were in the quiver. It was slightly noticeable that it had been used, but there was no visible damage anywhere. The bow is in my hand. The world will be mine. I will no longer risk my life when I steal the soul of a creature that the Son of Heaven will kill. Han Sen ran his fingers along the bow and laughed. There was no place to shoot nearby, so Han Sen could only try to draw the bowstring. As it turned out, it was quite difficult. And having repeated this no more than a dozen times, despite his strength, the young man began to feel pain in his hands. Not bad. Han Sen had not checked his strength level for a long time, but it seemed that it was at least 8.0 points. Otherwise, he simply would not have been able to use this bow like that. Han Sen went to a weapons store located nearby and purchased 20 thunder arrows and 20 falling sky arrows. The quiver where the arrows were kept still looked empty, despite the fact that there were quite a few arrows in there. Although these arrows had such big names, they were actually very cheap. Each thunder arrow cost $1,000, and only the tip was made of alloy. It was very hard, so it could easily break on a bone or shell. Falling sky arrows were even cheaper, at 100 each. In appearance, they looked like Saber's arrows, but in reality, they were much worse. Han Sen bought the falling sky arrows just to practice a little. He chose them because thunder arrows could be easily broken and saber arrows were very expensive to practice on. Han Sen played with his new Doomsday bow for a long time. He really fell in love with it. When the time came to meet his clients, Han Sen took his bow and arrows and entered the God Sanctuary. When he reached the appointed place, he saw a dozen people surrounding several young men dressed in biological armor. Now he realized that he was not the only candidate. They'll pay you 10,000 a day to hang around, which is quite a lot of money. After all, the flesh of a primitive creature was worth several hundred, and hunting took energy and strength to drag it to the shelter. Han Sen, being among this entire crowd, frowned and was about to turn away. He wanted to find an easy job and earn some money. But given such competition, it seems he should have started looking for something else. He was about to leave, but he saw Han Hao and several other people standing in a group. It seems that they also came to these young people. Well, Fancy Ass himself came, and with a bow and arrows. Did you come here to try to protect the masters? The young man who was next to Han Hao began to rudely ridicule him. His words attracted the attention of the entire crowd because the nickname Bizarre Butt was well known throughout the steel armor castle. People began vying with each other to shout something to Han Sen. "Fancy Butt, who do you think you are?" "Fancy Butt, can you kill a primitive creature?" "Most likely it will be the young owners who will have to protect him." Fancy Butt was known for such a sad event, and a torrent of scorn fell upon him. One person, who had stern, angular features, among the young people who came here to hire a man, looked at Han Sen curiously for a while, and then asked a question. "Are you the legendary Fancy Butt?" "Yes," Han Sen answered casually. To some extent, he wasn't the worst, because only he, out of the entire steel armor castle, was able to hit Qin Xuan herself on the ass. In a sense, this could be called a peculiar achievement. The young man was clearly interested in Han Sen. He suddenly said, "Did you come here because of work, too?" Han Sen nodded. "If you don't like this idea, I can leave right now." "No, if you don't have any additional questions, we can sign the contract right here," the young man quickly answered. After everyone heard the young man's decision, a roar rang through the crowd. Even this young man's friends looked very surprised. They pulled the young man aside and said, "Yuan, it's Fancy Butt. What will you do with it?" "It's true, Yuan. If we find ourselves in danger, he will most likely run faster than us. It's just a waste of money." "I hire him, and you can choose whoever you want," Yuan replied and signed a contract with Han Sen. After that, without anyone saying much, they selected a couple more candidates who seemed very experienced to them. Han Hao showed his soul as a mutant creature that transformed into a weapon, and because of this, he was chosen. And the others who were with Han Hao, having shown their skills, were also selected. "Fancy Butt, you only got lucky thanks to the kindness and curiosity of your young master," Liu Feng said as he passed by Han Sen. "I have good luck," Han Sen answered quietly. The employers selected 10 experienced people to protect them while hunting primitive creatures. With such a team, they could hunt an entire herd of primitive creatures. Those who were hired were in a good mood and tried to flatter their employers all the time. They already understood the origins of the young men who paid them. The clients had very good fighting skills, and they all seemed to have graduated from good private schools. Even though they had only recently entered the God Sanctuary, their skills were much better than Han Sen's. They only lacked experience in hunting. While the clients were hunting primitive creatures, Han Sen was practicing shooting with his bow. He decided to practice with a bow because the weapon required very little effort. He is unlikely to learn advanced sword or knife skills since he only completed secondary school, and for shooting he only needed accuracy. Han Sen still continued to study the effectiveness and characteristics of Judgment Day. He selected a few trees nearby and began to practice. Fancy ass, you're just taking up space. Why do you just shoot and ignore the owners?" Liu Feng was embarrassed by Han Sen's behavior and looked at his shots with contempt. "You can't even hit it from 60 feet away." Han Sen did not look at Liu Feng or even answer him. He was just practicing shooting without choosing a single target, so his shots looked random. "Leave it. It's just a charitable act. Our owners definitely don't expect him to be able to help in any way." The other hired people began to laugh. "This is true. You should be grateful, freaky ass." Liu Feng spat and joined the others. "Don't you dare tell someone that you know me," Han Hao managed to whisper to Han Sen, and then he quickly joined the others and also began to laugh. Clients have had great success. At first they needed help, but gradually they became stronger and were able to kill some weak, primitive creatures one-on-one. Indeed, private schools provided good education and skills. Those who graduated from general education institutions would not be able to hunt primitive creatures without much experience. Everything went very calmly, so everyone lost their vigilance. The clients were hunting 3 primitive spotted creatures. One creature pretended to be dead, and as soon as a man approached it, it attacked him. Han Hao and the others didn't expect this at all. It was impossible to save the client because the spotted creature was very close to the young man. In an instant, the creature's claws were on the man's neck. The young client was shocked. He regretted not having a helmet, but it was too late. Everyone just looked at him in horror. Whistling, the arrow flew right in front of the client's face and pierced the creature's left eye. The creature howled and fell to the ground. Han Hao and the others rushed towards the spotted creature's corpse and began tearing its flesh into pieces. "Fancy Butt, why did you shoot the arrow? You almost hurt Qing." Liu Feng turned to Han Sen and began to scold him. Others followed suit and began to criticize Han Sen in the same way. They were ashamed, but they couldn't admit it, so they decided to criticize Han Sen. Everyone believed that Han Sen was just lucky and was able to kill the creature. No one believed that Han Sen was capable of anything good. "Move away!" Yuan suddenly shouted, his face gray. "Fancy butt, did you hear? Yuan asks you to leave," Liu Feng exclaimed. "I'm telling you this." Yuan stared at Liu Feng with a cold gaze. "I pay you to protect us, but what did you do when Qing was in danger?" "Nothing. And now you're trying to blame the person who actually does his job? Go away. I don't want to see you anymore." He decided to practice with a bow because the weapon required very little effort. He is unlikely to learn advanced sword or knife skills since he only completed secondary school, and for shooting he only needed accuracy. Lol, seriously? That is, the author believes that only accuracy is needed. Is it not necessary to calculate the distance, the wind force, the tension force of the bowstring, and take into account the fact that the arrow flies in a canopy and not in a straight line? And as if shooting from a bow is easy, it requires a lot of training, and the greater the distance, the more difficult it is to aim, and not all bows have a sight. "Yuan, you can dissolve us, but according to the contract, this is an early break on your part, so you must pay us the rest of the money," Liu Feng grinned. "Now leave!" Yuan threw several wads of money at them and turned away from them. Liu Feng and the others raised the money. Everyone was very angry, but they could not do anything to the clients because they knew very well who these people were. They looked at Han Sen and said, "Gentlemen, we are far from our shelter, so be careful because you are entrusting the protection of your lives to a very unreliable person." "He's 100 times more reliable than you," Yuan replied. No one dared to show their anger in front of Yuan, so they left silently. "Ass! Your arrow was shot with such force!" Qing praised him after the others left. He didn't want to call Han Sen freaky butt at all, but only now he realized that he didn't know his real name. His strength must be rated at least 7.0 points, otherwise he would not be able to use the Doomsday Bow. That's why he's very strong, Yuan said. 7.0? But they said that he... Qing and the others looked at Han Sen and his bow. No one could believe it. After all, the story that happened to Fancy Butt was so well known that even newcomers like them knew it. I say that his strength is at least 7.0 points. While practicing, he shot a lot of arrows, and if he didn't have 8.0 strength points, then it would be simply impossible, Yuan added, and looked at Han Sen. At 8.0. Everyone was even more surprised and continued to look at Han Sen as if they had never seen him before. Anyone in the first God's Sanctuary who had a strength rating of 8.0 was considered advanced. No one could believe that Fancy Butt was so strong. "Let me try your bow?" One of the clients still did not believe Yuan's words. Han Sen smiled and handed him the Doomsday Bow. The young man took it with both hands. He used all his strength to pull the bowstring, but it didn't even move. After making a couple more attempts, he still did not achieve any result. Even though he graduated from high school and practiced the Super Gen art, he did not have modified gene points, so his strength could only be 3.5 points at most. This was much lower than what was required to use Doomsday. "You are so weak, give it to me." Another client couldn't look at it and snatched his bow. After making several attempts, he also failed. Everyone except Yuan decided to test their strength, but no one managed to pull the string. Only after this did they believe in Han Sen's strength. Very few people practiced archery because it required a lot of effort. Because of this, very few people knew about bows and arrows. Few people knew how good Judgment Day was. For example, Han Hao and his friends could not even imagine that Han Sen's bow could be worth millions. If they knew, they wouldn't treat him like that. Finally, everyone stopped underestimating Han Sen. This was also due to the fact that he saved Qing. Only now did they find out his real name and began to call him Senem. After all, God's Sanctuary was considered a world where only the strong were respected, and Han Sen's strength and skill with a bow were truly impressive. "Sen, maybe you can show us your bow skills?" asked Qing. All the customers looked at Han Sen with great anticipation. "My shooting skills are the most ordinary," Han Sen laughed. "Don't be so modest. If a person is so modest, then most often he has something to be proud of," said Qing. "Okay, I'll try to show you." Han Sen wanted this himself. He had only recently acquired his bow and had not yet had time to test its full capabilities. The clients were very happy. Looking back, Han Sen walked towards the hillside. He slowly knocked Saber's arrow and aimed at something. Blue veins popped out on his arms as he drew the bowstring. In the blink of an eye, the arrow was released and disappeared into the forest. Did he miss? No one heard a sound, no creature howled, and everyone decided that he had missed. The forest is too far away. It's about 400 yards from here. It's no surprise that you missed, Ching said. Come on, let's go and find out everything, said Han Sen, and descending the hill went into the forest. Clients followed him with suspicion. Having gone 100 meters into the forest, they saw a spotted creature whose head was pressed to a tree. An arrow passed through the head. No wonder we didn't hear a sound. The arrow instantly killed the spotted creature. It did not even have time to yelp. Everyone was hit by this shot. From where Han Sen stood to here, it was about 400 yards. He was only able to kill the creature with one shot. Han Sen's archery skill is the best in the entire First God Sanctuary. After that, everyone began to listen to Han Sen and did what he said. He defended them for half a month and received 150,000 in cash. The clients wanted to sign a long-term contract, but Han Sen refused. At the moment, he was still short of money, but he wanted to fully focus on completing his evolution. Han Sen returned to the steel armor castle, but was stopped at the gate by those whom Yuan had driven away. These people were led by Liu Feng, and Han Hao was also among them. "Fancy butt, you really pissed me off. How could you do this to me?" Liu Feng asked. He slowly approached Han Sen and cracked his fingers. A crowd of people began to gather around them. They were used to seeing Han Sen constantly being bullied. "What compensation do you want from me?" Han Sen asked calmly as he watched Liu Feng approach him. "I plan to kick your ass!" Liu Feng shouted and swung his blow at Han Sen's face. Liu Feng had a brutal and fast strike. If he could hit Han Sen, he would definitely break his nose. Everyone was confident that the fist would reach Han Sen, but he quickly dodged the blow at the last moment. At the same time, he kicked Liu Fei and he fell face down on the ground. Liu Feng was hit so hard that his nose began to bleed and tears flowed from his eyes. Filled with anger, he pulled out his alpha alloy broadsword and rushed towards Han Sen. "Little bastard, how dare you resist? I'll kill you." Han Hao watched this and had mixed feelings. Even though he despised Han Sen, he was still his cousin. Han Hao felt terrible watching Han Sen being bullied, and possibly actually going to kill him. But if he helps Han Sen and people find out that he is Fancy Butt's cousin, then how can he stay in the steel armor castle? Han Hao hesitated for a while, and then simply turned away so as not to see Han Sen. Han Hao expected Han Sen to scream, but the scream he heard only belonged to Liu Feng. Han Hao quickly turned to look at what had happened. He couldn't believe his eyes. The alpha alloy broadsword was now in Han Sen's hands. Liu Feng's arm was twisted, and in severe pain he could not resist. Han Hao didn't see how it happened, but the others saw everything. They were so surprised that they stood with their mouths open. After Liu Feng took out his alpha alloy broadsword, everyone believed that Han Sen was doomed. But as soon as Liu Feng moved towards Han Sen grabbed his arm and twisted it, forcing Liu Feng to his knees. Han Sen then pressed his knee on his back, pinning him to the ground. No one could have imagined that Han Sen would be able to pull off such a grab, so everyone was in complete stupor. No one made a sound. Only Liu Feng's screams could be heard. "What are you doing? Kill that bastard! Ouch!" Liu Feng shouted to those around him through cries of pain. Crunch! Han Sen broke his arm before he could finish his words. Liu Feng became deathly pale and covered in sweat. When Liu Feng's friends saw this, they immediately took out their weapons and rushed towards Han Sen. Han Sen still had Liu Feng's broadsword in his hand, so he was able to quickly block the first blow. To his surprise, the broadsword was able to cut the attacker's weapon in half. "This dumbass has a really good alpha alloy weapon. It costs 1 or 2 million, Han Sen thought, and decided that he would not return it. After a little time, Han Sen was able to damage the rest of the weapons with which they attacked him. Everyone was scared. No one else dared to attack Han Sen. Han Hao was so amazed by what was happening that he suddenly thought it was just a dream. Liu Feng had a strength rating of 6.7. He also possessed good weapons, and because of this, he was highly respected in the steel armor castle. Han Hao had a weapon from the soul of a mutant creature and knew that he could not even compare it with the weapon Liu Feng. But now, Liu Feng himself was lying on the ground, and Han Sen was the winner. Everything had turned upside down so much that Han Hao simply could not fully comprehend it. Wasn't he isolated by Qin Xuan and the Son of Heaven right after he entered the shelter? He couldn't even hunt primitive creatures. Didn't he? Han Hao looked at Han Sen. His mind was confused, lots of thoughts. Han Sen did not fight with the others. He returned to Liu Feng, took off his belt with a scabbard for the broadsword, and, attaching it to his belt, put the broadsword there. "If you want compensation next time, just come to me," Han Sen said, and walked towards the gate of the steel armor castle. Everyone present looked at him as if they were seeing him for the first time. "Stop!" At the moment when Han Sen was about to enter the gate, someone approached on a mount. It was Luo Tanyang, a friend of the Son of Heaven. "Lo, freaky ass broke my arm and took my weapon. You must avenge me!" Liu Feng shouted when he saw Luo Tanyang. "Jerk!" Luo Tanyang first looked at Liu Feng and then at Han Sen. "I became very interested. Who dared to harm my boyfriend? And it turned out to be you, you bastard." Luo Tanyang took out his alloy whip and slashed towards Han Sen. Han Sen stopped and, taking out his broadsword, waved it towards the whip. As the two weapons collided, their owners trembled. Luo Tanyang suddenly shouted, "Where do you get such strength?" Luo Tanyang's strength rating reached 9.6 points. He didn't put all his strength into this blow, but Han Sen was able to block his blow with a whip, which means he must have at least 8.0 strength points. Luo Tanyang couldn't believe it. "This person must die!" Luo Tanyang had a desire to kill Han Sen. He was about to swing his whip again. However, when he looked at Han Sen, he stopped, his whole body tense. Han Sen hid his broadsword, and the doomsday bow appeared in his hands. He pulled the bowstring tightly. The tip of the arrow pointed at Luo Tanyang. Luo Tanyang did not recognize the doomsday bow, but thanks to his extensive experience in battles, he sensed the danger posed by Han Sen and his bow. He decided not to move for now. Both found themselves in a stupid position. Luo Tanyang did not dare to approach Han Sen, and he could not decide to kill Luo Tanyang. It seemed that even time stood still. Everyone watching was in shock. They couldn't believe that Han Sen managed to beat Liu Feng and his friends, but now he behaved well with Luo Tanyang himself. Luo Tanyang was one of the Son of Heaven's close associates. His strength rating was about 10.0 points, but even he did not dare to move when Han Sen aimed his arrow at him. Anyone with a strength rating above 9.0 was already among the top 100 strongest people among everyone in the steel armor castle. And in this castle, there were more than 100,000 people. The fact that someone was afraid of Han Sen was a surprise to everyone. No one understood how Han Sen was able to gain such enormous power if he was isolated thanks to Qin Xuan and the Son of Heaven. "Han Sen, lower your bow," said Qin Xuan, who was leading her gang, all wearing mounts obtained from the souls of creatures. Han Sen lowered his bow and hid his arrows. Still, he was weaker than Luo Tanyang and was not sure that he would be able to shoot at him, given his guard. When Han Sen was ready to shoot, he used up his energy very quickly, so the current situation was not very good for him. "Miss Quinn, I will kill this bastard for you," Luo Tanyang said and swung at Han Sen, who had already lowered his bow. It seemed that Han Sen was prepared for such a situation and was going to block the blow with his doomsday. Just before he was about to parry the blow, the creature's soul appeared in the form of a bronze sword. The sword hit the whip. The blow was so strong that Luo Tanyang dropped his weapon. "I'll deal with my boyfriend myself, and you mind your own business." Qin Xuan looked coldly at Luo Tanyang and, recalling her sword, went to the shelter. "Follow me." Qin Xuan turned and ordered Han Sen. Han Sen quickly caught up with her and followed everyone to the shelter. The entire steel armor castle was noisy. Fancy Butt beat up Liu Feng and his friends. He performed well with Luo Tanyang. And the most important thing is that Qin Xuan said that he is her boyfriend. No one could understand what happened. Everyone could only speculate. After the blow, did they have an affair? I need to learn from Fancy Butt and pick a pretty girl and pierce her ass. And maybe I can become rich and powerful? Qin Xuan looked so serious, but it turns out that she was flirting all this time. Rumors quickly spread throughout the steel armor castle, and Han Sen was once again the center of attention. However, no one was talking about Han Sen's strength. Everyone was speculating about whether he was a toy for Qin Xuan or not. Even everyone from the Qin Xuan gang looked at him strangely. "Do you know archery?" Qin Xuan asked after they entered the hall. "I was practicing," Han Sen shrugged. "You can use Judgment Day, which means you have practiced a lot," Qin Xuan said. "You can join Bullseye and follow me in the future." "No," Han Sen immediately refused. Qin Xuan bit her lip and said calmly, "You offended Luo Tanyang greatly. If you don't have my protection, do you think he will let you live in peace?" "Thank you for your kindness, but I will decide this on my own," Han Sen replied indifferently. "You must understand who I am. All my people are at least somewhat connected with military activities, and Bullseye belongs to me. If you follow me, you will get good benefits when entering a military school," Qin Xuan said, trying to suppress her anger. "I never wanted to enter a military school." Han Sen knew well that after completing compulsory education, he could continue his studies at a military school. However, all such schools required high levels of strength. If before the completion of the first evolution the indicator was below 10.0, then no one had a chance to enter a military school. For Han Sen, achieving a score of 10.0 points was not difficult, but he did not want to go to school at all. He wanted to put his best effort into the hunt. Qin Xuan became very irritated. "If you do not have a military education and an aristocratic title, then during your service you will only be a simple soldier. Only after graduating from military school can you become someone in the army. Only in this case you will not be sacrificed by then. Let's talk about this next time. It's time for me to leave, but I have to thank you for your help. So let me treat you to lunch sometime," Han Sen said, and got ready to leave. He knew that Qin Xuan's words made sense, but he had a different plan. He wanted to achieve the title of aristocrat before he turned 20 years old, and only after that was he ready to go serve. People with the title of aristocrat in the army had more privileges, and such people were not sent to the front. "Stop! Have I forgiven you?" Qin Xuan stared at Han Sen with fury. "Station master, please, it's not my fault," Han Sen replied with bitterness in his voice. "Okay, you can go if you want," Qin Xuan said, and suddenly smiled at Han Sen. "If you don't agree, then every time you go through the teleporter, I will fight you." Looking at her evil smile, Han Sen's heart skipped a beat. He knew that in previous times, Qin Xuan had not fought him with her full strength because she considered him weak. But now, looking at the expression on her face, he understood that if he refused, it would be very difficult for him in the future. "Then I'd better join Bullseye," Han Sen said. He was in a depressed state. Qin Xuan glanced at Han Sen. "Can you even imagine how many people from the Steel Armor Castle want to join my gang? And you act like I made you drink poison." "Freedom is priceless. For me, losing freedom is the same as drinking poison," Han Sen sighed. "Then you can die a slow death." "Even if you die and become a ghost, you will still be my ghost," Qin Xuan said, and pouted. Han Sen knew what Qin Xuan wanted, and he had to accept her offer. He left the hall feeling depressed. Qin Xuan watched him carefully, and seeing his sad look was pleased with it. She couldn't help but smile. "Station master, why did you decide to take such a person into our army in the Steel Armor Castle?" "He is not worthy to be one of the Bullseye," said a woman about the same age as Qin Xuan, and walked out of the side door. "Manly, believe me, even though this guy acts like a real bastard sometimes, he has potential in some aspects," Qin Xuan said seriously as she looked at Yang Manli. Qin Xuan witnessed that Han Sen was a fast and diligent student. She defeated him more than once, but he was not disappointed. But on the contrary, he became stronger and stronger. Now she was taking him more seriously. This kind of progress and mentality was truly amazing. Qin Xuan's opinion of Han Sen had become much better. Otherwise, she would not have defended him in front of everyone. Han Sen returned to his room and teleported home. He did this before Qin Xuan left the God Sanctuary. At the moment, he had no interest in entering military school at all. Previously, this was the best option for him because only there he could learn the Super Gen art. But now, having owned Jade Skin, he had no intention of wasting his time on the military school. It would make more sense to spend more time hunting and earn more gene points. As for Bullseye, he didn't think about joining them at all. Although, if he is on Qin Xuan's team, he will be able to receive information about the mutant creatures or creatures with sacred blood that have appeared. But at the same time, he will have to share flesh with the rest of the group. Having prepared a little, Han Sen decided to go hunting. If Qin Xuan doesn't see him for a while, perhaps she will simply forget about all this. Han Sen was going to buy an alpha alloy dagger with his 150,000 earned money, but now he had an excellent broadsword that used to belong to Liu Feng, so he didn't need another weapon. The broadsword was made of a special Z metal, which made the weapon very rigid. Its tip could easily cut through primitive creatures. Therefore, weapons that were made from this alloy were always expensive. Cute! Han Sen touched the tip and immediately cut his finger. Looking at the shiny tip, Han Sen realized that he had simply fallen in love with this weapon. It's worth it, Han Sen thought to himself. Previously, the Han family had an alloy manufacturing business. Despite the fact that it was a small plant, they had unique formulas. Their products were not as good as this broadsword, but still their weapons could also cut the skin of primitive creatures. Therefore, their business was quite profitable. If it weren't for some terrible family members, this company could have been one of the top 3 on Planet Doom. But now the company has been bought by the Star Group. Han Sen was very young back then, and even to this day he could not understand why the Star Group decided to acquire their company. He knew that his father's death most likely had something to do with the Star Group, but he had no way of knowing the whole truth. "Son, I have some important things to do at work. Can you take Yan to school?" Lu Sulan knocked on the door and asked Han Sen a question. "Has school started yet? I did not know about it." "Mom, don't worry, I'll take her," Han Sen quickly replied. "School started a few days ago, but you were in the God Sanctuary, so I didn't bother you," Lu Sulan said. "What school is she in?" Han Sen asked. "At St. Paul's School." "I took the money you brought and paid for her training." Lu Sulan felt a little awkward because she spent almost all the money on Yan's training. "Perfect. St. Paul's School is the best on Planet Rock, not counting the most luxurious schools." Han Sen was very pleased. At the moment, he didn't have the title of aristocrat, so he couldn't send Yan to a fancy school, but a good private school was much better than general compulsory education. After talking with his mother for a while, he took Han Yan and they took the train to school. The entrance to St. Paul's School was virtually blocked due to the number of private jets. Some looked really chic. Almost all rich people who did not have the title of aristocrat sent their children to this school. Therefore, almost all students were from wealthy families. While taking his sister to school, Han Sen saw a plump, middle-aged man getting off the plane. A girl was holding him by one hand, and a boy of about 8 was holding him on the other. He stopped for a moment because this plump man was his uncle, Han Lei. "What are you doing here?" Han Lei was very surprised when he saw Han Sen. "I brought Yan to school," Han Sen answered. "Does Yan go to St. Paul's School?" Han Lei looked at Han Sen and Han Yan uncertainly. "Only a few days," Han Sen answered, and taking Yan, went through the school gates. Han Lei thought for a while, then ran towards Han Sen and grabbed his hand. "I knew it! My brother managed the company for many years and was probably able to pocket a lot of money. Then you just lied to us that you couldn't pay $2 million for the house, and now you're spending millions on Yan's education at St. Paul's. I want to tell you that this money belongs to the whole family, just like the old house. We have to share everything, or what? What can you do?" Han Sen looked at Han Lei coldly. He was very disappointed in his relatives. He would not give them a single cent anymore. "Oh, boy, I'm your uncle!" Han Lei shuddered, looking at Han Sen. He was not going to let him go so easily. "Uncle?" Han Sen smiled contemptuously. "Okay, please let's go home and look at the legal documents we recently signed, and we'll figure out whether you have any right to what we own. From now on, you can't demand a penny from us." Han Sen gave them $2 million. He wanted to draw a line between their relatives and his family once and for all. Having received $2 million, they signed an agreement prepared by Mr. Zhang. It said that they could demand nothing more from Han Sen's family. "This is a real scam! I want to see your mother now! How dare you hide money from us!" Han Lei shouted angrily. "Uncle, don't even think about it. I have the right to destroy the intruder." Han Sen looked sadly at Han Lei. "Little brat, how dare you!" Han Lei angrily hit Han Sen. Without any expression on his face, Han Sen grabbed Han Lei's arm and threw him over his shoulder. Han Lei screamed in pain. "Uncle, if you want to die, then welcome to our home." Han Sen looked at Han Lei coldly. The man opened his eyes wide and looked at Han Sen as if he had never seen him before. Han Sen's gaze scared him. Han Lei underwent evolution. Although he did so using only primitive gene points, he had not achieved much in the second god sanctuary. But still, he had already undergone evolution. And the fact that Han Sen, who had not yet really developed, was able to throw him over himself so easily was some kind of abnormal phenomenon. His nephew looked like a completely different person. Han Sen suddenly smiled and pulled Han Lei. "I'm sure my aunt doesn't know about this woman and child. I think I should talk to her," Han Sen whispered. Han Lei was still in shock that his nephew had changed so much. "And you think that my wife will believe you?" Han Lei asked furiously. "It doesn't matter. She will believe it." Han Sen showed Han Lei the comlink on his wrist. He turned on the video camera the moment he saw Han Lei. "You—" Han Lei was shocked and reached out, trying to snatch the comlink. Han Sen only moved a little, and Han Lei fell down again. "Uncle, we can agree on the price at which I will sell it to you." Han Sen smiled and was about to help him get up. Han Lei smiled and suddenly reached out to Han Sen's hand, trying to break it and take away the comlink. Han Sen didn't dodge, but instead grabbed Han Lei's arm so that he was forced to kneel and squeal like a pig. "Uncle, it seems you don't agree to negotiate. Then I have to show this to my aunt." Han Sen let go of Han Lei's hand and turned around, preparing to leave. "Wait!" Han Lei quickly stopped Han Sen and, gritting his teeth, said, 10,000. I'll give you 10,000 if you delete this." Han Sen turned around. 200,000 or I'll go to my aunt." Okay, said Han Lei and limped towards Han Sen. "Thank you. Cash or bank transfer?" Han Sen asked, smiling. Han Lei reluctantly transferred the money to Han Sen. "Well, now will you delete it?" "Of course, but only when I'm in a good mood," Han Sen said and went. "But you lied to me." Han Lei was very angry and raised his fist, but seeing his nephew, he froze. His movements made a really strong impression. "Uncle, I got your money. I will indeed delete it, but I didn't say when I would do it. Therefore, it will be better for you if I'm in a good mood." Han Sen patted Han Lei on the shoulder and stopped smiling. He whispered, "And also, if I see you in my house, I'll kill you." Han Lei shuddered for some unknown reason. He felt that Han Sen could actually do this. "Damn, he's gotten so angry," Han Lei whispered as Han Sen left. He was very ashamed that the boy scared him. Han Lei was very nervous, but changed his mind about going to Han Sen's house. The young man brought Yan to school and was in a great mood. On his way back, he saw the physical testing center. Han Sen decided to come in and check his fitness level. In the hall at the physical test center, Zhao Boshang looked at his A level, which was displayed on the virtual screen. He was very proud of himself. To achieve an A level before undergoing the first evolution, a person had to achieve over 10.0 in at least 100 elements: strength, speed, agility, jumping ability, muscle strength, bone strength, and organ function. With an A-level physical ability, you will most likely be accepted into a military school unless you make mistakes in the entrance exams. In his dreams, Zhao Boshang had already graduated from the military school with star scores and became the captain of an interstellar warship. In multiple battles, he was always the victor, and everyone respected and worshipped him. "I didn't do well in the battle test. If I had done it better, I would have been given an AA level. Maybe I should try again." Zhao Boshang decided to return, but saw that his testing room was already occupied. Zhao Boshang knew that the test did not take long, so he decided to wait. But after waiting quite a long time, the man never came out. "So slow! That man must be completely stupid. If I had gone to another room, I would have finished everything long ago." Zhang Boshang was very upset, but decided not to give up. Zhao Boshang thought for a while and decided to pay to see the test. Suddenly, a holographic image appeared in front of him. "I wonder how stupid this person is to take so long to complete the test." Zhao Boshang glanced at the golden figure that was showing a holographic image. The man in the picture was about to take the final test, the robot run. The robot walk was the last part of this test. In a narrow channel 300 feet long, it was necessary to break the biochemical shell of combat robots, which were encountered every 6 feet, and towards the end of the tunnel, they became stronger and stronger. For a person who has not gone through evolution, passing 180 feet was already considered counted, 210 feet was good, 240 feet was excellent, 270 feet was improved, and if you went the entire distance, super. Zhao Bosheng earned good last time, but if he had put in more effort, he could have walked 240 feet. Something strange. Why did he take so long? Zhao Bosheng felt something strange. The previous tests also took a lot of time. One thing he didn't know was that Han Sen took each test twice. The first time, without the souls of creatures, and the second time with the souls of creatures. He wanted to find out his abilities in different circumstances. That's why Han Sen had to wait so long. This was his second time going through the robot passage. Sen summoned the soul of the black beetle with sacred blood and the soul of the bloody killer. He wanted to see his result when he was in the best conditions. When Zhao Bosheng took a good look at the golden figure, he was amazed by the terrifying appearance of the bloody killer and the golden armor. Damn! This person is going to use his creature's souls and pass this test. But even so, he is unlikely to be able to go all the way. While Zhao Bosheng was thinking about this, the golden figure went into the passage with the robots. What Zhao Bosheng saw next made him speechless. The golden figure ignored all the robots that tried to block it and simply moved forward. The combat robot, which was heavier than a human, was instantly knocked down. The golden figure was like an armored car that simply drove through all the robots. He even managed to break the biochemical armor of robots. Nothing could stop this figure. Zhao Bosheng knew that the robots that were beyond the 240 feet mark had terrible strength. Their abilities were much higher than that of the average person who had not undergone evolution. But the golden figure smashed them as if they were a bunch of jalopies. The passage with robots, which was considered the most difficult for people without evolution, turned out to be very easy for the golden figure. Unmatched strength. All combat robots, and even the very last one, were shot down in a matter of seconds. Zhao Bosheng opened his mouth and couldn't recover from the shock for a long time. When he looked at the virtual screen, the image on it had already changed, and he saw the SSS level. Oh my God! Who is this man who is so strong? Zhao Bosheng saw that the door to the hall was open and the man had disappeared. Zhao Bosheng immediately decided to go after him, but the center was so large that he could not figure out where this person was. Video. Zhao Bosheng ran back to the hall. He paid to watch the video and made a copy of it. After watching the video several times, he really regretted that he did not immediately see the results of the previous tests that this golden figure was able to achieve. Zhao Bosheng suddenly had an idea. He logged into his account and uploaded the video to the official forum, signing it. Initially, the video that Zhao Bosheng posted did not attract much attention, because there were a lot of different videos on the internet about walking through a passage with robots. 7.88 seconds is a real wonder. The very best, who had not yet undergone evolution, could pass this test in at least 10 seconds. Even a star like Tang Jinliu was able to pass the test in 10 seconds, and he could no longer improve his score. If someone could complete the test in 7.88 seconds, he or she would definitely become a new star. Therefore, it was stupid to upload such a video and not sign it. Almost everyone who saw this video simply ignored it, and it would soon be lost among the rest. Only those who were truly bored decided to watch it. But those who did view it were shocked by the method of passing the test and decided to share the link with their friends. Someone from the Steel Armor Castle also saw this video and found out that it was $. After finishing watching the video, someone posted a new headline. SSS level $, from the Castle of Steel Armor, set a record of 7.88 seconds in the robot passage. The nickname $, was very famous in the Steel Armor Castle, so this message began to attract attention. Many watched the video with skepticism, but after watching it to the end, they began to admire it. This video was viewed so many times in the Castle of Steel Armor that the administrator, noticing it, decided to post it on the main page. At the moment, this video went viral, and everyone from the Alliance who had not yet undergone evolution now knew about the $. The $, brought glory to the entire Steel Armor Castle. Many people in the shelter told the story of how $, hid the creature's soul with the Son of Heaven. Zhenliu, come and look at this. The handsome young man waved to Tang Zhenliu, who was busy training. Lin Feng, what is this? Tang Zhenliu walked up to the young man, wiping his face with a towel. He carefully watched the video and commented, 7.88 seconds. The passage with robots has been conquered. Shit, I need 10 seconds. How could someone complete it in 7.88 seconds? Tang Zhenliu casually ran through his hair. Just look at this, Lin Feng started the video. Never! This can't be— Who is this guy? Where is he from? I have no assumptions. According to my calculations, he should have the maximum amount of all gene points except sacred ones, and most likely he practices an advanced supergen art. His armor and body changes are from the souls of beings with sacred blood. Lin Feng paused the holographic video and continued to analyze it. His change of form from the creature's soul is so fast and— Stop analyzing. I just want to know who he is. Finally, all the strong people went to the second god's sanctuary, and I had a chance to receive the second title of Chosen One. And now this guy shows up. Tang Zhenliu gritted his teeth. Find out who he is. I will kill him before he ruins my plans. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. First of all, this is a video from the physical testing center, and you cannot find out his identity. Secondly, the one who has such power is most likely from a famous family or is somehow connected with the military. Are you saying that you can kill someone like that? I'm just really angry. Don't take everything seriously. Tang Zhenliu was confused. Who is he? Lin Feng frowned and stared at the golden figure in the video. Many people had the same question as Lin Feng, and everyone thought about the origin of the dollar. Because the information was too limited, no one had any guesses. Some tried to find out at least something from Zhao Boshan, who posted the video, but he also had no idea who this person was. So all everyone knew was that Dollar was able to pass the test on planet Doom. Interplanetary travel was very convenient, and many people worked on some planets and lived on others. Therefore, no one could know whether Dollar lived here or just worked. In addition, there were 12 billion people on planet Doom, so it was simply impossible to locate one person. While everyone was discussing who Dollar was, Han Sen was practicing archery in an abandoned factory near his home. He didn't want to enter the God Sanctuary just yet, lest Qin Xuan drag him to Bullseye. If I didn't use the souls of creatures, then my strength would be 9.1 due to the lack of sacred gene points. If I had the maximum number of sacred points, then my level would be 12. Han Sen thought about this during recreation. As he got stronger, he found it harder to improve his fitness. Han Sen checked the data. Those who had the maximum number of all possible gene points, their power level could reach 15 points. And if you practiced the Super Gen art, you could reach 17, 18 points. But this was the limit for people who had not undergone evolution. For individual indicators, for example speed, there was the same limit. A person with a rating of 15 was considered a genius. Some indicators could be improved to 17, 18, but only if you practiced the Super Gen art. It was very difficult to collect the maximum number of all gene points. Perhaps there were no people who were able to do this, even after being in shelter for several years. Only Qin Xuan had a chance to collect the maximum amount of all gene points. While Han Sen was thinking about this, the comlink suddenly rang. Looking up, he saw an unfamiliar number. Han Sen hesitated for a moment, but answered the call. A holographic image of Qin Xuan appeared. She looked at Han Sen coldly and said, "If you are not in front of me in an hour, then pray that I never meet you." After speaking, Qin Xuan immediately hung up the phone, and her image also disappeared. How could she find out my number? I didn't tell her. Han Sen stood up and went to the teleporter. Qin Xuan was the station master, so there was no way to avoid her. I am a worthy person. I am not afraid of anything. Han Sen walked up to the teleport station, trying to cheer himself up. Come here, Qin Xuan shouted when she saw him approaching. Station master, I was busy with family matters and— Han Sen forced himself to smile and tried to find an explanation when he saw Qin Xuan's gloomy face. Did you shoot in an abandoned factory every day? Qin Xuan said and didn't even blink an eye. Station manager, surveillance is not a good idea. I understand what you want, but we have an age difference of more than 3 years. Even if I want to, my mother— Han Sen tried to joke. Qin Xuan, who was walking in front, was very angry, but did not turn around. When they entered the battle hall, she threw the battle suit and protective equipment to Han Sen and said very sharply, "Put it on!" Suddenly, Han Sen felt that something was wrong. Qin Xuan never gave him protective equipment. This was a red flag. Han Sen wanted to escape, but having predicted his actions, Qin Xuan locked the door before he could move. "Station manager, don't do this. We need to talk. I never thought that age was a problem. I will bring you home. Don't come closer." Han Sen continued to retreat, and Qin Xuan, gritting her teeth, approached. "Damn you!" Qin Xuan raised her fist and hit Han Sen. This time she was really angry. She had a hard time convincing young Manly that Han Sen should join Bullseye, and he disappeared for several days. This time, Han Sen felt a lot of pressure. After he blocked her blow, his hands went numb. As Qin Xuan madly rushed towards him, a holographic image of Yang Manli appeared in the battle hall. "Station Master, the Star Group sent someone to discuss killing a creature with sacred blood," Yang Manli said. "Okay, take them to the conference room. I'll come there." Qin Xuan stopped and glared at Han Sen. "Station Manager, are we cooperating with the Star Group?" Han Sen asked. "You did not know? The Son of Heaven is the son of the CEO of the Star Group," Qin Xuan answered. "Think about it. Am I going to hurt you by asking you to join Bullseye?" "I won't think. How could I contradict your request? I will immediately join Bullseye and you should not pursue me anymore," Han Sen said bitterly. "It's nice to hear that you came to your senses. Your family is not rich. What are you going to do if you don't go to military school?" Qin Xuan asked, and left the battle hall. She did not forget to make arrangements for Han Sen to be accompanied by guards to Yang Manli. The reason why Han Sen changed his mind so much was because the Son of Heaven turned out to be the son of the head of the Star Group. Since Qin Xuan cooperated with the Star Group, perhaps he could learn something about the purchase of his family business, but he was supposed to become one of the Qin Xuan gang in Steel Armor Castle. Security took Han Sen to the office. He knocked on the door and opened it to see the woman who was in the hologram. She just sat at the table and looked at him seriously. "The station manager asked me to inform you," Han Sen said politely. "Fill this out." Young Manli did not have any expression on her face. She simply handed the sheet to Han Sen. Taking it, he saw that it was a regular basic information form. Having filled it out, he gave it back to the woman. "You can go. Tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock, come to the Bullseye training camp. Remember, I don't like unpunctual people. I'm giving you one last chance." Young Manli had a terrible impression of Han Sen, especially after he disappeared. Han Sen could confidently say that he did not like young Manli. Just as Han Sen was about to leave, young Manli answered the comlink call and a holographic image of Qin Xuan appeared. "Manli, come to my office now." When Qin Xuan saw Han Sen, she added, "And take it with you." Han Sen followed young Manli to Qin Xuan's office. When they entered, she was watching a video from Skynet. "Manli, go watch this video." Qin Xuan turned it on again. Han Sen stood aside and thought to himself, "This is a video of me taking the test. Someone paid and now people probably know that I am the dollar." The physical testing center had a lot of rooms, and you had to pay to watch a video about taking the test. He didn't think that anyone would be interested, and he didn't expect it to end like this. If the Son of Heaven finds out that dollar is Han Sen, then he will have a lot of problems. In the alliance, the Star Group was very strong, so Han Sen would not be able to compete with it. "Dollar, do you know who he really is?" Young Manli was surprised when she saw the golden figure in the video. "No, this video shows only his passage of the robot passage. He was wearing armor the whole time, so I don't know who it is." Qin Xuan's unexpected words caused Han Sen to be transported from hell to heaven. He secretly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "I should be more careful. This time I was lucky, but next time there might be some kind of information leak." "Perfect." After watching the video, Yang Manli uttered only one word. "The Son of Heaven told me about this video. After looking at it, we can say for sure that Dollar's armor comes from the soul of a creature with sacred blood. Also, we assume that he is from some famous family because he most likely practices the Supergen art. And he was able to complete the test on Planet Doom, so we need to find this person. He can be useful to us," Qin Xuan said. Yang Manli thought for a moment and then replied, "But there are no famous families on Planet Doom. Most likely he is a visitor and has already left somewhere." "I agree. Let's try it, it's worth it, Qin Xuan said. Han Sen was very afraid that Qin Xuan and Yang Manli would be able to find out the truth. He cleared his throat and said, Dollar relies only on his souls of creatures with sacred blood, and without them, he has no special skills. So there's no need to look for it. Yang Manli looked at Han Sen closely and said, What can you know? The fact that he was able to obtain the soul of creatures with sacred blood is already proof of his real skills. In addition, the souls of creatures with sacred blood can be very useful for Bullseye. What abilities, Han Sen thought. It's just pure luck. Manly is right. His golden armor provides amazing protection, and the soul from the Bloodslayer greatly increases his physical stats and speed. Considering that he is a practitioner of the Super Gen art, he should still have many souls of beings with sacred blood, Qin Xuan said. If we can lure him into our gang, then we will no longer need to cooperate with the Son of Heaven and Fist Guy. We ourselves will be able to hunt creatures with sacred blood, Yang Manli said with great hope. Wow, you want me to risk my life for you and become your tank? This is terrible, Han Sen thought, and took a sip from his cup to cover his fear. Agree, so do your best to find him, Qin Xuan nodded. But if he is still from any famous family, then even if we find him, there is no guarantee that he will want to join us, Yang Manli sighed. Qin Xuan winked and joked. I know that you like strong people like him. Try to seduce him. Han Sen choked on the water he was drinking. Yang Manli glanced at Han Sen angrily as he quickly took a sip of water. I don't mind seducing him, but I'm afraid he's not man enough. This time Han Sen choked so hard that tears flowed from his eyes. Yang Manli looked at Han Sen with disgust. Fortunately, Dollar won't be such a scumbag like him. Hey! Han Sen shouted, but Yang Manli had already closed the office door without reacting. Station manager, your subordinate is very arrogant. I'm your boyfriend and she shouldn't talk to me like that, Han Sen said angrily. Send me to another team. I don't want to be in Bullseye if she's their leader. Han Sen believed that Yang Manli would be able to recognize that he was Dollar if they stayed close for a long time. You were a bastard, but you can change. Follow Leader Manly. You can never be like Dollar, but there is still hope. After answering Han Sen, she did not give him a chance to express his opinion. Han Sen left the teleport, returned home, and opened the video on Skynet. When he found it, he saw that the video had been viewed by more than 100 million people. Han Sen was convinced that he could not be recognized from the video and calmed down a little. Having seen good reviews, he was pleased. The video is really good! The next morning, Han Sen entered the God Sanctuary and saw that the copper-teeth creature had almost all turned purple, only the tip of its tail had not yet changed. He was very happy because in a day or two it would become a being with sacred blood. After observing the creature for a while, Han Sen went to the Bullseye training camp. When he got there, he met someone he knew. Su Xiaoqiao. Han Sen was very surprised to meet him. Su Xiaoqiao was cleaning bows and arrows at the shooting range. Fancy butt, how do you know me? Su Xiaoqiao was also surprised. How can I not know you? Because of you, everyone called Dollar Doll. Han Sen smiled. He secretly hated Su Xiaoqiao. Thanks to him, Han Sen received such a strange nickname. But Su Xiaoqiao was proud of himself. If it weren't for me, the dollar would not have become as popular as it is now. Good job. Han Sen showed him a thumbs up and thought to himself, You little bastard! Brother, why did you decide to join Bullseye? Su Xiaoqiao asked Han Sen. Because you can help with creatures and reduce the risk of killing them. Safety comes first, Han Sen laughed. Great minds think alike. Su Xiaoqiao felt that he had finally met someone who understood him. The only thing that can be said about Bullseye is safety. If not for this, I would not have come here, not even in a million years. The leader of this team, Manly, looks great, but she is a real sadist. Do you know what we call her behind her back? Fascist. While talking, Su Xiaoqiao and Han Sen suddenly trembled. Turning their heads, they saw Manly standing not far from them. She seemed to have heard everything they were saying. Han Sen and Su Xiaoqiao froze. Su Xiaoqiao quickly tried to smile. Manly, I just decided to tease the new guy. In fact, you are charming. Use a bow to practice with the required strength of 7.0. Each of you must shoot 1,000 arrows. Until you do this, you can't leave, Yang Manli said coldly and turned away. God! Bow for practice with level 7.0, 1,000 arrows. Why doesn't she just kill me? Su Xiaoqiao instantly lost her smile. But she won't be here all the time, so she won't be able to find out how many arrows we actually fired, Han Sen answered. Brother, you are very naive. The fascist must take care of this. There are special people who are responsible for the number of arrows fired. You can't shoot one at one. Also, you can't miss the target, Su Xiaoqiao said desperately. Then we have time. She didn't specify exactly when we should finish. Han Sen patted Su Xiaoqiao on the shoulder. With a strength rating of 9.1 points, shoot 1,000 arrows from a bow that requires a strength of 7.0. This is a rather difficult task, but still, it is not the end of the world. However, for Su Xiaoqiao, who had a strength of 7.0 points, things were different. He won't be able to shoot continuously. Even 100 arrows can kill him. They took their practice bows and started shooting. Han Sen stood next to Su Xiaoqiao and fired at a slow pace. The rest of Bullseye's members gloated over them. Several of the Bullseye members were carrying armfuls of arrows, and one person said to Su Xiaoqiao, Xiaoqiao, continue your training, and tomorrow we will hunt a creature with sacred blood. Have you discovered another creature with sacred blood? But when? Why don't I know anything about this? Su Xiaoqiao opened his eyes wide. The Son of Heaven gang discovered the creature, but they missed it, so they asked us to help. We'll go hunting in the morning, but you won't be able to come with us. It will take you about 3 days to fire 1,000 arrows, the team member said with a grin. Enough talking! Xiaoqiao needs to train, the young man, who was the deputy head of Bullseye, shouted angrily. After everyone left, Su Xiaoqiao began to beg this angry man. Hong Tao, please ask Manly to let me go tomorrow. After returning, I will train twice as much. Do you think this is a market where you can bargain? Manly said that you must fire 1,000 arrows, so you cannot miss a single one. Liu Hongtao looked closely at Han Sen. Don't think that you can't do something here just because you personally know Qin Xuan. Don't give me a chance to catch you or you'll regret it. Liu, you know, we didn't mean anything bad. Please help us. Su Xiaoqiao gave Liu Hongtao a lot of money. Liu Hongtao threw the money on the floor and reproached Su Xiaoqiao. Do you think you can bribe me? Rules are rules. You can't go anywhere until you've shot 1,000 arrows. Having said this, Liu Hongtao turned away. Han Sen was a little surprised and decided to ask Su Xiaoqiao, are the rules really that strict in Bullseye? Strict, but Liu Hongtao always took money from me, Su Xiaoqiao said, gritting his teeth. Why didn't you take it this time? Han Sen looked embarrassed. Su Xiaoqiao looked at Han Sen and whispered, Now you should be careful. I think Manly is very upset with you, and Liu loves Manly very much. He will keep an eye on you. Now Han Sen understood why Liu Hongtao looked at him with such disgust and hatred. It's my fault, but don't worry, tomorrow we will go with everyone. Han Sen patted Su Xiaoqiao on the shoulder. What if we don't have time to shoot all 1,000 arrows? Su Xiaoqiao sighed and thought about something. Brother, are you sleeping with Qin Xuan? If this is true, then just talk to her and we can calmly go tomorrow. Even if I slept with Qin Xuan, I wouldn't bother her about this. Besides, in reality, there is nothing like that, Han Sen tried to explain. In our gang, Manly only listens to Qin Xuan. Therefore, if she doesn't help us, then we won't be able to do anything tomorrow. Su Xiaoqiao grabbed Han Sen's hand. Brother, to hell with dignity. A creature with sacred blood is priceless. If you really have something with Qin Xuan, you should ask her, and in exchange, agree to whatever she wants to do to you. You have to focus on the big picture. Han Sen sighed. Unfortunately, there really is nothing between us. Then we're doomed. We will train, and others will go hunting, Su Xiaoqiao said sadly. You shouldn't be so upset. Even though I'm not sleeping with Qin Xuan, we'll still go hunting with everyone tomorrow, Han Sen laughed. What do you mean? Su Xiaoqiao looked at Han Sen helplessly. Just let's shoot all these arrows today. Han Sen pointed to the pile of arrows. Su Xiaoqiao said in a weak voice, Brother, each of us has thousands of arrows. The target is 450 feet away. Any arrows we miss don't count. We will need at least 3 days to do this. Not necessarily. Han Sen took the training bow. It turned out to be much lighter than his Doomsday. A practice bow that required a 7.0 power rating meant that you could use that bow for rapid fire. And to do all of that, you had to have a 7.0 power rating. And for Doomsday, a force with a rating of 7.0 could only be enough to pull the bowstring and fire one shot. He took the arrow and took aim. In an instant, his arrow hit the bull's eye. Hansen continued to shoot without stopping. Even though he didn't hit the bullseye every time, he still hit the target. Su Xiaoqiao believed that it was not possible to use all the arrows today. However, in quite a short time, Hansen had already shot 36 arrows and didn't seem to need a break. "Brother, great job! 10 arrows in a row with such a bow!" Su Xiaoqiao praised Hansen. Any archer knew that shooting quickly requires a lot of energy. A normal archer could shoot 10 arrows in a row, but someone who could shoot 24 without stopping was definitely much stronger than needed to use this bow. Hansen simply smiled and said to Su Xiaoqiao, "Don't just stand there. Let's finish the 2,000 arrows and go in search of the creature with the sacred blood." "Ignorant," Liu Hongtao, who was controlling them, said with disdain. The fact that he was able to shoot 36 arrows in a row was impressive, but 1,000 arrows was not the same. Even if Hansen had a strength rating of 8.0 or 9.0, he still wouldn't be able to shoot at that pace all the time. He wasted so much strength on his fingers and arms because there was no way they would be able to go hunting tomorrow. Hansen also knew that shooting at such a pace requires something else besides strength. However, he felt that his muscles had become very stiff and elastic. After he shot 24, his muscles started to ache a little. But as soon as he shook his hands, Sen felt great again. Even after tensing his muscles for a long time, his body remained strong and cool. Hansen knew that it was not because he had a lot of gene points, but because he was a jade skin practitioner. 1,000 arrows with such a bow was not a difficult task for him. He had enough strength and endurance to complete it. Hansen continued to shoot. The man who was counting the arrows was amazed to see 40 arrows littering the target. Soon, several people from Bullseye came to watch Hansen's shooting. After watching him for a while, everyone was very surprised. "Wow, all 3 goals are already filled. Is it all him?" "Yeah, Su Xiaoqiao only shot 12 arrows and didn't even fill 1 target." "Can't be, he must have a bow that requires 4.0 strength." "Can't you even see the difference between bows with the required strength of 4.0 and 7.0? They are completely different." Turning, the man rolled his eyes. More and more Bullseye members came. Liu Hongtao couldn't sit still any longer, seeing that Hansen was still shooting. "Give me more arrows." Hansen hasn't had so much fun shooting with a bow for a long time. When he shot on his own, he could only use the few arrows he had, and then he had to go and collect them. And now he could shoot as much as he wanted, and as long as he wanted it. "Friend, great job. This is already the 2nd set." Su Xiaoqiao untied another set of training arrows. He grabbed an armful of arrows and stuffed them into Hansen's quiver. "I just started to warm up," Hansen smiled and shot another arrow. "Brother, if you can shoot all the arrows and we will go hunting tomorrow, then I am ready for anything. I even agree to wash your clothes," Su Xiaoqiao exclaimed. "Forget about washing. What about money?" Hansen laughed. "Talking about money will harm our friendship," Su Xiaoqiao replied. Hansen paused after every 50 arrows. Instead of using both hands to alternately pull the bowstring, he used only his right. "What is that noise outside?" Outside young Manli's office, it was becoming more noisy. At that moment, she was looking at the data on the creature with sacred blood that the Son of Heaven had given her. Young Manli repeated her question twice, but no one answered. Frowning, she decided to go and find out for herself. Almost everyone from Bullseye was at the shooting range and shouted in admiration from time to time. Young Manli took out a telescope. In the Sanctuary of God, most modern things did not work, but things like the spyglass, which was the simplest tool, functioned well. Young Manli was skeptical. She hid the spyglass and went to the shooting range. "Fancy ass, real man, he's been keeping this pace for so long. His endurance is simply endless. I think that 1,000 arrows is a very light punishment for him. I can assume that he will cope before lunch." When the members of Bullseye saw that Yang Manli had arrived, they immediately returned to their training. They were not afraid of Liu Hongtao at all, but they were very afraid of Yang Manli. "Were all these arrows fired only by him?" Yang Manli asked Liu Hongtao. Except for Target 9 and Target 10, Liu Hongtao didn't really want to answer her. "I see. Young Manly said nothing more and was about to return to the office. Liu Hongtao couldn't know what Young Manly was thinking, so he quickly asked, "Manly, this punishment is very simple. It will be a bad example. Maybe we should add 1,000 more arrows?" "No," Yang Manli left. Returning to the office, Yang Manli took out Han Sen's data and began to look through it carefully. Great stamina, good number of gene points, graduate of general compulsory education with excellent grades. Young Manli carefully read the information, thought for a moment, and then whispered, "I'll give him a chance for the sake of the station manager." After firing 500 arrows, Han Sen stopped and rested for 2 hours before continuing to shoot. In fact, he didn't have to stop, but he didn't want to scare others, so he decided to take a break. By midnight, Han Sen and Su Xiaochao were able to shoot all 2,000 arrows. Han Sen had already managed to become famous in Bullseye, and the members of this team changed their opinion about him. Anyone who could shoot 1,000 arrows in one day deserved respect. "Sen, I am not easily impressed, but you are truly amazing." Even though Han Sen had fired almost all the arrows, Su Xiaochao was also very tired. He hugged Han Sen's neck and gave a thumbs up. "Forget it. Do you know what this creature is that we want to kill tomorrow?" Han Sen asked. "I'm so beautiful that Yang Manli's assistant couldn't resist my charm and told me everything," Su Xiaochao answered solemnly. "And what kind of creature is this?" Han Sen did not pay attention to his boasting. "It seems this is a creature that can fly. There aren't many good archers in the Son of Heaven's team, so they turned to us for help," Su Xiaochao replied. Han Sen frowned. "A creature with sacred blood who can fly, it will be very difficult." Creatures with sacred blood were already very strong, but if they could also fly, then they were terribly difficult to track down. After all, a bow made of the best alloy could only shoot half a mile, and only a few people in the first God Sanctuary could use such bows. If the creature is too high, the arrows will not cause significant harm to it. Moreover, the skin of the creature with sacred blood was so hard that even saber arrows would not be able to pierce it. Han Sen knew that Bullseye had the souls of creatures that transformed into bows and arrows, and the arrow alloy should be much better than sabers. But he didn't even think that Yang Manli could give him access to them. Even if, with the help of the heavens, he managed to pierce the skin of the creature with sacred blood, he did not have any means to catch it. "It seems like I need to buy a Z-steel arrow," Han Sen thought for a moment. Z-steel was not steel at all. People discovered this metal 50 years ago. Its characteristics were similar to steel, but its strength went far beyond its strength. The arrow became much better even with just a little Z-steel added. All arrows that were made from alpha alloy had Z-steel added. Doomsday and the broadsword that Han Sen took from Liu Feng also contained Z-steel, but its content was very small. The broadsword had approximately 0.3% Z-steel, Doomsday had 0.4% Z-steel in its base, and 0.5% in the bowstring itself. If the weapon had more than 10% Z-steel, then it could cut the bones of mutant creatures without any problems. And if the weapon had more than 60% Z-steel, then it would be as powerful as the bones of creatures with sacred blood. However, Z-steel was very rare, so its price was quite high. Its production was strictly controlled by the Alliance, so it was very difficult to find an alloy that contained more than 1% Z-steel. Even though Z-steel was added to Saber's arrowheads, it was no more than 0.1%. Accordingly, hunting a creature with sacred blood with Saber's arrows was almost impossible, even if he could hit the arrow directly in the wound. For Han Sen, the ideal arrow was one made from an alloy containing 1% Z-steel. But it was so expensive that even if he decided to spend all his money, he now had about $300,000. He could only buy one arrow, and that was with 0.6% Z-steel content. Han Sen went home and visited the Polar Night Forum at night. If he cannot find suitable products second-hand, he will have to buy new ones from the store. A message was published on the forum that weapons containing 1.2% Z-steel were being sold. Han Sen noticed that this message was from a store that did not have a license or legal permission. On the store's webpage, there were only holographic images of the goods and a comlink number. "It seems this is a creature that can fly. There aren't many good archers in the Son of Heaven's team, so they turned to us for help." After reading this, I remembered how in Skyrim I tried to hit a flying dragon with arrows, how much pain it was. Han Sen looked closely and saw evidence in the holographic image that the weapon was handmade. After viewing the image, Han Sen dialed the number that was listed on the web page. Someone answered the call but rejected the video chat, so Han Sen could only hear the voice. "How can I help you?" the interlocutor asked in a rough male voice. "On the forum, I saw that you were selling weapons. Do you have arrows that have a high Z-steel content?" Han Sen did not hope that the arrows could actually contain 1.2% Z-steel. He would have been happy even if it was 0.8% Z-steel. "I have 2 arrows that I made myself. They contain 1.2% Z-steel. Each one costs 300,000, the man answered. "I want one. Where can I look at it?" Han Sen asked. "I'll tell you the address." The man dictated the address and hung up. Han Sen went to the address in the red light district. Despite the fact that it was already late at night, there were many people on the streets. Having reached the indicated place, Han Sen had to wait a little, but soon he saw someone waving at him from the other side of the road. Han Sen approached the man with caution. "Is it you who wants to buy an arrow?" asked the guy who was wearing a hood and sunglasses. Han Sen could only make out that it was a middle-aged man. "Yes," Han Sen nodded. The man took out a box and placed it in front of Han Sen. Opening it, he saw a black steel arrow inside. "Can I check on her?" Han Sen asked. "Take it and look," the man answered casually. Han Sen took out the arrow and checked its balance. If the arrow is not balanced correctly, it does not matter what material it is made of. "Excellent!" Han Sen felt that this arrow was even better balanced than Saber's arrows. If the bow is very strong, then this arrow will fly steadily. The man nodded and said nothing more. Han Sen took out his broadsword and asked the man, "Can I test this arrow with my weapon?" Without his permission, Han Sen did not dare to test her like that. Technically speaking, if the arrow contains more than 0.7% Z-steel, then his broadsword will not leave a mark on it. The man looked at the broadsword that Han Sen was holding and replied, "Go check it out." After his permission, Han Sen took the arrow in one hand and the broadsword in the other and struck the arrow with fury. Ringing! Han Sen quickly looked at the arrow and was happy to see that there was no trace left on it, but a small piece broke off from his broadsword. Although he was still not sure that the arrow contained 1.2% Z-steel, Sen was convinced that the material was indeed good. "Excellent material, I'll take it." Han Sen took out the $300,000 he had taken with him and paid the man. This arrow was made from steel from old interstellar battleships, so it contains 1.2% Z-steel, and the weapons that the plant produces cannot be compared with mine. "Let me know if you need anything else," the man said, and disappeared into the alley. Han Sen returned home and examined the arrow more carefully. It was truly excellent. When compared to similar arrows, it cost 1/10 of their cost. "I was really lucky to find a real master." Han Sen didn't have high hopes because, more often than not, handmade weapons were mediocre. And the production of arrows required great skills, and it was very difficult to find a master. Han Sen was very pleased with this arrow. Looking at its tip, one could see that it was made with incredible skill. It looked like it had been hand-polished and looked very sharp. While still in school, Han Sen learned weapon making, but his skills were not as excellent as this weapon master. "This is a very good arrow, but I can only afford one. If I don't hit the first time, then I won't have a second chance." Han Sen decided to check his bank account and saw that he had less than $100,000 left. "I would also like to buy something tomorrow." After sleeping a little, Han Sen went to the station early in the morning and teleported from the Sanctuary of God. In the Steel Armor Gang, which was entirely owned by Qin Xuan, Bullseye was the smallest team. There were very few civilians who were interested in archery, so this team was either ex-military or those who were going to military schools. When they entered the God's Sanctuary, they became considered the military strength of this shelter, the entire steel armor castle. The Alliance did not have much power to control the God's Sanctuary, but they tried to maintain at least some control. In each hideout, as a rule, the largest gang had military experience. Qin Xuan led her men to the designated location. Son of Heaven's gang was already there. Compared to the Steel Armor Gang, the Son of Heaven's people looked very disorganized. Luo Tanyang looked at Han Sen coldly. It was clear from his gaze that the conversation between them was not yet completed. After everyone met, the Son of Heaven's gang walked ahead along the road that led into the mountains. Bullseye was at the very end. Han Sen and Su Xiao Chao walked behind everyone. "Sen, it seems to me that we need to take shields to at least somehow protect ourselves," said Su Xiao Chao. "You're rich. Buy yourself a protective suit made of Z-steel," answered Han Sen. The Z-steel suit is very heavy and uncomfortable compared to the creature's soul armor. Z-steel armor is tougher even compared to armor from a primitive creature, and you know that you can only find weapons that do not exceed 1% Z-steel. Based on this, the armor from the souls of creatures is much better. Su Xiao Chao continued to speak. "How nice it would be if I had a soul of a creature like the dollar. This is the only armor from the soul of a creature that I saw in the castle of steel armor. I wonder what creature such a soul belongs to." "From its appearance, one can say that it was a cruel and powerful creature," another member of Bullseye answered them. "By itself. It must have been an extraordinary creature with sacred blood," the others agreed. Han Sen smiled softly. He wondered what they would say if they knew that this soul belonged to the weakest creature, the black beetle. The two gangs were on the road for more than half a month before they reached a mountain that Han Sen had never been to before. Along the way, Sen realized that numbers play a big role. No creatures could block their path, because among them there were many archers and cavalrymen. The scouts warned them if there were huge herds of creatures ahead, and they avoided them. Bullseye hid in the designated place and were ready to start shooting at the creature with sacred blood, which Luo Tanyan and his team were supposed to lure there. The others walked along the cliff and were ready to pursue the creature with the sacred blood. Along with Bullseye on the rock, the Son of Heaven and some of his men also took up positions. Han Sen knew that they were also good at shooting. Earlier he had witnessed when the Son of Heaven almost killed the bloody killer, and then Han Sen took his soul. The Son of Heaven looked at Han Sen coldly. He had heard rumors that Sen had become Qin Xuan's toy, which irritated him greatly. "Son of Heaven, where are the arrows that you agreed to give us?" asked Yang Manli. This time, the Son of Heaven really needed Bullseye's help. Since ordinary arrows could not harm a creature with sacred blood, and Z-steel arrows were very expensive, he agreed to provide them with arrows this time. The Son of Heaven smiled and waved his hand. His assistants took out a box that was hidden in the mountain. Opening it, they took out starlight arrows. Each arrow was worth over 1,000,000. They were manufactured by the Star Group and contained 1% Z-steel. "Manly, here are the 100 starlight arrows that we agreed on. Can you distribute them among the best archers?" The Son of Heaven smiled. Yang Manli turned around and started calling names. She had good arrows which were made by Liu Hongtao. Therefore, she decided to select 5 more of the best archers from Bullseye and distribute starlight arrows to them. Soon, there were 4 people near her. After thinking for a while, she looked at Han Sen. "And you?" Han Sen was surprised because he didn't expect Yang Manli to choose him herself. But it was very good. He came up and stood next to the other 4 people. As Yang Manli prepared to distribute the arrows among the 5 people, the Son of Heaven said gloomily, "Manli, are you sure about these archers?" "Any problems?" Yang Manli looked at the Son of Heaven. "How can someone be qualified enough to use starlight arrows?" the Son of Heaven asked coldly, pointing at Han Sen. "He has enough qualifications, that's why I chose him," answered Yang Manli. The Son of Heaven looked at Han Sen with disgust and said to Yang Manli, "I don't want to doubt your decision, but this man shouldn't be here. Please replace it." Yang Manli frowned, but she understood that the Son of Heaven was in charge in this situation, because he was the one who provided them with the materials. The Bullseyes were only here to help them. She couldn't refuse him. "Zhao Hua, come here!" Yang Manli was forced to send Han Sen to the rest of the team and called another person. The Son of Heaven still looked intently at Han Sen. "Sen, you are really unlucky. You had the opportunity to obtain the starlight arrows and kill the creature with the sacred blood, but now you don't have that chance," Su Xiao Chao said regretfully. Han Sen shrugged. He was upset that he couldn't get 20 starlight arrows, but he had a much better arrow in his quiver, therefore he still had a chance. Each archer on the rock took his position. They prepared their bows with arrows, waiting for the creature with the sacred blood to appear. It should have come out from below. Han Sen and Su Xiao Chao found a comfortable place, but suddenly the Son of Heaven approached them and said, "Why are you wasting your time here? Go away!" The subordinate of the Son of Heaven pushed Han Sen and Su Xiao Chao towards. Su Xiaoqiao looked at them with anger. Han Sen took his hand and said, "Don't pay attention, let's go over there. They want us to go too far." Su Xiaoqiao answered sadly, "Revenge is a dish that should be served cold. Let's look at the face of the Son of Heaven when we kill the creature with sacred blood." Han Sen smiled, and together with Su Xiaoqiao went to the other side. It's not that easy to do. The rock is big, and the people of the Son of Heaven are on the other side. If a creature with sacred blood is near them, then he will be very far away. Even if it is 300 feet away from us, we will not be able to damage it because we do not have starlight arrows. We will just be bait to distract him." Su Xiaoqiao grinned. "Do you have money? Why didn't you buy yourself a couple of starlight arrows?" Han Sen looked at Su Xiaoqiao with a puzzled expression. Only now he remembered that Xiao is very rich, and for him 1,000,000 is nothing. "Why do I need them? It's terribly expensive, and you won't be able to kill it anyway. 1,000,000 each, and you'll need about 7 or 8 arrows to hit this thing. It's easier to spend money on buying the flesh of a mutant creature." Su Xiaoqiao switched to a whisper and added, "In fact, Z-Steel is greatly overrated. As a young member of the Star Group, the Son of Heaven owns the mines and factories that produce Z-Steel. Therefore, he did not spend much money on these arrows. Their real price does not exceed 10,000. "Do they have such a big profit?" Han Sen was surprised. "Well, the mines with Z-Steel were monopolized by several groups. Their technology does not allow the production of alpha alloy containing more than 5% Z-Steel. For an unknown reason, alpha alloy becomes as brittle as glass if the Z-Steel content exceeds 5%. Su Xiaoqiao tried to explain everything to Han Sen. While they were talking, a howl like a dragon's was heard at the foot of the cliff. Grabbing their bows, they looked down. "Such a giant lizard!" Su Xiaoqiao shouted when he saw the creature at the bottom of the cliff. Han Sen also saw a creature with sacred blood. A huge lizard covered with purple scales. It had a pair of wings. It flew out of the valley. The sacred blood creature was closer to where Han Sen was, but was still 250 feet away. On Yang Manli's orders, everyone started shooting at the creature that was trying to escape. The arrows rained down on him, but could not even damage the feathers that were on his wings, let alone cause serious damage. Even the starlight arrows, upon impact, only left sparks and fell to the ground. The creature remained unharmed, but the arrows were damaged. Han Sen had already inserted his arrow containing 1.2% Z-Steel into the string, but had not fired yet. He only had one arrow, and it would be useless if he couldn't get the angle right. "Its feathers and scales are very tough. Our arrows are useless unless we can hit the eyes." Su Xiaoqiao fired several arrows, but they did not reach the target. As Su Xiaoqiao had predicted, the Son of Heaven summoned the soul of a creature that turned into a bow, and the soul of a creature that became an arrow in the form of a wolf's tooth. Taking aim at the wing of the creature with sacred blood, the Son of Heaven fired. Han Sen saw that this arrow that the Son of Heaven used was much inferior to the previous one with which he tried to kill the bloody slayer. Most likely, it was the soul of either a mutant creature or a primitive creature. The arrow from the creature's soul streaked across the sky like black lightning, cutting through the creature's purple feathers and piercing its wing, causing the creature to let out a loud roar. Young Manli also summoned the soul of a creature resembling a dove. It turned into a bow, and an arrow appeared that looked like a swordfish. By releasing the arrow, she was also able to pierce the wing, and everyone saw how blood began to flow. This time, the Son of Heaven's arrow and Yang Manli's arrow were not disposable. After the arrows hit their target, they returned to the hands of their owners. These are endless arrows. In this sense, arrows from the souls of creatures are much better than arrows containing Z-alloy. Han Sen was green with anger. He dreamed of getting the arrow of the Son of Heaven. This is most likely the soul of a mutant creature. Otherwise, the arrow would not be able to pierce the wing of a creature with sacred blood so easily. The Son of Heaven and Yang Manli knew well that the weakest point was the wings. They aimed again at the creature's wings. 2 more shots hit the creature and it flew off the cliff. The Son of Heaven's soul creature bow was much more powerful than Han Sen's Judgment Day. He fired at a distance of 600 feet, and the arrow still managed to penetrate the wing. Everyone desperately shot at the creature, but the wounds received could not be fatal. The creature managed to escape. "Chase him! His wings are damaged! He won't be able to fly far!" The Son of Heaven gave the order, and those who had the souls of creatures in the form of mounts calling them went in pursuit. Hansen and the others who did not have mounts could only walk, and very soon they fell far behind the others. After all, those with only 2 legs could never outrun those with 4 legs. After a little time they no longer saw the mounts, but they heard the sound of hooves. It was Qin and the others who had been in the valley all this time. "Jump!" Qin shouted to Hansen as she rode past him on her mount. Her mount could comfortably fit a second person, and Hansen was an excellent shooter with Doomsday. Hansen was delighted and jumped onto the mount. He already thought that he had missed his chance, but now Qin gave him a second one. Qin followed the hoof prints and moved forward. Hansen sat behind her and hugged her to stay on the mount. She was armored with the creature's soul, so he felt nothing. In addition to the hoof prints, traces of blood were visible on the ground, which were most likely left by a wounded creature with sacred blood. This once again proved that they were moving in the right direction. After 8 hours of chasing, Qin finally saw the Son of Heaven, young Manli, and the others ahead. The Son of Heaven stopped in front of the mountain and gazed at the top. Qin and Hansen arrived. This mountain was like a sword that had been driven into the ground. It was about half a mile high. A creature with sacred blood sat on the top and howled from time to time. "This mountain is very high. Even arrows from the souls of creatures cannot harm the creature," said young Manli. The Son of Heaven looked at Qin and saw Hansen sitting behind her with his arm around the girl's waist. He suddenly had a desire to kill Hansen. "We must get up and kill him as quickly as possible. Creatures with sacred blood have self-healing. In a few hours his wounds will heal, and then we will not be able to catch up with him," Qin said while looking at the top of the mountain. "Then we will rise and kill him," said the Son of Heaven and recalled his mount. "This mountain is very steep. If they attack us halfway, we will all die," young Manli objected. "We can send a few people and the rest will watch from here. If the creature tries to attack, we will kill it," the Son of Heaven calmly suggested. "Who will have to rise?" Qin asked the Son of Heaven and frowned. "It is quite obvious that whoever climbs will be in great danger. No one will want to take such a risk. Only I and Manli have suitable arrows, and we need you, Qin, to command. Everyone else can get up. We've already come too far to give up so easily. The one who goes will receive most of the flesh. I think it will be fair, right?" The Son of Heaven examined all the faces, and turning around, he met Hansen's gaze. The Son of Heaven's proposal was very risky, but it was the best plan to kill the being with sacred blood. Now the creature was on top, bleeding, and its wings did not move. If they miss this opportunity, they will most likely never be able to kill him. Finally, Qin agreed to climb the mountain, leaving the Son of Heaven and young Manli below as the only owners of the arrows from the souls of the creatures. "Xuan, you shouldn't get up. Just give someone an order," advised the Son of Heaven. "I won't give an order. I also don't have arrows from the souls of creatures, so I can rise." While Qin was speaking, she had already begun to rise. The crowd was divided into 7 groups, and each group rose from a different direction. Hansen immediately followed Qin. He noticed the cold gaze of the Son of Heaven and realized that he wanted to stab him in the back. Most likely, Hansen would have been killed instead of the creature with sacred blood. Therefore, the young man decided to follow Qin Sai-yun everywhere so that the Son of Heaven could not reach him. Indeed, the Son of Heaven had the idea to kill Senya when he invited someone to rise. There was no way for Hansen to hide on the cliff, and he would have doomed himself to death. But now Hansen was following Qin. If the Son of Heaven tried to do anything, Qin would undoubtedly save him. However, the Son of Heaven did not want to give up. Now he had an even greater desire to kill Hansen. All he needed was to wait until Qin moved away from Sen. Even though the slope was steep, all groups had full climbing equipment, so they climbed very quickly. The creature with sacred blood was severely injured. Seeing the people rising, it could only howl loudly. It could neither attack nor fly away. When Qin and the others reached the top, the creature with the sacred blood tried to fly away. It flapped its bloody wings but immediately fell. All the groups were incredibly happy about this and started shooting at him. Despite the fact that they could not harm the creature, it went wild. Suddenly, the creature with the sacred blood flapped its damaged wings and attacked the person who was closest. The man had nowhere to hide, and so he helplessly tried to plunge his blade into the creature with the sacred blood. He hit the head with the blade, but was unable to inflict a scratch. But the creature with sacred blood was able to bite him and quickly tear him into two halves. Blood flew in all directions, and it scared people greatly. Everyone began to slowly descend. It was very difficult to go down such a steep cliff, but everyone still had safety ropes, so they just slid down them. Seeing that the sacred blood creature began to chase the climbers, Son of Heaven and Yang Manly took out their arrows and continuously shot at it. The Son of Heaven shot 2 arrows and missed. He was more interested in Han Sen than the creature. However, Han Sen was still near Qin Xuan and did not give him a chance to carry out such a treacherous attack. "Coward!" The Son of Heaven cursed him silently and again began shooting at the creature with sacred blood. At that moment, everyone realized that the creature with sacred blood was doomed. It was bleeding very heavily and could barely fly. If it goes down now, it will no longer be able to rise. Despite the sacrifices, everyone was going to kill this creature with sacred blood. The Son of Heaven did not find an opportunity to kill Han Sen, so he focused on the creature with sacred blood. Arrow after arrow flew forward. The creature with sacred blood felt pain and howled loudly. Having spread its wings, the creature was about to return to the very top, but it was too painful for him to fly. Suddenly it flew up and began to cling to the stones on the slope with its claws. The creature was so strong that it seemed as if its claws were cutting not stone but butter. The creature with sacred blood began to cling stronger and gradually rise upward. "We can't let him rise!" Qin Xuan summoned the creature's soul and turned into a golden lion. She began to climb after the creature through the holes left by its paws. Han Sen began to worry. Qin Xuan had left and he was now an open target for the Son of Heaven. Han Sen ran, trying to grab the lion's tail, and she pulled him towards her. Qin Xuan looked at him intently, but Sen pretended not to see anything and continued to hold on to his tail. Qin Xuan did not have time to deal with Han Sen and rushed after the sacred blood creature at full speed. Seeing that the creature with the sacred blood could no longer be taken out of the bow, the Son of Heaven hit it and turned into a black monkey more than 9 feet tall. The Son of Heaven quickly ran up to the slope and began to climb up. He moved much faster than the others. It seemed that he was running on flat ground. "Let go!" Qin Xuan shouted. She could not catch up with the creature with sacred blood because Han Sen still continued to cling to her tail. Han Sen quickly released his tail. Now the Son of Heaven was chasing a being with sacred blood, and he had no time for Han Sen. The Son of Heaven is a real idiot. He has such a strong mutant creature soul and he put us in danger. Han Sen felt envious as he saw the monkey rise with incredible speed. He had the soul of the bloody killer, but he only had the advantage of great speed on the ground. A mountain, especially one as steep as this one, the bloody killer would not be able to climb with his 4 hooves. Soon, the Son of Heaven overtook Qin Xuan's golden lion and ended up right behind the sacred blood creature. The creature, which had almost reached the top of the cliff, saw the Son of Heaven and began to swat him away with its claws. Han Sen found a place that was not very steep and took Judgment Day with both hands while he was just watching the fight that was taking place on the top of the mountain. Sen pulled out the falling sky arrow and shot at the creature with the sacred blood. He was barely able to inflict any pain on the creature with sacred blood, and 2 of them hit the Son of Heaven, who was currently fighting the creature. Of course, falling sky's arrows could not harm the Son of Heaven. They were so poorly made that they were incapable of even piercing the skin of mutant creatures. Han Sen was just warming up for now. After all, he only had 1 arrow containing Z-steel, and he wanted to make sure that he could hit the target. "Crap! Don't shoot if you can't use your bow properly! Hide your useless arrows!" roared the Son of Heaven, who was hit twice by Han Sen. Qin Xuan reached the top and began to attack the creature with the sacred blood. Following her, the others rose and all began to fire at the creature. Even though the creature with sacred blood was dying, it was still too strong. At the top, it began to roar loudly and many decided to retreat. Even the Son of Heaven and Qin Xuan could not get close to him. Suddenly, the Son of Heaven turned into himself. He was able to change his body for an hour, although with his amount of gene points, he should have been able to transform for longer. While Han Sen was thinking about what the Son of Heaven was going to do, he summoned the soul of the creature in the form of a red sword and brought it down on the bloody wing of the creature. Qin Xuan also regained her normal form and summoned the soul of the creature in the form of a dagger. She also began to strike the creature with sacred blood. Several other people at the top of the mountain followed suit and began to attack the creature with the sacred blood. The creature was severely wounded, and the Son of Heaven inflicted a huge wound on its wing. The creature was practically covered in blood. Qin Xuan took advantage of the situation and stabbed the wound with her dagger. The creature's blood began to turn dark because the dagger was poisoned. "Let's attack quickly! It's almost dead!" someone shouted. Everyone began to move actively. From his position, Han Sen could clearly see that the subordinates of the Son of Heaven had incredible skills. They were moving along a steep slope, but it seemed like they were walking on flat ground. If they weren't there, they wouldn't have distracted the creature, and Son of Heaven and Qin Xuan would have had a hard time. Seeing the sacred blood creature disappear from sight, Han Sen grabbed his doomsday and aimed at the victim, looking for the right chance to shoot. If he makes the last shot, after which this creature dies, then he will have the opportunity to receive its soul. Even though the chance was very small, it was still better than nothing at all. The Son of Heaven took a risk and decided on the last attack. Whoever dealt the final blow could keep the creature's soul. This was the rule in their shelter. And the most important thing is that only the one who dealt the final blow can know whether the soul of the creature is received or not. No one else would be able to find out this information. Crunch! The Son of Heaven, with his sword, was able to cut the creature's neck. The wound was so deep that the bones were visible. More blood flowed from the creature. The creature received a near-fatal blow and began to go crazy. It gathered all its strength and flapped its wings towards the crowd. Everyone was forced to retreat. Still trembling, it was able to fly to another rock. Everyone understood that he was bleeding heavily and would soon die. The Son of Heaven summoned the souls of the mutant creatures in the form of a bow and arrow and began shooting at the creature while it was in the sky. One of the arrows hit the wing of the creature with sacred blood. It could not get rid of it and began to fall, flapping its wings helplessly. It fell too fast for anyone to hit it. The Son of Heaven was very happy. The creature had to fall and die, and he would be the last one to hit it. So he has a chance to receive the soul of a creature with sacred blood. Suddenly, an alloy arrow flew from the slope and disappeared into the wound on the creature's neck. The Son of Heaven flushed from such surprise. Everyone else was shocked. In the blink of an eye, the creature with the sacred blood fell near the foot of the mountain and died. A voice was heard in Han Sen's head. He almost cried with happiness. However, he managed to portray annoyance, helplessness, and disappointment. Everyone at the top stared at him, especially the Son of Heaven. If you could kill with just a glance, Han Sen would die 1,000,000 times over. Even though there was a rule, Han Sen decided not to admit that he had obtained the soul of a being with sacred blood. Otherwise, the Son of Heaven would undoubtedly kill him. The people who saw his disappointed look didn't quite believe it, but they still felt a little better. After everyone came down from the mountain, the Son of Heaven grabbed Han Sen by the collar and asked, "Have you received the soul of a creature with sacred blood?" "No." Han Sen continued to insist that he had not received anything. The Son of Heaven was skeptical and tried to find out the truth, but Qin Xuan stopped him. "Son of Heaven, my boyfriend didn't break the rules, and he says he couldn't get the creature's soul. But even if he received it, then you have no right to ask to give it to you," Qin Xuan said. She looked gloomy. Han Sen was in her gang. If he was beaten by the Son of Heaven, then she would lose all the power she had. The Son of Heaven looked at Han Sen for a long time, then went to the dead creature and, taking out Sen's arrow, broke it in half. After putting away all the purple-winged dragon flesh, everyone returned to the steel armor castle. Qin Xuan called Han Sen into her office. "Have you received the soul of a creature with sacred blood?" Qin Xuan stared at Han Sen. "Station Master, I really didn't get the creature's soul. If I had known this would happen, I would not have fired my arrow," Han Sen answered hesitantly. Qin Xuan didn't believe him. "Stop playing. If you have obtained the creature's soul, I still can't take advantage of it. If you want to sell it, then I want to buy it. I'm even ready to pay you in advance. Station manager, I would be a fool if I didn't agree to earn a lot of money. But I didn't really get the creature's soul. If I could, I would show you, Hansen answered embarrassedly. Qin Xuan felt that Hansen's behavior was not sincere. She frowned and said, "Forget it. Don't go anywhere on your own and try to stay in bullseye in the coming days. The Son of Heaven may try to kill you." "I'll be careful," Hansen nodded. Returning to bullseye, Su Xiaoqiao hugged Hansen's neck and asked, "Sen, I heard that it was you who fired the last shot. Were you able to obtain the creature's soul?" "I really wanted to, but I don't even have the soul of a primitive creature, let alone the soul of a creature with sacred blood," Hansen answered and shrugged. "That's right. Creature souls are very difficult to obtain, and we don't have the same luck as Dollar." Su Xiaoqiao sighed and added, "After all, the likelihood that someone will be able to obtain the soul of a creature is very low. In the near future, you should be careful and not leave the shelter. Even though you haven't obtained the creature's soul, the Son of Heaven will not let you get off so easily," Su Xiaoqiao said. "I know," Hansen answered and patted Su Xiaoqiao on the shoulder and thought to himself, he doesn't seem like a bad guy. Once in his room, Hansen could not help but smile as he began to examine his new creature soul. The message was brief, but Hansen remembered what he knew about it. A flying type soul meant that a creature's soul could transform into wings, which the owner could use to fly like a bird. Flying through the sky, without any additional means, such as an airplane, was truly a dream. The most important thing was that, with the ability to fly, it was much easier to survive in the God Sanctuary. With such a soul, you can reach places where ordinary people could not penetrate. The souls of creatures with a flying type were very expensive. They were more expensive even than souls with a transformation type. Moreover, flying-type souls were so rare in the God Sanctuary that, even if you had a lot of money, you still wouldn't be able to buy one. Amazing! The soul of a creature with sacred blood, with a flying type. I wonder how many such souls there are in the God Sanctuary. Hansen was so excited that he almost started jumping. The souls of primitive creatures with a flying type allowed you to fly, but the speed was very low, and you could not fly high. They could only allow people to rise 10 feet above the ground. Souls from mutant creatures of the same type were slightly better, but you would still be clumsy and slow. The souls from beings with sacred blood were the best. But Hansen had never even met the souls of flying-type mutant creatures in Steel Armor Castle. Of course, this was also due to the fact that there were very few flying creatures around their shelter. Hansen's room was too small for him to summon wings. When he calmed down a little, his gaze settled on a creature with copper teeth, which had already completely turned purple and shone as if it had been polished. Sacred blood! The creature with copper teeth turned into a creature with sacred blood! Hansen was filled with great joy as he looked at his creature. For 3 months he was worried about the result, but now he knew for sure. Every 3 months he could grow a creature with sacred blood. If anyone heard this, they would go crazy. For example, today, even such a huge group found it very difficult to hunt the Purple Wings dragon. After killing him, the flesh was divided. Half went to the Son of Heaven gang, and the other half went to the Qin Xuan gang. After the flesh was divided among everyone, how many gene points could you get from a small piece? Hunts such as this could be organized no more than once a month, and they required a lot of effort and resources, and the success rate could be as low as 50%. But Hansen could obtain all the flesh of a creature with sacred blood every 3 months. Son of Heaven and Qin Xuan were several years older than Hansen, but they still had not evolved and entered the second God Sanctuary. This meant that collecting sacred gene points required a lot of time and effort. Son of Heaven was in the Star Group, and Qin Xuan was a military officer. Even they could not score the maximum number of sacred points in 10 years. If they are unlucky, it may take them 15 years, maybe more. But Hansen, with his black crystal, would need 5 years to reach the maximum number of sacred gene points. Hansen's first thought was not to kill the copper-toothed creature with sacred blood, but to go and buy a living primitive creature. He didn't want to waste time, but wanted to feed the black crystal to the next creature as quickly as possible. And he did not dare to go hunting because of the Son of Heaven. fearing that he would take revenge on him. Having bought a primitive creature, he returned to his room, where, without hesitation, he killed the purple creature and fed the crystal to a new one. His grown creature was much weaker than the real one, so killing it was not difficult. Although Han Sen had not received the creature's soul, he was still in a good mood. He quickly put the pot on the fire and got ready to cook the stew. To his 18 sacred gene points, another 7 sacred gene points were added. Now Han Sen had as many as 25 of them, and his physical condition had improved a lot. It seemed to him that he now had infinite power. Looking at the primitive creature that was now sitting in his cage, Han Sen could not help but begin to smack his lips. The shrike creature was small and had no fur. Therefore, after it has completed its transformation, it can be shoved whole into a pot and cooked. It was because of this that Han Sen chose shrike to cultivate. Yesterday, Qin Xuan divided the Violet Wings dragon flesh among all her gang members. She only had half, and after the division, everyone received 1,000th part of all the flesh, which could not bring anything. Therefore, like most people, Han Sen decided to take the $200,000 that they offered to receive, instead of a piece of flesh. Han Sen still lacked money. He needed them so that his family could begin to live better. He also needed money to buy himself some basic necessities. Checking his bank account, he saw that he only had $300,000 left. One Z steel arrow cost 300,000. Han Sen smiled sadly. After the Son of Heaven broke his arrow, he collected the pieces and wanted to contact the same seller and ask him to repair it. I need to get the soul of a creature that turns into arrows. Z steel arrows are very expensive and not so convenient. If I had such a soul, I would no longer need to buy arrows or collect them. After I use them, I'll shoot. Han Sen thought about where he could find such a soul of a creature. He was not interested in the souls of primitive creatures. They were not much better than Z-alloy arrows, only they were even more expensive. Han Sen wanted to obtain arrows from the soul of a mutant creature, such as those used by the Son of Heaven and Yang Manli. After thinking for a while, Han Sen decided to ask Yang Manli from which creature she got the soul in the form of an arrow. Perhaps he will go hunting and try his luck. I think Yang Manli doesn't like me. I'm afraid that she won't tell me anything. I should forget about it, and it's time to go home. I'll return home, and on Skynet I will look for information about which creature's souls most often turn into arrows. Han Sen teleported out of the God Sanctuary. When he returned home, his mother was at the second God Sanctuary, and Yan was still at school. After taking a bath, he began to search for information on Skynet. There were many people who wrote about their experiences. Most of this flow of information was useless to Han Sen, but he managed to find one useful article. Han Sen was about to read it carefully when the doorbell rang. Looking at the monitor, he saw that it was Shuo Shi and her brother Feng Jingqi. Why did they come? Han Sen knew that Feng Jingqi didn't like him, and there had been conflicts between them before, so he didn't expect to see him here. Opening the door, Han Sen said with a smile, "Sai, you haven't come to see me for many years." Shui Shi felt somewhat awkward and whispered, "If we are not on time, then we will leave now." She tried to drag Feng Jingqi away, but he did not give in and smiled and said to Han Sen, "It's always nice to spend time with friends, isn't it?" Indeed, Han Sen already realized that Feng Jingqi was looking for some reason. Sen let Feng Jingqi and Shui Shi in and gave them a bottle of water. "Sorry, but I only have water." "It doesn't matter." Feng Jingqi did not touch the water but immediately asked, "Senya, what shelter are you in?" "The Castle of Steel Armor," answered Han Sen. "Senya, are you also in the Castle of Steel Armor? Why did Han Hao never think about you?" Shui Shi was a little surprised. Maybe we just never met him," Han Sen said indifferently. Shui Shi didn't believe him but didn't question him further. Feng Jingqi said, "It just so happened that my classmate was there. They call him Fist Guy. Have you heard of him?" "He is one of the 3 main leaders. It was hard not to hear about him," Han Sen said. "Amazing," Feng Jingqi smiled at Han Sen. "The last time a ritual arose between us, and today I have a gift for you, but I'm not sure you'll be interested." "I don't like gifts. Your visit has already brought me joy." Looking at Shui Shi's upset face, he shook his head and added, he didn't want to cause any trouble or put you in an awkward position. "The soul of a mutant creature. Are you still not interested?" Feng Jingqi quickly asked. The soul of a mutant creature. Han Sen looked at the guy, He was a little surprised. He immediately understood why Feng Jingqi mentioned Guy Fist. Feng Jingqi smiled slightly and looked at Han Sen. "Let's go to the battle room and have a battle. Regardless of the outcome, I will ask Fist Guy, and he will give you the soul of a mutant creature. Sen, what do you think about such a gift?" If it was just between them, Han Sen would have agreed, but he saw that Xue Shi didn't want him to fight her brother, so he replied, "I cannot accept the soul of a mutant creature. If you're hungry, I can cook lunch." Feng Jingqi thought that Han Sen simply didn't believe him, so he took out his comlink and dialed the number. Suddenly, a holographic image appeared. The man smiled at Feng Jingqi and said, "Jingqi, long time no see. Guy Kulak, I need your help. I have a friend in the steel armor castle. I want you to do something." "Can you give him the soul of a mutant creature?" Feng Jingqi asked with a smile. "If someone else had asked me for this, I would have sent him. But since you ask, then let him just come to my shelter, and remember that you will owe me," answered Guy Fist. After he hung up the phone, Feng Jingqi looked at Han Sen and asked, "Now do you agree to my gift?" "What game?" Feng Jingqi frowned. "Have you ever played Red Hands?" Han Sen asked and smiled faintly. Feng Jingqi also smiled. "Of course, this is a very easy game. Red Hands is a game between two people. One player places his hands on the outstretched arms of the second player, and the one with the palms down must have time to hit the hands of the second player. The two players' hands must touch each other. Such a slap is considered a kind of insult, and in order to take revenge, it was necessary to very quickly slap the opponent's hands. The other person had to quickly remove his hands to avoid being hit. If a participant gets a deal, then the players change roles. If our hands touch, it will be easy. How about playing without touching each other's hands?" Han Senya continued to smile. "No problem," Feng Jingqi smiled. This game was mainly designed for quick reactions, and Feng Jingqi was confident that his reactions were much better than Han Sen's. Moreover, Feng Jingqi was glad that as long as one player did not hit the hands of the other, they would not switch roles. Feng Jingqi wanted to take advantage of this and hit Han Sen's hands with all his strength, so that he could not even raise his hands. "So, if the hands move, it will be considered a spank." Han Sen established his rules for the first time. "Okay, I'll let you strike first." Feng Jingqi was confident and stretched out his arms. Han Sen did not extend his arms, but smiled and asked, "Feng Jingqi, did you say that you will give me the soul of a mutant creature?" Feng Jingqi was not stupid. Although he did not care about the soul of the mutant creature, he still did not want Han Sen to take advantage of him. "I promise the soul of a mutant creature if we fought in the battle room. And since we decided to play Red Hands, then she will be the prize. You will get it if you can hit me on the wrist." "Feng Jingqi, this is not a joke, and I'm not going to deceive you." Han Sen thought for a moment and then added, "Forget about the soul of a mutant creature. Let's say the prize is $10,000. For every spank you can give me, you pay 10,000 and vice versa. What do you think?" The soul of the mutant creature in the form of a kitten, which he received from Qin Xuan, taught him something. This soul was useless and required a lot of food. Therefore, he decided not to take risks and play for money. "Honestly and fairly, I'm starting to like you, but 10,000 is very little. How about 100,000? Feng Jingqi looked at Han Sen. Han Sen shook his head. "After all, we are friends. Losing a lot of money can harm our friendship." Xue Shi quickly said, "Right, after all, it's just a game. You shouldn't play for so much money. 10,000 is already a lot." "Since you're afraid of losing a lot, then let's stop at 10,000. Feng Jingqi shrugged. Han Sen did not answer, but simply looked at Feng Jingqi with a smile. Now he saw not a person, but an ATM. Just when he was having money problems, Feng Jingqi came to him. All he has to do is simply agree. If the opponent is not much stronger than him, then Han Sen can win. Sen could perfectly understand the enemy and choose the right time. Before he got the black crystal, this was how he made a living. Feng Jingqi, who believed that the entire game was based only on reaction, should not have become a strong opponent for him. "I'll still let you start." Feng Jingqi stretched out his hands again. He believed that Han Sen had no chance. Judging by Han Sen's age, he had been in the God Sanctuary for less than a year, so he could not gain many gene points. Moreover, The situation in Han Sen's family did not allow him to buy the flesh of advanced beings. Fang Jingqi had been in the god sanctuary for many years, so he was able to collect a large number of gene points. Based on this, he believed that his physical condition and reflexes were much better than Han Sen's, and he was unlikely to be able to hit him. Okay. Han Sen put his hands under Fang Jingqi's and kept them at some distance. After holding it for a while, he asked, "Can I start?" Han Sen was able to strike Fang Jingqi's hands before he finished speaking. 10,000, said Han Sen. Shui Shi, write it down. Write it down, Fang Jingqi repeated, turning to Shui Shi. Shui Shi quickly took out her comlink and opened the holographic board and drew a line. Once again, Fang Jingqi extended his arms again. Can I start? Han Sen asked again. In response, Fang Jingqi simply nodded, without taking his eyes off Han Sen's hands. Having learned his lesson, Fang Jingqi vowed that Han Sen would not be able to hit him again. This time, Han Sen was in no hurry. He turned to Shui Shi and decided to talk to her. See, do you want to hear a funny story? Now? Shui Shi was surprised. Han Sen nodded and began. A beautiful puppy traveled through the desert. He had enough water and food, but he died 2 days later. Can you guess why this happened? Perhaps he was caught in a sandstorm. No, the weather was great. Maybe he got lost. He had a lot of water and food, so if he had just gotten lost, he wouldn't have died, Han Sen answered. I have no more guesses as to why he could have died. Shui Shi didn't want to think about it anymore. She was only worried about the red hands. Because this puppy couldn't find a post in the desert and his bladder burst, Han Sen laughed. Shui Shi blushed. Sen, but this is very banal. Vulgar, said Fang Jingqi, and at that moment he felt pain from the slap. Slap! Fang Jingqi's face turned red, and he was very sorry for his carelessness. He even began to blame Han Sen for his cunning. If Han Sen had not started telling Shui Shi the story, he would not have been distracted and would not have given Sen a chance. Another 10,000, Han Sen said to Shui Shi. Once again, Fang Jingqi said again and stretched out his hands. As Han Sen prepared himself, he turned to Shui Shi again. Another beautiful puppy traveled through the desert. He had a lot of water and food. He found a suitable post, but he still died. Can you guess why? Why? Shui Shi seriously thought about the question but could not find the answer. I'm asking you this. Han Sen did not pay attention to Fang Jingqi and turned to look at Shui Shi. I don't know the answer, Shui Shi said. Okay, I'll tell you. This happened because there was a sign on that pole that said you were not allowed to go to the toilet here. So his bladder burst and he died. She laughed. Fang Jingqi knew that Han Sen was only doing this to distract him, but he couldn't just ignore Han Sen. So he said to him, You'd rather tell stories than... Slap! Han Sen managed to slap his hands again, and after 3 slaps his hands turned red. But Fang Jingqi's face was much redder than his hands. Come on again! Fang Jingqi clenched his teeth and extended his arms again. Han Sen also stretched out his hands and continued his story. Another puppy traveled through the desert. He had a lot of food, water, and he found a pillar without any sign, but he still died. Can you guess why? Fang Jingqi was completely focused on Han Sen's hands. He did not look at him or speak. He couldn't give Han Sen a chance to distract him. After Han Sen said Shui Shi's answer, he still watched his hands closely. Little bastard, you will learn your lesson when it's my turn to hit, Fang Jingqi thought. Seeing that Fang Jingqi was still completely focused on his hands, Han Sen sighed and said, Jingqi, you are so calm. I was the king of red hands for almost 2 decades, and no one could resist my stories. You are truly impressive. Stop talking nonsense, Fang Jingqi said, and immediately changed his face. It was too late. Han Sen slapped his hands hard again. Fang Jingqi was filled with intense anger. He didn't expect that Han Sen would be able to deceive him again. More, Fang Jingqi said through clenched teeth. This made Shui Shi start to worry. Han Sen stretched out his hands. But this time he did not tell his story. He said to Fang Jingqi with a slight smile, Do you think that I was able to win only because I distracted you? Fang Jingqi ignored Han Sen, seeming to not hear anything he said. I won't move even if the sky falls, thought Fang Jingqi. He wanted to win this round and kick Han Sen's ass. When it was his turn to beat, he would also tell Shui Shi's stories and beat Han Sen's hands. Noticing that Fang Jingqi was very focused, Sen sighed and said, Jingqi, you are truly a genius at the red hands game. Now I have to concentrate and give 30% to play with you." Seeing Han Sen's antics, Fang Jingqi laughed. Fang Jingqi was still looking at Han Sen's wrists. "Attention! I'm now using the King of the Red Hands technique," Han Sen suddenly roared. "Well, I will calmly watch the tricks you are going to use," Fang Jingqi thought to himself. Slap! Fang Jingqi didn't have time to do anything after Han Sen took a step, although he noticed it. More! Fang Jingqi refused to admit defeat. He wondered why he didn't have time to remove his hands. This must be one of Han Sen's tricks. "That's enough for today. As the King of the Red Hands, I don't want to scare you." Han Sen raised his head and sighed. "Do you think I can't pay you back?" Next round, Fang Jingqi wanted to spit in Han Sen's face. He didn't want to remain a loser. "Then don't blame me." Han Senya extended his hands. Slap, slap, slap! Fang Jingqi began to go crazy. He didn't want to admit it, but he really didn't have time to remove his hands. Han Sen used cunning. But how could he lose if he saw this? However, Fang Jingqi could not avoid being spanked no matter how hard he tried. Slap, slap, slap! The sounds of slapping could be heard in the living room. Xuerxi was greatly shocked. She didn't think that Fang Jingqi would lose, let alone that he would lose in such a pathetic way. Initially, she was worried about Han Sen, but now she realized that she needed to think about her brother. When Fang Jingqi left Han Sen's house, his hands were very swollen and his face was pale with anger and shame. "Fang Jingqi, when you have time, come and play some more." Han Sen waved goodbye to Fang Jingqi with the stack of money he was holding in his hand. Han Sen returned to his room and continued reading the article he found on Skynet. This post was written a long time ago by a man from the Castle of Steel Armor. He was once chased by a creature and came across the Dark Swamp. Han Sen knew about the Dark Swamp. It was located southwest of the Steel Armor Castle, more than 200 miles away. A lot of poisonous creatures lived in it. Almost no one wanted to go there voluntarily. Even large gangs did not dare to go to the Dark Swamp. According to his notes, he found himself in a critical situation, so he had to hide in the Dark Swamp, but fortunately, he was able to get out of there. It took him almost 6 months to get out of the Dark Swamp. He was very careful because at every step he could get stuck in the mud. He also constantly changed his direction to avoid collisions with dangerous creatures. It was truly a miracle that he was able to survive there. The article described a great experience of being in the Dark Swamp. One day, he wandered into the forest. The trees grew sparsely, but were very tall and thick. It took several people to grasp such a trunk. The ground, near the trees, was covered with many beautiful flowers. Then, the man had hope that he had finally gotten out of the swamp, but he was mistaken. It was just a strange place in the middle of a swamp. There were many huge hornet nests in these huge trees, and the smallest nests were the size of a bed. Each hornet that flew out was the size of a bat. He managed to kill the hornet, and from the voice that sounded in his head, the guy learned that the hornet was Black Sting and was a primitive creature. He was lucky and was able to receive the soul of a hornet, which took the form of a sharp and poisonous arrow. Later, this soul of the creature in the form of an arrow was bought by a man for a high price. This man did not dare to go through the forest. He decided to go around it. From a distance, he saw a huge nest of hornets. It was on the tallest tree and was the size of a house. The black stings that flew out from there were red. He decided that these hornets were most likely mutant creatures. Before he sold the soul of the black sting creature, he took a photo and posted it in the article. Indeed, it was a black arrow. Its tip was the size of a mouse and shone with a dark sheen. Just by looking, one could tell that this arrow was poisonous. It will be great, Han Sen thought. Previously, he would not have dared to even think about going to the Dark Swamp, but now he had wings, and he could easily get there. If any danger arises, he has the golden armor and the soul of the bloody killer, so this journey should not be very risky. According to the article, poisonous creatures were hidden in the mud, and they were the most dangerous. There were few flying creatures there. He saw only a few corpses of primitive birds. But I still haven't found out where exactly this forest in the swamp is. After I get to the swamp, it will take me too much time to find it. After thinking about this, Han Sen decided to postpone his journey. He dialed the blacksmith's number and asked to meet him. When the two of them arrived at the agreed-upon location, Han Sen took out a broken arrow and asked if he could fix it. The blacksmith answered indifferently. No, it can be welded with any welding machine, but it will lose its properties. The arrow will be unusable. Do you process material? It consists of 1.2% Z alloy. That's worth something, right? Han Sen asked. $5,000, answered the blacksmith. I bought an arrow for $300,000, but the Z alloy is only $5,000? Han Sen smiled widely. Then you can keep it, answered the blacksmith. Excellent, 5,000! Han Senya vowed to himself to receive the soul of the creature in the form of an arrow, because Z-steel arrows are still very expensive. He had already learned from Su Xiao Chao that Z-steel itself was not expensive. This price was set because of the monopoly. Han Sen gave the two halves of the arrow to the blacksmith and took $5,000. Han Sen hid the money and asked, "Do you have any good Z-steel arrows?" When he shot his arrow at the violet-winged dragon, the arrow penetrated only 3 or 4 inches, and the dragon died from the fall. If they were on the plain, he would definitely not be able to kill him. So, Han Sen was not happy with such an arrow. "No, I only have a dagger with 5% Z-steel. Are you interested?" answered the blacksmith. "How many?" Han Sen knew that the content of 5% Z-steel is the limit for modern technology. If you exceed this percentage of Z-steel, the alpha alloy becomes as brittle as glass. 300,000, answered the blacksmith. 300,000 for an arrow with 1.2% Z-steel, and the same for a dagger with 5% Z-steel. Han Sen looked at the blacksmith in bewilderment. "It's much more difficult to make an arrow than a dagger," the blacksmith explained. "Deal." After Han Sen asked more about the dagger, he handed the money to the blacksmith. The blacksmith had a high price, but it was still more acceptable, because in a regular store such a dagger would cost several million. In addition, this blacksmith was excellent at making weapons. For example, his arrow was much better than Saber's arrows. "I don't have a dagger with me. Come with me," said the blacksmith, and turned into an alley. Han Sen followed him. They walked several blocks, and then climbed into a dilapidated underground warehouse. There, Han Sen saw a lot of manufacturing equipment, and the stamping machine was so big that it could crush a small plane. After passing through the warehouse, the blacksmith led Han Sen into a room. It looked like an armory, and it blinded Han Sen. All the weapons were neatly laid out, the shine emanating from the blades exuding bloodlust. The blacksmith grabbed an 8-inch dagger and threw it to Han Sen. "Here, take it and leave." Han Sen's gaze was drawn to the knife that was hanging on the wall. In appearance, he looked ordinary, but he was hanging alone on this wall. The other 3 walls were completely covered with different weapons. "How much does this knife cost?" Han Sen asked curiously. 100 million, the man answered coldly and began to push Han Sen out. 100 million? What material did you use for it? Han Sen simply couldn't help but ask about it. "I 75% Z-steel," answered the blacksmith. "If you need anything else, come right here." A 75% Z-steel? He's probably exaggerating. We don't yet have the technology to produce weapons with more than 5% Z-steel. Han Sen thought to himself. He didn't say anything because he couldn't buy it anyway. Returning home, Han Sen began to carefully examine the dagger. Having pulled it out of its wooden sheath, Sen felt a cool breeze. The dagger was 8 inches long and the blade was green with wavy patterns. The blade angle was small, only 20 degrees. The edge of the blade was as thin as an onion peel and had 2 serrations on it. The handle was made of high-tech material with an ergonomic design, so it was very comfortable. Han Sen took out an alpha alloy broadsword and hit it with a dagger. He wanted to test the hardness and power of the dagger. A dagger with 5% Z alloy should be much stronger than a broadsword, so there should be no damage left on it. Bang! The broadsword broke in half, and a piece of the blade flew to the floor. My God! Han Sen was shocked, but then he remembered that the blacksmith had told him that this dagger was specially designed to cut alloy. After carefully examining the blade of the dagger, Han Sen did not even see a scratch. Damn! My broadsword! Han Sen realized that he had simply destroyed a weapon that could have been sold in a store for $1 million. He assumed that the dagger would simply leave a mark on the broadsword, but he never thought that the dagger would damage him so much. He hit himself on the head with his hands. At that moment his comlink rang. He saw Zhang Danfeng's number and answered the call. "Sen, come to Twilight. I have a good gift for you," Zhang Danfeng said excitedly. "What kind of gift?" Han Sen asked. "You'll find out when you come. See you later," Zhang Danfeng replied, making Han Sen nervous. The young man changed his clothes and went to the Twilight Tavern. He and Zhang Danfeng often went there. When he got there, he was ushered into a private reserved room. Han Hao was already there. Seeing him, Han Sen was very surprised. Han Hao felt a little uncomfortable, but he forced himself to smile and said hello. Han Sen also smiled back and walked towards Zhang Danfeng. Han Sen believed that it would be nice if Han Hao did not have any contact with him, and he would not have serious problems. Zhang Danfeng ignored their greeting and asked Han Sen to sit next to him. Zhang summoned the soul of a saber-toothed white tiger, which in his hands turned into a sharp knife. After doing a few tricks with the knife, he asked, "Senya, what do you think about my recently received soul of a mutant creature?" "I can say one word: amazing." Han Sen gave him a thumbs up. Han Sen really wanted to obtain the souls of mutant creatures, but he had not had much luck lately. "Old friend, now I have a new knife and I want to give you my old weapon, if you don't mind." Zhang Danfeng handed Han Sen a broadsword made of alpha alloy. Han Sen was a little surprised when he saw the broadsword. It was similar to the one he had just broken. "This broadsword?" Han Sen was touched. Zhang Danfeng was a very good friend. Just now he just gave him a weapon that was worth $1 million. Han Sen didn't have time to answer anything when the door to the room swung open and a plump woman appeared, all hung with jewelry. She squeezed through the door. "Son, I saw you when you came here. I asked you to go to Mr. Hu's banquet, but you said you had important things to do. And this is what you call important things? What can you get from these guys? Mr. Hu invited all his son's friends, and all the young people are leaders on Planet Doom. You should make friends with them so that you can achieve something in the future." Han Yumei glanced at Han Hao and began to pull him out. "Mom, Han Hao didn't even have time to explain anything before he was already dragged out of the room. "Stop it. The young master of Sunwood Mining, Lin Beifeng, is also present at the banquet. And I heard that he is also located in the Steel Armor Castle. If you can get close to him, then you can achieve a lot in the shelter," Han Yumei said. Han Hao was a little upset. He came here to improve relations with Han Sen and wanted him to help him get into the Qin Xuan gang. But Han Yumei's words now made this impossible. Han Hao was almost sure that Han Sen was sleeping with Qin Xuan, and only because of this was he able to join her gang. Or why, after meeting Luo Tanyang, did she take him to Bullseye? Despite the fact that Han Hao was disgusted by such a gigolo like his brother, he still wanted to use Han Sen to get into the gang. That is why he did not go to the banquet, but came to the meeting with Zhang Danfeng. Very surprisingly, Mr. Hu's banquet was held in the same building, and that's why Han Yumei saw it. Consequently, he did not have time to establish a relationship with Han Sen. It's simply impossible that young master Lin Beifeng is also in the Steel Armor Castle, and now he has come to Planet Doom to host a banquet. This is actually a great opportunity. I heard that he is an upstart and likes to waste money. It would be great. If only I could make friends with him, Han Hao thought as he followed Han Yumei, straightening his clothes. "Your aunt is simply outrageous." Zhang Danfeng became upset. "It does not matter." "I don't know them," Han Sen answered casually, and he asked with curiosity, "Who is this Lin Beifeng?" One she was talking about. Han Sen knew a guy who traveled through the mountains and then ended up in the Steel Armor Castle. He even saved his life. Just one lucky man. Zhang Danfeng began to tell Han Sen about Sunwood Mining. Previously, it was a small company with only a few mines. Later, they acquired the planet for garbage, and it all ended with the fact that they were able to find a lot of precious minerals there. For 20 years, they sold these rare minerals they discovered, and soon became a well-known interplanetary group. The main one was Lin Beifeng's father. Lin Beifeng had only recently entered the God Sanctuary, but had already become famous for his generosity. Because of this, many tried to befriend him. "Such a happy man," Han Sen sighed. "Such a life, so it had to be this way for him to be born like this," Zhang Danfeng said and smiled. "But Sunwood Mining on Planet Doom has no funds. What is he doing here?" In the same building, in the banquet hall, the elite gathered. Everyone was drinking and chatting. Many of them, at the age of 30, were already able to enter the second sanctuary of God. But at the center of the entire banquet was a 16-year-old teenager. If Han Sen had attended the banquet, he would have immediately known that this teenager was Lin Beifeng, whom he saved. Lin Beifeng skillfully entertained his guests. He had good manners, so no one would think that he was nouveau riche. He was actually able to attract the attention of several socialites. Han Yumei and Han Hao really wanted to talk to Lin Beifeng, but they couldn't find the opportunity because there were so many people at the banquet who were more powerful than them, and everyone wanted to talk to Lin Beifeng. Naturally, they did not interfere because they could not afford to offend such people. When the banquet ended, Lin Beifeng walked out of the hall, and they finally had the opportunity to go over and talk to him. At this moment, Han Sen and Zhang Danfeng were passing by, and seeing Han Hao Jiang decided to approach him. Han Sen followed him. Before Zhang Danfeng could say anything, Han Yumei pushed him away and said harshly, "You too. Don't come near my son, especially you, Han Sen. You have already become famous in the Steel Armor Castle, so don't drag your cousin along with you. Don't even say you know him, otherwise I'll deal with your family." Having said this, Han Yumei and Han Hao went to Lin Beifeng. Zhang Danfeng was simply stunned by what was said and asked Han Sen, "What, are you and Han Hao in the same shelter?" Han Sen nodded. "Come on, let's find a quiet place and I'll explain everything to you." When Han Sen heard Han Yumei's words, he realized that Han Hao was talking about what happened to him in the Steel Armor Castle. Han Yumei and Han Hao finally managed to approach Lin Beifeng. When he glanced in their direction, Han Yumei quickly said, "Mr. Lin, this is my son Han Hao. He is in the same shelter as you." But it seemed that Lin Beifeng did not hear her words. He walked past them very quickly. Han Yumei was stunned and watched as Lin Beifeng quickly left. Lin Beifeng walked faster and faster towards Han Sen and Zhang Danfeng, who were leaving in the opposite direction. Having caught up with them, he grabbed Han Sen's hand and said loudly, "Sen, I finally found you, brother. I missed you." Lin Beifeng hugged Han Sen tightly. Han Yumei and Han Hao were completely shocked. They could not understand how Lin Beifeng could know Han Sen and why he called him brother. Han Sen pulled Lin Beifeng aside and asked, "Why are you here?" Lin Beifeng was not offended by this. He simply offered cigarettes to Han Sen and Zhang Danfeng. He answered very excitedly, "I came here to find you. I heard that you live on planet Doom, but I didn't have your address, so I've been trying to find out something about you for several days now. But now I have met you. We should be together in the future." Han Sen, like Lin Beifeng, saw that everyone was looking at them, so he suggested, "Let's not talk now, we can meet later." Han Sen and Zhang Danfeng walked further and Lin Beifeng followed them. "Sen, I have a plane parked outside, let me take you for a ride." Han Yumei and Han Hao watched Lin Beifei run after Han Sen and couldn't believe that it was really the young master from the banquet. Han Hao, was it actually Han Sen who spoke to Lin Beifeng? Han Yumei still couldn't believe her eyes, so she asked Han Hao as soon as they left the building. Han Hao gritted his teeth and said, "Yes, that's him." "How does Mr. Lina know him, and why does he respect him so much?" Han Yumei asked. "Well, there's nothing amazing about it. He's a simple gigolo who uses girls." Han Hao turned green with envy. "What? Weren't you the one who said that he insulted the most powerful girl in Steel Armor Castle and that made it very difficult for him?" Han Yumei asked. "If he wasn't Qin Xuan's boy toy, then how could Mr. Lin recognize him?" Han Hao spoke about Han Sen in the latest events, slightly correcting his version. Then it's not surprising that he was able to get $2 million. Gigolo. I always knew he was a disgrace to our family. Our ancestors would simply go crazy if they knew, Han Yumei said angrily. Filled with jealousy and hatred, mother and son left the building. When they saw Lin Beifeng open the plane door in front of Han Sen and Zhang Danfeng, their faces darkened. "I came here to find you. I heard that you live on planet Doom, but I didn't have your address, so I've been trying to find out something about you for several days now. But now I've met you. We should be together in the future. You are walking on very thin ice, comrades." Han Sen downplayed a lot, and did not tell everything about Han Hao because he knew that Zhang Danfeng would not leave Han Hao alone if he knew the whole truth. Zhang Danfeng always believed that they were good friends and brothers because they grew up together, and of course he could not agree with the way Han Hao behaved. Walking along the road to the Malvel train station, Han Sen thought about what he needed to take with him to the dark swamp. There were practically no people there, so he was sure that he would return with huge booty. Even if he didn't get the soul of the arrow creature, Han Sen still wanted to go there. After all, he had wings, and the dark swamp was not as dangerous a place for him as it was for many people. Han Sen suddenly heard a noise, and all the lights began to flash. Surprised, he looked up and saw a ball resembling ball lightning quickly fall from the sky and rush in his direction. Warning, warning, unidentified flying object detected. Explosion! After the defense system warned of the danger several times, the fireball hit the building and there was a loud explosion. The electricity went out and everything became dark. From the explosion, it seemed that even the earth shook. Han Sen looked at the destroyed building and saw a strange spherical plane that was half sticking out of the building, surrounded by large flames and thick smoke. Many people were screaming, crying, and running around. This was the school grounds, and the building was the main building of the school. Those running away from the building were students, about 10 years old. Since it was a public school with an integrated compulsory education system, it was not equipped with a good security system. Actions did not begin immediately after the explosion. For some unknown reason, all power went out and the automatic fire extinguishing system did not work. It was dark everywhere and people could only see the fire at the explosion site. When Han Sen saw the plane, he clenched his fists. He had seen planes like this one before. Spherical planes were beyond the reach of modern human technology. They could have been produced by the only human enemy in the interstellar era, Shuras. Shura, that's what people called them, because their real name could only be pronounced in their native language. The Shuras looked like people. The only difference was that men had one horn on their foreheads and women had two. Since childhood, both men and women have worn masks. Their masks and horns symbolize their personality. People have fought them in space for centuries. In the beginning, because Shuras's bodies and technology were better, people kept losing in battles. About 200 years ago, humanity discovered the God Sanctuary and began to collect gene points, so people's physical bodies were greatly improved. Gradually, people were able to draw a line and distance themselves from the Shuras. Planet Doom was a commercial planet and had no contact with the war zone. Therefore, Han Sen was surprised when he saw the Shura's plane. He grew up on Planet Doom and only heard about the Shuras in the news or on Skynet. As Han Sen examined the plane, he noticed a 7-year-old girl whose clothes were caught on a steel rod protruding from the building. She tried to pull herself up, but she didn't have enough strength. Because she was constantly moving, her clothes were about to tear. Her face was covered in tears. Her hands were covered with dust and blood. She seemed to have fallen into despair. Even if she managed to get into the building, there was only fire. She had no chance to survive. The little girl gradually grew weaker. Her clothes were gradually torn. If an adult falls from such a height, and even if he has the maximum number of mutant gene points, he will still break. What can we say about a little girl? Bam! Near the little girl, suddenly, a door opened on the plane and Shura came out. He had one horn on his forehead and his whole face, except for his eyes, was covered with a white mask. Shura's protective suit was damaged and dark green blood was flowing from it. The Shura's blood was different from human blood. It was green, like bile, so they could be easily identified. Han Sen was shocked by the sight of this Shura. The patterns and materials of the masks had many meanings, but Han Sen didn't know enough about it. However, when he saw this golden horn, he realized that this Shura was unusual. The horns were the most striking, distinguishing feature. Their horns came in 4 colors: black, white, gold, and purple. Civilians had black horns, elites had white ones, aristocrats had golden ones, and people with certain privileges had purple ones. Shura came out of that plane, greatly surprising Han Sen. Shura was holding a black katana in his hands. All Shuras had excellent physical fitness. Any adult Shuras could easily fight a person who had gone through evolution in hand-to-hand combat. A stronger Shuras could even reach the superior level. Shura got off the plane and saw a little girl crying. With a cruel glint in his eyes, he raised his katana and pointed it towards the child's head. Han Sen summoned the souls of Black Beetle, Bloody Killer, Purple-Winged Dragon, and transformed into a giant winged centaur covered in golden armor, and even his wings were covered in golden armor. Boom! Having made just one flap of his wings, he found himself next to the girl. With one hand he grabbed the child, and with the other he grabbed Shura's katana. Blood ran down the blade. Fang Mingquan was depressed. He was a reporter who was in charge of the Sanctuary of God News on Skynet. Despite the fact that at the moment this program was not very popular, it was slowly gaining momentum. He was considered an imperfect celebrity. Due to a decision made by management, he was sent to the distant planet Doom. His job was to develop a new so-called market, but in reality he was sent here because he was disturbing others. As Fang Mingquan learned, his program belonged to a recent graduate who was somehow related to a board member. Not knowing anything, the child decided to close the show, but many asked for Fang Mingquan to return, but this did not change anything. Fang Mingquan knew for sure that he would not be able to return. Planet Doom had very few resources and was far from the economic center, so there was almost never any new news. He had been here for several months and spent his time interviewing little celebrities who thought highly of themselves. Such personalities were unpleasant to him. How can I get out of this hole? Fang Mingquan wandered aimlessly through the streets. In his hands he had a small metal container with liquor, which he drank from time to time. He was very upset, but Fang Mingquan, out of his professional habit, continued to look around. Suddenly everything went dark, and there was a loud explosion. Being a good journalist, Fang Mingquan turned on the recording device. Shura's plane! Seeing the plane, Fang Mingquan's heart began to beat wildly. He quickly went to the highest point, still holding the recording device in his hand. Soon, Fang Mingquan saw a little girl. Then he saw Shura appear from the plane, and he was overwhelmed with excitement and fear. He was excited because he had a great opportunity. Shura's plane that crashed on Planet Doom was a very rare incident. Plus, Shura, who came out, was an aristocrat. This was his golden ticket that could help him become a famous journalist. But at the same time, Fang Mingquan was very worried about the little girl. Fang Mingquan was a professional journalist. He understood that there was no point in shouting "help," so he simply turned on the broadcast and continued recording. However, when he saw that Shura pulled out his katana and walked towards the girl, he could not help himself and shouted, "Someone save her!" But no one answered him. There was no rescue team yet, but even if they were here, no one would be able to stop their plane at such a height. Boom! There was the sound of golden wings flapping. The majestic figure grabbed the girl with one hand and with the other grabbed Shura's katana. Blood appeared on the katana. Fang Mingquan felt his heart freeze. "Someone save the child!" shouted Fang Mingquan. Han Sen was shocked. When he grabbed the katana, even the golden armor could not protect him. A cut appeared on his hand. It was not deep, but at that moment Sen realized that Shura was a very strong opponent. Han Sen flew a few yards away, still holding the girl, but then he felt a cold sensation. Turning around, he saw Shura pointing his katana in his direction. Han Sen managed to avoid Shura's attack by gritting his teeth, but he jumped onto the wall and rushed after him. Does he have flea genes? Thinking about this, Han Sen flew towards the building, breaking the window. He left the girl there. Looking into the room, Han Sen saw that it was a classroom, and there were children in it who were huddled in a corner out of fear. Crap! While Han Sen was thinking about a possible solution, Shura had already reached him and swung his katana in his direction. Han Sen could have dodged this attack, but he froze. If he flies away now, Shura will climb into the room, and there were many children there. Shura understood that he was on a human planet and had no chance of survival. Therefore, he will most likely try to kill as many people as possible until he is killed. Han Sen couldn't let him enter the room. He bent down, trying to protect his vital organs, and stared at Shura's face. Shura was a little surprised because he didn't expect Han Sen to remain in his position. Shura didn't put all his strength into his strike, but his katana easily cut through the armor and wounded Han Sen's shoulder. There was a high-pitched sound as the katana struck his bone. At the same time, Han Sen's fist slammed into Shu's face with great force, causing him to stagger back. Shura's mask was made of very durable material, so it didn't even crack from his blow. Shura found support, and bracing himself with his feet, tried to pull his katana out of Han Sen's shoulder. Han Sen did not want to give him the katana. He managed to block it with one hand, and with the other, he struck Shura in the throat. Shura struck back at Han Sen's chest. Soon a real fistfight began between them. After a while, Han Sen began to spit out blood. Why doesn't he dodge? After all, he can fly and easily dodge attacks, thought Fang Mingquan. While he was thinking about this, viewers were watching his online broadcast. Fang Mingquan's new program was not very popular, but he still had loyal fans who followed his news here too. After seeing the new video, they decided to watch it. When they saw that Shura was going to kill the little girl, they all began to pray that at least someone could save her, and when Han Sen appeared, everyone was delighted. However, no one could understand why he did not dodge the attack. He could easily fly away from the enemy. Realizing something, Fang Mingquan focused his camera on what was behind Han Sen, and everyone could see that there was a classroom full of frightened children. And only now, Fang Mingquan and the rest of those watching understood why he did not fly away from there. If he had flown away, Shura would have climbed into the classroom and caused unimaginable damage. Although while Shura still had not entered the room, Han Sen was severely injured and his shoulder was bleeding, and he found himself in a losing situation. In front of him was an adult Shura with a golden horn. Even if he didn't practice any additional skills, his body was still very strong. It was like that of people who had gone through evolution. Dollar, this is Dollar. Many recognized him and left their comments. Fang Mingquan recognized Dollar a long time ago. After all, he was a journalist. The video of Han Sen when he crossed the passage with robots was very popular, and he watched it too. Since he had watched the video, he knew that Han Sen still had not completed his evolution, and this opponent was very strong. The fight was unfair. Most of the audience knew about it too. Han Sen received another blow to the face. Despite the fact that he was wearing armor, his head began to ring, and the young man even lost his sight for a moment. Feeling pain in his chest, he spat out a lot of blood. Han Sen was well aware that he was much weaker than Shu, even after he transformed into a bloody killer. If Shura had not been injured earlier, Han Sen would not have been able to hold out so long. Fortunately, he practiced Jade Skin and was able to collect a lot of gene points. Thanks to this, he was able to last so long. Bang, bang! From each blow from Han Sen, Shura only leaned back a little, and Han Sen was bleeding from his blows. But Han Sen knew that he could not retreat. Seeing the anger in Shura's eyes, he realized that he was looking at the children in the classroom. Han Sen blocked the window with his huge body and received several blows to his head. Having lost control of his body, Han Sen leaned his elbows on Shura's shoulder, which allowed him to draw his katana. When he pulled out the black blade, blood flowed heavily from the guy's wound. Die! Shura shouted, and grabbed the katana with both hands. It was an unbearable scene for Fang Mingquan and the audience. Impressionable people couldn't watch it. Retreat. You did everything you could. No one will blame you. Many said they could not watch Han Sen kill Shura. But with a gleam in his eyes, Han Sen rushed forward instead of retreating. The katana hit Han Sen on the head, but because he moved forward, the distance was reduced, and the speed of the strike was slower. Therefore, the katana only cut through the armor and left a small cut on Han Sen's skin. Without hesitation, Han Sen flapped his wings and grabbed Shura with his wings. He held him tightly so that he could not move. It was a miracle that Han Sen was able to hold him despite his great strength. He knew that he had run out of time to transform. He rolled over onto his back, continuing to hold Shura. He quickly rolled and flapped his wings. "You're crazy!" Shura shouted in horror. At this moment, everyone froze. Even those who watched the video stopped writing messages. Fang Mingquan watched the golden meteor as it fell to the ground. Other buildings blocked the view, and the golden meteor disappeared at the 6th-floor level. All he heard was a thump and then silence. After a long time, a comment appeared. "Dollar?" Then a lot of comments started pouring in, so fast that the words blurred before my eyes. Fang Mingquan was unable to respond to comments as he rushed towards the place where the combatants fell. He swore he was running faster than he had ever run in his life. When Fang Mingquan arrived at the crash site, many people were already crowded there. Shura lay on the sidewalk. His limbs were twisted. He looked like a high-tech spider. But he did not see the huge golden figure here. "Dollar. The dollar is not dead? Where did he go?" The comments were published under the broadcast. Fang Mingquan looked around and began to ask the crowd of people, but no one saw him. They fell into an alley, so no one was there when they fell. Fang Ming-Quan, not finding the dollar, stopped searching. Excited, he returned to his studio and began editing the footage he had filmed. My future depends on this video. Fang Ming-Quan did not sleep all night. He carefully edited the footage. It will definitely become popular. Yesterday's webcast was seen by many, and the edited video is sure to go viral. He was eager to succeed and had a lot of respect for Dollar, which is what prompted Fang Ming-Quan to edit the video so quickly. Fang Ming believed that this video was his best work since the beginning of his journalism career. On his Skynet page, Fang Ming-Quan saw a bunch of messages asking him about yesterday's video. At the time of yesterday's incident, all the cameras turned off because the power went out. There were some people who tried to film it all, but their quality was terrible. The video was either shot at a crooked angle or was very blurry, so those videos could not be compared with his professional filming. Fang Ming-Quan sighed and wrote the title of the video, "The One and Only Dollar Our Angel," and clicked the download button. After loading it, Fang Ming-Quan no longer looked at the screen. He sat down and lit a cigarette. He smoked and was silent. Fang Ming-Quan did not dare to look at his watch. He was afraid to know the time, which was the most important element in journalism. He knew very well that after the video was fully loaded, they would start calling him on his comlink. And how successful this video would be depended on the time that would pass from the end of the download to the first call to the comlink. If half an hour passes, then it will be phenomenal. If an hour passes, then it's so-so, and if more than an hour and a half passes. As Fang Ming-Quan continued to count the time, his comlink rang. Fang Ming-Quan stood up and stared at his comlink, which was lying on the table. A number flashed on the screen. 8 minutes and 43 seconds. Fang Ming-Quan clenched his teeth in excitement and crushed the cigarette he was holding in his hand. After 3 minutes, Fang Ming-Quan was finally able to relax. Ignoring the calls, he lay on the sofa and smoked. He enjoyed this feeling. Only at such moments did he feel that he was alive. The video, "The One and Only Dollar Our Angel," had no voiceover and was approximately 3 minutes long. It started with a little girl who was about to fall. Her frightened face, covered in tears, widened eyes, and bloody hands immediately attracted people's attention. The next moment, everyone was worried about the danger that the little girl faced, and at that moment the door opened on the plane. But there was not a savior, but death itself. When Shura took out his katana and pointed it towards the girl, no one could contain their anger and despair. Suddenly, a golden figure appeared on this stage. She had huge golden wings, and it seemed that they belonged to a real angel. When the golden wing took the girl and pushed away the katana, everyone was incredibly happy. Tears appeared in their eyes. The following shots were carefully edited. Hansen and Shura exchanged blows. Hansen broke the window to leave the girl there. Shura attacked Hansen, but he did not dodge and run away. At this moment, Fang Ming-Quan inserted a shot of children who were huddled in a corner, trembling in fear. He did this so that everyone would immediately understand why Hansen decided to stay where he was. Fang Ming-Quan worked on the fight scenes and was able to highlight Hansen's selflessness and bravery. He simply cut out the less impressive scenes. In reality, Hansen was much weaker than Shura, but from the video, one could tell that his luck had simply run out on him. The last scene is a suicidal fall. The transition between frames was smooth. Fang Ming-Quan added strange background music. After watching the video, everyone was ready to rush to fight Shura, even if they had to risk their lives. After finishing the viewing, the women's faces were covered with tears. This video really went viral. A few hours later, the entire alliance already knew about him. Views reached hundreds of millions. The strong and cruel Shura aristocrat, the golden angel, and the small faces that were filled with fear formed a story that hooked every viewer in less than 3 minutes. The nickname Dollar was now known throughout the alliance because the video became more popular than the Robot Isle video, which had certain limitations. Men and women, young and old, were all touched by the video. Dollar has become more popular than this year's 10 Chosen. This young man has a certain vein. At his age, I had a similar one. Damn Shuras! Poor children, but they were very lucky. They were guarded by a real angel. Dollar, you are my only one. Dollar, you are my angel. Many people were interested in whether Dollar lived or died. After all, there was no end to the video. It ended at the sound of the impact from their fall. Everyone was concerned about whether Shura and Dollar had died or not. But Fang Mingquan did not plan to publish this moment. Other journalists have probably already written everything about what is the point in his comment. At the same time, the hero was watching the video edited by Fang Mingquan. Is it really me? Han Sen couldn't believe that he looked so good. The way the video was edited made him blush a little. Then he did everything possible to help the children. Although the final fall looked very tragic, in fact, he was able to push Shura away and fly away at the very last moment. In reality, everything was not as risky as it seemed in the video. Shura died from the fall, because before that he had already received many wounds. Han Sen understood that he was just lucky. If Shura didn't have such serious wounds, Han Sen would most likely be dead already, or he would simply have to run away. Han Sen was in a lot of pain, and it was terribly difficult for him to breathe while moving. He did not dare go to the hospital, but fortunately, no vital organ was damaged. Taking medication on his own, he gradually began to improve. Han Sen was able to obtain something from his enemy. He was able to take with him the katana that belonged to Shura, and this weapon was much better than what a human could make. The Shuras were more advanced in making weapons from alloys compared to humanity. Han Sen had long heard that the Shura's katanas were amazing. Even the black-horned Shuras used katanas, which were better than Z-alloy weapons. But Han Sen was able to obtain the katana that belonged to Shuras with the golden horn. It should have been the best of the best. There simply was no weapon that could compare to this katana. Han Sen swung the katana a little. He felt that it was terribly sharp. It seemed that it could even cut through the air. Han Sen was hesitant to test the katana with his weapon, because he was almost sure that it was much sharper than even his Z-alloy dagger. The video became very popular, and Han Sen began to fear that people would recognize this katana and therefore find out who Dollar really was. Therefore, he decided to transform the weapon a little. He sprayed it, and it turned gold. It looked like it was made of copper. Also, on Skynet, he ordered the most soulful sheath, so no one could find out that it was the same katana that belonged to Shuras with the golden horn. In fact, Han Sen had no intention of using it in front of others, but still he decided to take precautions. Han Sen had the idea to replace the handle too, so that no one would recognize it, but he could not detach it. However, while he was examining the handle, he discovered a ball and decided to pull it out. To his surprise, the ball turned out to be hollow. Inside the ball was a small memory chip. Han Sen inserted this chip into his device to find out what was there. He could not have expected this, but on the chip there was a manual on the martial art of Shura, Fierce Blade. The description said that this was the main secret of the Shura's aristocrats. Can a person learn the martial art of the Shuras? Han Sen was surprised. After reviewing the manual, he was confident that it was possible to learn it if his fitness level was high enough. Han Sen began to practice a little and did not have much difficulty, which meant that his physical training was suitable for the Fierce Blade. The name Ferocious Blade was associated with the weapon, but this skill could be used without a weapon. The key to this art was that you had to explore the full potential of your body, and then you would be able to strike powerfully and quickly. If one can fully master the Fierce Blade, then terrifying blows can be delivered with one's entire body. Han Sen had not yet fully recovered, so he did not return to the God Sanctuary, but stayed at home. But he had enough time to practice a new martial art. Lin Beifeng was the only one who called him every day and asked when he could return to Steel Armor Castle and start hunting. Qin Xuan decided that he was just hiding from the Son of Heaven, so not to call him. Han Sen looked at his comlink. Someone was calling him again. Seeing that it was Lin Beifeng, he hesitated for a while and still decided to answer. Sen, why haven't you entered the Sanctuary of God yet? I'm still waiting for you. Lin Beifeng was upset. Han Sen didn't even turn on the video chat. He was overwhelmed by Lin Beifeng's very voice. I don't want to hide it from you. In fact, I recently started preparing for a big campaign, Han Sen said mysteriously. What kind of trip? Take me too, Lin Beifeng replied impatiently. I don't want to tell you the details now, but I can say one thing. Soon we will have the opportunity to hunt mutant creatures. Han Sen was telling the truth. As soon as he fully recovered, Sen was going to go to the dark swamp. He was not sure that there were creatures with sacred blood there, but he was completely sure that there were mutant creatures there. "Sen, you must definitely take me," Lin Beifeng quickly answered. "I work with others, so our team is full and I can't include anyone." Han Sen kept Lin Beifeng in suspense and then added, "But lately I have been having problems with money, so if you can help me buy arrows containing 5% Z steel, I will share my loot with you and it will be at least a whole mutant creature." "Excellent, I will send the arrows right now," Lin Beifeng replied without hesitation. "Wait, I am busy right now, you just prepare the arrows and when I'm ready I'll contact you," Han Sen replied. "This is some kind of agreement, I hope you don't take back your words." Lin Beifeng still felt unsure. "You can be sure that you will get your share." Han Sen was only thinking about where he could get good arrows. But now that Lin Beifeng agreed to sponsor him, he felt even more determined. Such conditions were mutually beneficial. When he returns, he will give Lin Beifeng some mutant creatures. In the worst-case scenario, if he fails to kill the mutant creature, he can transform any primitive creature using his crystal. And in a few days, he would be able to pay Lin Beifeng anyway. Han Sen was at home for a dozen days before he was able to fully recover. While he was resting, he did nothing but practice his jade skin and study the fierce blade. As a result, he was already ready to use a new skill. Before Han Sen teleported to the God Sanctuary, Qin Xuan called him and asked him to come see her at the teleport station. When Han Sen arrived at the station, Yang Manli looked at him coldly and took him to Qin Xuan's office. When he entered, the girl was doing something, so he had to sit aside and wait. After she had everything sorted out, she looked at Han Sen and said, "I plan to make recommendations about you to the Black Hawk Military Academy." "Recommend me to the Black Hawk Military Academy?" Han Sen was not sure that he understood what she was talking about. Anyone could try to pass the military school exams without any recommendations. Qin Xuan understood what he was thinking about and continued, "At the Black Hawk Military Academy, special quotas are provided every year for those who specialize in archery. But even such students must pass entrance exams and fulfill certain requirements. You know how to shoot a bow very well. There will be no problems with that. But you don't have enough physical training. That's why I decided to recommend you. Joining a military school early and getting formal training will benefit you greatly." Han Sen thought about how to refuse Qin Xuan. On the one hand, he was not very interested in entering the military academy, and on the other hand, if he was accepted into the Black Hawk Academy, he would have to leave Planet Doom. But he could not leave his mother and sister. But Han Sen saw that Qin Xuan was very enthusiastic about sending him to this academy. If he does not provide compelling arguments for his refusal, she will not let him go so easily. Besides, she wanted to do something good for him, so he definitely had to come up with a great explanation. "Station Chief, you are very kind, but I already have one military school in mind, so I have to let you down." Han Sen frowned. "About? What military school are you talking about?" Qin Xuan asked curiously, surprised by his answer. "I want to enter the military school of rock," Han Sen answered, straightening up. Qin Xuan and Yang Manli looked at him as if he was an idiot. Yang Manli said in a gloomy tone, "Black Hawk Academy is in the top 50 in the Alliance, and the Doom Military School is not even in the top 1,000. Qin Xuan decided to give advice. "Han Sen, you should think about it. The Black Hawk Academy can in no way compare to the School of Doom. In the Military School of Doom, you will not be able to practice combat training, and there are no warships there. And you won't have good martial arts trainers. If you graduate from the Doom Military School, you will not have a bright future in the army. So, why do you want to go there?" Han Sen chuckled, but he couldn't tell Qin Xuan that he was going to enroll in the Doom Martial School just because it was close to his home. Yang Manli said, "You don't have any specific qualifications to be recommended by the station master, but she decided to go against the rules just because she saw something in you. You should think this through carefully." Han Sen was about to answer her, but there was a knock on the door. "Station manager, your data analysis is ready." "Great, send it to me." Qin Xuan turned on the smart device and saw the video. Looking at the video, Han Sen was a little surprised because it was a recording of his battle with Shura with the Golden Horn. However, this was not Fang Mingquan's edited version but his original video. All sorts of action analysis was carried out. Each move of Dollar and Shura was accompanied by detailed combat characteristics, including flexibility, strike speed, critical strike, and damage dealt. At the end there was a shot of the dead Shura. When the video ended, Qin Xuan asked Yang Manli, "What do you think about dollar?" "Silly." This was the answer from Ian Manley. Han Sen was ready for Yang Manli to start praising him, but when he heard her answer he almost choked on his own saliva. "Please explain." Qin Xuan didn't seem surprised by her answer. Yang Manli began to speak. Dollar's strength and speed are quite good. Although we don't know his exact characteristics, when he transforms, he is definitely among the very best in the first sanctuary of God. However, his strength and speed are far inferior to Shura's capabilities. If Shura had not been wounded, he would have died 1,000,000 times. Qin Xuan nodded in agreement with Yang Manli. Yang Manli continued. Dollar's wings seem to belong to an advanced soul of the creature. Judging by its speed, it is a creature with sacred blood. With such a soul of a flying creature, with a soul that changes his body, he is the perfect archer. He can shoot arrows from a distance and not engage in hand-to-hand combat. Qin Xuan smiled. You're right, but he was in an emergency situation, so it looks like Dollar couldn't shoot the bow. He's never used a bow and arrow before, he's always fought hand-to-hand, so this goes against him. Young Manli understood that Qin Xuan was trying to compare him with Han Sen and said, "If Dollar can become an archer, then he will be the best archer in the entire First God Sanctuary. His speed of movement and ability to fly will give him the chance to stay far from his target, and his strength will allow him to use fast and powerful arrows, making him an ideal archer." Young Manli didn't mention Han Sen anywhere. Perhaps she didn't think that Han Sen could be compared to Dollar. Moreover, Yang Manli believed that even though Dollar's way of fighting was stupid, it did not change the fact that he was an honorable person, unlike Han Sen, who was a coward with little talent. Qin Xuan sighed. Unfortunately, there was a disruption in this area due to the crash of Shura's plane, so we were unable to obtain anything that would help us find out the real identity of Dollar. We have a sample of his blood, but due to getting gene points, the blood changes very quickly. Therefore, even if we compare his DNA samples with our database, we still have almost no chance of finding out anything. He has appeared on Planet Doom twice already. Maybe this is not an accident, Yang Manli said after thinking. I checked the population of Planet Doom, but did not find anyone who could approach. Roka is a 5th-level commercial planet. It's unlikely that Dollar lives here. This probability is less than the chance of winning the lottery. Qin Xuan shook her head. Han Sen breathed a sigh of relief that the two had no connection between the emotionless Han Sen and Dollar. He was afraid that the wings might remind them of the dragon with purple wings, but his worries were in vain. The soul wings were not like the wings of a dragon, and they were also covered with armor from the black beetle, so it was quite difficult to tie it all together. Qin Xuan asked Han Sen to think carefully about Black Hawk Academy because he could gain good experience there. Han Sen walked out of Qin Xuan's office and thought to himself, Qin Xuan is really kind, but how can I leave my mother and Yan now? I have to come home often and take care of them before I turn 20, and then I will have to go to the service anyway. But from now on, I must earn enough money so that they can live well while I serve. After he returned home, he called Lin Beifeng and asked him to bring him arrows containing Z-steel. He wanted to go to the dark swamp as soon as tomorrow arrived. In the end, improving his physical condition was his priority. Young Manli was right. With such creature souls, he could become the best archer. And the only thing he was really missing was the soul of the creature in the form of an arrow. Sen, I have 10 arrows with 5% Z-steel content. Please take them. Lin Beifeng placed the box of arrows in front of Han Sen. I'll take 2 and try to return them to you if they remain in good condition, said Han Sen. Take all. You can just bring me more flesh of mutant creatures, but it will be even better if you can get the flesh of a creature with sacred blood, Lin Beifeng answered and smiled. Don't be so greedy. All that I can save and convey to you will be only 1 flesh of a mutant creature. Therefore, you can return the rest of the arrows. Han Sen took out 2 arrows and pushed the rest back to Lin Beifeng. Sen, take them just like that. You can give them back later. They don't mean anything to me. Have you forgotten what my family does? Lin Beifeng strongly forgave Han Sen to take all the arrows. Does your family own Z-steel mines? Han Sen looked at Lin Beifeng in surprise. Lin Beifeng shook his head. We do not have Z-steel mines, but we cooperate with groups that produce alloys with the addition of Z-steel. We have a mine with rare minerals, and it is necessary so that we can increase the addition of Z-steel to alloys to 7% and higher. This mineral is very expensive and in high demand, so groups sell me weapons containing Z-steel at cost. Therefore, all this is not expensive. And don't hesitate to tell me if you need anything else. You are my support! Han Sen gave Lin Beifeng a thumbs up. Lin Beifeng shook his head and said, in fact, the Z-steel alloy is more suitable for large-scale military use, but it is too heavy for humans. For example, armor containing Z-steel has better protection, but its weight affects speed and endurance. With armor from the souls of creatures, everything is different. If future technology can produce alloys with more than 50% Z-steel content, the weight will be reduced significantly. Sen, maybe you can talk to your friends and they will let me join? Could I provide supplies of Z-steel? Asked Lin Beifeng. Unfortunately, I can't do anything. Han Sen smiled at Lin Beifeng. In fact, you are so rich that you can gather a group yourself and go to the mountains. Finding mutant creatures is not that difficult. Lin Beifeng smiled wryly. I already tried, but in the Castle of Steel Armor it is not as easy to do as in my previous refuge. Qin Xuan has a stable military force, and no one wants to leave it. Those who can be bribed with money are already in the Son of Heaven gang. Although I am very rich, I still won't risk provoking the Star Group. The rest of the talented people are managed by Guy Kulak. That's why I can't find talented people, and I have practically nothing to spend my money on. Han Sen nodded. He also thought about it. When he was isolated by Qin Xuan and the Son of Heaven, it was very difficult for him to survive in the Steel Armor Castle. Han Sen teleported to Steel Armor Castle in the middle of the night, so the Son of Heaven gang didn't notice him. Having taken everything he needed, the young man chose the least visited paths and went to the dark swamp. Others looked at the swamp as hell, but for Han Sen it was a real paradise because he had the soul of a dragon with purple wings. Without any surprises or troubles, Han Sen entered the dark swamp. He didn't meet anyone even near the swamp itself, not to mention anyone in the depths of the location. Han Sen didn't look for any special place, since there was no one there anyway. He simply summoned the soul of the golden black beetle and the soul of the purple-winged dragon. Dressed in golden armor and purple wings, he again checked all his equipment and went into the depths of the dark swamp. The situation in the dark swamp was similar to that described in the article. There were actually very few flying creatures here. Sometimes he encountered birds, but he did not even use his arrows for them. If any bird tried to approach him, he would cut it in half with his katana, which he got from Shura. There were many poisonous insects and animals in the swamp. Not even a day had passed before Han Sen saw the mutant creature. It was a scary three-legged toad the size of a truck. She sat in the mud, covered with boulders and exuded green gas. But Han Sen was not interested in her at all. Even if he killed her, she was too huge for him to take with him or eat her. It will take him months to finish it, and in the end he will only be able to get a few gene points. This place is a real paradise. After flying for 2 hours, Han Sen saw the mutant creature again. Surrounded by many black and white snakes, the blood-red Snake King swam in the reeds. Han Sen did not approach him. He simply hovered in the air, occasionally flapping his wings. The snakes did not notice his presence. Taking out a sniper arrow from his quiver, Han Sen put it on the bowstring and aimed at the long body of the Snake King. Han Sen narrowed his eyes and the sniper arrow flew like lightning. The blood-red king opened his mouth, about to swallow the mouse-like creature. At this time, a shadow flashed by and an arrow crashed into the stomach and pierced him. In agony, the king of snakes began to wriggle and hiss desperately. The black and white snakes that surrounded him went crazy, but they could not understand where the enemy was. From the broken wound, the king of snakes was bleeding heavily, and after a little time he stopped moving. The mutant creature King Snake with ghostly teeth has been killed. The creature's soul is not obtained. Eat the flesh and you will have the opportunity to gain 0 to 10 mutant gene points. A beautiful voice sounded in Han Sen's head. Excited, he pulled the thread and lifted the Snake King's flesh into the air. Its thread was no thicker than a hair, but it was made of high-tech material so it could lift a weight of more than a ton. This Snake King weighed several tens of pounds, so Sen was able to lift it without any problems. Han Sen found a safe place, collected some branches, and started a fire. When the water boiled in the cauldron, he threw in several pieces of the Snake King's flesh and began to cook slowly. The snake was not very big, so after boiling there were about 2 bowls of soup left. Han Sen poured everything out of the pot and ate the meat. After finishing the broth, Han Sen received another mutant gene point. He dried the rest of the meat to take with him. Even though the snake wasn't big, he still couldn't eat it all at once, so he left it for later. Meus! He gave a piece of flesh to his cat because he was staring at him. After finishing, he began to pet the cat. Han Sen hid Meus. His cat had such an appetite that he could eat the whole snake himself. The young man continued to fly over the swamp and looked at poisonous animals and insects. Gradually, he began to feel growing excitement. This place is a real treasure. It was full of mutant creatures due to the fact that there were no people here at all. 2 days later, Han Sen saw 3 mutant creatures. Besides the Snake King, the other 2 were too big, so he didn't hunt them. The guy continued his journey, resting from time to time as necessary. His goal was the forest where the mutant black stings lived. 2 more days passed, but Han Sen was still unlucky. All he saw was a mutant creature that looked like a crocodile, but it was more than 10 yards long and very strong. Han Sen did not waste time on him and flew past. On the 5th day, after Han Sen entered the dark swamp, he finally got lucky. In front of him was not a very large lake, but the water was so clear that in the sunlight the bottom could be seen. The lake was between 3 and 6 feet deep. In the lake, Han Sen saw groups of large silver fish, each of them approximately 1 foot in length. The back had a jagged fin that extended from head to tail. Among these groups of fish, 1 or 2 could be seen whose scales were golden in color. They were about the same size. Han Sen was so excited that he almost jumped. There were 7 or 8 golden fish swimming in the lake, and they were all mutant creatures. Ha ha, the dark swamp is a real paradise for me. Han Sen took out his doomsday, a sniper arrow, and shot at the golden fish. The arrow cut through the water and reached the back of the fish. The arrow bounced off with a ringing sound, leaving only a small white mark on the golden scales, but it couldn't even penetrate it. Han Sen quickly pulled the arrow to which the thread was tied. The golden fish he attacked began to circle madly in the lake. Not finding an enemy, she shot down a couple of silver fish. The fin that was on the back looked so sharp that it seemed like it could cut steel. Han Sen frowned. He never expected that his arrow with 5% Z steel content would not be able to pierce the scales of a golden fish. Considering the size of the golden fish, Han Sen would be able to eat it whole. There were quite a lot of fish here, so he would have enough for a couple of days, and it would be a great opportunity to increase his mutant gene points. I need a much better arrow. I need an arrow from the soul of a creature. Han Sen was upset. If he had the arrow from the creature's soul now, he would be able to kill all those golden fish. Han Sen hovered over the lake and carefully observed this golden fish. After a while, his eyes lit up. He flew away to reach a long branch and then began to move it in the water. The silver and golden fish became alarmed and began to swim in all directions. Han Sen was delighted. Given that they had very rigid dorsal fins, they were unlikely to be able to bend their bodies much. Therefore, despite the fact that they had very high speed, they could not quickly change direction. Han Sen was delighted that he could now approach the lake without worrying about being attacked. The arrows containing Z-steel were unable to damage the fish scales, but he had a katana that was definitely sharper than his arrows. If he was close enough to the fish, he could probably kill it with this katana. After all, the katana is a short weapon. Its length is only 4 inches. Therefore, Han Sen cut off a branch as thick as his arm and 6 feet long and tied a katana to the end, thus making a kind of spear. Han Sen was quite close to the lake and observed the surface for a long time. As soon as the golden fish appeared on the surface, he quickly thrust his katana forward. The katana was able to cut through the golden scales of the fish. Han Sen was extremely happy. Quickly drawing his katana, he rose into the air. His katana was attached to a branch and it could break, and then the katana would end up in the lake. And he really didn't want that. The wounded golden fish was thrashing around in the water, causing harm to other silver fish. Soon she completely weakened and appeared on the surface with her belly up. Han-sen took out the dead fish and was so happy that he almost moaned with joy. He decided to strike a few more times. While the sun had not yet set, he used the same method and managed to kill 3 more mutant sawfish. Haha! 4 mutant creatures in just one day. This is my blessed land. Han-sen found a safe place near the lake and cut off all the meat from the killed fish. He cooked a little at once and salted the rest to preserve it. Meow. Mayus was spinning around the fire. On the fire were pieces of jelly-like sawfish meat. When the pieces heated up, fat began to drip from them, which sizzled on the hot logs. The fire emanated an aroma that made me terribly hungry. Han-sen threw 1 piece of cooked sawfish to the cat and took the other for himself. The fish was very fatty and simply melted in his mouth. It was incredibly tasty and he wanted to swallow his tongue. The meat of this fish was much tastier than ordinary fish because it was a mutant creature. Even sea bass could not compare with this fish. It was fried with just salt and pepper, but the sawfish meat had no fishy smell at all. It was sweet and delicious. If it could be taken outside the god sanctuary, then it would become the queen of all fish. The most ordinary dishes would be incredible, and 1 mutant sawfish could probably be sold for tens of millions. Han-sen threw another piece of miusu, but unfortunately, mutant creatures could not be taken out of the sanctuary of God. In addition, he would not have had the strength to take all the sawfish that he was able to kill in the dark swamp. There were many more sawfish in the lake than he initially thought. During these days, he killed 15 people. After eating a little and getting a few mutant gene points, she realized that she couldn't get any more points from these sawfish. Since he couldn't take them all, he decided to feed them to Mayus. I already have 31 mutant gene points. This is a very profitable journey. The dark swamp is very dangerous for ordinary people, which is why there are so many mutant creatures here. Most likely, I will be able to collect the maximum number of mutant gene points during this journey. Han-sen was in a great mood, so I gave Mayus another piece. Han-sen turned the rest of the sawfish meat into dried pulp. Before leaving, he looked into the lake again to see if he had missed any fish. Seeing another golden mutant sawfish, Han-sen killed it. Han-sen froze for a few seconds before he realized what really happened. He practically jumped. It's been a long time since he got the last soul of a creature, and now he's succeeded again, and even the soul from a mutant creature. Han-sen couldn't wait to find out what type the mutant creature's soul was. If it had been an arrow, he would have been incredibly happy. Han-sen was a little disappointed, but he was still excited. Despite the fact that it was not an arrow but a spear, it still remained a fairly popular weapon. Moreover, it was from the soul of a mutant creature. After summoning the soul he had just received, Han-sen had a golden spear in his hands. The point was an inch long with very sharp edges. The spear even looked scary. Han-sen held the spear and felt that it was quite heavy, but it was easy to control. The tip of the spear cut down a thick tree, but it was only a light touch, and the feeling was similar to cutting tofu. Whoever angers me will have to face this spear. Han-sen waved his spear for a while until he felt sweat appear on his forehead. A weapon from the soul of a mutant creature already justified his journey to the dark swamp. This spear was enough to make an ordinary person rich. After all, weapons from creature souls did not need to be repaired and were easy to carry. If it wasn't completely destroyed, it would repair itself, which made it very different from Z-steel weapons, which had to be repaired if they were damaged. Even though Han-sen had already obtained a lot, he still had not achieved his main goal. He had not yet been able to obtain the soul of an arrow-type mutant creature. So he hid the rest of the dried meat and flew across the dark swamp again. The article only described how the person tried to get out of here, but nothing was said about specific directions. Therefore, it was very difficult to find the forest he wrote about. Fortunately, Han-sen had the ability to fly, which allowed him to see far ahead. Over the next 2 days, Han-sen was no longer as lucky as before. He no longer met mutant creatures, but he came across whole swarms of poisonous insects. Han-sen watched these insects from above. He saw that after them there was nothing alive left, and this made him shudder. If he could not fly and encountered these insects, then there would not even be a question whether he could survive or not. A swarm of ants could kill an elephant, not to mention these poisonous insects. Even the one with the maximum number of sacred points would hardly be able to survive. Finally, Han Sen managed to find clean water. Having replenished his water supplies, he decided to make fish soup and added some snake meat to it. A little time passed, and the aroma began to spread everywhere. Han Sen was not afraid of attracting poisonous beasts, because he had donned armor from the very beginning when he entered the dark swamp. The soup was almost ready, and Han Sen was already preparing to enjoy it with his mois. Suddenly he heard the sound of a bird, which was accompanied by a whistle. A huge black bird descended from the sky. Its wings were several tens of feet long. Its claws looked insanely sharp and looked like metal hooks. He walked with an important air. He threw a piece of raw meat on the ground that looked like a cow's leg and said, "This is your happy moment. This is the thigh of a mutant creature with poisonous claws." Having said this, the young man reached for the fragrant fish and snake meat that was in the pot. "I don't want to bargain with you," Han Sen frowned. The young man was very fast, and had already managed to grab a piece of fish and put it in his mouth. He was about to laugh at Han Sen, but stopped as a voice sounded in his head. He heard that he received 1 mutant gene point. Suddenly, his eyes widened. "How is this possible? This is just 1 piece and I was able to get 1 point. So, most likely all the meat in the pot is from mutant creatures." In recent days, Lu Weinan was very tired of the meat of the poisonous claw creature that he ate all the time. He relied on his soul of a mutant creature, which turned into a bird, and decided to go to the dark swamp to hunt the mutant creatures. But he managed to kill only 1 mutant creature with poisonous claws. This creature was larger than a cow, and he had been eating flesh for half a month, but he still had a thigh left, and during all this time, he was only able to obtain 5 mutant gene points. But now he ate just 1 piece of meat, which he took out of the pot and already received a mutant gene point. Now he understood why Han Sen immediately refused to bargain. Even though the two of them had the meat of mutant creatures, his thigh was worth much less than what Han Sen had in the pot. Lu Weinan looked at the pot impatiently and then turned his gaze to Han Sen. A knife appeared in his hand and he whistled. The bird began to flap its wings and appeared above his head. "Will you agree to bargain, or will you let me defeat you and then I will take all your things?" Lu Weinan really wanted to have lunch, so he decided to fight. Moreover, there was no one in the dark swamp, so no one would be able to find out that he killed Han Sen. He had a bird with iron feathers and he believed that he could defeat everyone. "Fuck you," Han Sen said quietly. "You wanted it yourself!" Lu Weinan yelled and pointed his knife at Han Sen. Although he was able to obtain such a mutant soul in the form of a bird with iron feathers, he was not so lucky with a weapon. He had a knife with a 5% Z steel content. Han Sen was wearing armor from a creature with sacred blood, so he was not afraid of such weapons. He didn't even transform into a bloody killer, but simply summoned the sawfish soul and transformed it into a spear, knocking away Lu Weinan's knife. Bang! Han Sen's spear easily cut through the knife, which seemed to be made of ordinary tofu, and continued to strike at Lu. Crap, Lu Weinan thought. He was barely able to avoid Han Sen's attack by twisting his legs like a snake. Without hesitating for a second, Lu Weinan ran, although his body looked strange. Han Sen made a few more strikes. Lu quickly climbed onto the back of his bird and rose high into the air. "How dare you challenge me! I'll just kill you now!" Lu Weinan shouted solemnly. He took out his bow and stele and aimed at Han Sen, who was on the ground. Suddenly, wings sprouted from Han Sen's back. He rose quickly and high into the air and was much faster than the bird with iron feathers. Damn it! Lu Weinan was startled. How could he know that this guy could fly and had real wings instead of a mount? Subconsciously, Lu Weinan ordered his bird to fly higher. Even if Han Sen had wings from a mutant creature, he would still not be able to fly too high and very fast. A bird with iron feathers should be able to get rid of it. But soon, Lu Weinan realized that he was wrong. His enemy could fly not only high but also very fast, so he almost caught up with him. "Who is this monster? It can't have wings from a creature with sacred blood, right?" Lu Weinan almost cried. He could not imagine that his opponent would be so strong. With his wings, golden armor, and spear, Han Sen looked more like an angel than an ordinary person. Having caught up with Lu Weinan, Han Sen jabbed his spear at him. All Lu wanted to do now was bang his head against the wall. Why did he decide to run away on his iron-feathered bird? Now he can't even use different poses to dodge. Sitting on the bird, he had nowhere to hide. If he started dodging the blows, he would simply fall. Whistling, the spear pierced Lu Weinan, leaving a large wound. His soft armor was unable to hold the weapon. Brother, calm down. It's just a misunderstanding, Lu Weinan hurriedly shouted. Han Sen ignored his words and struck a second time, leaving the same wound on the other side. Blood began to flow from the wounds. Big brother, uncle, stop poking at me or I'll die soon. I surrender, Lu cried to Wainana, begging for mercy. Han Sen ignored him again and continued to strike. When Lu Weinan saw the terrible shining golden spear, he exclaimed, Big brother, please calm down. The two of us are men. You won't get much benefit by killing me. You see, I have a flying mount. I can become useful to you and carry out your instructions. Oh. Lu Weinan was pierced by the spear again, and his face turned pale. He was bleeding very heavily. The guy understood that he would soon die. Looking at himself, he saw that he was all in black clothes. Having torn his outer clothing, he got to the white lower clothing, which was covered in blood. Without hesitation, he tore it too and began to wave it, saying, Big brother, don't hurt me anymore. I give up. We can discuss everything. Am I wrong that you have a policy in the alliance that you must treat a prisoner well? Han Sen was silent all this time. Lu Weinan thought that he couldn't hear him, because during the flight, the wind created a lot of noise. That's why he thought of waving the white flag. Seeing Lu Weinan waving his underwear, Han Sen almost laughed. Let's go back, Han Sen said, trying to suppress his laughter. Lu Weinan was very happy and ordered his bird to return to the place where they met Han Sen. When they returned to the place where the fire was, the pot was still there. Lu Weinan fell to the ground and grabbed his buttocks where the wounds were. So, how are you going to compensate me for what I lost? Han Sen smiled and looked at Lu Weinan, who was covering his butt with both hands. Lu Weinan's face became serious. Big brother, I will give you everything you want, except this bird with iron feathers. You can choose for yourself. He summoned several souls of creatures and said with bitterness, That is all I have. Please forgive me. Han Sen looked at the 7 or 8 summoned souls. Among them there was even one soul of a mutant creature. He knew that Lu Weinan was hiding something. But he summoned the soul of a mutant creature, which means he was ready to give it for his life. At the same time, he immediately asked Han Sen not to ask for his bird with iron wings. He truly depended on her. He couldn't survive here without her. This soul is a mutant creature, and you must follow my commands before I leave the dark swamp. Han Sen thought that this child could become useful to him, and Han Sen didn't want him to wander around alone. If Lu could find the forest and kill the black sting mutant creatures, then Han Sen's ultimate goal on this trip would be achieved. Lu Weinan agreed and handed over his soul to Han Sen. But he still remained wary because he was worried that Han Sen might kill him after obtaining the soul of the mutant creature. Fortunately, Han Sen had no intention of killing him after obtaining the soul of the mutant creature. He returned to the fire and took out a bowl to scoop up some soup. To Lu Weinan's surprise, Han Sen only poured the yushka and left the meat untouched. Although there may also be gene points in the yushka, most are in the meat itself. So why did Han Sen only drink yushka and not take the meat? While Lu Weinan was thinking about this, he saw that Han Sen had summoned a soul in the form of a cat and put all the meat on his plate. The black cat meowed, rushed to the plate, and began to eat everything. Lu Weinan shuddered. He realized that the meat that he so wanted to get and pay a lot of money turned out to be just cat food. Where did this guy come from? He fed the cat meat from a mutant creature who can do that? Now Lu Weinan really wanted to hit his head against the wall. He risked his life fighting for cat food. Thinking about the cat, he was in great shock. Among all the souls that were known to people, only souls with the pet type could eat food. Other souls and mounts could not do this. Han Sen's cat was naturally not an ordinary cat. He was supposed to be a soul with the pet type. Currently, there were few who stored souls with this type. Souls with the pet type could not immediately fight. They had to be fed the meat of various creatures in order for them to evolve. When they grew to a certain stage, they changed, and after the transformation they had fighting abilities. But their transformation required a lot of creature meat. There were people who fed their pets from the souls of ordinary or primitive creatures, but after their transformation, they did not have excellent fighting skills. As for pets from the souls of mutant creatures, their transformation required a lot of meat from mutant creatures. So much meat was needed that it would be enough for several people to reach the maximum number of mutant gene points. Therefore, the question arises, who will feed such a pet? After thinking about this, Lu Weinan concluded that Han Sen was truly an impressive person. He kept thinking to himself, this man is able to rebuke his pet from the soul of a mutant creature. He must be the successor of some powerful family to be able to receive such attention and training. Big brother, what's your name? Lu Weinan asked with a smile, trying to find out about Han Sen's origins. You do not know me? Han Sen was a little surprised when he heard this question. He had a strange feeling. It was due to the fact that Lu Weinan, seeing his armor, could not recognize that it was Dollar. He even saw his wings, but could not recognize him. This could only mean one thing: he simply knew nothing about the Dollar. Have we met before? Lu Weinan looked at Han Sen in bewilderment. He did not understand his answer. No, Han Sen continued to drink his soup. Suddenly, Lu Weinan realized that since Han Sen said such a thing, he must have recognized him because Sen was an outstanding person. This means that Lu's assumption that he is from a powerful family is confirmed. If this were not so, then Sen would not have made such a remark. Lu looked at Han Sen eagerly. Han Sen believed that Dollar was very famous on Skynet and thought that almost everyone knew about him. When did you enter the Dark Swamp? Han Sen asked and looked at Lu Weinan. Lu Weinan became joyful and told everything he knew about this place. Han Sen finally understood why Lu Weinan knew nothing about Dollar. This man entered the God Sanctuary a year ago and never teleported home. He seemed to be doing great here. Han Sen looked at Lu Weinan in surprise. He couldn't believe that Lu could be so helpful to him. Lu Weinan, from Han Sen's gaze, guessed what he was thinking about. He blushed and quickly added, We, Lu, specialize in practical body positions. No one can compare with us in this area. Although I have no special abilities, I would love to carry a torch. Since I entered the Sanctuary of God, I constantly expanded my limits until I reached the first excellence. Let's keep it short. Han Sen looked at him coldly. Our family has excellent escape skills, so we know how to avoid any danger. Having said this, Lu cleared his throat. Han Sen remembered that Lu Weinan did have strange body positions. If Lu had not decided to use his bird and take to the skies, Han Sen was not sure that he would have been able to inflict damage on him. You have been in the Dark Swamp for more than a month. Have you seen a forest in which there are very rare but tall trees and many flowers grow under them? Han Sen asked. Lu Weinan thought for a moment and then shook his head. I haven't seen such a place. I don't think there are any tall trees in the Dark Swamp at all. Han Sen didn't know if he was telling the truth, but he decided not to ask anymore. After resting for some time, at dawn, he and Lu set off on the road. Lu's wounds have not yet healed, but fortunately he had a flying mount, so there were no problems with him. Every time it was time to eat, he would watch Han Sen feed his cat dried fish and sigh to himself. He felt inferior to a cat. Perhaps luck finally smiled on them. At the end of the day, when Lu was complaining that he had not met a single mutant creature, Han Sen noticed a fist-sized creature in the grass. It was covered with black fur. Black Sting. Han Sen was surprised but motioned for Lu to shut up. The guy decided to watch this creature for now. Watch the poisonous hornet. Don't touch him and don't show yourself to him. Having said this, Han Sen flew into the sky to look around, because there was fog very often in the Dark Swamp. He saw no tall trees or hornet nests at a distance of 20 miles. It looks like this Black Sting's nest is not nearby. We need to follow it, and we will find its nest, Han Sen thought, and flew back to Lu Weinan, indicating with gestures that they need to follow the creature. Lu Weinan guessed what Han Sen wanted, and they quietly began to pursue the creature. Luckily, the two of them could fly, so it wasn't difficult for them to follow Black Sting. They flew dozens of miles, following the Black Sting, and they began to encounter such creatures more and more often. Soon, Han Sen saw a huge tree growing out of the swamp. There was a nest of hornets hanging in its branches. It was the size of a balloon. A swarm of black stingers flew out of the nest. There were about 10,000 of them. Han Sen and Lu Weinen were overcome with horror. "Big brother, you're not going to kill all these hornets, are you? They all seem to be primitive creatures. There are a lot of them, and they can fly. We won't be able to stay safe." Lu Weinan swallowed. Han Sen was happy to see tall old trees and flowers growing on the ground. He thought, there was no deception in the article. Such a place really exists. After watching all this for a while, Han Sen said to Lu Weinen, "Let's move on!" Lu Weinen had to follow Han Sen. They did not dare to approach the nests, so they flew high into the sky. The field of flowers stretched for dozens of miles, and tall trees were visible everywhere. There was a nest of hornets hanging on every tree. No one knew how many hornets there were in this area. It was scary to even think about it. Soon, Han Sen saw a huge tree that was about twice as tall as the others. There was a castle-sized hornet's nest in this giant tree, and from time to time, black and scarlet stingers flew out from there, which were the size of a dove. Lu Weinen looked at the nest impatiently and said, "These scarlet hornets are most likely mutant creatures. How many of them can there be here?" Han Sen was also a little stunned by what he saw. The article said that the man also saw such a hornet. Even though Han Sen guessed that there must be more than one of them, he could not have imagined that there would be a whole nest of them. Among so many mutant creatures, the soul of a creature must definitely be caught. Han Sen was very excited. He understood that it would be very difficult to cope with so many hornets. The sting of these mutant creatures was blood red in color and was at least 2 inches long. It looked very sharp. No one could resist the hornet's poison. After all, they were mutant creatures. Han Sen couldn't completely rely on his armor from a creature with sacred blood. If the armor is pierced, he will risk his life. The only lucky situation was that the nest with the primitive creatures was about a mile away from here, so they wouldn't dare to fly here. "Comrade Lu, it's time to test your loyalty." Han Sen patted Lu Weinen on the shoulder. Lu Weinen's expression suddenly changed. "Big brother, you don't want me to attract the mutant black hornets, right? I will die." "Don't be such a pessimist. Actually, you don't have to go there. Just use your black bird to attract their attention while I try to destroy their nest. When the mutant black hornets scatter around, we can kill some," Han Sen said with a smile. Han Sen added before Lu Weinen could respond, "Do everything well and I will give you 2 mutant hornets. Think about it, boy." To prevent Lu Weinen from getting out of line, Han Sen decided to immediately promise him a reward. Lu Weinen swallowed the answer and hit his chest and said, "It's an honor for me to risk it for you, big brother. Tell me what I need to do." 2 mutant hornets could earn him a lot of mutant gene points. "Very good. I see good qualities in you. You will be responsible for guiding your iron-feathered bird to the nest. You have to poke it and thereby attract the attention of the hornets and then lead them away. But don't let the bird get too high. If the hornets cannot reach it, they will simply return to the nest. Try to keep them from coming back for as long as possible, and I'll take care of the rest," Han Sen replied. Lu Weinen looked at Han Sen in surprise. "But even if I can force most of the hornets to fly out of the nest, some will still remain there. Have you thought about it well?" Lu Weinen didn't think that Han Sen would decide to approach the nest itself. This was much more dangerous than what he should have done. After all, he will use his bird, and he himself will not be in danger. If something goes wrong, he will simply return his bird. The castle-like nest was firmly attached to the tree. It would not be easily knocked down. "I have a plan. Try to give me as much time as possible and make sure the hornets don't come back too quickly," Han Sen said calmly. "If most of the black stings fly away, then Han Sen will not be afraid of the remaining ones." "I'll do it." Lu Weinen, together with Han Sen, hid behind a large boulder. Lu ordered his bird to take a large stone and fly over the nest. Bang! A bird with iron feathers threw a stone into the nest, and a 3-foot stone made a huge hole. Mutant black stings, with a terrible roar, flew out of the nest and rushed to the bird. They looked like a scarlet cloud. Lu Weinen quickly ordered his iron-feathered bird to lead the mutant black stingers away. Han Sen carefully watched the nest, and soon he did not see a single creature near the nest. When the mutant black stingers had retreated a dozen yards, Han Sen summoned the purple-winged dragon soul, the soul of the blood killer, and with a spear from the soul of the mutant sawfish, rushed to the nest. He looked like the winged centaur warrior from myth. In the blink of an eye, Han Sen struck the nest, shattering it greatly. Swinging his spear, he cut the nest as if it were made of paper. Some mutant black stingers tried to attack him, but they were all killed in the blink of an eye. Nobody could stop him. One mutant hornet approached him and struck him, but the golden armor protected him, leaving only a small white mark on the armor. Lu Weinen was shocked. He knew that Han Sen was very strong, but he could not imagine that he had such a magnificent soul of a being with sacred blood. When Han Sen destroyed half of the huge nest, a hornet the size of 2 mutant hornets appeared, its body as transparent as a red crystal. When this huge hornet appeared, all the others who were carried away by the bird immediately began to fly back. It looked like they sensed something. "Be careful! All the hornets are returning! This must be their queen!" Lu Weinen shouted. Lu Weinen's heart trembled. The swarm was only 600 feet away from Han Sen. With their speed, the hornets could return in seconds. Moreover, the Hornet Queen, who was most likely a being with sacred blood, was looking straight at Han Sen. He was in a critical situation. Han Sen looked at the Hornet Queen, narrowed his eyes, stepped back, and threw his spear at her from the soul of the mutant sawfish creature. The queen was very fast, so she was able to dodge his spear. While Lu Weinen was sad about the loss, Han Sen's majestic golden figure rushed towards the queen. He pointed his shiny katana towards her. The katana strike was so lightning fast that even the Hornet Queen, a creature with sacred blood, did not have time to dodge it, so Han Sen was able to cut her in half. Hearing this wonderful voice, Han Sen took to the sky without hesitation. In the sky, the swarm began to chase Han Sen, but no one could catch up with him, and besides, they could not rise higher than half a mile above the ground. Han Sen turned around superbly and walked in a large circle towards Lu Weinen. Lu Weinen was very amazed at what was happening, from destroying the nest to killing the queen. When Han Sen got rid of the swarm, his movements were so clear and smooth that Lu Weinen felt like he was watching a real action movie. Amazing, truly amazing. Lu Weinen gave Han Sen a thumbs up. He was actually genuinely surprised. "For me, these are ordinary actions," Han Sen laughed, but did not take his eyes off the swarm. He didn't have enough time to retrieve the Hornet Queen's body, but it still went perfectly. The nest was destroyed, and the queen was killed. These hornets were in complete chaos, so the time had come for Han Sen. Of course, after several serious blows, complete chaos reigned among the swarm. Some black sting mutants separated from the swarm. "You continue to attract the swarm with your blackbird, and I will try to kill the separated black stings." Han Sen flapped his wings and approached the black sting, which was to the side. Although his transformation time had already ended, Han Sen could still use the ferocious blade skill and the katana that he had inherited from Shura. Therefore, he could very well kill Black Sting. Just when he was able to kill the sacred blood creature with just one blow, he used the fierce blade to cut through the queen's waist. Although Han Sen had not yet obtained the soul of a mutant creature, he was not worried about it. There were about 1,000 of these creatures here, so he was sure that sooner or later he would still receive the required soul. After taking the corpses of the black stings, Han Sen handed them over to Lu Weinen. He didn't want to cook meat. Since the black stings were poisonous creatures, it was necessary to remove everything and leave only the meat itself. It wasn't very difficult, but it was troublesome. Han Sen continued to fly and kill as many black stingers as possible. With the help of Lu Weinen, Han Sen managed to kill about 20 black stingers in a day. It was a shame that Han Sen still couldn't obtain the mutant creature's soul. Han Sen was in no hurry. The bird with iron feathers constantly distracted the hornets, which made it very difficult for them to restore their nest. The two men had plenty of time to hunt. For several days, Han Sen continued hunting for black stings. On the 4th day, he finally heard the voice that told him. He didn't want anyone to see Dollar using such arrows. Someone might match Han Sen with Dollar. "These black sting mutants are quite enough. We won't be able to take any more anyway." On the 5th day, Han Sen killed almost 80 black stingers. Han Sen gave Lu Weinen 2 mutant black stingers, as he had promised him. Lu used his bird to distract the swarm. He did his job well. Han Sen was quite pleased with this. Perfect. Lu Weinan nodded. He was a little regretful that he did not ask for more mutant creatures. Han Sen had several dozen, but he only had 2. But even this was much better than what he himself could find in the dark swamp. Use your iron-feathered bird to distract the hornets, while I go and take the queen's body, Han Sen said. Lu Weinan nodded quickly, and Han Sen took away the 2 pieces of the hornet queen. Lu Weinan watched Han Sen take the body and was jealous of him. He didn't know if the queen was a being with sacred blood, but he really wanted to get her. Han Sen will quickly prepare the queen hornet meat. He removed all the poisonous and inedible parts and prepared broth in a pot. After eating it, Han Sen heard the voice 4 times. He was able to obtain 4 sacred gene points from the Black Sting Queen's flesh. This is the end of our cooperation. Take care of yourself. Han Sen gathered his Black Sting mutants and stood up, preparing to leave. During these days, he ate a lot of the flesh of mutant creatures and was able to obtain 47 mutant gene points. Considering the 4 sacred gene points he had received from the Hornet Queen, he now had 29 sacred gene points. This trip was very fruitful. Now he needed to prepare the flesh of the Black Sting mutants so he could sell it for cash. Brother, maybe we can continue to cooperate? I will follow your orders and won't ask any questions, Lu Weinan said and quickly stood up. He felt the sweetness of such cooperation and trusted Han Sen completely. With such a person, he would never suffer a loss. Looking at Lu Weinan, Han Senya thought for a moment and then said, I don't have that much time to hunt together. If I recruit people to join me, I will tie a piece of cloth with my name on a tree in the western part of Steel Armor Castle. If you want to take part in this, then go to the Valley of the Western Winds and wait for me. Brother, but you never told me your name, Lu Weinan quickly replied. Come back, go to Skinet and you will recognize him. Han Sen smiled, took his bag and flew away. Han Sen returned to Steel Armor Castle. He was prepared for trouble from Qin Xuan for being missing for so many days. However, he did not meet her. But not only did he not see Qin Xuan, there was practically no one on the streets at all. The entire Steel Armor Castle seemed empty. Finally, Han Sen saw a man walking down the street. He approached him and asked, Friend, what's going on? Where is everyone? Oh, it's you, fancy butt! The man recognized Han Sen at first glance. Han Sen rubbed his nose. Friend, can you tell me where everyone went? The man was good-natured. He smiled and said, Where could they have gone? Of course, to the battle ring. This year's martial arts competition has already begun. All people talk about this, both in the Sanctuary of God and throughout the Alliance. Didn't you know about this? Oh, I was just sick for a long time, so I missed such a wonderful event. Will I still be able to register? Han Sen asked. Ha ha, it will be better if you hide from the Son of Heaven, the man smiled. Hurry up, you can still do it. Thank you for the information. Han Sen thanked the man and returned to his room. Hiding the bag, which was filled with the flesh of the Black Sting mutants, he went to the battle ring. There was no doubt that the battle ring was the most beautiful building in the entire shelter. It looked like the Colosseum from Rome and could accommodate approximately 100,000 spectators. This building differed from the Colosseum in that it was built of metal, so it looked like a real steel monster. Han Sen ran towards the gate of the battle ring. In the circle of this building, gates met every 60 feet, and you could go to any of them. Right now, almost everyone from Steel Armor Castle was already in the battle ring. Han Sen chose a random gate and put his hand on the metal doors. A chain of numbers appeared on them. 88888. Han Sen was very surprised, but then realized that, most likely, this was his number. It looks like he will be the 88,888th person to enter the battle ring. The competition itself was also held in accordance with this code. This number was assigned only to those who entered the battle ring for the first time. The next time he comes in, they won't give him another number. The metal gate opened. Han Sen walked in and found himself in a corridor that looked more like a tunnel. When he passed it, he found himself in an open space. This place was larger than where the Olympic Games were held. All the stands were filled with people. There was also a crystal stele, which was filled with groups of codes. Each group had 100 people, which meant that those 100 people were combined into one match. Han Sen learned back in school that the martial arts competition in each shelter was controlled automatically and people could not interfere with it. The initial round is played among 100 people, and only the one remaining at the end moves on to the next round. There was a really harsh selection here. Since there were so many registered, the initial round only reached 50 groups on the third day. Therefore, Han Sen did not need to do anything, at least until tomorrow. Han Sen looked around, trying to find Qin Xuan and the others. Before he could find Qin Xuan, he ran into the Son of Heaven gang. "I hope I don't see you in my group, otherwise you will definitely die." Luo Tanyat stared coldly at Han Sen. The last time they saw each other, Luo Tanyang was afraid of Han Sen, and that was a shame for him. The Son of Heaven also looked at Han Sen gloomily. Although he didn't say anything, Han Sen could tell from his look that he would try to kill him at any cost if they ended up in the same match. "I'm afraid I'll let you down, but I'm not going to participate in the martial arts competition," Han Sen said and shrugged. Han Sen, of course, was going to participate, but only under the name of Dollar in order to fully show his capabilities. "You don't deserve to be called a human." "A shame," Luo Tanyan said disdainfully, causing the entire gang to start worrying. The Son of Heaven ignored Han Sen and simply walked past him. As he walked, he smiled and said, "Qin Xuan, you have become much better. Most likely this year you will be a champion." "You flatter me. Don't forget that the Dollar is also in the steel armor castle," Qin Xuan replied casually. Han Sen turned around and saw Qin Xuan, Yang Manli, and other important members of the steel armor gang. Yang Manli frowned. After the Son of Heaven spoke with Qin Xuan, he led his gang further. Qin Xuan glanced at Han Sen, and Yang Manli said, "Originally I thought you were just a little timid, but I didn't expect you to be such a coward. You have no human dignity. You are just a spineless creature." Having said this, Yang Manli and Qin Xuan left without even looking back. As Liu Hongtao passed by Han Sen, he patted him on the shoulder and said, "Han Sen, you did the right thing. Surely a person can have temporary setbacks. Stand back for a better view, right? There is no need to risk your life." But everyone could clearly see the contempt that was written on Liu Hongtao's face. The rest of the steel armor gang were also disgusted with Han Sen. Those who were able to get into this gang were either military students or had recently become soldiers, so everyone despised such cowardice. Han Sen did not try to explain anything, and everyone believed that he was afraid of Luo Tanyang. When the Dollar appears, no one will think about why he is not participating. "I don't care how others treat me. The most important thing is my family and the fact that we have a stable income," Han Sen thought. The star group was so powerful that at the moment he did not have enough strength to resist them. If the Son of Heaven now finds out that he is Dollar, then he may try to harm him. Under such circumstances, how could Han Sen not worry about what might happen to his mother and sister? "I need to become stronger." Han Sen walked out of the battle ring, looking down. There was no point in staying here because his turn would definitely not come today. After he teleported to the planet Doom Station, Qin Xuan stopped him and called him into her office. "Are you afraid of the Son of Heaven?" Qin San stared at him. Her gaze was so piercing that it was like daggers that could pierce his thoughts. "Yes," Han Sen nodded. He just had to be afraid of him. Hearing his answer, Qin Xuan did not show her disappointment, but simply asked the following question. "Is it because of your family?" Han Sen was surprised and glanced at Qin Xuan. She smiled and said, "Listen to me. Go to Black Hawk Academy. If you can go there, then I guarantee you that the Son of Heaven will not dare to touch your family." "How can you guarantee this to me?" Han Sen looked at her intently. "Every time we fought, I recorded and followed your combat achievements. I can confidently say that you have the talent to become a great sniper or archer. Your timing and prediction of the enemy's actions is simply outstanding," Qin Xuan said. Han Sen was silent. This praise was not what he wanted to hear. "In the army, in addition to being the head of the station, I am also responsible for organizing a special detachment. I believe that you are the one I need. If you join the team, your family will receive protection from the military. You understand that if you become a member of the team, the Son of Heaven will not be able to use any illegal methods to harm your family," Qin Xuan said. "However, first, you need to enter the Black Hawk Academy, and only then can I invite you to my team." Han Sen did not immediately answer Qin Xuan. He thought for a moment. Then he looked at her. Is it possible for you to tell me what kind of team this is? No, Qin answered without any hesitation. Give me some time. I want to think about it, Han Sen replied. Of course, I still have time. Think about it well, Qin said in a very confident tone and smiled. Han Sen left the teleport, returned home and rested all day. The next day, after lunch, he returned to the Sanctuary of God. Han Sen deliberately walked around the steel armor castle, then put on his sacred blood creature armor and entered the shelter, thereby attracting a lot of attention. Wow, it's the dollar itself. Ha ha, finally the dollar has appeared. Dollar is my angel. Among all the people in the first Sanctuary of God, only Dollar is my idol. This was a blow to the entire steel armor castle. Although everyone knew that Dollar was in this shelter, they were still pleasantly surprised that he appeared. Han Sen didn't say anything, but simply walked towards the battle hall. A lot of people quickly gathered behind him. Some of those who had already passed the first round returned back, following Han Sen. Everyone wanted to see Dollar fight. The preliminary round was almost over, so there were only a few people in the stands. However, after Han Sen arrived, the stands filled up again. Han Sen looked at the battle steely. There were 2 more groups in front of him. He found an empty seat in front and sat down on it. It didn't take long before Son of Heaven, Guy Fist, and Qin approached him. The Son of Heaven was watching Han Sen, and if they were alone, he was ready to kill him. Dollar, can we talk? Qin asked and walked up to Han Sen. About what? Han Sen asked in a hoarse voice. I want to invite you to join the Steel Armor Gang, and you can put forward any condition, said Qin. Young Manly, standing aside, said, If you want to join Bullseye, then I will give up my place as team leader. You could become an excellent archer. Sorry, but I'm not interested in joining the Steel Armor Gang and becoming an excellent archer, Han Sen replied. Dollar, I think we can talk about business. If you have the souls and flesh of mutant creatures, then I am gladly ready to pay for them. For example, the soul of the bloody killer, Fist Guy, also approached Han Sen. I have the flesh of mutant creatures and I'm ready to sell it, Han Sen answered Guy Fist. Fist Guy's eyes lit up. What kind of creatures are these and how much do you have? This is the flesh of mutant hornets. All the meat has already been cleaned. I have about 20 or 30 pieces. Han Sen said this in a casual tone, but all the people around him were shocked. 20 or 30 pieces? You don't want to say that you were able to destroy an entire hornet's nest, do you? Where did you find them? Fist Guy hastily asked. It doesn't matter where I got them, just tell me is it interesting or not, Han Sen answered. Yes, of course, I'm interested in this. If you really have them, then name the price and I'll take it all, Fist Guy quickly answered. Guy Kulak, why do you say that you'll take everyone? Are you saying that Qin and I died? The Son of Heaven frowned and turned to Han Sen. 1 million for each creature and I take it all. 1 million? Son of Heaven, don't look down on everyone. I'm ready to offer 1.2 million apiece, Fist Guy exclaimed. The Son of Heaven looked at the Fist Guy. 1.5 million. Do you think you can compete with me? Just because you're rich doesn't mean you're willing to bargain. 1.6 million. Fist Guy tried to keep up. Stop mentioning the price. I'm not going to sell them separately. Besides, I won't sell them for money, Han Sen said. Name your price. The Son of Heaven was ready to kill Han Sen right now, but when he found out that he had the flesh of rare mutant hornets, he couldn't let anyone beat him. I want to exchange these creatures for St. Hall's S-Class license, Han Sen answered quietly. Hearing Han Sen's words, both Son of Heaven and Guy Fist seemed ready to refuse. St. Hall was a martial arts research institute. Most of the popular supergen arts were developed there. St. Hall also created advanced supergen arts, but there was a restriction on their purchase, especially for S-Class supergen arts. Ordinary people did not have the right to buy them, even if they had money. Han Sen wanted to acquire the supergen art for his mother and sister so that they could start practicing. He didn't want to show his jade skin yet because he didn't know its origin. Your price is too high. I'm ready to buy all your creatures for 2 million each, and plus, I'm ready to forget about all the grievances that exist between us, said the Son of Heaven, looking at Han Sen. Sorry, but I don't want anything other than St. Hall's S-Class license. You can think about my proposal. Han Sen stood up and walked to the stage. It was his group's turn. When the group members saw Dollar coming towards them, everyone felt bitter. They knew that they had no chance of making it past the preliminary round. After all, among them was Dollar. "Don't be afraid. The Dollar is on his own, and we can join forces to get rid of him," said the young man who was preparing for battle. "That's right, let's get rid of the little angel first." Someone looked at Han Sen so greedily that it seemed like he was looking at a naked girl. "Haha, Dollar, I'm your fan, so I'll try to be gentle with you." "Dollar, don't run away, catch my blow." Very unexpectedly, almost all 100 people who were on stage rushed to the Dollar and started screaming. "Damn, what the hell? Shouldn't my fans protect me instead of beating me?" Han Sen thought bitterly. Although these people looked menacing, they did not use any weapons. No one tried to start a fight with Han Sen. Basically, the strongest people registered at the beginning. Those who registered so late were either comparatively weak or new to the god's sanctuary. Han Sen also did not use weapons. Seeing the fist almost next to his face, Han Sen slightly deflected and dodged the blow. Using his hand like a knife, Han Sen used the ferocious blade skill. The man had no time to react, so he was hit in the back of the head and fell to the floor. Han Sen moved quickly like the wind. A knife seemed to be shining in his hand. Almost all the time, he managed to get rid of his opponents with just one blow. Wherever he stepped, people were immediately knocked off their feet as if a tornado had swept through their midst. The best thing about learning ghost lore was that Han Sen learned various aspects of the human body. He didn't use ghost lore. He used Fierce Blade to defeat them without causing any serious damage. Seeing that almost all 100 opponents were defeated, those who rose to their feet chose to leave. "The Dollar is out of this world. Dollar, my angel, you are so beautiful. Dollar, I want to give you children." The audience in the stands began to roar with excitement. As the last opponent left the stage, Dollar looked pleased and waved to the audience. "It seems like I have the potential to become a star. Maybe I should say, give me 10 more opponents? But what's 10 to me? I've already been able to defeat 100 people." Han Sen automatically advanced to the next round. When he left the battle room, he saw several girls running towards him with little hands. They asked in a slightly trembling voice, "Dollar, can I get your autograph?" Han Sen didn't expect this, so he paused. Luckily, it only took him a few seconds to come to his senses. He took the pen and said, "Yes." But the very next second, Han Senya felt embarrassed. The girls gave him a pen but no paper. Where should he sign? "Where should I sign?" Han Sen asked in a hoarse voice. "Dollar, can you sign here?" The plump girl stuck out her breasts, pulling on her blouse. Han Sen was an ordinary young man, so his nose almost started to bleed. Using the jade skin skill, he calmed himself down and signed his name on the tight-fitting clothes. "Dollar, Dollar, sign here too!" More and more girls gathered near him. Everyone wanted him to sign. After signing a few autographs, he turned around and saw a huge crowd surrounding him. The man, almost 6 feet tall, raised his arm, tensed his muscles, and shouted in a muffled voice, "Dollar, sign here, please." Han Sen was finally able to get out of the battle hall and saw that Son of Heaven, Guy Fist, and Qin Xuan were waiting for him. "Dollar, are you ready to consider other options besides the S-Class license?" "I can offer the souls of mutant creatures plus money," said the Guy Fist. "Sorry, but I don't want to consider anything else," Han Sen replied. The Son of Heaven stood aside and said nothing. Although he had what Han Sen wanted, he did not want to give up the license for the meat of mutant creatures. If we were talking about a creature with sacred blood, then everything would be different. "Dollar, if you have the flesh of 30 mutant creatures, I'm ready to make a deal with you." "Do you want to hear the continuation?" Qin Xuan asked. "If you trust me, then you can give me the license, and a little later, I will give you the flesh of mutant creatures. Well, if not, then we can set a time and place to carry out the deal," Han Sen answered. "Okay, let's set a time." "I need a little time to get the S-Class license," Qin Xuan replied. "Excellent," Han Sen nodded. "Then let's talk about this on the way back." Qin Xuan thought about asking her gang to clear the way for them. When Han Sen arranged a meeting with Qin Xuan, he was already outside the steel armor castle. He thanked Qin Xuan, summoned his wings, and went to the mountains. After a short time, he disappeared. Han Sen had no doubt that Qin Xuan would be able to obtain the license. After all, St. Hall was part military. She had a good position among the military, so this would not be difficult for her. After a short walk around the mountains, Han Sen returned to the shelter in his real form. Returning to his room, he repacked the 30 mutant hornets, preparing to sell them to Qin Xuan tomorrow. Han Sen dried the rest of the black sting meat. He did not plan to sell it, but wanted to feed it to his mois. The transaction went very smoothly. Han Sen obtained St. Paul's S-Class license and teleported out of the God Sanctuary. He wanted to acquire the Super Gen art so that his mother and sister could start practicing. After returning home, Han Sen logged into Skynet and visited the St. Paul website. Using his S-Class license, he entered a community that was inaccessible to many. He then entered the most advanced section, the S-Class section. There were many Super Gen arts in this section. Their contents could not be viewed, but each was accompanied by a detailed description. Han Sen read all the descriptions very carefully. Only one species could be purchased with one license, so he had to think carefully about this. Black sting mutants could only be sold once. If there were a lot of them on sale, their price would drop significantly. Even if Han Sen managed to kill a lot of black stingers, no one would be willing to buy them again with St. Paul's S-Class license. Han Sen only read the descriptions, but he was already very excited. Only those who had a high level or those who had already undergone evolution could engage in many types of these Super Gen arts. Han Sen reviewed all the listed types. Unfortunately, only one type of Super Gen arts could be purchased per license. Han Sen wanted to choose one that could lay an excellent foundation for his sister's further development. With such Super Gen art, Han Yan would not be inferior to students from excellent schools. She will even be better than them, because in none of the schools, even the most expensive, were such advanced Super Gen arts taught to students. Finally, after careful selection, Han Sen acquired a Super Gen art called Holy Angel. According to the description, this art could improve all kinds of genes and had been tested for a long time. His practice was calm and there were no risks. So this species was perfect for laying the foundation. Many of those who practiced it later experienced good results. This kind of Super Gen art met all of Han Sen's requirements. The practice is easy and there are no risks. There were quite a few people who also practiced it. Therefore, if someone notices that his sister or mother is practicing the Holy Angel, no one will be surprised. Han Sen downloaded the Holy Angel tutorial and checked it out. He was surprised when he saw that this kind of Super Gen art from the S-Class section was worse than his jade skin. Who was Shuelong Yang? How did he get such an advanced Super Gen art? Han Sen felt glad that he did not show his jade skin to anyone. Saint Angel and Jade Skin were similar, so Han Sen did not need to get to know him in detail. If someone asks him what type of super art he practices, he can answer that Holy Angel. It would be very difficult for anyone to differentiate between Saint Angel and Jade Skin. Han Sen hid the Holy Angel textbook and followed Han Yan to St. Paul's School. He wanted to take his sister away from campus for a while so she could come home and start practicing Holy Angel. Han Yan's teacher was a 27-year-old woman wearing a professional suit. Her skirt reached to her knees, and the stockings she wore on her legs emphasized their slenderness. Her hair was tied back, and she wore glasses. Even though she looked very modest and was full of feminine charm, Han Sen knew that she was already in the second God Sanctuary, because it was one of the requirements for teachers at St. Paul's School. "Are you Han Yan's brother?" Giovanni looked at Han Sen with a slight frown. "Yes, Miss Chu. I want to ask you to let Han Yan go for a few days," Han Sen replied. Chu Wangge was dissatisfied and said with a little disgust, "Where are your parents? Why didn't they come?" "They are very busy. I have already reached the age of majority, so I can be considered Han Yan's guardian. If you want to say something, you can tell me," Han Sen said. Chiu Wangge said directly, "Why did they decide to educate their daughter? They think that nothing needs to be done. Just pay the money and send her to an expensive school? The training began a long time ago, but your parents never showed up and took an interest in her training. Do they know what Han Yan needs?" "I'm very sorry, Miss Chiu. A lot has happened in our family. Of course we are to blame." "Did something happen to Yan?" Han Sen asked with concern. Chiu Wangge nodded and said with a little bitterness in her voice, "Han Yan is fine. She is a very talented girl. It would be nice if more attention was paid to her and her nutrition was monitored. She only eats regular food with a small amount of nutrients, and she cannot consume what the doctor prescribed. This greatly affected her grades. Your parents sent her to St. Paul's, but want to save money elsewhere?" Families who could afford to attend St. Paul's must have had tens or hundreds of millions in their accounts. Chiu Wang-e simply could not think that Han Sen's family might not have enough money. Han Sen knew what she was talking about. The nutritional kits could not affect genes since the flesh of the creatures in the god's sanctuary, but they could provide the human body with all the necessary nutrients. They could also improve physical fitness, but of course not as much as creature flesh. The more advanced the set was, the better it influenced the development of the body. When Han Sen was a child, he used several of these sets, but when his family went bankrupt, he was forced to give them up. The doctor was the one in charge of the disciples' bodies. If some accident occurred during the study, the doctor used scientific methods and maintained the condition of the students until full recovery. Both purchasing nutritional kits and hiring a doctor cost a lot of money. The several million that Han Sen paid was only enough to send Han Yan to St. Paul's school. But the nutritional kits that they bought for her were the cheapest and only cost 100,000 a month. Of course, they couldn't be perfect. Han Yan could only go to the school doctor and use the school's general equipment. Miss Chiu, you are absolutely right. In the coming months, we will be purchasing a good nutritional kit to ensure it meets all developmental needs, and please appoint a good doctor for her, Han Sen said. She was satisfied with Han Sen's answer and nodded and said, "It will be great. Yan is a very talented girl, so your money will be well spent if you invest it in her future. What she's using now is worse than all her classmates, but her grades are good. She really has talent." Chiu Wang-e paused and added, "If you get the chance, consider buying her the Super Gen Art, because what we have here is very simple, so it limits development." "Okay, Miss Chiu, I'll think about it." Only now Han Sen began to believe Chiu Wang that she really thought Han Yan was talented. The fact that she recommended starting to practice Yang Super Gen Art could not benefit the teacher. But from recommendations for nutritional kits and doctor selection, she most likely could earn some kind of reward. The most expensive nutritional kit cost about $1 million a month. Hiring a doctor and professional equipment will cost another few $100,000 per month. Han Sen had no money before, but now he can earn a lot. Of course, he wanted the best for his sister. Chu Vani stood up and took her things. "Let's go. Yan will soon leave the classroom. Let's pick her up and I'll let you go home." Han Sen tried to argue that this was not necessary, but Chiu Wang still considered him to be still a teenager. Han Yan was delighted to see Han Sen, but she remembered that she first needed to greet the teacher and only then fell into her brother's arms. Holding Han Yan in his arms, he followed Chiu Wang to the exit of the school. Near the school gate, Sen saw two acquaintances waving at them. "Han Sen, I didn't expect to see you here. Who is this beautiful little girl?" "This is my younger sister Han Yan. I came to pick her up." "I'll leave you to talk," Han Sen replied. "You didn't come by plane? Let me take you for a ride," Chiu Wang said when she saw Han Sen with his sister in his arms heading towards the station. The man in sunglasses said reluctantly, "Since you all know each other, let's go have lunch together." "I won't bother you. I have some things to do, so Chiu Wang, thank you for the offer, but we will use the train," Han Sen replied. "No way, your parents are simply outrageous." Chiu Wang did not see Han Sen as an adult man. He was actually about 17 years old. He looked young and cute, making him look more like a teenager than a man. "You and Yan, you can come have lunch with us first, and then I'll take you home." Chiu Wang was a teacher and a very domineering figure who didn't take no for an answer. "Han Sen, since Miss Chiu invites you, then join us." "We're all friends, right?" Fang Jingqi expressed his opinion and smiled. It looked like he had some kind of idea. In fact, Han Sen could no longer refuse because Chiu Wang took Han Yan's hand and they went to her plane. The man wearing sunglasses didn't seem to be very happy with this, but he didn't dare say anything to Chiu Wang. Han Sen and Han Yan boarded Chiu Wang's plane, and the man with glasses boarded Fang Jingqi's plane. When the stranger boarded the plane, he immediately asked Fang Jingqi, "Jingqi, who is this guy? Why does Chiu care so much about them?" "This guy is a toy boy who is loved by many women. Perhaps Vane is one of them," Fang Jingqi answered with an imperturbable look. "Jingqi, Roka is of course your planet." "And you're going to watch Vane serve on his knees?" asked the man with glasses. Thinking about Han Sen, he agreed that his skin was better than many girls', so he believed Fang Jingqi's words. In fact, Han Sen only had such excellent skin because he practiced jade skin. What can I do about it? They're both adults. I can't beat this guy up. I'm afraid Vane won't allow me to do this. Fang Jingqi answered with a shrug. You are so weak. Just wait and see how I can scare him without causing harm, said the man in sunglasses and bit his lip. When he took off his glasses, it became clear that this was Tang Zhenlu, the 5th of the 10 chosen ones from last year. Great, I want to see how you do it, Fang Jingqi said with a strange gleam in his eyes. And I thought to myself, fool, you have caused me a lot of trouble these past days, but to calm my anger, I will let you suffer a little. Han Sen is a formidable opponent, and I want to see how he will scare you. Ever since Han Sen was able to beat him at hand so easily, he began to fear him. This time, he will use Han Sen to make Tang Zhenlu suffer. Tang Zhenlu was indeed a strong man, but Fang Jingqi could not predict what would happen. However, when he played with Han Sen, he lost confidence in himself. If it was a battle between Han Sen and Tang Zhenlu, he didn't think that Han Sen could defeat him. But if it was some kind of game played at the table, then he was sure that Tang Zhenlu would become unhappy. Fang Jingqi really wanted to see Han Sen defeat Tang Zhenlu, and maybe Tang will finally stop bragging about himself all day long and stop thinking that everyone should worship him just because he's the chosen one. The place where they went was a club that was intended only for prominent people and aristocrats. Han Sen and Han Yan could not go there, but since the others were VIPs, they could join them. They went into a separate room, and only there the man took off his glasses and hat, and smiling, extended his hand to Han Sen. I didn't introduce myself. My name is Tang Zhenlu. Tang Zhenlu thought to himself, I'm the star here. You should be shocked by my name. It would be really cool if you and your sister turned out to be my fans and asked for my autograph. My name is Han Sen said, shaking hands. He didn't look shocked. He recognized Tang Zhenlu, but was not at all interested in the stars. He was always busy making a living, so he was not interested in information about the stars. That's why he wasn't shocked when he heard his name. Tang Zhenlu was confused. Even if Han Sen wasn't a fan of his, he still had to have at least some reaction, but he behaved as if he had met a simple passerby. Is he an alien? Doesn't he know me at all? I'm Tang Zhenlu. Tang really wanted to grab Han Sen and tell him his name again. The only reason he didn't do this was because Qiu Wangge was sitting at the table with them. Fang Jingqi almost laughed. He certainly knew what Tang Zhenlu was thinking right now. Soon, the waiter brought them various food and drinks that looked very expensive. Han Sen and Han Yan had never eaten this before. Since they were being treated, Han Sen ate without thinking and from time to time put food on Yan's plate. Yan ate less, but also enjoyed every dish. Qiu Wangge was very dissatisfied with Han Sen's behavior, but Han Yan made her more and more happy. Fortunately, Han Yan was sent to St. Paul's school and she became my student. Otherwise, such a good girl would simply be destroyed by this family. Qiu Wangge was filled with determination that she would study hard with Yan and keep her away from her brother. Drinking without playing is very boring. How about we play a little game? Quite a bit of time passed before Tang Zhenlu suggested playing. Play and drink? But we have a child here. Giovanni rolled her eyes, looking at Tang. Tang winked at Fang Jingqi, who smiled and said, Vane, don't worry, nothing. We remember that there is a child here. Fang Jingqi turned to Tang and asked, How about playing red hands? When Fang Jingqi said these words, Han Sen was very surprised. He thought that Fang would try to frame him, but it seemed that he wanted to frame Tang Zhenlu specifically. Tang Zhenlu frowned. Red hands is too simple a game. Let's play Pour the Wine. The wine-pouring game proposed by Tang Zhenlu involved two players sitting at a table with glasses and plates in front of them. First, they have to play rock, paper, scissors. Then the winner grabs a glass of wine and throws it in the loser's face. The loser must grab the plate and prevent the wine from getting on his face. Is this game suitable? Fang Jingqi knew that Han Sen was excellent at playing red hands, but he was not sure about this game. So, the three of you play. I'll take Han Yan to the gym. Giovanni believed that this could have a bad effect on the girl. Once the ladies left, Tang Zhenlu felt more at ease and challenged Han Sen. We're all men here, so don't be afraid to be a loser. Do you agree to play or not? Of course, but without bets, the game is not interesting, Han Sen answered. Fang Jingqi was delighted when he heard Han Sen's answer. He thought to himself, Han Sen seems to be confident in himself. Tang, you will be fooled. I will record your misfortune, and if you start boasting about yourself again, I will show the video. Tang Zhenliu was also happy with Han Sen's answer. He thought, fortunately this guy doesn't know who I am. Otherwise, he wouldn't even dare to play with me, let alone offer a bet. What's the rate? Tang Zhenliu pretended to be polite. 100,000 per round. Han Sen was worried that he needed money to pay for food and Dr. Yan. More than 1 million was needed per month, and this was much higher than the average family income. At the beginning of the month, he had no money in his account, so he would have to go to the sanctuaries of God and sell the flesh of the mutant creatures. After he sold 30 black stings to Qin Xuan, he still had some left, but he didn't want to sell them. If the same creatures appear on the market very often, then their price drops significantly, because people begin to think that hunting them is not at all difficult. Therefore, Han Sen was very reluctant to sell the flesh of the black sting mutants unless he had no other choice. Fine. I really like playing with such a simple guy like you. We agreed, 100,000 per round. Tang Zhenliu was very happy. He believed that there would be no problem in throwing wine in his face, and this guy also offered money for it. You will have to wait 10,000 years before you can win money from me. I am the king of rock, paper, scissors, and I can win 10 rounds out of 10. Tang wanted to hand Han Sen a card that said he was a great citizen. After all, he himself offered Tan his face and wallet. The three of them quickly discussed the rules. If someone won at rock, paper, scissors, it was not considered a complete victory. They also had to pour wine in the face of the loser. Then it will be a round win. Guys, you can start. I'm just terrible at rock, paper, scissors, so I'll just watch for now. When they decided who would play first, Fang Jingqi raised his hands. He didn't intend to play, but just wanted to record them playing. Okay, you can play when we get tired. Tang Zhenliu was pleased that Fang Jingqi refused. Now he will have more opportunity to kick Han Sen's ass. Tang Zhenliu put a plate and a glass of wine on the table. The glass was a very ordinary one, holding about 5 ounces of wine. Let's use water instead of wine, Han Sen suggested. He was worried that if Tang Zhenliu was soaked in wine, he might catch fire. Water is boring, wine is better. Tang Zhenliu didn't want to miss the opportunity to humiliate Han Sen as much as possible. Han Sen remained silent. Tang Zhenliu said to Fang Jingqi, Fan, make sure everything is fair. I'm afraid that someone might start to dispute the results. Okay, Fang Jingqi agreed. He stood between them. Clearing his throat, he said, rock, paper, scissors. When Fang Jingqi finished the last word, scissors, Tang Zhenliu and Han Sen simultaneously extended their hands. Han Sen had scissors, and Tang Zhenliu had a stone. Tang Zhenliu was excited that he won. He quickly grabbed the glass and poured the wine into Han Sen's face. Unfortunately, Han Sen panicked a little as he picked up the plate and tried to shield himself from the wine. Could it be that Han Sen is actually bad at this game? Fang Jingqi began to hesitate. He did not expect Han Sen to lose. But looking at Han Sen's laughing eyes, Fang Jingqi shuddered. No, Han Sen is ruthless. He wants to get as much as possible from Tang Zhenliu. Fang Jingqi realized what was happening. He smiled and thought to himself, Tan, today you are doomed. I will try to write everything down. Han Sen tried to set up Tang Zhenliu as he was asking for it. And Tang was very rich. Others might not agree to such a bet, but Tan in one performance could earn 10 million. So if he lost several million, he most likely would not feel anything. The game itself was a test of reflexes and speed. During rock, paper, scissors, you had to quickly select an object, relying on your reflexes. Anyone who could react quickly had a great advantage in this game. However, the most important thing was that based on the enemy's next movement, there was a chance to predict whether he would choose rock, scissors, or paper. Han Sen was not a master at the game of rock, paper, scissors, but he tried to improve with his ability to make more accurate predictions. He did this not to play games, but to learn in advance the habits and movements of the creatures. For an archer, this ability was very important. Almost everyone could hit the target. Many people could hit the bullseye from 150 feet away. However, the creatures rarely stood still, so it was very important to predict their next move. Taking advantage of a fleeting opportunity, predicting the enemy's movement, shooting and killing. This was Han Sen's specialty. Or he wouldn't have chosen archery. When Sen first entered the god's sanctuary, he did not have an excellent bow and arrow. He had to practice with a poor weapon, and using it required even more abilities. The slightest mistake could mean that he would not be able to kill the creature with one shot, and this would create dire consequences. After the first month of staying in the god sanctuary, Han Sen did not make a mistake in any of his attacks, which proved his great skills in predicting and timing correctly. Now, with so many gene points, Han Sen had improved his skills a lot. It was difficult to win against him in such a game. Rock, paper, scissors? The moment Fan said scissors, they again simultaneously put out their hands. This time, Han Sen had scissors and Tang had paper. Tang didn't expect him to lose. So by the time he realized this and finally grabbed the plate, wine was already dripping from his face. Some droplets even got into my nose and started to burn. Tang lost a point. Fang Jingqi wrote this down in his notebook with a serious look. Tan didn't feel very well. After wiping his face with a towel, he stared at Han Sen and said, "Again." Han Sen was of course very happy to do this again. The two were playing again. Tan claimed to be the king of rock, paper, scissors, but he won less than 40% of all rounds. And when he tried to pour wine into Han Sen's face, he managed to cover his face with the plate. In those rounds where Tang Zhenlu lost at rock, paper, scissors, Han Sen was so fast that by the time Tang had time to pick up the plate, wine was already running down his face. At first, Tang rubbed his face, but then he became so focused on beating his opponent that he simply did not pay attention to the wine. "No, let's play finger-guessing game. Rock, paper, scissors is easy to cheat," Tang Zhenliu shouted after he lost 7 and then 8 rounds in a row. "Okay, just tell me the rules, otherwise I've never played this before," Han Sen replied. "The rules are very simple." Tang Zhenliu told all the rules. Guessing the finger was like rock, paper, scissors. But during this game, the player's arms had to be extended at all times, so opponents could see them more clearly, and accordingly, there was less chance of cheating. Han Sen had never played this kind of game before, so he lost the first 4 rounds to Tang. But Tan was not very happy about this, because he never managed to get the wine in the enemy's face. After 4 rounds, Han Sen understood the essence of the game, so, thanks to his ability to predict and quick reflexes, he began to win again. The wine constantly got into Tang Zhenliu's face, but this pushed him even more to win. After a while, he became so wet that it seemed as if he had crawled out of a wine barrel. Wine was even dripping from his trousers. Tan thought to himself, "How can something like that hit? After all, I'm supposed to be invincible. There's something wrong here." Fang Jingqi saw that Tang was very unhappy and tried to stop him twice. But Tan was very keen. All he wanted was his money back. "I have to take revenge. I want to throw wine in his face too." "No, I will definitely win the next round." "1 victory, I need at least 1 victory." "Give me 1 victory, just 1 and I'll stop." Tang's anticipation became weaker and weaker. As a result, he did not win a single round. During the last few rounds, Tang was no longer in control, so he couldn't do anything, while Han Sen was completely fine. Qiu Vane saw that it was already late, so she took Yan to a separate room. She thought that Han Sen was very unhappy because he decided to play with Tang Zhenliu and Fang Jingqi. When she approached the room, she didn't hear anything. She thought that Han Sen was probably already dead drunk. Opening the door, she was very surprised. Han Sen and Fang Jingqi sat at the table, drinking tea and talking. Han Sen looked sober and clean. It seemed like nothing was happening. However, Tang Zhenliu was sitting on the sofa. He was all wet and exhausted. Qiu Wanga thought that he looked like a victim who had been attacked. There were tears in his eyes. "Tan, what happened to you?" Qiu Vane was shocked. They couldn't believe that Tang Zhenliu could lose like that. Tan finally realized what happened. Not paying attention to Vane, he jumped up and shouted, "Damn, Jingqi, how dare you tear me away?" Qiu Wanga was not sure what was going on, but she saw Han Sen smiling at her. He asked, "Miss Qiu, how much do the best nutritional complexes cost?" Now Yan's complex costs 100,000 a month. Its usefulness is very small. Intensive classes at St. Paul's School require a complex of at least 300,000 a month, or her grades and physical condition will be very bad, Qiu Wangge explained. "If she eats the best diet, plus the services of a doctor, how much will it cost?" Han Sen asked. "If so, then you can choose the S-tier package, which includes all the best, and it will cost 15 million per year. Qiu Wang looked at Han Sen with curiosity. "Great. Then give Yan the S-level package when you have the opportunity. Having said this, Han Sen looked at the $16.7 million that had recently been transferred to his account. After returning home, Han Sen showed Yan the Holy Angel textbook and asked her to learn it. There were holographic demonstrations, so it wasn't hard to learn. Since Yan was a very bright girl, she was able to remember everything after watching the Holy Angel just a few times. The next day, St. Hall employees delivered the gene solution needed for the Holy Angel to their home. They asked Han Sen to keep an eye on Yan so she could drink it according to instructions. Each super gene art has different effects, and the super gene art can also burden the body, so you need to practice it only in combination with the corresponding gene solution. The S-Class Super Gene Art Kit came with 3 bottles of gene solution, so it could be practiced by 3 people. If the gene solution was not used, then St. Hall was not responsible for the medical bills that were issued for the treatments, nor were they responsible for the fact that an accident might occur during the practice. Before this, Han Sen didn't know how the Super Gen art developed, so Han Sen was just lucky that nothing happened to him while he was practicing Jade Skin. Yan, this Super Gen art is the secret of our family. Don't tell anyone about him, okay? Han Sen didn't even tell Yan the name of this art. Han Yan nodded seriously. Yan won't tell anyone about the super gene art that my brother gave me. Good girl. If suddenly you find yourself in such a situation, and someone asks what kind of super art you practice, then say that you don't know, and your brother showed it to you, said Han Sen. Yan understood everything, Han Yan answered solemnly. Excellent! Han Sen patted his sister on the head. He felt pity for her. Children who grew up in poor families were better prepared to deal with the problems that arose. When Han Sen was a child, he spent several carefree years. But when Yan was born, their family had already gone bankrupt, so she never lived in excellent conditions. Because of all this, she now seemed more mature compared to her peers. Lu Sulan stayed in the God Sanctuary all these days, and returned 4 days after Han Sen returned. Han Sen showed the Saint Angel to Lu Sulan. She was shocked. Even though she didn't know much about the Super Gen arts, she could tell that this kind was not ordinary, because the tutorial was written very well. Senya, where did you get this super art of the gene from? Lu Sulan was worried. Mom, don't worry. I bought it, Han Sen replied. Where did you get that kind of money? She asked the question again. Mom, I have become much stronger than before. I joined the military group in the Steel Armor Castle, and this super art is just the beginning. In the future, we will live a much better life. Han Sen decided to reveal that he joined the Qin Xuan Steel Armor Gang to appease his mother. Son, you have achieved a lot. Luo Sulan's eyes became wet with tears. She has gone through so many hardships for this day to come. Mom, don't worry so much. After all, it's still good. Han Sen still has more than $1 million left in his account after he paid for the S-level Yan set. He gave the money to his mother. Here, I recently earned this in the Sanctuary of God. You can use them for your daily expenses. Keep them for yourself. You need money more. Lu Sulan refused to take it. Everything is fine. I'm now in a military group. My boss is a generous person, so there will be even more in the future. Han Sen was already trying to prepare Lu Sulan for more good news. Senya, remember, you should never be aggressive. You shouldn't get involved in problems, Lu Sulan said seriously. Mom, I understand everything. You must know your son. I've always been very reserved, Han Sen quickly replied. Good. As for the Super Gen art, you showed it to Yang, right? Tell her not to show it to anyone, otherwise people might become jealous. After the accident with their father, Han Sen's mother changed a lot. She was always afraid that her children might be in danger. Mom, don't worry, I already told Yan everything and she promised that she would never tell anyone. No, I want to tell her about this again myself. Lu Sulan got up and went to look for Yan. When Lu Sulan left, Han Sen felt very upset. If it weren't for his father's accident, his mother would never have been so worried and would not have spent the whole day in a wary state. But what happened? Han Sen regretted that he was small then and did not understand anything. All he knew was that his dad had an accident. He asked Mom and Mr. Jan, but they refused to say anything. Han Sen knew that this was no simple accident. At the teleport station, in the station master's office, Yang Manli placed a capsule in front of Qin Xuan. Station master, are you sure you want to use this? Yang Manli looked at Qin Xuan, who took the capsule. I have to find out why he doesn't want to go to Black Hawk Academy, and whether he really wants to be on my team, Qin Xuan replied. In fact, there are many such guys, cowardly, greedy, and dissolute. I think we should try our best to get Dollar on our team. He must become a better archer, said Jan manly. Qin Xuan smiled. Dollar is just an amazing person, but he won't let us control him, and Han Sen has great talent, so I think he can succeed. But the person I need must be clean and ready to join my team, and for this, I need to make some effort. Yang Manly wanted to say something else, but Qin Xuan stopped her. If you can't convince Dollar to join our team, then my choice is Han Sen. Young Manly did not answer, but firmly decided that she would find Dollar and try to convince him. Han Sen didn't know what Qin Xuan saw in him and why she wanted him to join her group. Before entering the teleporter, he made sure that Qin Xuan was nowhere to be found. Unfortunately, what was happening under her nose could not go unnoticed. With a faint smile on her face, Qin Xuan stood in front of him as soon as Han Sen took a step forward. A lot of time has passed since our last fight. Show me what you have achieved. Qin Xuan didn't say anything else, so Han Sen breathed a sigh of relief. Han Sen had become much better, but he did not dare to show her everything he was capable of. Even if he did, she would most likely still be able to defeat him. Let's drink some water. Qin Xuan took off her helmet and took out 2 bottles. She took one for herself and offered the second to Han Sen. Han Sen didn't have any suspicions, so he drank the water. Han Sen, do you think I'm cute? Qin Xuan asked unexpectedly. Pretty, of course you are. Han Sen looked at her in surprise, not understanding why she asked such a question. It wasn't like her. Do you think my lips and eyes are beautiful? She asked the question again. Han Sen felt dizzy. He couldn't help but look at Qin Xuan's lips. Gradually, his gaze began to move and settled on her clear eyes. When he started drinking the water, he felt that something was wrong, but he still continued to drink it. Hearing the noise, Han Sen felt that his mind and eyes were being swallowed up by Qin Xuan's eyes, and he almost lost consciousness. At the same time, he felt coolness in his limbs. Jade's skin began to act automatically, and the coolness helped restore his senses. It looks like this woman is trying to hypnotize me. But why would she do that? Han Sen chuckled to himself, but nothing showed on his face. He maintained his hazy gaze. Han Sen, aren't my eyes very attractive? Qin Xuan asked. They are beautiful, Han Sen answered in a quiet voice. Which part of my body do you like best? Qin Xuan asked the question again. Your breasts, Han Sen answered embarrassedly. Why? Qin Xuan asked again. It's big, soft, and elastic, Han Sen answered. How disgusting, Qin Xuan whispered. When they were in the battle hall and fighting, Han Sen most likely touched her chest. Come and touch them, Qin Xuan said, and thrust her chest forward. Han Sen immediately extended his arms, but Qin Xuan moved aside. Now she was confident that she was completely able to hypnotize Han Sen. Because any normal person who would have heard such a thing even for a short moment should have hesitated. But Han Sen did not do so. Are you Dollar? Qin Xuan's first question scared him. Han Sen didn't realize that Qin Xuan had managed to tie something together. He answered without hesitation. No. Qin Xuan nodded, but did not seem to believe that the two were different people. She continued asking, Why don't you want to go to Black Hawk Academy? Because it is very far from home, Han Sen answered. Is it so important? Qin Xuan couldn't understand his logic. If I'm too far from home, I won't be able to take care of my mother and sister, Han Sen answered slowly. Qin Xuan was a little surprised, but her gaze softened, and she asked, Would you like to join my group someday? No. Why? Qin Xuan became a little angry. I'm afraid of danger. I can't die, Han Sen replied. Why can't you die? Qin Xuan looked at Han Sen. His answer made her curious. If I die, then my mother and sister will be bullied by our relatives, and I cannot allow this. Han Sen continued his answer. Qin Xuan's expression became more and more soft as she asked the following question. Why did you decide to join Bullseye? Because of you. Because of me? Qin Xuan was embarrassed. Because I like you. Han Sen still had a bored expression on his face. Qin Xuan blushed a little. Why do you like me? Because you are beautiful. Is there another reason? Yes. What is the reason? Surprisingly, Qin Xuan was happy to hear the answer. Because you are very beautiful. Isn't it the same? Qin Xuan frowned. No. Why not? Qin Xuan looked at Han Sen with a puzzled expression. Because when I saw you for the first time, I thought you were beautiful. And when I saw you for the second time, I began to think that you were very beautiful. and I can't take my eyes off you, and I want to always look at you. Qinxuan's cheeks turned dark red. She raised her hand and wanted to hit Han Sen, but she lacked the determination and only pinched him lightly. With the sound of "ah," Han Sen fell to the floor. It felt like he had fallen out of bed in a dream. Qinxuan subconsciously extended her hand to help Han Sen, but quickly pulled it back, allowing him to fall completely. She blushed from some thoughts. "What did you do to me?" Han Senya got up from the floor and pretended to be scared. "You don't have to worry. I just wanted to know why you don't want to enroll in Blackhawk Academy," Qinxuan replied in a soft tone. "Did you hypnotize me?" Han Sen began to rage. "We had to do this so you could join the team. The people we serve are special people, so every team member must be clean. I also had to go through this." Qinxuan looked at Han Sen and added in a soft tone, "You can be sure that when you go to the academy and join my group, your family will be completely protected. Nobody can harm them." Han Sen remained silent and looked uncertain. "Besides, I can tell you that every shelter has a group that provides services to special clients. You won't be exposed to much danger in this job. That's all I can tell you. You should think about this." Qinxuan didn't hear the answer, so she decided to ask, "Well, what do you think? Do you want to join my group? Do I have another option?" Han Sen asked with a wry smile. "Try to enter the Black Hawk Academy, then you join my group. You will be happy with the decision you made." Qinxuan patted Han Sen on the shoulder. "Oh, and if you need anything, tell me. I will try to help you prepare to join the academy," Qinxuan added. "I want to know only one thing. When you hypnotized me, did you ask any other questions besides why I don't want to go to the academy?" Han Sen asked. "No, I'm a good soldier, so I'm not interested in your personal affairs," Qinxun stated categorically. Although her heart was pounding wildly, it seemed like cats were scratching on it. "Really?" It seemed that Han Sen was still worried. "Certainly. Let me know if you need anything. There won't be too much needed for now, so I'll help you prepare. The exam will be in 2 months, Qinxuan said, her face still burning. After Qinxuan left, Han Sen finally breathed a sigh of relief. From now on, Qinxuan will most likely no longer suspect him. I have a great opportunity. After this, Qinxuan should start to trust me and become my cover. Others will start to think that I am becoming stronger only because of her, and will not suspect that I can be a dollar. Then gradually I can start to show my abilities, being in my body, and perhaps I will no longer use the dollar at all," Han Sen thought to himself. That was why he agreed to Qinxuan's proposal. In addition, his family can actually take advantage of the opportunity to be protected by the military. Han Sen then teleported to the God Sanctuary because it was time for Dollar to participate in the martial competition. Gene points earned: 100 regular gene points, 100 primitive gene points, 47 mutant gene points, 29 sacred gene points. Received creature souls: black beetle with sacred blood, bloody killer with sacred blood, a dragon with purple wings with sacred blood, three-eyed mutant cat, black barracuda mutant, black sting is a mutant, mutant sawfish. Han Sen looked at his current data and felt satisfied. Now he had 3 souls from creatures with sacred blood and several souls from mutant creatures. Only the 2 souls of the mutant creatures that were given to him did not completely satisfy him. The three-eyed mutant cat had a type, a pet, which was still absolutely useless. The mutant black barracuda that Lu Wennan gave him was a water mount, which was also useless on land. In a grove near the Steel Armor Castle, Han Sen met with Lin Beifeng. Han Sen brought him the flesh of the mutant creatures, as promised. He deliberately scheduled the meeting a few days after Dollar sold the Black Sting's flesh to Qinxuan. "This is for you." Han Sen took out 2 sawfish flesh from his bag and gave them to Lin. He couldn't give up the Black Stings, so he gave the sawfish flesh to Lin. 2! Lin was beside himself with joy. Yes, it was a successful campaign. Han Sen handed him the remaining arrows, which he never used. "This is wonderful. Take them. Sen, can I join you next time?" Lin Beifeng looked at Han Sen hopefully. "I will do everything possible. Please take the arrows." Han Sen insisted that he take them. Lin had to take the arrows. While talking, they returned to the shelter. At the gate to the Steel Armor Castle, they encountered a gang from the Son of Heaven. Luo Tanyan looked at Han Sen with devouring eyes. "Son of Heaven, long time no see," said Lin. Lin, why are you with him? The son of heaven looked at Han Sen angrily. Sen, my friend, it seems to me that what happened between you can be fixed. Let Senya buy you a drink and you'll forgive everything, Lin Beifeng suggested to the son of heaven. Let him treat him? Who do you think you are? Luo Tanyang looked at Lin Beifeng with contempt. Shut up, the son of heaven said to Luo Tanyan and turned to Lin. Lin, I respect you, but not everything is so simple. If we try to solve our problems incorrectly, it will never end. Will you explain? If you think he owes you, then I will pay, Lin replied. This is not about money. Ask him yourself, answered the son of heaven, and entered the shelter with his gang. Sen, what can you say about this? Lin looked at Han Sen in bewilderment. He believed that they were only in conflict over fancy butt. Han Sen told him about the dragon with purple wings. Lin chuckled and said, For the son of heaven, this is really a big problem. Lin paused and laughed. But it doesn't really matter. You still didn't get the creature's soul. I will try to reconcile you. It's bad that the son of heaven is your enemy. Between you and me, you might insult a gentleman, but you can't insult a villain. They also entered the castle of steel armor. It seemed like the entire shelter was discussing some news. Han Sen listened carefully. It turns out that in the second round, Dollar was supposed to fight Luo Tanyang. Dollar against Luo Tanyang. This should be a great fight. The son of heaven must still be angry at Dollar for taking the blood killer's soul from him. Luo Tanyang will probably try to kill Dollar. Kill Dollar? I don't think he can last more than 10 minutes. It's unfair. The Dollar is strong, but not as strong as Luo Tanyang. Luo has the support of the son of heaven, so he will have as many creature souls as he wants. Therefore, I think the result is very difficult to guess. I didn't say it was easy, but the Dollar will win. Haha, I agree. Does Luo Tanyang have wings? Maybe he fought with the Golden Shura? Exactly. How can you compare Luo Tanyang with him? I think it will take the Dollar 3 minutes to get rid of it. He's special. I've never admired anyone, but Dollar is an exception because he fought Shura, Lin replied. Maybe, but I need to return home, so next time, Han Sen chuckled inside himself. Unfortunately, video cameras do not work in the sanctuary of God. Otherwise, we would have recorded a video and posted it on Skinet. It would go viral. Lin Beifeng was upset, but headed to the battle hall. Han Sen walked out and reappeared in the hideout. He put on armor, but now threw a cloak on top, which completely covered him. He looked strange, but they didn't recognize him like last time. Han Sen on the podium found a distant place and sat down. While waiting his turn, he watched others fight. Soon, a group of people sat down next to him. Han Sen was shocked when he saw that it was Bullseye, and their group was led by Ian Manley. There were many of them, and since Han Sen chose a less crowded platform, they also came here. Su Xiaojiao sat next to him, and just a few seats away from him sat Yang Manli and Liu Hongtao. Buddy, I'm asking, why are you dressed like that in such warm weather? You look like a witch, Su Xiaojiao always liked to joke. That's why he said this to Han Sen. Bastard, I'll talk to you later, Han Sen thought, but didn't answer. Manly, who do you think will win, Dollar or Luo Tanyang? Several Bullseye participants began to discuss this issue. Despite the fact that the Dollar is really strong, he is alone. He has no one behind him, and Luo Tanyang is supported by the Son of Heaven. Therefore, it is still difficult to say who will win. It's enough that he's alone. The Dollar fought with the Golden Shura. I don't think Luo Tanyang could do it, even with the gang behind him, Su Xiaoqiao said with disdain. Young man, you are too young to understand this, Liu Hongtao reasoned like an elder. What can't I understand? Su did not take this remark very well. Think about it. If the Son of Heaven allows Luo Tanyang to use all the souls of the creatures they have, then who will win? Don't forget that the Son of Heaven has a soul from a creature with sacred blood that allows him to transform into a monkey, and God knows how many souls of mutant creatures he has in total. If Luo Tanyang uses them all, do you still think the Dollar will win? Liu Hongtao spoke confidently. But it's just the soul of a monkey creature. Dollar has the soul of the blood killer, armor and wings, all from the souls of creatures with sacred blood. Therefore, he could easily defeat Luo Tanyang. I think Luo can hold out for a minute, Su Xiaoqiao said disapprovingly. This child knows what he's talking about. Han Sen was pleased with Su Xiaoqiao's words. So you just said that Luo Tanyang can hold out for a minute, then let's place bets. If Law holds out for less than a minute, then I will give you my soul of the mutant creature, the creature with red hooves. And if he survives longer, then the soul of the mutant creature of Nightwolf will be mine. Are you ready to bet with me? Liu Hongtao said and looked at Su Xiaoqiao. Su Xiaoqiao began to get nervous. He figuratively said the time. 1 minute. How could such a match end in a minute? As Liu Hongtao said, Luo Tanqian really had the Son of Heaven with all his souls of beings behind him. If we take into account all the souls, Luo Tanqian will definitely be able to last more than a minute on stage. Nightwolf's soul was a lucky find for Su Xiaoqiao. He received it in a recent battle when he shot an arrow at the Nightwolf King. He boasted about it to everyone. However, Liu Hongtao suggests using her as a bet. It was very unfair. Liu, we were just talking. You shouldn't take this so seriously. Yes, Liu, Su Xiaoqiao said it correctly. Yes, this is only a figurative expression. Several Bullseye members tried to smooth things over, but Liu Hongtao said in a calm voice, I'm trying to teach him to be responsible for his words. At home he can say whatever he wants, but in society, wrong and unfounded words can ruin him. Crap. Do you insist? Bet, so bet. I'm in the game. Be careful not to die when you lose. Su Xiaoqiao often joked and messed around, but he was always proud that he was from a rich family. He wouldn't be a doormat, even if he had to lose the creature's soul. Xiaoqiao, forget about him. His close comrades tried to dissuade him from such a dishonest bet. Most likely, he would have to give his soul to the creature. Liu Hongtao was not a very good person. A lot of people didn't like him, except for a couple of people. Therefore, almost everyone was on Su Xiaoqiao's side. So, I respect a young man who is willing to stick to what he believes in. If you don't trust me, we can transfer our creature's souls to Yang Manli and let her be a witness, and we will both be calm. Having said this, Liu Hongtao gave Manli his soul of the creature with red hooves. Liu, you just have different opinions. We are all from Bullseye, so we shouldn't do this, Yang Manli frowned. Manli, I'm doing this for him. If he continues to be so impudent, he may face great difficulties when he ends up in another place. Liu looked at Su with contempt and told him, If you agree to apologize to me right now, then I will forget everything. And don't forget to think about this in the future. Everyone thought that Liu Hongtao was a shameless person. If another person had said these words, Su Xiaoqiao might have apologized. But since Liu said it, an apology was impossible for any guy who had dignity. Everyone understood that there was no return. Su gritted his teeth. He was furious. Liu, you're shit. I'm going down. Su Xiaoqiao handed over Nightwolf's soul to Yang Manli and said, Manli, leave this for me. When I win, I'll invite everyone to a barbecue. I like the young man who couldn't come up with anything better. Liu Hongtao was very happy. The souls of mutant creatures were very rare, and he almost got it. In addition, Nightwolf's soul gave the ability to transform, and it was worth much more than his soul of the creature with red hooves. Yang Manli frowned. She wanted to stop arguing, but Liu Hongtao chose his words in such a way that Su Xiaoqiao was forced to make a bet. The young man is too impulsive. Let the loss be a lesson for him, Yang Manli sighed. It reached the point where she could no longer do anything. After Su Xiaoqiao placed his bet, he felt upset. Although he believed in the dollar and believed that he would win, 1 minute was too short a time. Even a simple exchange of blows can last so long, and this does not take into account the fact that Luo Tanyang really has a lot of things. If he actually took the soul of the monkey creature from the Son of Heaven, then the fight might even last more than 10 minutes. Very soon, the match between Luo Tanyang and Dollar was about to begin. Su Xiaoqiao began to mutter prayers. Dollar, I told you about your name. Please help me. I only had Nightwolf's soul for such a short time, and I really don't want to give it to Liu. Han Sen was sitting next to Su, so he heard everything. Help you? It's because of you that they called me Doll for a long time. Finally, the numbers of Dollar and Luo Tanyan were displayed on the battle stele. Every number in Han Sen's number was an 8, so he knew it was him. Luo Tanyang was the first to take the stage. He seemed calm and seemed confident about the upcoming match. This made Su Xiaoqiao very nervous. Where is the Dollar? The match is about to begin, but no one sees it. If he does not appear in 3 minutes, he will automatically become the loser. All the stands were filled with people. Many people wanted to see the match with the Dollar, but the golden figure was nowhere to be seen. Su Xiaoqiao became even more tense. Liu Hongtao smiled unkindly. Su Xiaoqiao, it looks like you are in a bad situation. If the dollar didn't show up at all, then you can't be sure that I would still win our bet, right? What kind of nonsense? It's still early, but the boss is always late. Don't you understand this? Su Xiaoqiao objected, but felt unsure. After all, the dollar never existed. He thought to himself, maybe something delayed the dollar, but in that case, my soul of the night wolf will disappear just like that. Great. I'll see how long you can maintain this opinion, Liu Hongtao began to mock. Suddenly, the guy who was sitting on the edge next to Su Xiaoqiao and had been silent all the time, stood up and walked towards the stage. Su Xiaoqiao and the others were surprised by this. When the guy stood up and walked towards the stage, gold armor was sometimes visible under his cloak. This made all the stands rustle. Dollar, dollar. Ha ha, the angel has come. I knew he couldn't miss it. Su Xiaoqiao was so happy that he jumped up. My God, Dollar, you are truly amazing. Please, for me, kick Liu's ass. And remember, you must defeat him in less than a minute. 1 minute. Su Xiaoqiao was sure that Dollar had heard their dialogue and knew about the bet. And Dollar also knew that he had to defeat Luo Tanyang within 1 minute, which was good news for Su. The other members of Bullseye were also very excited. The dollar was sitting here, but we didn't recognize it. Actually, we should have asked him for an autograph. I heard that it can be sold for a good price. Xiaoqiao, you said that because you knew it was him, right? Su Xiaoqiao laughed. God helps those who help themselves. How could I know it was Dollar? On such a hot day it was wrapped like a rice dumpling. I just thought about this. Liu Hongtao's face became gloomy, but he said with a grin, Don't be so happy. Even if the dollar wants to help you, it is still impossible to defeat Luo Tanyang in 1 minute. Nothing is impossible for the dollar. If he wants to do it, he will do it, Su Xiaoqiao said. He had complete faith in Dollar. Although Yang Manli was surprised that Dollar was sitting next to them, she was still not as optimistic as Su Xiaoqiao. In fact, Liu Hongtao's words made sense. Luo Tanyan might not be able to defeat Dollar on his own, but Luo has the Son of Heaven, who has many creature souls. Even though Luo Tanyang was not the strongest in the Son of Heaven gang, his strength index should have been around 10 points. If he has strong souls of creatures, then defeating him will not be easy. If Dollar has a bow and arrow from the souls of mutant creatures, then he can quickly get rid of Luo Tanyang. Unfortunately, it looks like Dollar never used arrows. Yang Manli sighed softly. The Son of Heaven glanced sharply at Han Sen and then at Luo Tanyang. Law nodded reluctantly. The Son of Heaven prepared very well for this match. When he learned that Law would be fighting Dollar, he didn't expect Law to win. However, he gave Law his soul of a monkey creature with sacred blood and many other souls of mutant creatures. All he wanted to see was Dollar wounded. But even if Dollar doesn't get hurt, in this match, he will have to show all his skills. The Son of Heaven saw Dollar as a fierce rival, so he used Law as a pawn to find out how strong he was. He wanted to be ready when he had to go up against the Dollar. Luo Tanyang was cunning and ruthless. As soon as he saw Dollar, he immediately summoned the soul of the monkey in armor from the mutant creature. The stele lit up and the match began. Suddenly, a creature more than 9 feet tall appeared on the stage. It was all armored, and it was holding a huge mace in its hands. Even in appearance, it looked terrifying. A smile appeared on the Son of Heaven's face. That's why he loved Law. Law's abilities were not the most outstanding in his gang, but he was always careful and decisive. The Son of Heaven was confident that Law always knew his limits. To be soft to the cruel and to be cruel to the soft was indeed bad. But now the Son of Heaven saw that this was the right decision. The decision made by Luo Tanyan completely satisfied the Son of Heaven. These were security measures he was trying to survive. Of course, Law's life didn't matter much to him. But if Law dies, he will lose his monkey soul. Therefore, Law should not have died. Right. Do everything you can and try to make Dollar show everything he can do. If something goes wrong, then just leave the stage and throw out the white flag. The Son of Heaven looked at the two who entered the stage and thought, Dollar, let me find out what you can do! Liu Hongtao was surprised by what Luo Tanyang did. I told you that the Son of Heaven will give him the souls of creatures. And with such armor from the soul of a mutant creature, It would take Dollar about an hour to defeat Law. In any case, he can easily hold out for 10 minutes, which means that I could win 10 times. It's a pity that you don't have 10 souls of mutant creatures. Liu Hongtao laughed. But Liu Hongtao's smile disappeared very quickly. At the moment when the battle steely lit up, Dollar summoned the bloody killer, and like a hurricane, rushed towards the monkey under the name Lo. In his hand was a golden spear. In the blink of an eye, Dollar was in Law's face, and he immediately stabbed him in the stomach with his spear. Luo Tanyan roared and with madness brought his mace down on the spear from the soul of the mutant sawfish creature. From such a blow, the spear flew out of Han Sen's hand. Liu Hongtao was about to applaud when he saw Dollar easily take out the katana that was in his belt. He instantly pointed it at Luo Tanyang, who was only a few inches away from him. The monkey had enormous strength, but was very clumsy. In long-range combat, this shortcoming was not visible, but being at such a close distance, the monkey simply did not have time to dodge. Shaking! The 9-foot-tall monkey was cut in half. Law only had time to sob. He returned to his form and died immediately. Blood flowed like a river. Everyone silently looked at Han Sen, who calmly sheathed his katana and picked up his spear. Dollar killed Law, who was transformed using the soul of a creature with sacred blood in less than 10 seconds. After a minute of silence, applause was heard, which swept through the hall like a tsunami. Everyone shouted Dollar's name, causing the entire battle room to buzz. Among everyone, Su Xiaoqiao was the happiest person. Fidgeting in his seat, he shouted, "Dollar, Dollar, I love you like a mouse loves rice." Liu Hongtao was stunned. He was like a deflated balloon. He couldn't accept the fact that Law was dead. A creature with red hooves. My soul is a creature with red hooves. How could this happen? Liu Hongtao almost spat blood. The Son of Heaven pressed his lips tightly together. His monkey soul was one of the few sacred blood creature souls he had. Along with Lo's death, he lost her and many souls of mutant creatures. The heart of the Son of Heaven was bleeding. Dollar, I will make you regret that you were born, the Son of Heaven cursed the Dollar. He really wanted to kill Dollar, but he felt a little helpless. Previously, he had a plan to surround Dollar with the whole gang, but now he had wings, so the plan became useless. The Son of Heaven really regretted using his disposable arrow when he killed the bloody killer. If he had it, he could shoot Dollar even if he flew. Thinking about this, he realized that if he had not used his arrow back then, Dollar would not have been able to obtain the blood killer's soul. And without this soul, which gave him the chance to transform, he would not have been able to kill Law so easily. Thinking about this, the Son of Heaven wanted to eat Dollar alive. Something was stuck in his chest and he could neither spit it out nor swallow it. I have to find out who the Dollar is. If I fail to kill him in the sanctuary of God, I will kill him while in the Alliance. The Son of Heaven was determined to kill the Dollar, otherwise he would not be able to move on. His loss was truly enormous. Law was dead. He had lost many souls of mutant creatures and even the soul of a creature with sacred blood, while Dollar walked calmly in freedom. Han Sen didn't want to get stuck among a bunch of people, so he summoned his wings and simply flew away, not allowing anyone to get close to him. The Dollar killed Luo Tangyang was the main headline in the Steel Armor Castle. People posted the story on Skynet, but there was no way to make a video in the Sanctuary of God, and simple words did not attract much attention. Besides, Luo Tangyang was a nobody, so no one was particularly worried about it. After all, it was just a martial arts competition at the Steel Armor Castle. If Dollar becomes the champion in the Castle of Steel Armor, he will compete among the champions of all shelters. Only then can his match be noticed by everyone in the First God Sanctuary. If he becomes the chosen one, it will be a very surprising event in the entire Alliance. But the people in the Castle of Steel Armor began to fear the Dollar. In the following rounds, all opponents, frightened, left or did not come to the match at all. Killing someone in a matter of seconds was very difficult, and especially one who was transformed by using the soul of a creature with sacred blood. No one had the courage to risk their life. Some people accused Dollar of murder and posted articles describing his cruelty. Su Xiaotsui and other members of Bullseye were dissatisfied with these articles, so they decided to write about their bet between Su and Liu. Their article attracted Dollar fans, But that didn't change the fact that Dollar killed someone. Later, someone anonymously stated that when Luo Tanyang was alive, he maimed and raped many people, and always covered himself with the Son of Heaven gang. Many people from the Steel Armor Castle approved of this message and said that Dollar had done a good deed. Luo Tanyang was an animal. If I were Dollar, I would have killed him before the martial arts competition even started. Well done, 32 likes. An animal that deserves it. You don't understand anything. Murder is murder, no matter who killed whom. The Dollar is a killer. The Dollar is a piece of crap. Don't comment on something you don't know. Everyone in the Steel Armor Castle knows that justice has been served. Right. I hate those who follow others like a herd. A real debate has begun on Skynet. But there were more posts that criticized Dollar, and many posts that supported Dollar were deleted. The people from Steel Armor Castle knew that the Son of Heaven was behind all of this. After all, few people would dare to become the enemy of the Star Group. No one was ready to do this for a stranger. I see they value life as a bag of rice. Since they easily kill each other, I don't understand where the government is looking. These are just school children who recently entered the game and they are already killing whoever they want like flies. It's stupid. I don't care. I'm shocked. And when I killed for the first time, I did it as if I was doing it like going to the toilet without even thinking. Lol, Lan doesn't care. Let's refer to the competition. Although in real life they killed whoever they wanted and nothing happened to them. Sen, try my new mount. In Bullseye's courtyard, Su Xiao Chao showed off while riding his newly acquired mount from the soul of a creature with red hooves. The mutant creature with red hooves looked like an antelope with buffalo horns on its head. The mount was the size of a camel, completely black except for 4 blood-red hooves. Hansen was depressed when he saw this magnificent mount. He put so much effort into helping Su win it, but he didn't get much out of it himself. Although he had the soul of a creature in the form of a mount, he was aquatic, and on land he was of no use. After the martial arts competition, I have to get the soul of a creature with a mount type. Walking everywhere is very troublesome, and it's also bad for my image, Hansen thought to himself. The dark swamp was out of the question. Even if he managed to obtain the souls of the creatures there, they would be as ugly as a toad. Hansen, come to my office, Yang Manli said from the second floor. Senya, did you insult her again? Su Xiao Chao asked, grinning, and ran up to him. Why should I do this? Hansen answered, touching his nose. She didn't have a kind look at all. You should be careful, Su Xiao Chao laughed. Do you know something about looks? Maybe you want to say that you are a telepath? Hansen also laughed and went to the second floor. Manly, did you call me? Hansen asked. I don't know what Qin Xuan saw in you, but since she asked me to help you prepare for the entrance exam, I will do my best. From today, we will meet at the teleport station. Training will be difficult. It's better to be prepared so you don't get hurt. Blackhawk Academy is not an ordinary school. Young Manli paused and added casually, If you can't bear it, then ask Qin Xuan for permission to leave. I won't detain you. When should I start? Hansen asked. Now. Young Manli stood up and together with Hansen teleported to Planet Doom. Yang Manli led Hansen into the testing room, which was a standard military testing room. There it was possible to carry out more accurate tests. First, you have to take a test. I want to see what the difference is between your physical abilities and the lowest requirements for admission to Blackhawk Academy, Yang Manli said without any expression on her face. It is not necessary. I think I can definitely pass the requirements. Hansen was hesitant to take the test. He was afraid that he might scare Yang Manli with his data. The last time he took the test, he reached 10 in all his abilities. But after that, he had already received a lot of mutant and sacred gene points, so all of his indicators were definitely above 10. Take the test, Yang Manli ordered coldly. Well, only if you insist, Hansen muttered, and wandered towards the entrance to the testing room. Hansen decided not to use his full strength in case Yang Manli suspected that something was wrong. Fortunately, Hansen was confident that he could completely control his body. The more he practiced Jade Skin, the more amazed he was by this super gen art. He hadn't worked out for a long time, but he was confident that he could control every bone and muscle in his body. With the help of Jade Skin, he could change his heart rate, blood pressure, and body temperature. The more he studied Jade Skin, the more scared he became. Fortunately, when he met Shuo Longyan, He was already severely injured. Otherwise, he would have killed Han Sen. That's why Han Sen didn't tell anyone that he was practicing jade skin, because people might guess that he was the one who killed Shui Longyang. In the test, the items were similar to those he had encountered in the test center, but here the test itself was much more difficult. But Han Sen already knew what each item was intended for. Soon he completed the test and left the testing room. Han Sen was sweating. Young Manli didn't know that Han Sen was so tired because he was constantly trying to control the test results by using jade skin. Young Manli looked at the results and said, "All indicators almost reach 10. But 10 points are standard requirements for all military schools. For Black Hawk Academy, 10 points, even for special students, is very little." After she read something on the smart machine, she added, "During our training, which is about a month, I will do everything possible to ensure that your physical strength indicator is above 10. Also, I will train you in archery. Only if you have excellent archery skills will you be able to qualify for special students." Manly, can I ask a question? If without special recommendations, what are the requirements for admission to Black Hawk Academy? When you can defeat me, then you can enter the Black Hawk Academy yourself. Young Manli went to the gym without even looking at Han Sen. Han Sen followed her, looking at the various exercise equipment with curiosity. He had never seen much of the equipment that was here before. A lot of soldiers trained in the gym. The teleport station belonged to the military, so everything here was according to military standards. Those assigned here had certain connections, otherwise they would have simply been sent to the front lines. Young Manli led Han Sen to an isolated device that was the size of a train compartment. It was approximately 150 feet long. The girl turned it on and entered some data, then took off her jacket, revealing a black professional training suit underneath. The suit was made from a material that Han Sen did not know. This material hugged the figure tightly. Han Sen noticed that young Manli had a beautiful body. Her legs were slender and long. They looked seductive. You just wanted to touch them. "Look carefully, I will only show you once. Today you must complete this training and repeat it every day. Only then we can continue," said young Manli and entered the device. After young Manli was inside the device, a holographic image appeared. All the soldiers who were training here came up to them and started drooling as they looked at the image. "The Yang body is becoming more and more perfect. I'm ready to play with her for 3 years. 3 years? I'm ready to play with her for 30 years. Look at her ass." These animals looked at the holographic image, and it seemed that their eyes would soon pop out. Jan Manli, being inside, began. The device had many training elements, but she used them one after another without much effort. Everything didn't look very complicated. "Brother, what kind of device is this? Doesn't look very difficult?" Han Sen asked curiously. "Not difficult? Baby, you're too naive. Yang seems to do everything very easily, but she has very high physical strength scores. If you try to do this, you will be very tired after completing 3 elements. It's called a gravity trainer. Such devices are found on all interstellar aircraft and warships. They are trained to correct internal gravity. With the parameters that Yang set, you need to have a physical fitness score of at least 10 points. Otherwise, even just being in this device will become torture. Son, all you can do is pray." These soldiers knew Han Sen. They also knew that Qin Xuan had invited him to the battle room many times. After a while, young Manli exited the training device. The soldiers quickly went to their places and continued training as if nothing had happened. Sweat appeared on Yang Manli's forehead. Putting on her jacket, she said, "Now you. After you complete your training, you will find me." She left. She didn't want to watch Han Sen do the exercises. Young Manli knew well that Han Sen's physical strength score was close to 10 points, so he could not complete such intense training. She just wanted to calm him down so that he would do her bidding better. Just before Han Sen was about to enter the gravity trainer and begin training, a soldier ran up to him. He put his hand on Han Sen's shoulder and said with a smile, "Buddy, if in the future you can bring us some R-rated holographic resources, I will tell you a secret, and this simulator will be a piece of sweet pie for you." Agreed. What is his secret? Han Sen agreed. He understood that the soldier was asking for porn. Great. The soldier patted him on the shoulder and began to whisper in his ear. "After Yang Manli has set the parameters, then she can find out whether you change them or not." However, the device has a safety mechanism that is mainly aimed at preventing danger to your body. My method will allow you to change parameters using this mechanism, but then the changes will not be visible. This way, you can easily complete the test without Yang Manli knowing anything about it. Fantastic. What do I need to do? Han Sen asked. I can tell you a secret, but don't forget that we made a deal. And you must bring me R-rated holographic resources, otherwise you will regret it, the soldier said. Brother, rest assured. I can get it. Han Sen hit himself on the chest, giving guarantees. The soldier nodded with satisfaction and told him how to change the parameters for Han Sen. The soldier told Han Sen more than once that he should bring porn, and even named some actresses who should participate there. The parameters are configured, please confirm. Han Sen entered the gravity simulator and heard a voice. Okay, Han Sen replied. Confirmation completed. Testing will begin in 10 seconds. The countdown has begun. 10, 9, 8. When the countdown ended, Han Senya felt that his entire body had become heavier, and he felt like he had gained several hundred pounds. Han Sen did not use the soldier method. He decided to try to complete the exercises the same way as Yang Manli did. Han Sen was not used to increased gravity, so it took him some time to warm up. It was already day when Yang Manli returned to her office. She thought that by this time, Han Sen should already be as tired as a dog. Probably, in the future, he should have become more obedient. When Yang Manli returned to the gym, she was very surprised to see Han Sen talking with other soldiers. The soldiers showed him how to operate various devices. He looked very animated and not at all tired. Han Sen, I told you to train. And you, what do? Yang Manli asked irritably. The soldiers got scared and ran away like mice who saw a cat. Han Sen stood alone in front of Yang Manli. Captain, I have completed the training, Han Sen called it as the soldiers told him. Finished? Yang Manli frowned and quickly walked towards the gravity simulator. She opened all the data. Checking each element, her face became darker and darker. There was no doubt that Jan Manli considered the data unrealistic. Only those who have physical strength equal to 12 points can pass this. She just tested Han Sen. His readings did not reach 10. Therefore, this could not be the real test data. Who told you about the defense mechanism? Yang Manli looked at Han Sen with a crazy look. Of course she knew about this trick. What defense mechanism? I don't understand what you're even talking about. Han Sen looked completely innocent. You won't tell? Go get the 7.0 practice bow and a few arrows, Yang Manli said coldly, calming down a little. Han Sen didn't understand what she wanted to do, but he did what he was ordered. Do you know the standard position for pulling the bowstring? Yang Manli asked and looked at Han Sen. Yes, Han Sen nodded. Very good, then take a standard position and pull the bowstring as tight as possible, Yang Manli said calmly. Han Sen had practiced archery a lot, so his position was perfect and he was able to pull the bowstring tightly. Excellent position. Han Sen was surprised when he heard Yang Manli's compliment. Thank you, Captain. However, Han Sen understood that he had problems. Maintain this position until midnight. If you start moving, then I will get an answer to my question, and then you don't have to appear here anymore. Even if the station master herself comes here, one of us will have to leave. Yang Manli turned around, about to leave. When the soldiers saw Yang leaving, they ran back. The one who told Han Sen about the defense mechanism felt guilty and said, Sorry, buddy. I didn't expect Yang Manli to do this to you. Instead of helping you, I hurt you. It's only a few hours. I'll be fine, Han Sen replied casually. Don't underestimate the standard position. If you had to stand for 20 minutes, then everything would be fine, but 2 hours is real torture. Besides, you have a 7.0 bow, and this is no joke. Even with the 6.0 bow, we can't last 2 hours, and there are 4 hours left until midnight. This is very cruel. Let's ask her for an apology. Let's say we told him all about this loophole. Otherwise, he is unlikely to ever be able to use his hands. If it is really necessary. But judging by her look, we will get it too. The soldiers began to complain and sigh. You shouldn't do this. I can handle it. I've always had good stamina. It's only 4 hours. I think there shouldn't be any problems. Han Sen turned to the soldiers, who were already ready to go apologize. It doesn't matter how good your stamina is. This is real torture. Han Sen smiled. I've seen worse. Do not go. If I can't stand it, then you can go to her. Then if Yang Manli sees how unhappy I am, maybe she will reduce her punishment. It is truth, too. First, freeze. When you feel bad, tell me and we'll go apologize. The soldiers turned out to be faithful. Han Sen didn't say anything, just nodded. Staying motionless was sometimes worse than moving vigorously. Moreover, he had a 7.0 bao drawn in his hand. At first, he didn't feel tired, but after half an hour, his arm muscles began to go numb, and this feeling became more and more intense. In just an hour, Han Sen was sweating as much as if he had been caught in the rain. His hands were burning and his whole body was trembling. Han Sen gritted his teeth and began to apply jade skin. The coolness of spring spread throughout his entire body, and the feeling of numbness gradually began to subside. Young Manli glanced at the monitor that showed Han Sen from time to time. She saw that he was still maintaining his position, but after an hour he began to tremble all over. His endurance has already exceeded all her expectations. Even the soldiers couldn't hold out that long. Young Manli was sure that he could hold it for about an hour and a half, but definitely no more than 2 hours. He cheated in his first training session. I have to kick him out. Young Manli really didn't want Han Sen to be here. The fact that he remained silent was a quality that she appreciated, but if he had confessed, she would have looked down on him. After working for a while, Young Manli looked at the monitor again and saw that Sen was still standing there. Young Manli frowned because Han Sen looked better than half an hour ago. He stopped shaking and began to sweat less. He seemed more relaxed. Did he move? Young Manli was unsure, so she rewinded the recording. She saw that he had not moved in the last 30 minutes. Strange. The girl did not return to her work, but began to closely monitor Han Sen. Han Sen had already stood there for 2 hours. Buddy, you are simply amazing. Can you continue? Your endurance has exceeded the limits of this world. If you are that good at everything, then you should go to the Central Alliance Military Academy. Brother, you're a real man. The soldier showed him his thumbs. Tell us when you can't hold on anymore. Don't take risks or harm your body. It's not worth it. Han Sen continued to stand motionless, but smiled and said, I feel good so I can hold out until midnight. You don't have to ask me all the time. Brother, if you can really hold out until midnight, then in the future you will be under my protection. Under your protection, will you dare to fight Young Manli or Qin Xuan? Oh, I just said that. Don't take it so seriously. The soldiers took a shower and went to the mess hall, leaving Han Sen standing in the gym. He used jade skin all the time and felt that the power emanated from every cell of his body and eliminated his fatigue. When Han Sen stood there for 3 hours, even Young Manli herself was shocked. She was already beginning to doubt that the soldiers helped him correct the parameters, and it seemed all the data was real. She soon ruled out this possibility and left the office that was in the gym. Now, do you want to tell me something? Young Manli approached Han Sen, who stood like a statue. Han Sen still had not reached a certain level in jade skin, so he could not completely overcome his fatigue. He had already been standing for 3 hours, so he was all wet with sweat. But despite this, he continued to stand confidently. His hands did not tremble at all. For the first time, Young Manli thought that Han Sen might actually have talent. He had been standing for more than 3 hours, but his hands continued to confidently hold the bow. This was a very good quality for an archer. Captain, I really have nothing to say, Han Sen replied. Well, if that's the case, then stay there, said Young Manli, and left without looking back. She was a little angry, but she respected Han Sen's action. It was a difficult task for a 16-year-old boy. At his age, she could only survive for 2 hours, and that was with a 6.0 bao. After Young Manli took a close look at Han Sen and made sure he was okay, she was a little surprised because he still had the energy to continue standing. This test was only for endurance and had nothing to do with other indicators. But this proved that Han Sen truly had potential. His physical strength score was just under 10, but he was able to hold out for so long. How can he have such stamina? Young Manli thought that even she couldn't do it, but Han Sen, whose stats were much lower than hers, was able to. After Young Manli returned to the office, she continued to observe Han Sen. She didn't want Han Sen to be on her team, but she had no intention of harming him. That's why she couldn't let anything happen to him. But she really began to appreciate his endurance and perseverance. As for the answer to her question, Young Manli actually didn't want to hear it. If he had confessed, then, most likely, Manli would have decided that he was an informer. Soon the soldiers grabbed some water and food and snuck back into the gym. Brother, great job. We brought a nutritious mixture to give you a little strength. The soldier opened the bottle with nutritious liquid and brought it to Han Sen's lips. Eat at least something. This meat is as delicious as the meat from the sanctuary of God. The only difference is that it was prepared by a chef. The second soldier approached. He had a piece of meat on his fork, and he also brought it to Han Sen's mouth. Everything is fine. I only have an hour left, and I must satisfy Yang Manli's demands. I'm afraid that if you help me, she will say that all this does not count, Han Sen replied. Brother, you are really a very strong guy. I have never admired anyone except you. I agree. What is your name? Han Sen. You are a little over 16 years old, right? I haven't turned 17 yet. Are all kids this strong these days? I don't know about the others, but I'm really very strong. Don't talk to him anymore. He's wasting his energy on that. The soldiers saw that Han Sen was okay, so they set up a table next to him and decided to play cards. Han Sen was upset and thought, "You are animals. Do you want to help me or piss me off?" Han Sen stood there for more than 4 hours. When the soldiers saw that the clock hand had passed midnight, they put down the cards, took Han Sen's bow, and wanted to put it in the massage machine. No need. I don't need a massage. It's already very late. I need to go home. Han Sen quickly waved them away with his hand. He was already familiar with this massage equipment and knew that it would take about an hour to complete the procedure. He didn't want to waste his time. I'm fine. Han Sen really didn't want to spend another couple of hours here. But since the soldiers were very insistent, he used Phantom Decoy and grabbed one by the neck. He twisted him like a snake. Brothers, I'm really fine. I need to get home. If you don't believe me, then I can prove that I have energy left. You can box with someone. Having said this, Han Sen showed a full set of military boxing exercises. Military boxing was included in the compulsory education program. The techniques were very simple, like in gymnastics. But all the soldiers were shocked by what they saw. Watching Han Sen, they felt like they were seeing a ghost. Crap! Guy, it looks like there's a real monster hiding under a person's skin, the soldiers began shouting as soon as Han Sen completed all the exercises. Shura in the human body, a perpetual motion machine under human skin. It was 1 o'clock in the morning when Han Sen left the teleport station. His sister and mother were not at home, so he cooked his own food and, after eating, went to bed. Even though Han Sen's body was fine, he still felt very tired, so he fell asleep instantly. He didn't get up until noon. Han Sen stretched. He felt good. It seemed that all the cells of his body came to life. He realized that he had improved his skills in jade skin. Although the result was small, it was approximately the same as from a 10-day practice. So jade skin skills become better under extreme conditions? Han Sen was surprised. It was worth it. If this is the case, then it will reflect very well on his jade skin. Han Sen decided to take his time. In the future, he will have a lot of time to train in the gravity simulator. If he doesn't do it himself, Yang Manli will definitely force him to. Han Sen thought about the current situation. It would still be some time before he became an aristocrat. Therefore, it would not be a bad idea to join Qin Xuan's team and gain protection for his family. As Qin Xuan said, the Son of Heaven might have wanted to harm his family. But even if he is at home, he will not be able to do anything about it. The military's protection was much more reliable. At the God Sanctuary, the Son of Heaven behaved very reservedly towards Qin Xuan, so he believed that her qualifications were influencing the Son of Heaven. As long as Son of Heaven didn't know that he was dollar, Han Sen believed that this guy wouldn't offend military power over a small conflict. The next day, Han Sen brought the porn to the soldier as promised. The soldier was so happy that he swore an oath that Han Sen was now entirely responsible for his happiness. Han Sen was covered in sweat. Fortunately, Yang Manli came very quickly, so Han Sen was able to successfully get rid of the soldier. Yang Manli explained some archery rules to Han Sen for about half an hour, and then gave him several tasks for him to complete on his own. Han Sen received the basic knowledge of archery back in school, but what Yang Manli explained was much more practical, so it brought a lot of benefits to him. Yang was truly an expert on the subject. He was given many tasks, including training on a gravity simulator. Han Sen decided to use the most difficult indicators. This time he used the defense mechanism to increase the parameters rather than reduce them. He wanted to increase the workload to truly match his capabilities. The gym didn't seem to be the place where regular soldiers trained. Han Sen didn't see anyone else other than those he had already talked to. During his lunch break, Han Sen talked with soldiers whom he got to know well. The soldier to whom Han Sen brought the porn decided to ask a question. "Senya, besides a bow and arrow, what other weapons do you use?" "Dagger." Han Sen showed his dagger containing Z-steel. Han Sen only knew the nicknames of these soldiers. This guy was called the Gambler, and as he learned, the guy was a greedy and depraved person. The player took Han Sen's dagger and played with it a little. It was as if the dagger had become a living creature and was making dazzling movements. It looked like a snake. "Look at this." The player held the dagger an inch from Han Sen's eyes. With a smooth gesture, the dagger disappeared right before Han Sen's eyes, and there was nothing in the player's hand. "Crap, you should have been called the Wizard." Han Sen looked around but did not see the dagger. The player laughed and put his hands in front of Han Sen. He moved his fingers, and the dagger magically appeared in his hand again. "How did you do this?" Han Sen's eyes widened. "Very cool, isn't it?" the player asked proudly. "Yes," Han Sen nodded quickly. "Dazzling or not?" The player continued to play with the dagger. "Of course," Han Sen nodded again. "Do you want me to teach you?" The player looked at Han Sen with a slight smile. "Want? Do you really want to teach me?" Han Sen asked. "If you can bring more films with a girl, then I will teach you," the player answered with a smile. "No problem," Han Sen agreed. He already knew which porn star the player was talking about. Although it was necessary to spend money to buy new films, Han Sen really wanted to learn this trick. "Let's go find a place where I can show you." The player took Han Sen aside and showed the meaning of the trick. Han Sen finally realized that this was no magic, but simply sleight of hand. He used dark spots of vision, but the main part was to control all the muscles in the arm. Yes, he used his whole arm, not just his hand. The player said that this trick is called Heaven in Sleeves or Blade Sleeve. This was passed down to him through the family business. The blade that the player used was made in a special way. It was thin and sharp, like a crescent moon, but it did not have any handle. The player only held one blade in his hand, but it seemed as if he had two butterflies dancing in his hand. It was an amazing sight. "How long will it take me to become a master like you?" Han Sen looked at the player with envy. The player grinned. "I started training at 3 years old. At the age of 7, he achieved little success, and now I'm good at various tricks, but I'm still very far from being a master." He gave the dagger to Han Sen and added, "Don't underestimate this trick. Although this is just the foundation of everything, it is of great importance and will benefit you throughout your life." "Player, what does your family do?" Han Sen couldn't help but ask this question. "Aha! You will never be able to join our business. I won't allow it. I just showed you a trick. You can use it if you think it's fun. Don't pay attention to the rest." The player left, but turned around and asked a question. "Have you ever played on Skynet?" "Very rarely." Han Sen was constantly thinking about how he could survive, so there was no time for games. "Play Hand of God. It will help you learn this trick well. If you can upgrade, then you will advance further in the skill." The player pointed to the holographic simulator. Han Sen was very interested in Blade Sleeve, so he went to the holographic simulator to play God Hand. He soon realized why the player said to play this game. It was a holographic game. Her idea was very similar to Wakey-Mall, but instead of using just the fingers, dark spots appeared all over the hands. To increase the level, one had to use the muscles of the entire arm to target the dark spots. This required great dexterity and precision. Besides the beginner level, there were 3 more levels in the game: Advanced, Superior, and Demigod. This classification corresponded to the levels in the Sanctuary of God. It seemed to be done so that players could choose the right levels for themselves. Han Sen, to begin with, chose the level, Beginner. When a player said level up, he meant to pass the beginner level. As for what level the player was at, Han Sen didn't know. The game really hooked Han Sen. He wasn't very good at first, but as he became more familiar with the game, he started throwing quick shots and was passionate and satisfied with what he was doing. "Faster, faster, faster!" When the game started, Han Sen had to speed up all the time. But Han Sen had little time to play the game. After going through several rounds of martial arts competition, Han Sen reached the final match. He wasn't sure if it was luck or bad luck. Han Sen did not meet with Fist Guy or the Son of Heaven. The Son of Heaven destroyed Fist Guy, and Qin Xuan destroyed the Son of Heaven. In the final match, Han Sen had to fight Qin Xuan. In fact, Han Sen really wanted to fight the Son of Heaven. Then he would have the opportunity to kill him right on the stage. Usually the young master was surrounded by strong people, so Han Sen could not approach him. On the day when the final match between Dollar and Qin Xuan took place, at least 10,000 spectators gathered in the stands. Even those who had not registered at all came. Besides the fact that it was the final match, what made it so popular was that Dollar and Qin Xuan were involved. Qin Xuan was without a doubt a legend in the steel armor castle. Even though she was a woman, Qin Xuan had been the winner of martial arts competitions for several years in a row, although she had never been among the chosen ones. There was no doubt that she was indeed number one in the steel armor castle. Besides, she was beautiful. Thanks to all this, in the steel armor castle she was a true goddess. People feared, loved, and respected her. The recent incident with Dollar has made him even more legendary. He came out of nowhere, but there was a lot of controversy and news surrounding him. But the fact that he took the soul of a being with sacred blood from the Son of Heaven, and the fact that he killed Luo Tanyang, gave his personality a slightly negative connotation. But for the way he passed the passage with the robots, and for the way he fought in the Golden Shura, he became an idol for many. When one legend faced another, everyone wanted to see the result. Will Qin Xuan remain an invincible goddess, or will Dollar become the new champion? Everyone was looking forward to this match. When Qin Xuan and Dollar appeared at almost the same time, the hall was filled with loud applause. Dollar bet? Qin Xuan did not move but looked at Han Sen with a smile. When those present heard Qin Xuan's words, everyone fell silent. They wanted to know what bid she would offer. What's the rate? Even though Han Sen looked calm, he was still a little puzzled. Maybe she wants to buy victory from him? If you lose, you will join my steel armor gang and become my second in command. And when I go through evolution and move to the second god sanctuary, then you will become the head of the gang. Qin Xuan had a sweet smile on her face. The spectators began to make noise. No one could have imagined that Qin Xuan would offer something like this. The steel armor gang was more than just a gang. The gang ensured the presence of the Alliance military in the Sanctuary of God. And Qin Xuan invited Dollar to the God Sanctuary to become the official representative of the Alliance. It was a great honor. I'm sorry, but I cannot accept such an offer. Dollar suddenly refused Qin Xuan's offer. Why? Qin Xuan looked at Han Sen, amazed. Many dreamed of becoming the head of the steel armor gang. This was a ladder to the central power of the Alliance, but despite this, Dollar refused. Everyone thought Dollar was just crazy. How could he refuse such a wonderful offer? There are two reasons. Han Sen smiled and continued. First, you can't defeat me. His answer shocked many, and Qin Xuan asked a question. What is the second reason? I will go to the second god sanctuary before you. Therefore, even though I appreciate your proposal, I simply cannot agree to it. Han Sen replied calmly. His answer sounded arrogant. With such a gang, Qin Xuan could earn gene points much faster and easier than other people. And Dollar said that he could go through evolution earlier than she did, and this, despite the fact that he was alone. But no one felt that Dollar was wrong. It seems that the Dollar can do anything, so his words should not be questioned. Qin Xuan smiled. Okay, then I have one more proposal. If you lose, tell me your real name. Qin Xuan's words caused loud applause. Everyone was dying to find out who Dollar really was. Everyone supported Qin Xuan's proposal. What if you lose? Han Sen asked and grinned. You can offer your condition. Qin Xuan smiled, filled with confidence. It seemed to her that she would never be a loser. An S-Class license from St. Hall. Han Sen was obsessed with the Super Gen art from St. Hall, but he had neither money nor a license. We agreed. Qin Xuan didn't even blink. It seemed that the S-Class license was worth nothing to her. Then let's begin. Han Sen immediately took out Shura's katana. He didn't want to lose, and he understood that Qin Xuan had the most different types of gene points. She probably had 10 sacred gene points and scored the maximum on the rest. Han Sen had never seen Qin Xuan's full strength, but he hoped that he had a chance. Han Sen had one biggest advantage. He understood Qin Xuan very well. She could never have guessed that Dollar was Han Sen, whom she had fought 1,000,000 times. Even though she kicked his ass many times, he was able to learn many of her fighting techniques. On the other hand, Qinxuan knew nothing about Dollar. Qinxuan extended her hand, and a beautiful purple butterfly began to dance on her palm, which immediately turned into a dagger. She looked elegant and modest, but stood like a goddess. Han Sen saw the girl use this dagger from the soul of a being with sacred blood, but then she used it on the Violet Wings dragon. Due to the fact that the dragon was simply huge, this dagger did not have much effect. However, in relation to a person, everything would be different. Han Sen didn't know if he could overcome the poison if he was hurt by this poisonous dagger. Therefore, Han Sen had no intention of giving Qinxuan an opportunity to attack. He used a katana and a fierce blade. The attack was as fast as if it was a gust of wind. She looked like the one that caused Luo Tanyan to lose his life. Qinxuan smiled and jumped away like a butterfly, and at the same moment she delivered a fierce blow, her dagger aimed at Han Sen's throat. Han Sen took a step back and dodged the dagger. Against Qinxuan, he used his katana again. This battle put their lives on the line. If Qinxuan couldn't dodge, then Han Sen's katana would cut her in half. But Han Sen was wearing armor from the soul of a creature with sacred blood, so even if she pierced him with a dagger, he would have a better chance of surviving. Scoundrel! Qinxuan frowned and gracefully jumped to the side, avoiding Han Sen's attack. Han Sen was delighted that Qinxuan was able to dodge the blow. He used the fierce blade at full strength, so many attacks fell on the girl. Each subsequent blow was faster than the previous one. Qinxuan was forced to constantly defend herself and had no chance to attack. Han Sen knew very well that Qinxuan was very agile. He practiced ghost lure for a very long time, and his skills became much better. However, he never came close to her during their fight, except for the first time when she underestimated him. Of course, Qinxuan dodged all of Han Sen's attacks even though he moved as if he was dancing. Moreover, from time to time, she fought back with great grace, but nothing mattered to Han Sen. He fully activated Jade Skin, Fierce Blade, and pointed the katana at her. Coolness spread through his veins, and every cell was activated. Qinxuan calmly dodged all of Han Sen's attacks. She was very confident. It took her several years to reach the first stage of atom splitting. Therefore, considering her gene points and all the souls of the creatures, Qinxuan believed that this year she could become the chosen one. Considering all this, she could not even think that she could not win first place. Atom splitting is a modern supergene art that strengthens all parts of the body. The name hides its whole essence. It is similar to the beginning of all the supergene arts, and with its help, you can maintain high energy for a long time, which significantly improves your physical condition. If it could be easily practiced, then it would not be considered a modern supergen art. Qinxuan began to practice atom splitting under the guidance of her family, but due to the fact that she was still young at the time, progress was made very slowly. Today she has been doing it for 2 decades, and only a few months ago, she was able to reach the first stage. Yes, just the first stage. But despite the first stage, she had already significantly increased her strength. 20 years of practice were not in vain. Wherever she went, her improvements grew rapidly. This year, she was able to easily defeat the Son of Heaven, even though he was of the same level as her. She was able to reach the first stage in atom splitting, so the Son of Heaven seemed very weak. Qinxuan hoped that this year she would be able to reach the top, and the dollar would not be a problem for her. Qinxuan didn't think about whether she would win. She thought about how to impress Dollar more when she won. Qinxuan was not worried about the current storm of attacks. Even though he looked very furious, he couldn't hurt her. Qinxuan didn't want to kill Dollar, so her victory would be a little troublesome. If you like to drive, then I will give you a car and let you drive it. I will wait until you are so weak that you cannot even move your hand. At that moment, I will still be calm and appreciate your despair. Qinxuan smiled and dodged another attack again. She continued to think. When you lose to me in this way, you will understand that I cannot be defeated, and you will never dare to fight me again. Qinxuan wanted to burn Han Sen. The way he used his katana furiously was quickly reducing his energy. He put all his capabilities into every blow. For Qinxuan, with her atom splitting, endurance was the most important strength. In metaphors, a nuclear power plant is much more efficient than a coal power plant. Qin Xuan continued to dodge Han Sen's attacks and patiently waited for him to become exhausted. Everyone present's blood ran hot. Han Sen's katana performed a fierce dance, while Qin Xuan looked ethereal and elegant. They moved so fast that they became a blur. It really was a great match. In the eyes of the common people, Han Sen attacked Qin Xuan and seemed to have an advantage. From time to time, shouts of "Dollar" were heard. It seems like the champion of the Steel Armor Castle will be a special person. Of course, the Dollar is absolutely invincible. Ha ha ha, men are the masters of this world, women tremble. Young Manli curled her lips with disdain. She was like a goddess who did not want to argue with ordinary mortals. The Son of Heaven looked at everyone with even greater contempt. He himself experienced how strong Qin Xuan was. He always knew about atomic splitting. If he wanted, he could learn it too. But he didn't want to do this, because he understood that it would take about 20 years to reach at least the first stage. Everyone knew that this type of super art was wonderful, but not many dared to start practicing it. Nobody wanted to spend 20 years studying it even though they weren't sure they could achieve the results they wanted. If one failed, then he would no longer have the chance to begin learning another Super Gen art. The Son of Heaven did not dare to start practicing atom splitting. But when he saw what Qin Xuan had achieved, he began to greatly regret his decision. Son of Heaven, it looks like Qin Xuan is in trouble. She is constantly under attack, said the young man, who was from the Son of Heaven gang, nervously. The Son of Heaven's lips twitched as he answered. What can you possibly know? Qin Xuan has reached the first stage of atom splitting. She simply cannot be defeated. Despite the fact that Dollar actively attacks, he will soon lose all strength and will not be able to even raise his katana. He will look miserable if he loses. So that's it? You are so experienced and understand everything well? The young man was ready to kiss him. But there was another person nearby, and hearing this, he spoke in a sharp tone. Shut up if you don't understand anything. Don't you have any common sense? Men are still stronger than women, so it will be Qin Xuan who will be greatly exhausted. The Son of Heaven was overwhelmed with anger, but when he saw the man's face, he fell silent. This was young Master Qing, who had once hired Han Sen as his bodyguard. Yuan and the others were also here. Qing! The Son of Heaven laughed dryly and began to explain. I agree. There are differences between men and women, but they are minor. Dollar, compared to Qin Xuan, has much worse stamina because she has reached the first stage in atom splitting. I believe that in half an hour Dollar will not be able to even lift his katana. Why am I not sure about this? Qing was not convinced by the words of the Son of Heaven, and he continued. My father told me that women are inferior to men. I know the Dollar will win, but this woman will definitely lose. The Son of Heaven smiled uncertainly. Qing, there is no need to discuss. We'll all see what happens in half an hour, and let's see which of us was right. Half an hour later, the expression on Son of Heaven's face became gloomy because Han Sen was still swinging his katana and his speed had not slowed down. Son of Heaven, didn't you say that in half an hour the Dollar would already be exhausted? I told you that my dad is really right. Men are better than women, Qing said proudly. Seeing the Son of Heaven's gloomy expression, Yuan smiled but remained silent. The Son of Heaven was really very upset. According to common sense, the Dollar could not last longer than half an hour. There are very few people in the First God Sanctuary who can make such attacks. Cough. It appears that Dollar practices some kind of super gen art that helps increase his stamina. But despite this, he will not be able to hold out for an hour. In the next half hour, she will destroy him. The Son of Heaven wanted to somehow restore his authority. Son of Heaven, you're a guy. Why do you continue to admire a woman? My dad says men are the best. I think Dollar must be better than this woman. Where are your eyes? Qing obviously did not agree with the Son of Heaven's argument. The same one almost choked, but pretending to be calm, he added, Qing, if you don't believe me, then let's just watch. In half an hour you will see that I am right. I am sure of it. Is there a need to watch the fight? The Dollar will not have any problems. He was able to kill Golden Shura. So why should he lose to a woman? Qing said, adoration shining in his eyes. The Son of Heaven did not answer. He believed that arguing with such a guy was pointless. After a while, the guy will see for himself what common sense is. But another half hour passed, and the dollar was still at its best. There were no signs of fatigue visible on him. The Son of Heaven felt uncomfortable, as if he had swallowed a fly. Ching looked very pleased and patted the Son of Heaven on the shoulder. "Son of Heaven, what did I tell you? Men cannot be weaker than women. A man who cannot defeat a woman is not a man. An hour has passed, and the dollar continues to fight just as fiercely. I believe that at a certain time the woman will be beaten. You need to learn from me to be a better judge. Remember to take into account the masculine side and not the feminine side." The Son of Heaven was ready to explode in anger, but he pretended not to hear Ching and simply remained silent. "Hey, Son of Heaven, why didn't you reach the finals? Who did you lose to? Dollar?" Ching couldn't even imagine the emotions of the Son of Heaven, so he continued to ask questions. "How could I lose to this guy?" The Son of Heaven answered quickly and coldly. "Who did you lose to then?" asked Ching. The Son of Heaven felt his face begin to burn. He lost to the woman who was now on stage, but there was no time to explain everything to Ching. Yuan knew that the Son of Heaven had lost to Qin Xuan, so she laughed. She pulled Ching's sleeve and asked, "Did you come here to talk or watch the match?" "It's funny. The Son of Heaven is already on fire," Yuan thought, looking at the gloomy face of the Son of Heaven. The Son of Heaven was dissatisfied with the strange events. Dollar uses his weapon so brutally and can hold on for so long he must be practicing atom splitting. Apart from the Son of Heaven, Qin Xuan also felt that something was wrong. Attacking with such speed, Dollar was able to hold out much longer than she expected. This made her feel anxious and surprised. In such an intense battle, even she was already a little tired. However, it seemed that Dollar did not feel anything and continued to attack with his katana just as quickly. It seems he can do this indefinitely. A feeling of helplessness began to arise in Qin Xuan's mind. "No, I can't continue like this anymore." He probably also practices some kind of super art that increases his endurance. Maybe I'll be the first to become weak. Qin Xuan clenched her teeth and dodged the attack again. She recalled her dagger and summoned 2 other souls. One soul was the golden lion soul, which she used often. Instantly, she transformed into a magnificent golden lion. The second soul was in the form of a blue ball with liquid, which was absorbed by the golden lion, and it became blue. The lion became much larger and looked very fierce. "This is a water spirit with sacred blood. Qin Xuan actually obtained the soul of that creature." Seeing what was happening, the Son of Heaven was shocked. He knew very well how terrible this water spirit with sacred blood was. He can coexist with another creature, while making him very strong. Qin Xuan dealt the final blow to the water spirit while hunting with the Son of Heaven. But he didn't know that she was able to get his soul. It seemed that the soul from the creature had the same power as the very creature to which it belonged. With the help of the water spirit soul, the golden lion became much stronger than any creature with sacred blood. Now Qin Xuan could fully display the full power of atom splitting. The Son of Heaven was surprised. "Qin Xuan has become so strong. It looks like she will be able to enter the top 3 this year." Han Sen knew Qin Xuan well. He just looked at her expression and immediately knew that something was about to happen. So before she summoned the soul of the water spirit, it summoned its wings and flew into the air. Everyone was shocked, including Qin Xuan. Who would have thought that Dollar, who was throwing terrible blows moments before Qin Xuan's transformation, would summon his wings and fly up? After transforming, Qin Xuan found herself at a loss. She didn't know what to do. These 2 souls were powerful, so she was confident that she could defeat Dollar, even though he used the souls of creatures with sacred blood. To transform, she chose the exact moment when Dollar was completely engrossed in launching attacks. She didn't have wings, so she wanted to finish the match as quickly as possible. The only thing she didn't think about was that the Dollar, who had been attacking her all the time, would be able to instantly summon his wings and fly up. Suddenly, Qin Xuan felt embarrassed. She couldn't fly, and plus, she was in the form of Lev, so she couldn't use weapons. She couldn't even launch anything at Han Sen. Flying into the air, Han Sen summoned his mutant sawfish soul in the form of a spear and threw it at Qin Xuan. He looked like a fisherman using a harpoon. Qin Xuan, who was in the form of a lion, released a huge claw and hit the spear with incredible force. The spear, which was as thick as a human arm, bent and flew off. Fortunately, the spear was strong enough and did not break from her claw strike. Hansen pulled his spear back and began to simply watch her. He did not dare to attack or land. Everyone realized that Dollar was simply stalling for time so that Qin Xuan's transformation time would run out. The transformation that took place from the souls of creatures required a lot of energy. Even Qin Xuan couldn't stay like this for long, otherwise she would have damaged her body very impudently. And you call yourself a man? What can you know? It's just some kind of tactic. It would be nice for her if she could fly. Suddenly there was chaos in the stands. Some supported Dollar and some supported Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan simply could not reach Han Sen. So she recalled Liu's soul. But the moment she did this, Han Sen rushed down and pointed his katana at her. Qin Xuan had met many strong enemies, but she had never felt such pressure as she did now. As soon as she transformed into a lion, Han Sen immediately flew up into the sky, and when she returned to her normal form, he immediately descended. She looked gloomy because she couldn't use all her powers. "Haha, Dollar is simply magnificent. He fights like a partisan." He intimidated her. Qin Xuan is almost crying. "Impudent bastard, how can a person be so arrogant?" Han Sen didn't care at all how he would win. The main thing was to win. If he can get into the competition, which will be held among the winners from all the vaults, and if he takes one of the first 10 places, then as a reward, he will be given the soul of a creature with sacred blood. So he tried his best. Qin Xuan did not expect that Dollar would behave like this, fly up and not give her a chance to use her abilities. But she was glad one thing was that Dollar was not an archer, otherwise she would have been very unhappy. "Dollar, you are a worthy person. Do you dare to fight me head-on?" Qin Xuan tried to push Dollar to action. Unfortunately, Han Sen did not pay attention to her intentions. He replied, "You are a soldier. Don't you know that for the sake of victory all methods are good? Even if I let you win today, what will you do in the competition between shelters if someone there can also fly? Are you going to wait and try to convince them to give up the opportunity to fly?" Qin Xuan stopped, and the people who accused Han Sen of being impudent lowered their voices. In fact, they should have thought about it themselves. Among the chosen, more than one person could fly. But Qin Xuan did not have such an ability. So even if she wins today, in the future, her inability may be taken advantage of. Many people who supported Qin Xuan fell silent. Qin Xuan smiled wryly. "Well, then I give up. We will not continue further." She knew very well about her weakness, but she could not even think that the Dollar would be so arrogant and use it to her advantage. Now that she understood that she could not win, Qin decided to simply give up and not continue this shameful match. Now Qin Xuan began to regret that she had paid very little attention to archery. Otherwise, she could have used some advanced bow and arrow and defeated Dollar. "You can take away the S-Class license from St. Hall from the Steel Armor Gang." Having said this, Qin Xuan left the battle scene, thus making Han Sen the champion of the Steel Armor Castle this year. Dollar's victory was controversial. Many felt that it was not honorable. But Han Sen didn't mind his reputation. He didn't care as long as he could try to win the soul of a creature with sacred blood that was given to the Chosen One. Qin Xuan left gracefully, but in doing so, she put Han Sen in a certain position. If he came to the Steel Armor Gang for a license, they would have the opportunity to ambush him. Han Sen knew her well and did not dare to take the license right from under her nose. He understood that she was very upset now. The competition in the Castle of Steel Armor has officially ended. The best 100 people received their awards and a place on the battle stele. In first place was the Dollar. Han Sen really hoped that now everyone would forget about the nickname Doll, but unfortunately, many continued to call him that. Winners from all shelters will begin competing in 10 days. At this time, everyone from the first God Sanctuary could watch the Select Martial Ring competition. The top 10 participants will receive a randomly selected soul of a creature with sacred blood and will be considered the Chosen Ones. If someone became the Chosen One for the second or third time, then he no longer received the soul of a creature with sacred blood. This prize was given only once. Many Chosen Ones went into the entertainment industry and became stars. Many agents tried to sign a contract with the Chosen Ones and lured them with big money. Unfortunately, most often those who received these titles last year became chosen. New faces, when developed, went through evolution and moved into the second sanctuary of God. Han Sen had no interest in the entertainment industry, but he was willing to go to any lengths to obtain the soul of a being with sacred blood. There was a legend that once the Chosen One was able to receive as a reward the soul of a creature in the form of a beautiful girl. For her, some rich guy offered over $1 billion and an interstellar warship. No one knew whether this deal was successful or not, but no one else saw this soul of the creature. Perhaps she was taken by a rich man who loved to collect souls. Naturally, Han Sen dreamed of getting such a soul and becoming rich in just one night. But first, he had to become the Chosen One. There were 10 days left before he would start fighting his competitors. Han Sen did not have time to hunt and collect additional gene points. Therefore, Han Sen decided to devote all this time to training at the teleport station. The gravity simulator was truly an excellent training simulator, and it helped Han Sen a lot. In a short period of time, he was able to achieve good results, and his jade skin training became more effective. Also, he completed the tasks given to him by young Man Li, and in the remaining time, he played God's hand. Han Sen wasn't entirely sure what the player's words meant when he said to make progress. But what he really meant was that he needed to pass the novice level. Han Senya felt terrible because he still couldn't pass the beginner level. This game requires the dexterity of the entire hand and complete control of all muscles and bones. If I use jade skin while playing, I should improve my results a lot. After trying this, Han Sen's results actually became better. On the 6th day, he was finally able to complete the level for the first time. Han Senya was still annoyed that it took him so long to pass the novice level and even had to use jade skin. However, if the player finds out that Han Senya was able to pass the novice level, then his chin will definitely sag all the way to the ground. Due to a misconception, Han Sen continued to try to clear the Evolved 3 level in the God's Hand game. But his score was not very high even though he used jade skin. Young Manli was pleased with Han Sen's training. He completed all the tasks she gave him, and the gravity simulator data finally became normal. She thought it was because he stopped using the loophole to deceive, but she couldn't even imagine that such data was because Han Sen simply increased the workload. It was almost midnight, and Han Sen was the only one left in the gym. He was still playing God Hand. He felt like the game was designed specifically for him. Since he started practicing jade skin, he has learned to fully control his muscles and bones, and has also become more flexible. With the help of this game, reflexes and dexterity could be greatly improved, and this would contribute to achieving greater success in the blade sleeve skill, as well as other skills that involved the hands. Qin Xuan teleported from the God Sanctuary. She wanted to find young Manli, who, by the way, was not at the teleport station. Walking past the gym, she saw that the lights were on, which meant there was definitely someone else there. When she looked in, she saw Han Sen playing God Hand. Qin Xuan was overcome with nostalgia. She remembered that when she was in military school, she played this game a lot and put in a lot of effort. Although the Alliance's vehicles were largely automated, manual control was still necessary when operating military systems. In interstellar war, military systems were fundamental because no one would benefit from destroying a planet that had weapons of mass destruction. Military systems, as individual instruments of war, have played a vital role in warfare in modern times. All military schools prepared their students to manage military systems. This was one of the basic skills of soldiers. The Hand of God game was one of the best for improving speed and control, which were very necessary when managing military systems. Qin Xuan wanted to teach Han Sen a few tricks in this game. Since she was the one who chose him, she wanted him to become better. First, let's see how you do it. Qin Xuan walked closer to Han Sen and began to take a closer look. She was still a little far away from him, so she could only see that all his attempts were ending in failure. She wanted to help him even more. But when Qin Xuan came closer, she saw that the holographic spots were disappearing too quickly, and only because of this he continued to make mistakes. Which level did he choose? Qin Xuan began checking the data on the screen. Evolved 3, Qin Xuan frowned. The evolved level was designed for those who have already undergone evolution. People who had not yet undergone evolution sometimes managed to complete this level, but this was very rare. Even Qin Xuan, with all her capabilities, could only go through Evolved 2, which was already incredible for those who had not gone through evolution. After all, there were no tasks here for those who had not completed evolution. But Hansen decided to go through Evolved 3. He just swung too high. Taking a bigger bite and not being able to experience it. It won't lead to anything, Qinxuan thought. She decided not to interfere with Hansen for now, but simply watched as he started all over again from the beginning. She decided that she would teach him a lesson when he gave up trying. But after watching for a while, Qinxuan first became serious, then surprised, and then simply shocked. Hansen continued to suffer many failures, but each time he made fewer and fewer mistakes. He improved at a shocking rate. She was someone who spent a lot of time playing this game, so she knew full well that once you reach your limits, you are unlikely to be able to continue improving, even if you train for months. The limit is the limit, and no amount of practice can help you step over your limit. Unless your strength increases significantly, no amount of exercise will improve your performance. The purpose of the Hand of God game was to enable you to show your potential, but playing again and again could not improve it. But Hansen's improvements could only mean one thing. Evolved 3 was not his limit. This is why he was able to continue to reduce his mistakes and become better. Evolved 3 is not his limit, but what kind of talent does he have in this area? Qinxuan actually saw great potential in him, but she couldn't even imagine that Sen would be so good at this game. When she was in military school, only the champion was able to pass the Developed 3 level. That guy was in the top 10. He was known for his speed and accuracy, and was even given the nickname Lighting Hand. Hansen was able to reach the same level, but without professional training, she was actually shocked. Will he be able to complete Evolved 3? Qinxuan stood aside and watched Hansen, her face showing a lot of emotions. Hansen didn't see that Qinxuan had arrived. His entire attention was focused on the spots that were appearing everywhere. He fully activated Jade's skin. Faster! I can be faster! Hansen's hands continued to make quick and intricate movements. Sometimes they looked like writhing snakes. He used every muscle in his fingers and all his arms and kept hitting spots that appeared out of nowhere. When Hansen first passed the Evolved 2 level, when he moved to the next level, he constantly suffered setbacks, but little by little he began to adapt to the difficulty of this level. It became easier and easier for him, and he felt that this time he would be able to pass the Developed 3 level. Qinxuan felt like she was about to suffocate as she continued to watch Hansen's hands perform a crazy dance. Hansen had already completed half of the Developed 3 level and still had not lost his way. Sometimes his hands began to move so quickly that she saw only a blurry picture. This greatly amazed her. Although the level had not yet ended, Qinxuan was now confident that Hansen would be able to complete it. Judging by what she saw, he was not just lucky, but he was constantly moving forward. This is Evolved 3. Evolved 3, Qinxuan rejoiced to herself. She was the one who found Hansen and insisted that he join her gang. The potential he showed proved that she had made a very wise decision. A person who has not undergone evolution, but was able to complete the Evolved 3 level in the game Hand of God, is likely to become invincible among all who have not yet undergone evolution when he learns to control military systems. Such abilities will be wasted if he becomes a sniper or an archer, Qinxuan thought for a moment. She could make him a better operator in an open battle to control military systems. He would be better than a sniper in the dark. But after thinking about Hansen's cautious nature, she abandoned the idea as he was not suitable for close combat. But this discovery of his abilities made Qinxuan happy, because Hansen was an excellent candidate to manage the long-range military system. Ding! A loud sound interrupted Qinxuan's thoughts. It was the sound of Hansen passing the cultivated 3 level. But she was not surprised, because she already realized that this was not the limit for him. But now she was even more convinced of Hansen's potential and felt more determined towards one thing. This is my man, Qinxuan thought, and Hansen began to pass the Developed 3 level again. Even Qinxuan herself could not imagine that she would place such hopes on this guy, who, when they first met, mistook her for some kind of creature and poked her in the ass. Evolved 3. If he gets more gene points and goes through evolution, how strong will he become? Qinxuan was a little excited. She watched Hansen's training for a long time, and then left the gym. Perhaps I could raise the bar for him, Qinxuan thought with a smile. If Hansen saw that smile, he would definitely shudder. 10 days passed quite quickly. Han Sen was stuck and unable to complete Evolved 4 in such a short period of time. There were 10 phases at each level, but Han Sen still had not completed the evolution yet. Practicing God's Hand greatly benefited his blade sleeve skill, but also greatly helped him continue to develop Ferocious Blade. There were improvements in everything. It's finally time for the tournament between all the champions. I have to get into the top 10. Han Sen had read a lot of information about past competitions and was confident that he had a good chance. Of course, it was impossible to say that he was invincible. This year, several chosen ones had already transferred to the second god's sanctuary, so there were fewer strong competitors. Han Sen studied his upcoming competition for quite a long time and came to the conclusion that the strongest opponents would be Tang Zhenliu and Lin Feng. Tang Zhenliu had already become the chosen one several times. Last year he was in 5th place, but 3 of the 4 who were in front of him advanced to the second god sanctuary this year. The only one who did not transfer is Lin Feng, a name very similar to Han Sen's friend Lin Beifeng. Last year, Lin Feng took 2nd place. There was no doubt that the two would fight. He looked through many descriptions of past battles and identified the strongest. Powerful combat skills, many souls of advanced beings, souls of beings with sacred blood that they received as a reward last time, as well as their development throughout this year. Considering all this, they could not be taken lightly. Han Sen had already met Tang Zhenliu, although during the game, Han Sen managed to kick his ass. But this was due to his reflexes and his opponent's preconceptions. But in a real fight, he would need a lot more effort to win. Just the souls of the creatures that Tang Zhenliu had were causing concern. Why didn't these 2 guys go to the second god sanctuary? After Han Sen read about them, he began to worry more and more. Even no matter how well they would fight, their creature souls alone were quite terrifying. I hope I don't run into them at the beginning. If that happens, then I will most likely be in bad shape, which will greatly affect the subsequent rounds, Han Sen thought. If he gets into the top 10, he will be able to obtain the soul of a creature with sacred blood. The soul will be chosen at random. Therefore, Han Sen did not think about 1st place, but he would be very happy if he became one of the chosen ones. While Han Sen was thinking about the possibilities, the comlink rang, and an unfamiliar number was displayed. Han Sen frowned. He didn't know who it could be, so he answered the call very hesitantly. Contrary to Han Sen's expectations, Tang Zhenliu appeared in the holographic image. Surprise? Tan laughed. That's for sure. What's happened? Han Sen asked. I want to ask you for a favor, Tang Zhenliu replied. I'm listening too, but I'm nobody, and I'm unlikely to be able to help you, Han Sen said with a smile. I'm sure you can, and it's you, but don't worry. You can name your price, Tang Zhenliu said. What kind of favor? Han Sen shrank. Let's talk about this when we meet. Are you home? I'll pick you up now, Tang hastily replied. It's not worth it. Name the place and I will come. Han Sen felt something strange. The competition was supposed to start tomorrow, but Tang Zhenliu was looking for Han Sen instead of preparing. Does this apply to the competition? Han Sen began to guess, so he decided to find out what Tang wanted to talk about. When Han Sen reached the place that Tang Zhenliu told him about, he saw Fang Jingqi there too. Tang led Han Sen into the living room. When Han Sen entered the living room, he saw another young man on the sofa sitting quietly and not saying anything. Tan, why do you need me? Han Sen asked directly. Brother, first look. Tang Zhenliu started the video instead of answering. The recording was made in the battle ring. A man in a combat suit was surrounded by people wearing masks. Even though it was just a holographic image, Han Sen trembled when he saw this person. Then the video started. The man who was surrounded began to put on a magnificent killing show. It was a real massacre. After 1 minute and 23 seconds, there was only one man left in a combat suit, holding a dagger in his hands. In total, he killed 34 people, and each one with the first blow. After his blow, no one could get up. No one survived. The man was like death, casually taking lives. This person is very similar to you, Tang Zhenliu said after the video ended. He looked at Han Sen. It's not me, Han Sen answered quietly. Of course it's not you, but you use the same style during battle. There is no warning before you strike, and the strike itself is very fast and brutal. with excellent timing. You two are killers, Tan concluded. Even though Tang did not fight Han Sen, he was a great fighter, so during their game, he learned a lot about him. And? Han Sen frowned. This man's name is Yi Dongmu. He is the grandson of Senator Yi, who is a demigod. This year he became the champion of Despot's Vault. In other words, he is one of my competitors, Tang Zhenlu explained. What do you want me to do? Maybe you want me to cripple him so much that he won't be able to compete. I'm very sorry, but I don't have that kind of power. Han Sen spread his hands. Of course not. He is the grandson of Senator Ai. Even we couldn't get close to him, so what can we say about you? We will never be able to kill him. In the Alliance, no matter where he goes, he is always guarded, Tang said. We invited you here so that you can use the same style as Yi Dongmu, so that we can learn how to block his blows and get a little used to his style. What is my benefit? Han Sen has not refused yet. Tan thought about it, moved his lips a little, but didn't say anything. Basically, they asked Han Sen to beat them up so that they would learn something, so it was very difficult to name a price. If Han Sen was some important person, they would not have asked him because it could be seen as a provocation. We will try to do everything you ask, Feng Jingqi said. St. Hall S-Class license, Han Sen answered after a short silence. We agreed, Tang answered so quickly that Han Sen thought that he had asked for very little. Maybe I should have asked for 2 S-Class licenses. But Han Sen has always been an optimist. 1 S-Class license was a normal price. Moreover, they helped him too because Yi Dongmu could become his rival too. Before we start, I want to say something. My skills are significantly worse than Yi Dongmu. Even if you are able to repel my attacks, he can still wound you with his dagger, Han Sen said. I know, therefore I prepared several videos of his battle. Look carefully and then let's get started. We have little time left, and we can only hope that the first opponent will not be so strong. Then we will have time to practice. Tang Zhenlu sat on the sofa next to Lin Feng and left Han Senya to watch the video. Han Sen watched one video after another. None of the videos were officially filmed. Han Sen felt that he had not come here in vain. If he were to face Yi Dongmu and he didn't know his style, then it was likely that he could be killed during the match. Indeed, they had the same style. The only difference was that Han Sen cultivated it himself, while Yi Dongmu had a good mentor. This was why Yi Dongmu's skills were so much better. It seemed that he had a better fitness level than Han Sen. As for the souls of creatures, Han Sen was sure that Yi Dongmu had much better souls. He was the grandson of a demigod and a senator, so no matter what kind of shelter he was in, his grandfather was able to get the best for him anyway. Even though time was short, neither Tang Zhenlu, Feng Jingqi, nor Lin Feng rushed Han Sen. They gave him the opportunity to watch the video several times. Sometimes Han Sen looked at certain points many times. After watching everything, he was able to learn a lot from Yi Dongmu. He valued it even higher than an S-Class license. In less than 4 hours, Han Sen felt like he had gone through revolutionary changes. However, when he fully understood Yi Dongmu's fighting style, he saw that it had minor flaws, although his attacks did look terrifying. But only those who were well acquainted with this style could notice the shortcomings. Tang began to get more and more nervous and wanted to call Han Sen, but Lin Feng quietly stopped him. When Han Sen finally finished watching the video, it was evening. Let's begin, Han Sen said and stood up. Fine. Show how well you can imitate Yi Dongmu's attacks. Tang took Han Sen to the battle room, which was located in his villa. Han Sen took the dagger with the exact same shape as Yi Dongmu's. This dagger was blunt, so no one could get hurt. Using the same style as Yi Dongmu, they needed to use every effort to fend off the attacks. If Han Sen had a real weapon, Tang would be worried that Sen would actually be able to hurt him. Let's begin. Tan watched Han Sen closely and had no intention of retreating. They wanted to learn how to repel Yi's attacks when they were close to him. Han Sen approached Tang, holding a dagger in his hand, just like Yi. 2 steps away from Tang, he quickly changed the position of the dagger and struck from an unexpected direction. Feng Jingqi was shocked. The eyes of the young man who had been silent lit up. Tan broke out in a cold sweat because it was already too late to block the blow with his broadsword. He tried to dodge, but the dagger hit him right in the waist. Crap, your attacks are no different from his? Tang shouted, looking at Han Sen. Fang Jingqi looked at Han Sen with a strange look. The man who was sitting quietly also glanced at Han Sen's hands. Han Sen was also very surprised. All these days he practiced and improved Jade Skin, and practicing the game Hand of God greatly increased his speed. In addition, he looked at Yi's attack skills and added some of his own. Now his blow was so strong that he himself could not believe it.
"Ha, God loves me. If I train with you, then Yi will not be such a terrible opponent."
Tan laughed loudly. No one slept that night, but the only one who constantly practiced with Han Sen was Tong Zhenliu. Fang Jingqi simply did not register for the competition, and the silent young man only watched and had no intention of joining them. After practicing all night, Tang still did not learn how to avoid Han Sen's dagger. He could not think of a way to protect himself, but Han Sen, on the contrary, became better and better. "Crap, I give up. I am no longer able to repel your attacks. I'm probably doomed," Tan said gloomily. It was already time for the competition to begin, and it was necessary to go to the God Sanctuary, so further training was impossible. "Now you can cope with Yi Dongmu," Lin Feng, who had been silently watching them all this time, suddenly said. "Lin, what do you mean?" Tan asked and sat down, looking straight at him. "And Dongmu is not as good as him. You can't dodge his attacks, but you can definitely avoid his attacks. But unless, of course, your luck is too bad, and you don't run into him in the coming days, then in a couple of days you will learn how to deal with such attacks." Hearing Lin Feng's remark, everyone stared at Han Sen in shock. They knew Lin Feng well, so they were shocked that he said that Yi Dongmu was not as good as Han Sen. Han Sen's education was not as good as Yi's, and Yi was most likely older than him, but Lin Feng still said that Yi Dongmu was not as good as Han Sen. If someone else had said such a thing, they would have simply laughed. But they knew Lin Feng very well, and he was never wrong. Last year, he did not take first place only because he had not yet fully refined his Super Gen art, and he entered the God Sanctuary 2 years later than his opponent. "You shouldn't look at him like that. I said that his style is better than Yi Dongmu, but his physical training is much inferior to Yi." Lin Feng smiled and extended his hand to Han Sen. "I'm Lin Feng. I'm very glad to meet you. You are an interesting person." Han Sen. "I'm very happy too," Han Sen said, smiled, and shook his hand. "Well, it's already late. Let's take a shower and go to the teleport." Tang broke the eye contact between Han Sen and Lin Feng. He turned to Han Sen and asked a question. "There is a teleport here. Will you join us?" "No, I didn't register, so I won't go to the competition." Han Sen refused and left. Watching Han Sen leave his villa, Tang Zhenliu turned to Lin Feng and asked, "Is he really that good?" "He's much better than you think. If he had the same education as Yi Dongmu, he would be 100 times better than him. His development is limited by the past, but in a few years, he will become very famous," Lin Feng replied. "Such great praise from Lin himself. He must be really very good," said Fang Jingqi. "In a few years, he will be able to surpass even you?" Tan asked interestedly. "In the first sanctuary of God, I am invincible," Lin answered casually, but confidence was audible in his words. Han Sen really gained a lot this time. Not only did he obtain an S-Class license, but he also improved his skills in surprise attacks, and as Lin Feng said, his strikes were more dangerous than Yi Dongmu's. But no matter how strong his attacks were, first he had to get close to his opponent, and this was not at all easy. During practice, he was close initially, but in a real match, this will not happen. After all, the art of assassination is best practiced in the dark. Yi Dongmu practiced light maneuvering, which allowed him to get closer to the enemy even while in front of him. But Han Sen never paid attention to this, so it would be difficult for him. This effortless maneuvering was also a Super Gen art, and allowed the use of certain techniques. Han Sen had never practiced light maneuvering, so even after watching the video, it was difficult for him to repeat it. Even if he tried, he still couldn't understand the point. Therefore, it was now very important that he be able to learn easy maneuvering. "Perhaps I should use it to gain easy maneuverability," Han Sen thought as he clutched the S-Class license in his pocket. But he did not have time. Learning the new Super Gen art required a lot of time. Han Sen went to the teleport station, entered the God Sanctuary, repaid the $1, and went to the battle ring. A giant sacred stele was installed in the middle of the battle ring. It was 100 times more magnificent than an ordinary battle stele. Under the supervision of the people from the steel armor castle, Han Sen approached the sacred stele and was immediately teleported into a huge martial ring, the Select Martial Ring. In all the shelters in the god's sanctuary, there was such a huge sacred stele on which the image of the chosen martial ring was projected. At this moment, the champions from all the shelters entered the chosen battle ring through the sacred stele. When Han Sen entered the Select Martial Ring, he realized how large the population of the Alliance was, and how large the first god sanctuary was. There were about 100,000 people in each shelter, and so was the steel armor castle. Everyone who was currently in the chosen martial ring was the champion of their shelter. The stands were completely filled. There were 100,000 champions, which meant that there were 100,000 shelters in the entire first god sanctuary. It was truly a mind-blowing number. After humans entered the interstellar era, they conquered many planets suitable for life. They all became prosperous. Now the human race was so huge that only the Shuras could compete with it. Among all the champions, Dollar was the most famous, as well as those who became the chosen one last year. The video of Dollar fighting the Golden Shura was so viral that it was featured in all major media outlets, and thanks to this, the nickname Dollar became famous throughout the Alliance. People looked at Han Sen with curiosity, and everyone was tormented by one question: who really is Dollar? But mostly it was just out of curiosity. They all watched the video starring Han Sen. Even though the storyline was truly impressive at the time, Dollar did not show much strength. His souls from beings with sacred blood were very impressive, but without them he really was nothing. Han Sen at that time was very far behind all the champions from the shelters. After all, these 100,000 champions all had excellent physical strength and advanced creature souls. Han Sen had recently fought with Shura, so they were sure that in such a short time he could not become much better. Most likely people simply thought about him, but did not perceive him as a fierce rival. When the passage to the Select Martial Ring was closed, a list of all the matches finally appeared on the sacred stele. The names on the lists were located in the same way as on the previous battle stele. Han Sen, looking through the lists, very quickly found where the Dollar was located. For him, this word stood out. The other participants also quickly found their names. This round was a one-on-one battle, with the winner moving on to the next round, so the list looked like a pyramid. Han Sen breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Lin Feng and Tang Zhenlu were far away from him. He couldn't meet the top 10 anytime soon. Han Sen scanned the list again, and another name caught his eye. And Dong Mu, is he using his real name? Han Sen saw his name and looked further down the line. He was amazed. If Yi had won, they would have had to fight to become the chosen one. But if Han Sen really wanted to obtain the soul of a creature with sacred blood, then he would definitely need to defeat Yi Dongma. Tang Zhenliu was afraid of Yi, but I am ready to meet you. And Dongmu, your luck will not help. If Tang had not called me, then I probably would have lost to you, but now everything is different. Perhaps I will be the chosen one, Han Sen thought happily. Most likely the others were truly afraid of Yi, but after Sen watched videos of his battles, he was confident that he could defeat him. The Select Martial Ring had 1,000 protrusions that were stacked on top of each other. This allowed 1,000 pairs to fight simultaneously. Han Sen was much further down the list, so he went to the podium and decided to watch Yi Dongmu fight. He definitely needed to find out how much better Y was than in the video. But Yi Dongmu was also waiting for his turn. Han Sen simply watched the people fight and realized that everyone needed to be taken seriously. He watched Tang Zhenliu's battle. His opponent had no chance. Tang had superior broadsword skills. After Tang transformed, his opponent could barely fight back. His technique and strength were very impressive. Lin Feng, whom Han Sen looked at closely, also won the battle, although Han Sen still did not understand how he did it. His opponent was a nobody, but Lin Feng won by a small margin. Han Sen could not even imagine that the next day, in the report, they would write about Lin Feng's opponent. He suffered a wonderful failure. But somehow, Han Sen felt that Lin Feng was much scarier than Tang Zhenliu. Finally, it was Yi Dongmu's turn. He wasn't very famous at the moment. Although he was Senator Yi's grandson, few knew that he would be participating in the competition. Still, This was his first competition. However, his opponent was a celebrity. He was ranked 10th last year and was called Dragon Swordsman. He was very handsome and had excellent sword skills. Among all the chosen ones, throughout the alliance he was very popular. He had many female fans. Therefore, the start of the Dragon Swordsman's battle was accompanied by a loud noise. Many believed that this year he could enter the top 3. The girls supported him all the time. Very few people paid attention to his opponent, Yi Dongma, but 10 seconds after the start of the match, everyone was shocked. Even before the Dragon Swordsman took out his sword, Yi Dongmu cut his throat. Everyone was silent and watched as the dragon grabbed his neck, doubled over in pain, and collapsed to the floor. His fans were in tears. They covered their mouths with their hands and could not believe what they were seeing. One of the chosen ones from last year was killed in the first round. The next morning, this will be the headline. Because of this, Yi Dongma is recognized throughout the alliance. Han Sen was calm. Although Yi achieved some success, he was a noble child and did not understand the essence of murder. It was Han Sen's turn. His opponent was a guy named Lei Beng. The moment Han Sen stepped onto the stage, Lei Beng summoned the soul of a creature in the form of a bow and the soul of a creature in the form of 3 arrows, and immediately shot at him. Almost simultaneously, 3 arrows rushed towards Han Sen. Han Sen was surprised. Lei Beng had the same excellent archery skills as him. In addition, Lei Beng had better material components. Judging by the appearance of the bow, it was most likely the soul of a creature with sacred blood. 2 of the 3 arrows were dark green in color, apparently poisonous, just like his arrow from the mutant black sting creature. The 3rd arrow looked like a blue crystal, and as it flew through the air it whistled as if it really pierced the air itself. Most likely it was from a creature with sacred blood. Naturally, there are no weak ones here. Han Sen quickly dodged the blue arrow and summoned a spear from the soul of a mutant sawfish creature to deflect the other 2 arrows. When the spear and arrows collided, Han Sen felt a strong blow. The spear almost fell out of his hand. An excellent archer with a good weapon, Han Sen thought, and began to approach Lei Beng holding his spear in his hand. Lei Beng was not only very fast, but he could also shoot while moving. His accuracy did not suffer at all from his movements. Han Sen was unable to reach Lei Beng with his spear, so he had to catch up with him and dodge the arrows all the time. Han Sen began to respect his opponent. He had much better control of himself. He could shoot from different positions, despite his enormous speed of movement. His shots were accurate. Han Sen had practiced archery a lot, but he could only do it while standing still. If he started to move, his accuracy suffered greatly. Lei Beng was indeed much better at archery, so Han Sen was in no hurry to end their duel. Instead, he observed and learned from his opponent. Han Sen's battle attracted the attention of a large number of people. Still, the dollar was very popular. But compared to Yi Dongmu, his battle was not that impressive. More than half an hour had passed, and they continued to chase each other. And this began to make those present drowsy. In the first sanctuary of God, many were disappointed with Dollar, except his true fans. If a match like this requires him to put in so much effort, then it looks like he has no chance of becoming the chosen one. When an hour passed, Han Sen transformed into a bloody killer and, coming close to Lei Beng, simply beat him. Lei was not so good in close combat. On this day, all major media outlets covered the competition. Although there was no video, the reporters gave a full account of what was happening in words. They paid a lot of attention to Yi Dongmu's battle. Information about Yi Dongmu's background and education has also been released. He is the grandson of Senator Yi before he entered the God's sanctuary and graduated from a posh school. Considering all this, and his ruthless killing of the Dragon Swordsman made him the main opponent for everyone this year. Tan, who won, also became the favorite. Another one of the main rivals was Lin Feng. However, his match did quite a bit of good for his opponent because it was all over the media that he lost by a small margin. There were also articles about Han Sen, but they were small. There was much more talk about disappointment in the dollar. Most of the articles were filled with phrases: small victory, job done, difficult to live up to its reputation, must be better. They contained little description of what was happening. In fact, those who saw Han Sen's battle as well as his fans, were forced to admit that Dollar was an average opponent. The team of the TV program Middle of the Competition held a meeting in their office building. In the conference room, station director Xu Kanyang tapped his fingers on the table. He looked at Fang Mingquan, who was sitting on the right, and said with a smile, "Fan, do you think we should make changes to our show today?" "What changes are you talking about?" Fang Mingquan frowned because he had already guessed what Xu Kanyang wanted to say. Since the Dollar video went viral, Fang Mingquan was hunted by people from Huaxin Station. Since he took the place of the old station master, he was not a popular person. And since he was sent here, it prevented him from realizing his career goals. "Fan, we are journalists, so we must focus on the hottest news. The mid-competition program was created specifically for this competition, and we must pay attention to more significant matches." Xu Kanyan paused and added, "Maybe we should pause the broadcast about the Dollar for now, and if he distinguishes himself in some way, then we can continue? Let's focus on Yi Dongmu for now. What do you think?" The director is right. And Dongmu has become very popular now, so we should definitely focus our attention on him. Probably Dollar was just lucky and was able to kill the badly wounded Shura. He showed his weakness during the battle. He won't even make it to the top 100, let alone become the chosen one. There is nothing interesting in his battle. We need to focus on Yi, who can even take first place," Wang Changqing said with a stern face and looked at Fang Mingquan coldly. This program originally belonged to Wang Changqing, but he was replaced by Fang Mingquan, so it was clear why he did not like Fang. "Fine, then everything was decided. Fang, let's take care of Yi Dongmu," Xu Kanyang said. Fang Mingquan grimaced and sighed. He tried to suppress his anger and looked at those present. Returning the same cold gaze to Wang Changqing, he looked at Xu Kanyang and calmly replied, "Director Xu, if you still want me to lead the program, then I will talk about the Dollar. And not only about this match, but also about all subsequent ones. I will also tell everyone that Dollar will be the winner of this competition."